Today, the Liu family is bustling with activity as the Qin family arrives early in the morning to escort the bride, filling the air with laughter and joy. Yet at the farthest corner of the third floor, a door remains locked. This room, the most secluded part of the Liu residence, can only be accessed by climbing 3 flights of stairs and taking a winding path. Liu Mingyu has resided here for a decade. Her room is modest, accommodating only a bed and a writing desk, with an easel propped in one corner. There is hardly space for an extra chair. She must either sit on the bed or stand to paint. At this moment, she is absorbed in her art, the silence punctuated solely by the sound of her brush gliding across the paper. Just a door apart, 2 worlds exist. As noon approaches, the Liu family begins the wedding procession. Amidst the blessings of friends and family, the bride, Liu Qian, is lifted into the wedding car by the groom, Qin Lian. Liu Qian, Liu Mingyu's cousin and the eldest daughter of the Liu family, is marrying into the prestigious Qin family from Shizi City. Once the clamor subsides, the sound of a key turning in the lock breaks the stillness at the narrow room's entrance. Liu Mingyu quickly flips the paper before her, securing it once more, and shifts the brush to her other hand, hastily sketching a few strokes. The door creaks open. The butler, Wang Qi, respectfully addresses her. "Miss Liu, please come down for lunch." Liu Mingyu sets down her brush and rises to descend the stairs. This lunch is a solitary affair. The Liu family is either accompanying the wedding car to the groom's home or busy arranging the wedding banquet at the hotel. Only she and her grandmother remain. Liu Mingyu occupies the farthest seat at the long dining table. Even when dining alone, she must sit here. Butler Wang Qi stands by the table, dutifully serving and clearing her plates. His manner is meticulous, devoid of emotion, repeating the same actions day in and day out, like a machine, devoid of any display of sentiment or vulnerability. After finishing her meal in silence, Liu Mingyu rises and heads towards the backyard, only to find the door locked. Wang Qi appears behind her and states, "Miss, you cannot go to the backyard." Liu Mingyu replies, "But Wang, I merely wish to take a stroll and admire the ginkgo tree." Wang Qi smiles and reiterates, "Miss, you cannot go to the backyard." Liu Mingyu concedes, understood. She returns to her room, setting up her easel to continue painting. As dinner time arrives, the hotel lobby is filled with guests. Duan Xiu Ming encounters Zhan Xiang, who is dressed in formal attire. He pauses, tilting his head in silent inquiry. Zhan Xiang explains, "A distant relative is getting married. Would you like to join me for some good fortune?" Duan Xiu Ming replies, "Sure." Zhan Xiang adds, "Then let me accompany you to change your outfit." Duan Xiu Ming asks, "Change into what?" Zhan Xiang observes him and inquires, "Are you really wearing a bathrobe to the wedding?" Duan Xiu Ming retorts, "Is that a problem?" Zhan Xiang glances at the hotel slippers on his feet, his expression complex. Well, who would dare dictate what Duan Xiu Ming should wear? Yet, the combination of a bathrobe and slippers is indeed jarring. His tall stature and commanding presence draw considerable attention, as if he were there to disrupt the event. Ultimately, Zhan Xiang hesitates to lead him into the banquet hall. At the entrance, he wipes his brow and suggests, "Xiu Ming, how about heading to a private room on the 2nd floor? You can still see the wedding ceremony from there. There's food and drinks and a terrace for smoking." Heh. Duan Xiu Ming gazes at him impassively, his emotions unreadable. Zhan Xiang looks on the verge of tears. "Brother, we're in a foreign city. Your boldness frightens me." Duan Xiu Ming raises an eyebrow. "We'll go to the private room." Zhan Xiang exclaims, "Wonderful, brother." Duan Xiu Ming ascends to the 2nd floor, locating an unoccupied private room. He enters, uncorks a bottle of wine, and leans against the railing, observing the banquet hall below. He holds little interest in the wedding, but cannot resist partaking in the celebratory atmosphere. The ceremony commences, the MC exuding enthusiasm, and the banquet hall is brightly lit. As Duan Xiu Ming scans the crowd, his gaze halts at a particular spot. In the corner stands a young woman, seemingly without a seat. Clad in a pearlescent white qipao, her long black hair elegantly pinned up, she appears slightly ill-fitted, almost resembling a uniform from the banquet staff, yet she is stunning. Her beauty transcends mere aesthetics, radiating an innate charm that sets her apart from the surrounding guests and the entire affair. A throng of onlookers surround her, with some even rising to get a better view, their gazes fixed on her, outnumbering those directed at the newlyweds. Shortly after, A bridesmaid approaches the woman and whispers something, prompting her to follow. Duan Xiu Ming loses interest, surveying the room once more, finding nothing engaging, and then strides to the terrace. A mundane wedding. This private room features a corner terrace, one side open to the room and overlooking the hall below, while the other leads to the outdoors. Duan Xiu Ming steps onto the outdoor terrace, sitting to enjoy the scenery, pulling aside part of the curtain to block the banquet's glaring lights. This hotel is situated in a wetland, offering unparalleled natural beauty. Visiting Shizi City for the first time, Duan Xiu Ming is captivated by the lush greenery surrounding him. Towering trees stand like sentinels, ancient and majestic. As he admires the distant giant trees, the door to the private room creaks open, and a voice commands, "I hear you can paint? Create a piece capturing the wedding scene." The door slams shut. Duan Xiu Ming turns his head to glance inside. The bridesmaid has left, leaving behind the Qipao beauty. Unbeknownst to her, she sets up her easel, oblivious to his presence on the terrace. With her right hand, she picks up a brush and begins to paint. Her back is straight, slender, her hair pinned up, revealing a delicate neck that seems fragile enough to break with a touch. Even from behind, her beauty is breathtaking, quite captivating, yet the atmosphere is dull. Duan Xiu Ming closes his eyes for a brief respite. Silence reigns. It's unclear how much time passes before enthusiastic applause erupts in the hall. They have reached the wedding's pivotal moment. The groom kisses the bride. Duan Xiu Ming opens his eyes, glancing at the room. This woman possesses commendable artistic skill. Though time constraints prevent her from refining every detail, she captures the essence of the wedding beautifully, her color palette evoking romance. However, it lacks soul. She merely follows instructions, complying with whatever task is set before her, not partaking in the festivities, solely focused on painting. How utterly tedious and submissive. A tragic waste of her stunning appearance. Disappointing. Duan Xiu Ming shuts his eyes once more, seemingly slipping into slumber. After a considerable time, applause resonates again in the hall. This time, it marks the final segment of the wedding, a prize drawing, with lavish rewards. Duan Xiu Ming opens his eyes, preparing to leave. He has absorbed enough of the celebratory spirit. Pulling back the curtain, he steps inside, just in time to witness the woman toss her brush to the floor with a resounding thud. He nearly forgot. There's still this tedious woman painting. Lu Mingyu, hearing the commotion, turns to look back. A man in a bathrobe stands before her, casually clad in hotel slippers. He is not a local of Shizi City. Tall and imposing, his hair is half dry and swept back, revealing his striking features in full. His sharp brows and bright eyes exude an air of intimidation. Through the open robe, his muscular chest is visible, its lines smooth and defined, reminiscent of a poised cheetah. Such a physique, truly commanding. The two stand less than 2 meters apart. However, Duan Xiu Ming does not gaze at her. Instead, his attention is fixed intently on the painting. It vividly recreates the wedding, seeing the groom kissing the bride amidst a flurry of pink petals. Yet there is an unexpected addition. Against the romantic backdrop of soft pinks and whites, she has painted a skull in striking crimson. The skull appears almost lifelike, as if it could leap from the canvas and bite. The sheer force of her strokes captivates the eye, a scene impossible to forget. It engulfs. It obliterates. The paint is still wet, dripping with red streaks that cascade downward. It has marred the entire wedding backdrop. Duan Xiu Ming gazed in awe at the painting, his eyes drifting to the ground beside him, where the red paintbrush he had just discarded lay. He turned his gaze back to her. "Beautiful," Duan Xiu Ming exclaimed, not in admiration of her appearance, but in genuine appreciation for her spirit. Subtle yet fierce. She regarded him with indifference, lacking any sign of panic at being caught, her eyes fixed steadily upon his face. "Single?" she inquired. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Her gaze then descended, pausing at his chest. Moments later, he heard her utter, "Shall we sleep together?" For a moment, Duan Xiu Ming doubted his own hearing. Amidst the overwhelming destruction of the blood-red skull, he sensed a dissonance in the woman before him. Clad in a demure yet ill-fitting qipao, she stood elegantly in profile. The corners of her lips curled into a slight smile, her demeanor flawless. Yet her eyes, they were piercingly sharp. Upon closer inspection, they concealed a glimmer, like a blade forged in ice. Not interested in sleeping? Very well. With that, she turned and walked away. Duan Xiu Ming watched as she opened the door and departed. He adjusted the collar of his bathrobe, following her leisurely, still processing her words. Besides pondering her statement, there was a subtle detail that nagged at him. He distinctly recalled her initially painting with her right hand, yet after finishing the skull, she had discarded the brush with her left. Lost in thought, he wandered into the corridor, where he spotted her heading straight for a handsome waiter. Just as she seemed about to speak, Duan Xiu Ming swiftly approached, seizing her before she could lose her composure, pulling her into his embrace. His formidable physique exerted such force that her wrist turned red without any effort on his part. She exhibited no reaction, lifting her gaze to meet his, devoid of any warmth or emotion. Duan Xiu Ming surveyed her face and figure, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Fine, let's sleep. If he was to indulge, it would be with the most exquisite. With that, he took her by the hand and departed. Shortly thereafter, in the private room, a group burst through the door, erupting in screams. Ah, who ruined this painting? What a shame. It was so beautifully done. This skull is terrifying. Was it a doodle? Damn it, where did that woman go? She stole the thunder from my wedding. How could she leave without waiting for me to inspect it? Now look what happened. Someone has defaced it. Sister Lu Qian, wasn't it you who forced her into that ill-fitting outfit? Shut up. By the way, who is she? She's truly stunning. Silence. Deep within the hotel, in an independent suite enveloped by trees, Lu Mingyu felt a sudden force as the man hoisted her up single-handedly and pushed her onto the bed. He violently tore open the buttons of her qipao, showing no tenderness whatsoever. Yet, at the crucial moment, he reached out to turn off the light. Immediately, he frowned. Something felt amiss. He flicked the light back on and glanced down. Is this your first time? He asked, astonished. Lu Mingyu chuckled softly. What of it? Duan Xiu Ming studied her exquisite face. Now, so close. Are you out of your mind? Lu Mingyu replied. No. Duan Xiu Ming furrowed his brow. Why didn't you say anything? Lu Mingyu shrugged. What is there to say? Duan Xiu Ming countered. If you had mentioned it was your first time, I wouldn't have been so rough. He presumed. Lu Mingyu spoke in a calm tone. Isn't it all the same? Duan Xiu Ming scrutinized her face. What is wrong with you? Are you mentally sound? Stunningly beautiful, yet seemingly unhinged? Lu Mingyu replied, perfectly normal. Shall we continue? Duan Xiu Ming fell silent for a moment, avoiding her gaze. It was too late for any words. He turned off the light again, starting anew from the very beginning. Lu Mingyu smiled. Are you always this gentle in bed? It doesn't match your appearance. His imposing presence intimidated anyone from making direct eye contact, his muscular frame capable of inflicting great harm. A quintessential predator. Yet at that moment, he became exceptionally tender. Duan Xiu Ming did not respond immediately, and after a long pause, never slept with anyone before, he murmured, his voice low and raspy. This time, it was Lu Mingyu who was taken aback. As time passed, Duan Xiu Ming proceeded cautiously, even refraining from pressing her down. Eventually, he paused, lifting her and shifting her to the side. She felt so light, easily cradled in one arm. Lu Mingyu asked, Still want more? Duan Xiu Ming's voice deepened. Can we turn on the light? I wish to see you. Lu Mingyu remained silent, but proceeded to switch on the lamp on the bedside table. The soft yellow light illuminated her graceful form. Duan Xiu Ming closed his eyes. Lu Mingyu gazed at the figure above her. Weren't you curious to see? She beheld him as well, his physique undeniably impressive. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a perfect line with sculpted abs, exuding both strength and endurance. Duan Xiu Ming turned his head, averting his gaze, only to return after a while. This time, he gently laid several kisses upon her. As he kissed her, she smiled. Duan Xiu Ming, suppressing something within, asked, What is going on with you? Lu Mingyu replied, I like you. Duan Xiu Ming questioned, You don't even know who I am, and yet you like me? Lu Mingyu responded, I like your kissing skills. Her eyes remained distant despite her body radiating warmth. Her gaze was forever sharp. Duan Xiu Ming kissed her eyelids. You truly lack a heart. He then moved down to her lips, his breath warm against her, as if holding back something, proceeding gently with one hand cradling her. Lu Mingyu chuckled. What are you afraid of? Duan Xiu Ming replied, Afraid you'll break a bone. As night enveloped them, Duan Xiu Ming listened to the sounds from the shower, donned his bathrobe, and stepped out to the courtyard, taking a seat on the wicker chair. He lit a cigarette. He was indeed losing his sanity, caught up in the madness of this woman. Before long, Lu Mingyu emerged, fully dressed, approaching him. Duan Xiu Ming furrowed his brow, puzzled by her intentions. Before he could inquire, he watched as her slender fingers extracted a cigarette from his pack. With a flicker of flame, she expertly lit it. She did not glance at him, instead staring into the distance, exhaling delicate smoke rings. Duan Xiu Ming scrutinized her, asking, "What is your true nature? Is it split personality?" Lu Mingyu did not respond, simply extinguishing the cigarette with a faint smile. "Not good to smoke." Duan Xiu Ming retorted, "Given our familiarity, I thought you indulged often." Lu Mingyu replied, "It's your cigarette that's unpleasant." Duan Xiu Ming rose. "They'll quickly fetch you some women's cigarettes." He also intended to buy some food. She hadn't eaten a bite at the wedding. Lu Mingyu smiled silently, moving toward the courtyard door. Then, without hesitation, she opened the door and walked away. When Duan Xiu Ming emerged, he found only an empty space. Chapter 3. Leaving home for graduate studies the next day, Zhang Xiang, looking utterly bewildered, inquired, "Who? What?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "The one in the qipao at yesterday and Appo's wedding." "The most beautiful one?" Zhang Xiang shook his head furiously. "I don't remember such a person." Duan Xiu Ming was infuriated. "Are you blind?" She was more stunning than any star. She wore only light makeup. Zhang Xiang, still confused, shook his head again. "If she was truly that beautiful, I would certainly remember. But there was no qipao beauty more exquisite than a star." Duan Xiu Ming's expression soured, and he scoffed, "So, I encountered a ghost yesterday, did I?" Zhang Xiang hesitated. What was her name? I'll ask around." Duan Xiu Ming, exasperated, replied, "I don't know." Zhang Xiang was taken aback. "What? How am I supposed to find her?" Duan Xiu Ming was too irritated to speak. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished. She left without a moment's hesitation after sleeping. Heartless, truly deserving of her reputation for destroying her own artwork. Zhang Xiang sensed something amiss and asked Brother Ming, "The wedding you attended yesterday, was it my great-uncle and aunt, Appo's golden anniversary?" Duan Xiu Ming paused. "Golden anniversary?" Zhang Xiang nodded vigorously. Duan Xiu Ming. "Zhang Xiang, did you go to the wrong one?" Duan Xiu Ming. "There were several weddings happening at the hotel yesterday." Zhang Xiang replied, "5. Duan Xiu Ming gazed at him intently. "Find her." Zhang Xiang felt like kneeling. "Brother Ming, this is not our territory. How am I supposed to find her? She was merely a guest at someone else's wedding." Duan Xiu Ming pressed. "Your great-uncle?" Zhang Xiang lamented. "How many generations has it been? We haven't seen each other for over a decade. They are distant relatives." Duan Xiu Ming gritted his teeth. "You have no connections at all?" Zhang Xiang replied, "Brother Ming, this is my first time in Shizi City. It's so far from Xiangjiang." Duan Xiu Ming had no desire to respond, closing his eyes in frustration. His mind was consumed with the echoes of her voice from the previous night and her breathtaking eyes. Zhang Xiang observed and remarked, "Brother Ming, I always thought you had no interest in women." Duan Xiu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, sharp and piercing. Zhang Xiang quickly waved his hands. "That's not what I meant. I meant Jiangnan women? The gentle type? Surely not." Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's brows furrowed. She resembled a ghostly Jiangnan woman. Zhang Xiang found himself at a loss for words. The description and tone were unsettling. Could it be that she owed money? Zhang Xiang suggested. "A living person wooed and amp, Appo's simply vanish. Should we report to the police?" Duan Xiu Ming felt the urge to curse. The day after Lu Qian and Appo's wedding, she returned to her family home, but her new husband was absent. The dinner table was bustling with activity, as all the male and female members of the Lu family, except for the grandmother, were present. Lu Mingyu sat quietly at the corner of the table, dining in peace. Lu Qian cast a cold glance at the head of the table and exclaimed, "Lu Mingyu made a scene at my wedding yesterday." Lu Mingyu continued to eat without lifting her head. "I wasn't even in the banquet hall during the entire wedding. I was in the private room painting. I did not cause a scene." Lu Qian glared at her. "That painting was vandalized. They drew a blood-red skull, ruining it completely. Why weren't you watching it?" Lu Mingyu explained, "I was simply a bit hungry, so I left early." Lu Qian scoffed. "Would you die if you were hungry for a moment? My husband didn't even accompany me home. It's all that skull's fault." It carries bad omens. You are just not thinking. Aunt Duan Xin also looked at Lu Mingyu, frowning. Mingyu, as a member of a noble family, you must be mindful of your public image. After a wedding, everyone is talking about you, and all sorts of people are inquiring about you, making it look ridiculous. Lu Qian added, exactly. Do you have no shame? Lu Lin, the elder brother, interjected, enough. She did nothing wrong. Lu Qian erupted, brother, why are you defending her? I said to lock her up and prevent her from attending my wedding. Why did you insist on bringing her? At that moment, knock, knock. Uncle Lu Qiuyang tapped the table. Let us keep it down, shall we? Where's your decorum? The table fell silent. Lu Qiuyang turned to Lu Mingyu after dinner. Come to my study. Lu Mingyu replied, yes. In the study, Lu Qiuyang sat behind the desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, perusing a book while playing with a string of olive pits, creating a rhythmic tapping sound. His demeanor was composed and elegant, embodying the archetype of a refined businessman from a noble family. Lu Mingyu stood before the desk, with no place to sit. About an hour later, Lu Qiuyang finally looked up and asked, do you wish to go to the backyard? Lu Mingyu replied, Uncle, am I not a member of the Lu family? Can't I move about in my own home? Lu Qiuyang responded, your grandmother is unwell. Do not disturb her. Lu Mingyu remained silent. Lu Qiuyang, with a soft gaze, continued, whenever you are ready to comply, you may see her. 3 months or 3 years, you choose. Lu Mingyu stayed silent, not uttering a word. Lu Qiuyang, with a gentle demeanor, added, as long as you agree with me, you can see your grandmother whenever you wish. Lu Mingyu spat out 2 words, go die. Lu Qiuyang lowered his head to read, his tone warm, recite the Njia. The following day, a young woman in a lovely dress arrived at the Lu household. She was the treasured daughter of the Su family, Su Suyue. Upon seeing her, the Lu family members eagerly approached to greet her, full of enthusiasm. Lu Lin exclaimed, yeah, you're back in the country? On vacation? Su Suyue replied, I graduated and returned home. Lu Lin coaxed, you look so young. Our yaya is forever 18. Su Suyue retorted, I'm 22. Stop saying I'm young. Before long, Lu Mingyu appeared in the living room. Su Suyue rushed to take her arm. Mingyu, let's go out and have fun. Lu Mingyu glanced at the other members of the Lu family. Lu Lin stepped forward. Shall I accompany you? Su Suyue jumped, no. So annoying. Lu Lin smiled apologetically. All right. Without further ado, Su Suyue dragged Lu Mingyu outside. As soon as they left, Su Suyue nervously asked, so, what is the plan? Lu Mingyu replied, the airport. Su Suyue and Appo's eyes sparkled. How thrilling. Let us go. She drove a small car at breakneck speed, shouting with glee. Lu Mingyu remarked, I am utterly astonished. You actually dared to attempt a runaway stunt? I've never even tried that. The two had known each other since they were 12, both the same age. Su Suyue hadn't seen such a wild side of Lu Mingyu in years. When she received the call last night, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Lu Mingyu looked at her. You're going to be scolded when you return. Su Suyue raised an eyebrow. So what? The Su and Lu families had a long-standing friendship. The Lu family was on the decline, with the grandfather gone and the grandmother's health failing. In stark contrast, the Su family thrived. Both elders were in good health and held significant standing and influence in Shizi City. Su Suyue was the only girl of her generation in the Su family, with her father being the current leader. The level of favor she received was unparalleled. No matter how grave her mistakes, someone would always cover for her. By the way, where are you headed? Su Suyue asked. Lu Mingyu replied, England. Su Suyue gasped, what? You're going to Europe? You're starting your runaway adventure with such intensity. Lu Mingyu smiled slightly. London for graduate studies. Chapter 4. The Ocean Cruise. Su Suyue exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, you are incredible. Lu Mingyu replied with a hint of secrecy. It's confidential. Su Suyue insisted, of course. I will keep it a secret. The Lu family has its quirks. Except for you, of course. By the way, which school did you attend? Lu Mingyu replied, the Royal College of Art. Su Suyue gasped, what? Lu Mingyu continued, it's the top-ranked art institution globally. Su Suyue shouted again, wow. How did you get in? Observing her excitement, Lu Mingyu chuckled, you've seen my portfolio. Suddenly, Su Suyue's expression turned serious as she asked, top-tier institutions have exorbitant tuition, right? The Liu family doesn't support you financially. So how did you manage the asset verification? What about living expenses and accommodation? And when did you take your IELTS exam? The more she thought about it, the more daunting it seemed. Su Yu was utterly perplexed. Lu Ming, you said, do you remember 6 months ago? During your spring break, when you came back home. Su Yu paused. I remember. You mentioned your room was small, and you painted in my family's basement, right? You painted quite a large piece? Lu Ming, you nodded. Yes, I sent it to a gallery in Yaodu, and it's sold. After taxes and the split. The asset verification neatly met the minimum standard for the Royal College of Art. Su Yu was astonished. That painting sold for that much. My goodness. Lu Mingyu, you are a genius. Lu Mingyu replied. The buyer was generous. I didn't expect it either. Su Yu continued to exclaim. But your planning and layout were so meticulous. You even specifically sought out a gallery in Yaodu. No wonder the Liu family was oblivious. I didn't notice a thing. You just suddenly flew to London. Lu Mingyu was amused by her enthusiasm. Su Yu furrowed her brow and asked, but what about your grandmother? The smile on Lu Mingyu's face vanished as she replied, they haven't allowed me to see her for 3 whole years. There's no need to prolong it. Her room was at the deepest part of the main building on the 3rd floor, while her grandmother's room was in the back courtyard. Despite being in the same residence, the Liu family had kept them apart for 3 years. Her grandfather passed away early, and the Liu family was controlled by her uncle, Liu Qiuyang. Lu Mingyu's father, the second son of the Liu family, had given up his inheritance years ago to follow Lu Mingyu's mother, Tiao. Lu Mingyu was born and raised in Yaodu. The 3 of them lived happily together until her parents tragically died in a car accident when she was 12. The Liu family took her to Shizi City, and everything changed thereafter. Su Yu muttered something under her breath, saying, forget about them. Enjoy yourself, eat well, and if you need anything, just tell me. I'll send you money. Focus on your studies. I'll support you. 3 months later, a colossal cruise ship, departing from Changshanao, gracefully sailed into the open sea. The interior was dazzling, filled with opulence and extravagance, while the entertainment areas buzzed with activity. The elevator descended slowly from the top floor. As the doors opened, several bodyguards stepped forward, shielding the view of the crowd. At the center was a tall man clad in a black, collarless suit, moving with an air of authority that left the tourists unable to catch a glimpse of him. Beside him was a similarly aged young man, equally imposing and never leaving his side. Yin Tianzhua, dressed in a floral shirt, trailed half a step behind Duan Xiu Ming, chattering incessantly. Yin Tianzhua said, Brother Ming, I want to visit Shizi City. Once everything settles down, let Zhan Xiang and I swap places, okay? Duan Xiu Ming remained silent, his mood evidently sour. Not noticing his demeanor, Yin Tianzhua continued, I heard from Zhan Xiang that Shizi City is breathtaking. I want to see the towering ancient trees and sip tea in the bars nestled in the woods. Duan Xiu Ming's lips curled in a strange smile as he murmured Shizi. Yin Tianzhua grew animated, exclaiming yes. The beauty of Shizi City. I'm so eager to go. Once the affairs in Xiangjiang are wrapped up, Brother Ming, take me along. I want to see the beauties of Jiangnan. The smile vanished from Duan Xiu Ming's face, his expression turning cold as he quickened his pace. What a beautiful Shizi City. What enchanting Jiangnan beauties. After 3 months of searching, they had vanished without a trace. Yin Tianzhua finally noticed Duan Xiu Ming's expression and promptly fell silent. What had he said wrong? At a dining table in the cruise ship and Appo's restaurant, 3 women and 1 man sat together. Lu Mingyu was having her meal. Su Wenjun looked over and asked, Mingyu, aren't you going to join the fun? It's the last day. Let us go to the entertainment area together. Lu Mingyu shook her head. I have no money. Su Wenjun generously offered. It's all right. We can play small games. I'll treat you. Lu Mingyu continued to decline. I don't gamble. Su Wenjun added, if you don't want to play, we can still go in and take a look. We're already here. Su Yu glared across the table. Brother, are you annoying? Always asking. She said she is not going. Are you deaf? Su Wenjun fell silent, though his mood soured further. Lu Mingyu felt even worse. She had landed at Xiangjiang Airport on a whim, wanting to experience the world and expand her artistic inspiration. She specifically boarded this cruise ship because she had heard the owner loved collecting famous paintings and the walls were adorned with many masterpieces. Instead, she encountered a trio of tourists. Their meeting was marked by an awkward silence. Su Yu was utterly stunned. She had never expected to see Lu Mingyu here. Then it dawned on her that the Royal College of Art operated on a 3-term academic year, and 3 months perfectly aligned with a completed term. This was merely a holiday. Su Yu was utterly speechless. She hadn't anticipated such a coincidence, especially given the vast distance between Xiangshan AO and Shizi City. Had they communicated beforehand, things might have unfolded differently. Shang-Chi leaned against Su Wenjun, playfully whining, "I want to have fun." Su Wenjun wrapped his arm around her, saying, "Today, I'll take you to have a great time. We'll enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Su Yu interjected, "I want to go too. No one is stopping me." Su Wenjun replied, "What do you think you are, a third wheel? Are you even old enough? You can't enter if you're under 21. Su Yu shouted, "I'm already 22. Su Wenjun called over a waiter to settle the bill, chuckling, 22 is still young. Take it easy, or you'll get scolded by your father." Su Yu became even angrier. "What about Lu Mingyu? She is also 22. Why you insist she goes? I think you're the one being unreasonable." Su Wenjun retorted, "The reason I'm concerned about her is that you genuinely don't know or are pretending. 3 months ago, you were reckless and headstrong, and Uncle Lu was beside himself." Su Yu replied, "What's the big deal? It's just a 3-month trip." Su Wenjun admonished, "You are you, and she is she. She is a refined young lady. She isn't like you, who roams freely every day. I think you've been spoiled." Shang-Chi intervened, "All right, enough. Why are you two siblings arguing?" After settling the bill, the three did not head directly to the entertainment area, but instead escorted Lu Mingyu to her room. Su Wenjun cautioned, "Don't be headstrong like you. Running away from home for 3 months is excessive. When the cruise docks, I'll send you back." Lu Mingyu nodded, "Okay." Before closing the door, Su Wenjun reiterated, "Don't wander about. This is the open sea, not Shizi City. It's not safe." Click. The door closed. Chapter 5. The snap of fingers. Lu Ming sat quietly on her bed, using her right hand to unlock her phone screen. Her device was equipped with dual operating systems, and at that moment, the secondary system was inundated with missed calls and unread messages. As soon as she accessed it, a call from Shizi City rang through. Indeed, Wenjun had already informed the Lu family. Lu Ming chose not to answer the call or check the messages. Instead, she switched off the system and reverted to the primary one. She then rose and departed, carrying only a handheld travel bag. The cruise ship was vast and opulent. For the past 3 days, she had been under Wenjun's close watch and had not had the opportunity to explore. Lu Ming wandered into the grand hall, meandering amidst an array of extravagant artworks, with priceless paintings adorning the walls. She stood transfixed in front of one particular painting for 10 minutes. Nearby, a spiral staircase caught her attention. Duan Xiu Ming, who was about to descend, halted mid-step, and the surrounding bodyguards followed suit. Yin Tianzhua, distracted, almost collided with one of the bodyguards, narrowly avoiding a mishap. Confused, he turned and asked, "Xiu Ming?" Duan Xiu Ming and Oppo's. Gaze was fixated on a figure ahead, and he gestured subtly. The bodyguards silently retreated, vanishing around the corner. Yin Tianzhua pointed to himself, silently inquiring. Without lowering his hand, Duan Xiu Ming and Oppo's fingers moved slightly. Yin Tianzhua immediately stepped back, retreating upstairs with a quieter step than the bodyguards. This was the highest-level silence withdrawal signal from the Duan family, typically reserved for perilous negotiations. Yin Tianzhua quickly attuned himself to the situation, instinctively resting a hand on his lower back, his eyes glinting with an aggressive intent. He was unaware of the unfolding events, but he remained poised for action at a moment in Oppo's notice, ready to spring into action at Xiu Ming and Oppo's command. Amidst the tension, Duan Xiu Ming adjusted his collar and descended the staircase deliberately. At that moment, Lu Ming was still captivated by the painting, utterly unaware of the approach behind her. Duan Xiu Ming lingered for a moment, but she remained oblivious, shifting her focus to the next masterpiece. Duan Xiu Ming raised his hand. Snap! The sound echoed. She turned, astonished. It was him. Today, he was not clad in a bathrobe, nor was he overly formal. Beneath his collarless suit jacket, he wore a t-shirt. His hair was impeccably styled in a suave Hong Kong slickback, revealing his prominent forehead and showcasing his striking features. He exuded a confident nonchalance, with no attempt to conceal his allure. Duan Xiu Ming's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. To his surprise, he encountered her here, not in Shizi City, but on the open sea, aboard his vessel. Gazing at her remarkable beauty, he fell silent, merely observing the depths of her eyes. Lu Ming regarded his gaze with curiosity. Single? She inquired. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Otherwise, I and Oppos, am here looking for you. To sleep with me again? She retorted. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. 3 months apart, and you want to jump right to that? Not even a conversation? His eyes scrutinized her, sweeping over her travel bag, and his mood soured instantly. Then, he chuckled, a hint of mockery in his laughter. All right, he reached out, pulling her with the same forcefulness he had 3 months prior. At the corner of the spiral staircase, Yin Tianzhua stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances with the bodyguards. Huh? Duan Xiu Ming whisked Lu Ming into a private elevator. As the doors closed, he kissed her fiercely, intensely, and violently. He was powerful, restraining her with one hand while the other explored. She barely had time to discern which floor they were headed to. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Duan Xiu Ming swept her up in his arms, striding towards the door at the end of the corridor. With another forceful push, he laid her on the bed, swiftly removing her garments. His actions carried a sense of retribution. Were you wearing it? She asked. His voice brimmed with rage. Of course. Amidst the turmoil, she began to laugh. Duan Xiu Ming suppressed his emotions, so practiced. Aside from me, how many others have you been with? Lu Ming replied, none. Duan Xiu Ming regarded her for a moment. Her eyes revealed a candidness that was disarming. Did I hurt you? He asked, surprised by his sudden gentleness. She felt his lips graze her eyes, then capture her own. This kiss bore a different emotion. After a long moment, he asked again, really no one else? Lu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Why would I deceive you? We hardly know each other. Duan Xiu Ming abruptly asked, if I hadn't pulled you away last time, what would you have said to that waiter? Lu Ming paused, then replied, I would have asked for directions. Duan Xiu Ming hesitated again. Are you concerned? She teased. How could I not be? After a lengthy silence, a low rumble emanated from his chest. It was a long, lingering sound, filled with longing. He restrained his strength, wary of causing her pain, while the frequency of their encounters and the passage of time were another matter altogether. As the cruise ship sailed under the silvery moonlight, Lu Ming was stirred awake by him. When dawn broke, he roused her with another kiss. His warm breath cascading against her ear, growing increasingly fervent. Tell me your name, he urged, his voice laced with an undercurrent of desire. Lu Ming chuckled softly. It's not important. Could you be a little more considerate? Her expression remained indifferent. He lowered his head, kissing the corner of her eye. Have your eyes always held such depth? Lu Ming responded with another light laugh. His lips traveled down, teasing her mouth, his gaze half open, observing her intently. The depths of his eyes shifted. Suddenly, his kiss turned voracious and profound. Have you thought of me? He murmured against her lips, his tone imbued with sincerity. She offered no answer, merely reciprocating. Afterward, she pushed him away and headed to the bathroom. Duan Xiu Ming donned a bathrobe and settled onto the sofa outside, waiting. When she emerged, she was indeed dressed and ready to leave. He stared at her intently, asking, Are you leaving again? He had anticipated this. Her heart was unyielding. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement, heading toward the door. The cruise ship was nearing the dock. Wait, Duan Xiu Ming called. Lu Ming turned, her eyes questioning. Duan Xiu Ming carefully chose his words. Am I satisfactory to you? Lu Ming and Oppos. Gaze swept over his bathrobe, a serene smile gracing her lips. Quite commendable. He seemed alert, brimming with energy. A smirk played on Duan Xiu Ming's lips as he tore off a piece of notepaper from the table, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers and handing it to her. With utmost seriousness, he said, If you need anything, reach out to me. Avoid involving others. Lu Ming pinched the notepaper between her fingers, smiling playfully. At your beck and call? Duan Xiu Ming nodded. At your service. Lu Ming feigned indifference. Should I pay you then? After all, You put in quite the effort. After saying this, she tossed the notepaper into the trash bin and exited. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her. Duan Xiu Ming stared at the trash bin. Chapter 6. The clown. When Lu Mingyu arrived, she was swiftly carried, unable to see clearly. It was only now that she realized there was but a single room here. She approached the elevator, only to discover that she lacked the authority to access any floors. The emergency exit door beside her was also locked. Behind her, with a click, the only door swung open. Duan Xiu Ming emerged, still clad in a bathrobe, striding toward her with an air of menace. He seized Lu Mingyu with one hand, while swiftly snatching her phone from her grasp with the other. Unlocking it, he fixed a piercing gaze upon her, an oppressive intensity almost bursting forth. Yet, she remained unafraid and unfazed. After a brief moment, she extended her left thumb, unlocking the phone into amp, Oppo's S-screen. Duan Xiu Ming returned the device to her, continuing to scrutinize her. Scan, add me, he commanded. A flicker of amusement passed through Lu Mingyu's eyes as she complied. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. What did that look mean? Did she find this amusing? The friend request was promptly approved. He inquired, how many days will you be in Xiangshanao? Shall I show you around? Lu Mingyu replied, I don't want to play anymore. I need to leave. Duan Xiu Ming and Oppo's irritation flared. What pressing matter compels you to depart? Once, twice. Does my parents and Oppo's situation count? Lu Mingyu retorted. Duan Xiu Ming conceded, that is reasonable. With that, he approached the facial recognition panel of the elevator. The elevator resumed its operation. Do not delete or block me, he warned, releasing his grip on Lu Mingyu. The elevator doors began to close slowly. Duan Xiu Ming watched as the elevator descended, leaving with an air of resoluteness. He returned to the room, perusing her profile, noting the absence of any social media posts. Her nickname was Why English? Pinyin? What could it signify? The cruise reached the port, returning to Xiangshanao. Lu Mingyu disembarked swiftly, disappearing into the crowd. Shortly thereafter, the Su siblings emerged from the elevator. Su Wenjun glanced around. Is Mingyu not here? There and amp, Oppo's. No one in the room. Sang Chi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Wenjun, why are you so focused on her? Su Wenjun, Thou Wen. You can meddle in other matters, but please refrain from asking about mine with her. Sang Chi's expression soured instantly. Su Suyue, meanwhile, remained expressionless, scrolling through her phone until a message popped up, prompting her to put away her device and stride toward the exit. Su Wenjun called out, Yeah? Su Sui Zipli? Mingyu has already disembarked from a cruise. Su Wenjun exclaimed, Why didn't it amp, Oppo's, to you say so earlier? Su Suyue snapped back, What does it matter to you? Su Wenjun, exasperated, retorted, Is this your tactic again? Have you lost your mind, Su Suyue? Su Suyue halted abruptly, turning to face him. You're the one who's lost your mind. Who do you think you are to interfere with her? Su Wenjun, furious, shouted, I am your brother. How can you speak to me like this? Su Sui Zipli? I simply cannot accept that a fool is my brother. Sang Chi stepped forward, placing herself between them, imploring, Siblings, let us not quarrel over an outsider. In the Demon City, a taxi pulled up to a cemetery. Lu Mingyu alighted, flowers in hand, but at that moment, a vehicle pulled up beside her, halting abruptly. The doors of both the driver and Oppo's and passenger and Oppo's seats swung open simultaneously, and two burly men emerged, blocking her path. Lu Mingyu paused, glancing toward the vehicle as the door opened slowly. A pair of polished black leather shoes stepped out, followed by a man clad in a sharp suit, striding toward her with long, elegant strides. He approached her unhurriedly, extending his hand. With a resounding slap, he struck her face without hesitation. So you are indeed here, Lu Lin remarked coldly. Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze to meet his. Did you truly think your uncle would be oblivious to this? Lu Lin scoffed. Do not underestimate people's intelligence. Lu Mingyu began to analyze, yet he cannot be certain. It must be a dual operation. You came here on a whim while Lu Qian is at the Hong Kong airport, where there are even more bodyguards, over a dozen, perhaps 20? Oh, wait. Suddenly, she retracted her speculation, amending, the one heading to Hong Kong airport is your uncle himself, ISN and AMP. Oppo's. Tiet? Lu Lin and AMP. Oppo's voice emerged from between clenched teeth. Lu Mingyu. Can your cunning be any deeper? You've deduced everything. Lu Mingyu's gaze sharpened. Indeed, quite the elaborate scheme. Lu Lin raised his hand again. Do you dare show such defiance? Lu Mingyu held his gaze. You strike me before my parents. Do you not fear nightmares tonight? Lu Lin's expression twisted into a snarl. I fear neither life nor death. Lu Mingyu countered, you Haven and Amp. Amp? Oppos. T visited since my parents passed, have you? Are you sure you wanted Amp? Amp? Oppos. T visit your little uncle and aunt? Lu Lin and Amp. Amp? Oppos. S voice dripped with derision. I do not acknowledge her as my aunt. Lu Mingyu smiled. My mother is 100 times more beautiful than yours. Shut your mouth. Lu Lin barked in anger. Lu Mingyu's eyes glinted dangerously as she spoke. My mother was not buried with my father. That was orchestrated by your father. Your father is deranged when it comes to my mother. Shut up. Lu Lin raised his hand, ready to strike her. Lu Mingyu quickly interjected, oh, by the way, if you ruin my face, how do you think your father would react? Lu Lin and Oppo's grip tightened around her throat, a murderous rage emanating from him. The elegance of the moment dissipated as Lu Mingyu and Oppo's words transformed him into a demon. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the pain, staring at him as he choked her in a frenzy. Ultimately, 2 bodyguards intervened, separating the pair. Lu Lin struggled to regain his composure, taking a deep breath, only to find her gaze still challenging him. He growled, I truly wish to pluck out your eyes. Lu Mingyu smiled at him, clown. Lu Lin once more lost control, shouting Lu Mingyu. Yet, Lu Mingyu, clutching the bouquet, turned and walked toward the cemetery. Stop right there. You cannot go, he yelled, chasing after her. Lu Mingyu did not look back. I am determined to tend to this grave today, unless you kill me. Lu Mingyu, Lu Lin bellowed. But he dared not take another step forward, fearing the cemetery. He barked at the bodyguards, are you blind? Bring her back to me. The 2 men promptly advanced, blocking Lu Mingyu at the cemetery entrance. Lu Mingyu looked up, her face pale as she asked, having come this far, I still cannot enter? The 2 men exchanged glances, feeling sympathetic yet shaking their heads. Lu Mingyu chuckled bitterly. May I leave the flowers with the guard for the staff to take inside? They nodded in agreement. Miss Lu est trop pitiable. Lu Mingyu approached the guard, placing the flowers down. The bodyguards, unable to bear it, refrained from following her, instead keeping a watchful eye to prevent her escape. With her back to the bodyguards, Lu Mingyu swiftly retrieved something from her travel bag, pressing it beneath the bouquet. While whispering instructions to the guard, she pulled out her phone, sending a message at lightning speed. In less than a minute, she turned and left. The bodyguards exhaled in relief, escorting her toward the vehicle. Lu Mingyu held her phone tightly, while her travel bag was placed in the trunk. Chapter 7. The Great White Shark of the High Seas inside the car. Lu Lin sat in the back seat, waiting. The door swung open, and Lu Mingyu entered, taking a seat beside him. Lu Lin extended his hand, demanding, hand over your phone. Without any resistance, Lu Mingyu powered off her device and surrendered it to him. No one is to contact you. Su Suyue can no longer shield you. The same ruse will not succeed a second time. Lu Mingyu remained silent. After casting a glance at her, Lu Lin's attention suddenly shifted to the trunk behind the seats. That bag. At that moment, Lu Mingyu spoke up. I'm thirsty. Lu Lin disregarded her plea. Brother. Lu Lin furrowed his brow and looked at her. Lingo. Do you remember when I used to call you that as a child? We were so close back then. Lu Lin bellowed. Shut your mouth. Lu Mingyu should the clown. Lu Lin ground his teeth in anger. You are truly vile. Lu Mingyu retorted. You are forcing me. Lu Lin and Oppo's fists clenched, seething with hatred. Memories surged forth, colliding chaotically in his mind. He had been oblivious to their father and Amp. Oppo's sordid intentions until many years ago, when Lu Mingyu deliberately provoked Duan Xiu into madness, revealing the truth during their quarrel. Lu Lin had been standing nearby, listening intently. He vividly recalled the mocking glint in Lu Mingyu's eyes. She was exacting revenge on him. A decade ago, when Lu Mingyu first arrived at the Lu household, she had clashed with Lu Qian. Lu Lin had unwaveringly sided with his younger sister, Lu Qian, watching as his 12-year-old cousin Lu Mingyu was confined for 3 days, emerging battered. The bond of cousinhood had been irreparably shattered a decade prior. In a restaurant at Xiangshan AO, Sang-Chi observed the sibling duo, who were ignoring each other, as she lost the will to mediate. Their quarrel had persisted from the hotel to the restaurant, revealing uncomfortable truths to Sang-Chi. It turned out that the stunning Lu Mingyu had ancestral ties to both families, with their two clans closely intertwined. Su Suyue and Lu Mingyu were of the same age, while Su Wenjun was 2 years their senior. Su Wenjun had pursued Lu Mingyu for 3 long years, yet to no avail. He had met her when she was 12 and he 14, a childhood romance. This was the first time Sang-Chi learned of such matters. Moreover, she was a university alumna of Su Wenjun, who was 2 years her senior, having dated her during his junior year when she was a freshman. At this moment, she felt disheartened. The trio dined in silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Su Siuet glanced at her phone, rose, and prepared to leave. "What are you planning to do now?" Su Wenjun called out to her. Su Siuet replied coldly, "Mind your own business." Su Wenjun stood up as well. "Is it a message from Mingyu? Show me your phone." Su Siuet quickened her pace and began to run. Su Wenjun attempted to chase after her. At that moment, Sang-Chi grasped his arm, exasperated. "Su Wenjun, if you continue this way, we might as well break up. 4 years of university. I even came to your city for work. Have you ever respected me?" Su Wenjun furrowed his brows, sighed, and retook his seat. "Let's eat." Su Siuet burst out of the restaurant and swiftly hailed a taxi. "Driver, can your car cross the border?" The driver shook his head, "No." "Su Sui Ziplit, then take me to the customs checkpoint." After a short while, a luxury vehicle emerged from a turn ahead, blocking the main road. Following closely were several more luxury cars, forming a convoy of 9 vehicles, escorting a singular, rare car in the center. They executed a swift formation on the thoroughfare, ensuring that 8 cars surrounded the central one. Other vehicles on the road came to a halt, waiting for the convoy to pass before resuming their journeys. Su Siuet watched in awe. Is that an entire Rolls-Royce convoy? Their maneuvering is spectacular. So lavish. The taxi driver, with a heavy accent, remarked, "First time seeing it, huh? We locals see this often." Su Siuet curiously pointed ahead. "Is that central vehicle custom-made?" The driver was astonished. "How do you know?" Su Siuet replied, "I have a passion for cars. That model ISN and Oppos. T-sold or limited edition. It must be custom. What is it called?" The driver answered, "The Phantom, the only one in the world." Su Siuet Galim. "Wow. What name? Whose car is it?" The driver gave a thumbs up. "It's from Xiangshan AO. A big shot. Everyone calls him the Great White Shark of the High Seas." Su Siuet remarked, "What a formidable title. Does he have a ship on the high seas?" The driver replied, "Not just any ship, but a cruise liner. More than one." Su Sui Lauget. "Incredible. Where are they headed?" The driver responded, "Probably to Xiangjiang." Su Siuet paused, then thoughtfully analyzed it in AMP, Oppos. It's only a 2-hour journey from Xiangshan AO to Xiangjiang. Yet they make such a grand show. Surely, not all those cars are bulletproof. Aside from the central vehicle, are all 8 filled with bodyguards? The driver was impressed. "You know quite a bit. I wasn't planning to chat much, considering the sensitive nature of affairs on the high seas. But you piqued my interest." Su Siuet inquired, "Have there been assassination attempts?" The driver nodded with a grin. "Many have tried to take him down. He is ruthless, driving away everyone who has crossed him, not even sparing small boats. There are also many who owe him money on those cruise liners, desperate to eliminate him." Su Siuet raised an eyebrow. "So ruthless. Isn't he afraid of being too aggressive?" The driver shook his head. "Youthful exuberance. Besides, he comes from a powerful family. The son of a top-tier clan in Xiangjiang, with ample backing. That family is divided into light and dark factions. He operates in the shadows. And his methods are indeed bloody." Su Siuet questioned, "What does dark mean? Surely it doesn't involve any illicit activities?" The driver replied, "Decades ago, perhaps. But it's not so extreme now." Su Siuet nodded. "So the cruise liners on the high seas are owned by the hidden interests of the Xiangjiang elite?" The driver chuckled, "Not the family in Oppos. But his own ventures." Su Siuet was taken aback. What has he done to amass such wealth? The driver said, "I'm not sure of the specifics, just that he was nurtured abroad, returned to Xiangjiang at 16, and resolved a major family crisis at 18. Otherwise, the Xiangjiang landscape would have been drastically altered. Su Siyue remarked, a bit legendary. Did he then hit the ground running? The driver affirmed, exactly. His family provided him with funds, and he swiftly developed his enterprises in Xiangshan AO. Rumor has it he saved the family head's life, earning considerable favor. Now he even overshadows the family heir, leading to familial strife. He is quite arrogant. Su Siyue probed further. What is his name? The driver shook his head. I don't know. The dark faction is shrouded in secrecy. We common folk can hardly know. We just call him the Great Shark. Su Sui Lauet. What is his surname? Such a family should be quite renowned. The driver attempted to pronounce it. Duan. Su Siyue was flabbergasted. Du? As in the surname Du? The driver scratched his head, struggling to articulate the pronunciation in Mandarin. At that moment, they arrived at their destination. Su Siyue exited the vehicle, dashing towards the customs checkpoint, no longer dwelling on the matter. Chapter 8. Interconnected upon her arrival, Su Siyue hailed another taxi, promptly instructing the driver, Master. To Yaodu. The driver, taken aback, questioned. From here to Yaodu? That's quite a distance. Su Siyue affirmed, yes. Please drive quickly, speed it up. I will pay you 5 times the fare. The driver pressed the accelerator. Let's go. Su Siyue reached a cemetery in Yaodu at an astonishing pace. She dashed to the security office, exclaiming, Uncle Security, has a stunning young lady left something here? The head of security looked at her inquisitively, asking, What is your name? Su Siyue replied, Today I intend to kill someone. The security chief chuckled, rising, the password checks out. I'll fetch it for you. Before long, he handed her a bouquet and a passport. Su Siyue sighed with relief. Thank you, uncle. The chief waved her off. No need for thanks, but she didn't enter. She left something and departed. Su Sui note that? Very well. I shall pay my respects. She retrieved her phone, cross-referencing the grave location sent by Lu Mingyu. Upon locating it, Su Siyue stared at the name on the tombstone, her mouth agape in astonishment. At that moment, Lu Mingyu was being escorted to Yaodu Airport by Lu Lin. He extended his hand, identification. Lu Mingyu rummaged through her travel bag and produced her ID. Suddenly, Lu Lin's expression shifted, and he seized the bag, rummaging through its contents. Where's your passport? Or your travel permit? He demanded. Lu Mingyu retorted, I have neither a passport nor a travel permit. What are you talking about? Lu Lin shouted in frustration. Then how did you get to Xiangshan Island? Do you take me for a fool, Lu Mingyu? Unable to contain her laughter, Lu Mingyu nodded. Indeed, Brother Lin. Lu Lin, his chest heaving with anger, glared at her, pressing. Where have you been these past 3 months? It cannot be a travel permit. You used a passport. Where is it? Speak quickly. In the car earlier, she had deliberately provoked him, stirring his emotions and memories, rendering him incapable of rational thought regarding the travel bag. She had strategically placed the bag in the trunk. Time had elapsed significantly. Returning to search was no longer feasible. This cousin, shrewd and calculating, undoubtedly had a backup plan. He could not outmaneuver her. Within the Lu family, only his father, Lu Qiuyang, could suppress her. Lu Lin and Amp, Oppos, as teeth ground together in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyu regarded him with a smile, as if observing a jester. Eventually, Lu Lin spat through clenched teeth. You will never see grandmother again. Lu Mingyu's smile vanished, her eyes gleaming with defiance. And you shall forever be deprived of normal familial affection and parental love. Lu Lin shut his eyes, reopening them with a seething fury. You have ruined my family. Lu Mingyu coldly met his gaze. You forced my hand. Later that night, Lu Mingyu returned to the Lu residence in Shizi City. The gate to the backyard was still locked, secured with multiple bolts. She could not enter, nor could her grandmother exit. It was now 9:00 and Amp, Oppos, clock in the evening. Inside the rear house, Lu Qian was present. Her grandmother, Tao Yalin, advanced in years and suffering from dementia, lay in a rocking chair, gazing vacantly at the moon outside. Lu Qian attempted to engage her, but there was no response. Grandmother, stop looking at the ginkgo tree. Look at your granddaughter. Tao Yalin snapped back to reality. Granddaughter? Lu Qian leaned against her grandmother's knee. I've divorced. I've been married for only 6 months, and I'm so sad. Can't you send me some jewelry to comfort me? Tao Yalan pushed her head away. You silly girl. Don't rest your head on my lap. And don't ask for things. I don't know you. Lu Qian and Appo's expression soured. Grandmother. I am your granddaughter, Lu Qian. Tao Yalan frowned. You are not my granddaughter. My granddaughter is Xiao Yi. Lu Qian's face flushed with anger as she stood and scolded. You truly are senile. No one in this house is named Xiao Yi. Tao Yalan's eyes brimmed with tears. You're lying. My granddaughter is indeed named Xiao Yi. Lu Qian's demeanor darkened. Always going on about Xiao Yi. That is all you think about. With that, she shoved the elderly woman and stormed out. As she rounded the corridor, Lu Qian spotted Lu Mingyu standing at the entrance. Raising an eyebrow, she stood by the glass door and asked, Do you wish to see grandmother? Lu Mingyu looked up at her, yes. Lu Qian crossed her arms. Then beg me. Lu Mingyu replied, I beg you, my sister, please allow me to see grandmother. Lu Qian, donning a mocking expression, retorted, Kneel down and beg me. Lu Mingyu smiled. I heard you've divorced? Your ex-husband has been keeping over a dozen on the side. In an instant, Lu Qian's pride crumbled, and she erupted. Lu Mingyu, you wretched girl. Lu Mingyu shrugged. Why are you angry? Didn't you know this before marriage? It was the Lu family that insisted on associating with the Qin family. Now that he has grown tired of you, he wishes to leave? I bet many are laughing at you. Lu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling with rage. You, Lu Mingyu. Furiously, she brandished her keys to unlock the door. As she reached the final lock, Lu Mingyu suddenly dashed inside, forcefully yanking the locks open and tossing them into the nearby water basin. Lu Qian was left dumbfounded. Yet before she could react, Lu Mingyu had already sprinted to the rear house, pounding on the door. Her eyes shone brightly, more luminous than the moon. Grandmother, open the door. Xiao Yi is here to see you. With a creak, the door opened from within. Tao Yalan extended her hand. Xiao Yi, her face, adorned with wrinkles, lit up with joy, despite her unsteady gait as she hurried to embrace Lu Mingyu. Grandmother, Lu Mingyu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her. Lu Qian arrived, her face ashen. Lu Mingyu glanced back, ushering Tao Yalan inside and swiftly closing the door. With a click, she locked it. Lu Qian. She began to pound on the door, frantically, shouting and cursing. Lu Mingyu paid her no mind, instead helping her grandmother to a resting place, tucking her in with a blanket. Tao Yalan looked at her with a smile. Xiao Yi, how are your parents doing in Yaodu? Her dementia rendered her incapable of recalling events or people, selectively forgetting a decade of memories. Yet she remembered Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu smiled and nodded. They are well, busy with work and unable to visit you. Tao Yalan patted her hand. As long as Xiao Yi comes to see me, that is enough. Lu Mingyu held her grandmother's somewhat cold hand. Grandmother, please wear more clothes. Tao Yalan insisted. I'm not cold. I want to ride horses with Xiao Yi, feed the lions and tigers at the zoo, and ride roller coasters at the amusement park. Lu Mingyu chuckled. Grandmother, back then, I was mischievous and didn't understand. I took you to play, but you can't do those things now. Tao Yalan pouted. I can play. When you go out to play, you must take me with you. Lu Mingyu smiled. Yes, I promise. The elderly lady, lacking in vitality, soon dozed off after a brief conversation. Lu Mingyu fetched a thicker blanket to cover her and then stepped out into the living room, waiting quietly. Chapter 9. Mobile phone before long. A voice echoed at the door. Lu Mingyu, come out. Lu Mingyu opened the door leisurely and stepped outside. Duan Xiu instinctively raised her hand, intending to strike. However, Lu Mingyu glanced past her. Duan Xiu furrowed her brows and turned around. There stood Lu Qiuyang, with Lu Lin behind him. Duan Xiu retracted her hand and said, Lu Mingyu barged in here. She needs a lesson. Lu Qiuyang raised his hand, pointing at Lu Mingyu and Appo's swollen face. Who did this? Lu Mingyu looked towards Lu Lin. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on Lu Lin's face. Lu Lin stumbled back, his head tilting to the side, blood instantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. Lu Qian gasped in shock. Duan Xiu, enragé, chuted, Lu Qiuyang. How dare you hit my son? The commotion escalated in the backyard. Lu Mingyu, undeterred, strode past the four of them, walking right under her uncle and aunt, Appo's watchful eye. She returned to the dim room on the third floor. Late at night, Lu Mingyu's door was knocked upon, and then the key turned as Lu Lin entered directly. The earlier knocks were mere formality. Lu Mingyu sat at her desk, coldly regarding him. Lu Lin sighed and asked, "You will never forgive me, will you?" Lu Mingyu offered an enigmatic smile. "Which matter do you refer to?" Lu Lin replied, 10 years ago, the confinement incident." Lu Mingyu countered, "Why should I forgive you?" Lu Lin frowned. After learning the truth, Dad has punished Lu Qian. She had never been hit before. A cold glint sparked in Lu Mingyu and Appo's eyes. "So, prior to that, had I never been struck? Had I never been confined?" Lu Lin hesitated. Lu Mingyu's voice hardened. "Did my parents lock me in a windowless, lightless storage room, shackled, and whip me for 3 whole days?" Lu Lin's emotions were complex. Lu Mingyu pressed on. "Where on my body had I not been beaten?" My dear brother?" Lu Lin lowered his head. "It's my fault. I didn't investigate thoroughly." Lu Mingyu retorted, "It's too late." Lu Lin lifted his gaze. "Do you have to escalate things this way? We are siblings. Lu Qian is your sister. We are blood relatives." Lu Mingyu shot back. "Then you should also be confined for 3 days, whipped, and have some salt rubbed into your wounds." Lu Lin and Appo's brows twisted in anger. "How could you be so cruel?" Lu Mingyu chuckled softly. "You seem to be living as a joke, Lu Lin." "Mingyu, please don't say that." Lu Lin stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand. Lu Mingyu suddenly tilted her head back and said, "Uncle's study is on the 3rd floor. If I shout, someone will come. If he finds out you stole the key to enter my room, do you think you won't be confined?" Lu Lin's pupils dilated in shock. Lu Mingyu commanded, "Return my phone." Lu Lin, filled with regret, replied, "I gave it to my mother." Lu Mingyu insisted, "Go retrieve it." Lu Lin frowned. "That's somewhat difficult. She wants to unlock it and check your information." Lu Mingyu enunciated each word. "Go, bring it back." Lu Lin exclaimed, "Mingyu, you." Lu Mingyu began to open her mouth softly. "Ah," Lu Lin interrupted, "I understand. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. I promise." He exited the room and closed the door. Lu Mingyu wearily lowered her head and sighed deeply. She felt utterly exhausted. The following morning, Lu Mingyu was summoned to the study by Lu Qiuyang. This time, he had arranged a seat for her, sparing her from standing. Lu Mingyu sat quietly, not uttering a word. Lu Qiuyang observed her and then produced several photographs, handing them over. As Lu Mingyu glanced up, her pupils constricted. It was a photo of her grandmother lying in a hospital bed, emaciated and connected to numerous tubes. Lu Mingyu's fists clenched tightly, her fingertips turning white. Lu Qiuyang's voice remained warm and unhurried. "I sent you a message. Did you not see it?" During those 3 months, he had employed every means possible. Yet, she evidently remained oblivious to this. Perhaps she had chosen to block out the information, focusing solely on her own matters. Lu Qiuyang narrowed his eyes, playing with a string of olive pits. "Ming, you should behave. Your grandmother's health is deteriorating, and she could be admitted to the ICU at any moment." Lu Mingyu looked at him. "She is your biological mother. Have you lost your mind?" Lu Qiuyang and Appo's expression was indifferent. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. My mother is ill. Of course, she requires medical attention and proper treatment." Lu Mingyu felt a chilling sensation coursing through her veins. Yet, Lu Qiuyang spoke in a gentle tone. "Look at you, behaving recklessly and running away from home. Your grandmother is in such a state, and you can't even return home." Lu Mingyu struggled to suppress her trembling body, unable to utter a single word. Lu Qiuyang continued, "It seems I have given you too much freedom in the past." Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and lowered her head. Lu Qiuyang smiled. "Now recite the Jie for me." Noon. Lu Mingyu did not go downstairs for lunch. The butler sent food to her room. Lu Qiuyang was typically away during the day, currently at the company. At the long dining table of the Lu family sat Duan Xiu, Lu Qian, and Lu Lin. Lu Lin ate in silence. The mother and daughter engaged in conversation. Lu Qian exclaimed, "Mom." She ran away, but Dad still insists on bringing her back. Uncle left on his own accord back then. She shooed and Appo's to even bear the Lu surname. Grandfather and grandmother are biased towards her. It and Appo's. That's infuriating. Duan Xiu expressed her dissatisfaction. "Your temper has worsened since your divorce. Do not speak this way. What will outsiders think of the Lu family?" Lu Qian retorted. There are no outsiders here. Duan Xin ordered, prepare some new clothes for Lu Mingyu. Lu Qian looked up in shock. Mom? What are you saying? Du won't s'en replier. Once her face is no longer swollen, take her out to see the world and find a suitable suitor from a prominent family to marry quickly. Lu Qian shouted. My marriage is falling apart. Why should I plan for her? Duan Xin nodded. We need to find someone from a family more powerful than the Lu family. Someone who can call the shots. Lu Qian protested loudly. Mom, are you out of your mind? It was uncle who brought shame to the Lu family, making us the laughingstock of the entire city. Why does she still have the right to leverage the Lu family for a marriage alliance? Duan Xin patted Lu Qian and Appo's hand. Be obedient. Can your mother harm you? Lu Qian remained furious. I do not agree. I do not recognize her as a member of the Lu family. Have you forgotten how arrogant she was when she first came to the Lu family at 12? Duan Xin soothingly replied, I'm not asking you to find her a good husband. I'd rather she marry a beggar. The point is, she must have more authority than the Lu family, someone who can overshadow your father. Do you understand? Others may not see it, but can't you? This time, after Lu Mingyu ran away from home for 3 months, Lu Qiuyang has gone nearly mad. Duan Xin could no longer tolerate it. Lu Qian listened in stunned silence. Duan Xin whispered, keep these matters to yourself. Do not let Lu Mingyu or your father know. Lu Qian nodded vigorously. Chapter 10. Unanswered messages at this moment. Lu Lin stood up and declared, I have finished my meal. Please continue. He then ascended the stairs. Duan Xin found this peculiar and inquired, Lu Lin, are you not going to the company? Lu Lin paused momentarily, responding, with his face of mine, how can I go out? Duan Xin gazed at her son with concern, proclaiming, Mother will surely help you take revenge. She then engaged in hushed conversation with her daughter regarding the specifics. Lu Lin chose silence, and upon reaching the upper level, he turned and entered Duan Xin and Appo's makeup room, beginning his search for his phone. He found nothing. Just as he intended to continue his search in Duan Xin and Appo's room, he overheard the conversation of mother and daughter as they entered the room together. Lu Lin proceeded to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Lacking a key, he could not enter directly. The door opened from the inside, revealing Lu Mingyu, who asked, Did you bring the phone? Lu Lin replied, Not yet. Please wait a moment. It should be in my mother and Appo's room. Lu Mingyu regarded him in silence. Lu Lin continued, I can and Appo's go in. My mother and sister are inside, discussing matters privately. Lu Mingyu inquired, What are they discussing? Lu Lin answered, They're talking about how father hit me, and they're quite furious. Lu Mingyu teased surprisingly, They're not discussing me. How astonishing. Lu Lin frowned. Are you doubting this? They're also discussing how to torment you next time. After all, it was you who caused me to be beaten. He refrained from mentioning anything further. Naturally, he chose to side with his mother and sister over his cousin. In a luxurious villa nestled in the mountains of Xiangshan, Duan Xiu Ming gazed at the message thread on his phone. No response. It was not merely an hour or two, but an entire day, surpassing 24 hours. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he sent another message and continued to wait. By afternoon, she still had not replied. Very well, she possesses no heart. Duan Xiu Ming promptly booked the nearest available flight. A few hours later, he arrived at Shizi City Airport. Zhang Xiang greeted him in a striking dark green Lamborghini. Ming Yi, were you not supposed to stay in Shanjiang for a few days? Why the sudden arrival? By the way, how do you like my car? He asked. Duan Xiu Ming retorted, Have you found person? Which girl is it? He now doubted if she was even from Shizi City. Zhang Xiang sighed. Brother, Shizi City spans a vast 16,000 square kilometers, with a population exceeding 10 million. Duan Xiu Ming pressed. Aren't you quite capable? What is going on? Zhang Xiang's scalp tingled, without a photo or a name. This is the mainland, not the land of the free. Some matters are not convenient to pursue. Am I to search for a needle in a haystack? Ming Yi, have some mercy. My life is at stake. Duan Xiu Ming replied with a simple yes. Zhang Xiang queried, Duan Xiu Ming clarified. That should be a phonetic representation, a sound from her name. Zhang Xiang remarked, The difficulty is immense. We need to save lives. The following day, Lu Lin knocked on Lu Mingyu's door at the same hour. She had not emerged for 2 consecutive days, awaiting her meals to be brought to her. As the door opened, she immediately extended her hand, uttering only 2 words, phone. Lu Lin, somewhat irritated, retorted, "Try to be a bit more courteous." Lu Mingyu regarded him with indifference. Lu Lin maintained his own expression of apathy, stating, "The phone has fallen into the hands of a shady dealer. It cannot be retrieved." Lu Mingyu coldly responded, "Then you may as well die." Lu Lin gritted his teeth. "If you maintain this attitude, Father will have you copy the lessons for women 100 times. It seems that being out for 3 months has reignited your arrogance, has it not?" Lu Mingyu replied, "It is innate, a rebellious spirit." Lu Lin scoffed, "Yet you dare to use dual systems? What have you been up to with your alternate account?" Lu Mingyu smirked, "The self-destruct feature on my phone is quite effective." They dared to investigate, yet uncovered nothing, instead destroying that very phone. Meanwhile, her cousin was merely trying to engage her. It was all a facade. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Lu Lin fixed her with a cold stare, saying, "Lu Mingyu, you have truly descended into wickedness." Lu Mingyu reiterated, "You forced my hand." At this moment, in an apartment in Shizi City, Duan Xiu Ming was engaged in a game of darts. 2 days had passed, and she still had not replied to his messages. Even voice messages elicited no response. It was as though she had vanished from the earth. Zhan Xiang entered, stating, "Mingge, I have made the acquaintance of someone named Yi Song, who revealed some information. He mentioned that at that wedding, there was a unified narrative and no questions were posed." Duan Xiu Ming raised his gaze. Was it intentional? 3 months prior, inquiries regarding that wedding had been made. The newlyweds hailed from 2 prominent families in Shizi City. She had been with the bridesmaids and had naturally inquired about the bride and amp, Oppo's side. The response had been that they did not know, claiming they were hired actors. Now, however, this seemed to connect back to those families. Zhan Xiang leaned against the doorframe, nodding, "We have also discovered the reasons for this." Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Were there many inquiries?" Zhan Xiang and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment as he began to applaud. "Wow, brother, you guessed it." After that wedding, the unmarried heirs from noble families began to inquire. Duan Xiu Ming snorted. "Ah, so many are vying for her." Zhan Xiang shrugged, yet they still could not find anything. The unified narrative stance is quite strange, as if they are deliberately concealing something to avoid embarrassment. An illegitimate daughter? Duan Xiu Ming countered. "She does not strike me as an illegitimate child. The defiance she exhibited while drawing skulls does not resemble that of an adopted daughter. She is neither of those, nor is she a debutante from a prominent family." Duan Xiu Ming himself could not fathom the situation. Zhan Xiang added, "Then she must be a child of a noble family. I have procured a list of prominent families in Shizi City. All the key figures are included." Duan Xiu Ming picked it up, glanced at it, and tossed it onto the table. She did not sit at the main table. Zhan Xiang grimaced. "It and Oppo's. It's even more challenging to locate those on the periphery, without specific names. The number is staggering." Duan Xiu Ming displayed no emotion, neither pleased nor displeased. Zhan Xiang suggested, "Brother, should I employ some extreme measures? But who will handle the fallout? We cannot afford to expose ourselves during this sensitive period." Duan Xiu Ming responded, "This is quite vexing." Zhan Xiang blinked, asking in a few days, "There will be a private party booked at that forest lounge. There will be many people. Perhaps we could glean some information. Shall we go?" Duan Xiu Ming threw the dart in his hand, striking the bullseye with precision. "Let's go," he ordered. Zhan Xiang glanced at the dart. "Brother, you are quite terrifying. Just how much does she owe you? 9 figures? You are pursuing this debt quite eagerly." Duan Xiu Ming frowned. "Who told you she owes me money?" Zhan Xiang was taken aback. "Then what is the purpose of your relentless search?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "To date her." Zhan Xiang was stupefied. In the Lu household, an additional desk had been placed in the study of the elder uncle. Lu Mingyu was diligently copying texts, writing them over and over. Lu Qiuyang sat behind the desk, meticulously polishing an olive pit, his gold-rimmed glasses gleaming brightly. He engaged in no other activities, merely observing her as she wrote. After 3 consecutive copies, Lu Mingyu set down her pen. Lu Qiuyang regarded her with genteel warmth. "Dear, it's time to rest." Lu Mingyu suppressed her nausea and strode towards the study door. Lu Qiuyang called after her, "Etiquette. Have you forgotten again? Taking a deep breath, Lu Mingyu slowed her pace and approached the door. Xiaoye. A deep male voice called her from behind. Bang! Lu Mingyu slammed the door behind her. Chapter 11. A good girl. 3 days later, at 8 in the evening, a lounge nestled deep within the wetlands of Shizi City commenced its daily operations. This establishment, having opened merely a few months prior, had already gained considerable fame and high ratings, becoming a popular yet exclusive venue often reserved for private gatherings by affluent young socialites. The interior of the lounge resembled a small labyrinth, with courtyards connecting to sections of the surrounding forest, outdoor wicker chairs placed at intervals, and a scenic pond enhancing its allure. On pleasant days, the ambience seamlessly blended the indoors with the outdoors. At this moment, Duan Xiu Ming sat beside the pond, observing the koi gracefully swimming within. How many days had it been? He couldn't be bothered to count. Each message he had sent had seemingly vanished into the void, as the recipient chose to disregard him entirely, which was infuriating. Not far behind him, in a corner, Zhan Xiang engaged in conversation with a young man named Yisong, who had been specifically selected among the many heirs of Shizi City for his valuable insights. Zhan Xiang, adept at conversation, was deftly extracting information, while Yisong was captivated by Zhan Xiang and Appo's Lamborghini, eager to borrow it. As time passed, the sounds of voices echoed from the entrance as the promised heirs began to arrive. The lounge filled with laughter and chatter, some bringing along youthful companions. The Su siblings had returned to Shizi City and were among the attendees. Lu Qian entered with her sister, Lu Mingyu, adorned in vibrant attire, exuding no hint of the sorrow one might expect after a divorce. Upon entering, she greeted everyone with familiar ease. Lu Mingyu, clad in a sleeveless white dress that fell just below her knees, her hair styled in a ponytail and a subtle makeup enhancing her features, embodied the quintessential good girl image. As soon as they arrived, Su Suyue leaped up, exclaiming, "Wow, Mingyu, you're here. You look stunning today." She rushed over to embrace Lu Mingyu's arm. Lu Qian, casting a glance at the two linked together, remarked, "Yeah, I sincerely apologize. Mingyu has been a handful at Xiangshan Island, causing you unnecessary worry." Su Wenjun, unable to take his eyes off Lu Mingyu, finally managed to respond, "It's nothing." Shang-Chi approached with a friendly greeting. Lu, good to see you again." Lu Mingyu reciprocated greetings in turn, ignoring the others. Su Suyue pulled Lu Mingyu toward the corner, asking, "What is going on? I sent you messages, but there was no response." Lu Mingyu replied, "My phone was confiscated and destroyed." Su Suyue exclaimed in frustration, "Are you serious? How did things escalate to this level?" "Thankfully, they think you were on vacation. If they knew you were attending school, especially at such a prestigious institution, they would surely go mad." Lu Mingyu sighed. "Who says otherwise?" Su Suyue continued, "Why don't I take you to my house now to grab your passport and make a run for it?" Lu Mingyu responded softly, "Grandma's health is poor. Her current situation is akin to house arrest. With her dementia, she is unable to care for herself, and my uncle has plenty of means and justifications." Su Suyue frowned. "Without boundaries? Is that how they threaten you? How long is your break?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Less than a month." Su Suyue, growing anxious, said, "That is too short. It's a precarious situation." Lu Mingyu suggested, "I could apply for a deferral or take a leave of absence." Su Suyue observed her face and suddenly chuckled. "Can I call you and Appo's? Little Wild and Appo's from now on?" Lu Mingyu inquired, "Did you notice?" "Su Sui Po Lifu Li Win Ge. You look just like your mother." Lu Mingyu smiled faintly. Su Suyue then asked, "How did Lu Qian end up bringing you out?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I don't know, whatever." Su Suyue pressed, "You have no ties to the Shizi City aristocrats. What brings you here? Did you suddenly want to make acquaintances?" Lu Mingyu answered casually, "Just looking for someone to kill time with." Su Suyue gasped in shock. "Huh? Are you feeling all right?" Before they could continue their conversation, Lu Qian called out, "Mingyu, come over and greet everyone." Lu Mingyu walked over, and Lu Qian cheerfully introduced her. "This is my sister, Lu Mingyu, very obedient and well-mannered, raised in seclusion." Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Wow, isn't this the beauty from Lu Qian and Appo's wedding? So, she is a local? The second miss of the Lu family. Why has the second miss of the Lu family never been seen before?" Lu Qian, Your family is quite good at hiding. Is she really your biological sister? Lu Qian shot a venomous glance but smiled. Yes, my biological sister. This was the public narrative. The Lu family denied the existence of their uncle, especially Lu Qiuliang. They could claim she was an adopted daughter, but Duan Xin disagreed, stating it was easier to manage a biological child. In reality, it served as a warning to Lu Qiuliang. Outside, Duan Xiu Ming opened his eyes, observing the scene. He gestured to Zhan Xiang, who quickly leaned in to listen. Duan Xiu Ming pointed inside her. Zhan Xiang immediately looked over, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, she is indeed beautiful, more stunning than any star. No wonder Ming Ge can't oppose. T stopped thinking about her. Zhan Xiang nodded eagerly on it. Duan Xiu Ming shifted from reclining to sitting upright, watching Lu Mingyu, the epitome of the good girl persona, in the crowd. She was quite the actress. Zhan Xiang turned and approached the corner, tapping He Song on the shoulder. We have a task. He Song, brimming with excitement, inquired, What is it? Zhan Xiang grinned. The beauty in the white dress inside. Find out more about her, and I'll let you drive my Lamborghini. He Song saluted enthusiastically. No problem. With everyone here, how can I not find out? A short while later, He Song returned, a hint of nervousness evident in his demeanor, knowing that Duan Xiu Ming was the true mastermind behind the scenes, while Zhan Xiang, the minor player, could drive the Lamborghini, showcasing the boss's formidable influence. Duan Xiu Ming, maintaining his stoic expression, asked, Who is she? He Song answered, She is the second miss of the Lu family, Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiu Ming pressed further. What is her full name? Zhan Xiang promptly handed over paper and pen. He Song, taken aback by Zhan Xiang and oppose, as preparedness, swiftly wrote it down. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at it with a cold smile, casually tossing it aside. Lu Mingyu, what a fitting name. A wild spirit, true to her name. He Song nodded in agreement. Indeed, her name is quite lovely. Duan Xiu Ming asked, Tell me more about her situation. He Song quickly elaborated. She is the youngest daughter of the family head, but is not favored. Duan Xiu Ming inquired, How old is she? He Song replied, She is 22 this year. Duan Xiu Ming continued, Has she always been this way? Submissive and meek? He Song affirmed, She has been raised in seclusion for over 20 years, a model good girl. Suddenly, Duan Xiu Ming chuckled knowingly. What a good girl indeed. He Song, puzzled by his tone and demeanor, exchanged a questioning look with Zhan Xiang, who was equally baffled, observing. She does appear quite docile. Surely, she has never had a drink? He Song replied, Certainly, she must be a teetotaler. This is her first time venturing out. Her sister explicitly mentioned that Lu Mingyu is the type to be compliant, particularly suitable for. He hesitated, the latter part of his sentence unspoken. Suitable for a marriage alliance. The intent was unmistakable. A girl so stunning yet hidden away, suddenly presenting herself as the epitome of innocence, must have ulterior motives. And they were likely unfavorable, sacrificial unions for the family as benefit. Duan Xiu Ming suddenly tilted his head, commanding, Use your skills to lure her over. I cannot go. She would flee the moment I appeared. A good girl can be both cunning and playful. He Song glanced at Lu Mingyu, surrounded by admirers, feeling a headache coming on. How could he possibly deceive her? Yet, he steeled himself and approached her nonetheless. Chapter 12. Observation. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Mingyu stood, with Lu Qian by her side. They were all from similar circles, and curiosity about the second Miss Lu, whom they were seeing for the first time, buzzed around them, resulting in a cacophony of questions that began to irritate Lu Mingyu. Leaning closer, Lu Qian whispered, Be good, don't forget your identity. Embarrassing the Lu family would anger father and draw mother's wrath. Lu Mingyu smiled, You're the dimmest in the Lu family. Perhaps you should speak less. Lu Qian, incensed, retorted, You. Lu Mingyu, with a flawless smile, adjusted her sister's skirt, saying, Mind your image. If you tarnish the Lu family's reputation, you too shall be punished. And I shall embellish the tale. Lu Qian fell silent, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Their conversation was hushed, unnoticed by others. Su Wenjun remarked, The bond between the sisters is truly remarkable. Su Xia shot him a look of disbelief. Shortly thereafter, He Song approached, greeting, Would you care for a drink, Miss Lu? Lu Qian politely declined. Young master, my sister does not drink. The He family held a respectable position among the elite, yet He Song lacked the requisite cunning. While Lu Qian wished to see Lu Mingyu wed soon, she also hoped that the marriage would not be too favorable. He Song, sensing the moment, inquired, "Would you prefer some juice?" "Yes," Lu Mingyu replied. Su Suya raised her hand. "I'd like some fruit wine." "I and Appos. I'll fetch it for you," He Song offered. Lu Qian shot Lu Mingyu a glare. Lu Mingyu then excused herself to the restroom. Lu Qian turned to another table, not genuinely seeking to introduce Lu Mingyu to friends. She simply found her sister bothersome. In the restroom, Lu Mingyu washed her hands and stood by the sink in a daze. "Sans qui emote, greeting here, Lulu." Lu Mingyu snapped back to reality, smiling. "Hello." Sang-Chi returned the smile. "I have work tomorrow, so I must take my leave. Enjoy yourself." They exited together, encountering Su Wenjun waiting outside. Sang-Chi linked arms with him, saying, "Shall we go?" Su Wenjun remained still, looking at Lu Mingyu with concern. "Are you all right? Those people can be overwhelming. Perhaps you should sit outside for a while." Just then, He Song arrived with the juice, saying, "Shall I take her?" "Please, young master He." Su Wenjun agreed. Turning to Lu Mingyu, "I'll escort my girlfriend home and return shortly." Sang-Chi smiled stiffly. "Goodbye, Miss Lu." He Song handed her the juice. "There's a beautiful view outside. Let us go." Lu Mingyu accepted the drink and followed him outdoors. He Song held the door open, saying, "This is the place. It's quite tranquil. Please take a moment to rest, Miss Lu." Lu Mingyu performed a modest bow in accordance with Lu family etiquette. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He Song replied, turning to close the door. Then, before Lu Mingyu and Appo's eyes, he audibly locked it. She looked up, meeting his gaze, her eyes sharp with an uncontainable intensity. He Song's action inadvertently struck a nerve, and she felt a surge of aggression. He Song, taken aback by her expression, was startled. Fortunately, Zhan Xiang soon appeared. Patting He Song's shoulder, "Let us guard the door together." He Song, still shaken, whispered, "Brother Zhan, did you see that?" Zhan Xiang remained calm. "Yes, I did. She just tried to kill me." He Song exclaimed. Zhan Xiang acknowledged, "Indeed, that must have crossed her mind. What the hell? Where's the obedient girl I was promised?" Zhan Xiang chuckled. "Calm down. She was really going to kill you." He didn't truly understand Lu Mingyu, but he knew his boss, Duan Xiu Ming. Such a formidable person could never be interested in a docile girl, no matter how beautiful. Duan Xiu Ming's ideal partner would be a comrade, not a pet. They must be equally matched in strength or exceptional in ability. Lu Mingyu observed the two for a moment, but neither would meet her gaze. Separated by the glass door and some distance, she could not discern their conversation. Growing disinterested, she turned away. Behind her lay a vast wetland forest, filled with towering ancient trees. This lounge was nestled deep within the urban wetland, surrounded by trees, a serene oasis amidst the chaos of the city. It must be breathtaking by day, yet now, at night, it offered no such solace, and her mood soured. Gazing at the trees in the night, Lu Mingyu remained motionless until a sharp sound broke the silence. Snap. She turned her head to see outdoor tables and chairs, where a man sat with an air of nonchalance, staring at her intently. He wore a collarless suit, paired with a shirt or t-shirt. His slicked-back hair and chiseled features exuded a potent sense of aggression. Despite his handsome appearance, his lack of a smile made him appear fierce. Lu Mingyu stepped forward, drawn to this quiet refuge from the indoor clamor, where the outdoor rattan chairs and tables were positioned by a water feature, leading directly into the wetland forest. Taking a seat across from a man, she placed her juice down and began to observe. On the rattan table were several bottles of liquor and 2 empty glasses, alongside 2 boxes of cigarettes, one opened, the other untouched. Lu Mingyu poured herself a glass of liquor and drank it in one go. The man flicked a cigarette towards her with remarkable precision, landing it just on the edge of the table near her hand. His control over his strength was somewhat intimidating. Lu Mingyu remarked, "That will have an odor. A good girl smoking would be punished." The man retrieved the cigarette. He then regarded her, his voice deep as he pronounced, "Lu Mingyu? You've guessed correctly?" Lu Mingyu replied. The man smirked slightly. "Your name is quite nice. Lu Mingyu from the Book of Songs? No wonder you hail from a cultured family in Jiangnan." Lu Mingyu met his gaze, asking, "What is her name?" "Duan Xiu Ming," he stated, his voice strong and resonant. After writing it down on a piece of paper, he slid it towards her with just the right amount of force and angle. Lu Mingyu did not bother picking it up, merely glancing down and coolly commenting, "You seem rather fierce." Duan Xiu Ming chuckled. "Not as fierce as you, who is utterly unapproachable." Intrigued, Lu Mingyu gazed at the koi in the pond, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. "Where are you from?" she inquired. "If you mean my origins." "I'm from Xiangjiang," he replied. "I can't tell. Your Mandarin is excellent," Lu Mingyu noted. "What about you? Where do you hail from?" he asked. "Of course. I'm from Shizi City," she smiled. "You don't seem like it," he commented. Lu Mingyu looked at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Then where do I seem to be from?" His gaze pierced through her, like a scorpion emerging from the desert. "Thank you for the compliment," Lu Mingyu replied. Duan Xiu Ming turned his attention away, gazing into the distance, and asked, "May I inquire, Miss Lu, why the disparity between your public and private personas?" "Family rules are quite strict," she answered. A pause ensued. Leaning back lazily, Duan Xiu Ming suddenly remarked, "Strict family rules for finding a man to bed. I see." Chapter 13. Temptation. Lu Mingyu gazed at him with sidelong eyes. Duan Xiu Ming, not granting her even a glance, fixed his gaze ahead. How does the well-behaved girl raised in the depths of the Lu family's courtyard sound so delightful beneath me? Lu Mingyu, look me in the eye and say that. Duan Xiu Ming stole a fleeting glance at her, averting his eyes, pursing his lips in silence. Yet, Lu Mingyu held his gaze intently, for she had been testing him ever since she sat down. Suddenly, she spoke. "Your muffled groans are more captivating than mine." Duan Xiu Ming. Lu Mingyu continued. "How do you produce such sounds? Especially that last one. You're quite skilled. Why not lend your voice to special scenes?" Duan Xiu Ming regarded her, his expression after a pause. He responded with irritation. "Are you putting on airs in front of me? You seem quite humble with those others." Lu Mingyu remained calm. "If you want me to act, I can." "Don't." Duan Xiu Ming raised his hand and said, "Your act of being good is dull. It's far cooler when you're arrogant." Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow, shifting the topic. "Why does Song listen to you?" Duan Xiu Ming. "He has one of my brother's people." "Brother?" Lu Mingyu glanced at the glass door and asked, "What is his name?" Duan Xiu Ming arched an eyebrow, questioning her curiosity. Why the detailed inquiry? Nevertheless, he replied, "Zhan Xiang." Lu Mingyu stared at the towering ancient tree ahead. "Oh, Zhan Xiang." Duan Xiu Ming softened his tone. "All right, I'm not here to argue. I was a bit angry earlier. Losing my temper at you was my fault. My apologies." Lu Mingyu fell silent for a moment. Then, her voice turned gentle, articulating each word. "Now, it's my turn to be angry." A subtle provocation. Duan Xiu Ming closed his eyes, hesitating, before reopening them. "You truly are infuriating." He suppressed the urge to curse and lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before extinguishing it. "Lu Mingyu, why did you stop?" Duan Xiu Ming shot her a sideways glance, his tone displeased. "Afraid the good girl will come home smelling of smoke and get scolded." Lu Mingyu chuckled silently. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at her attire and asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" Lu Mingyu returned the look and replied, "Not as flashy as your bathrobe." Duan Xiu Ming was rendered speechless. Lu Mingyu ceased speaking and took another drink. After a long while, Duan Xiu Ming finally broached the crucial topic. "Why haven't you replied to my messages these past few days?" Lu Mingyu countered, "Are you angry?" Duan Xiu Ming, "It's been days. How could I not be?" Lu Mingyu fell silent again, scrutinizing him. Duan Xiu Ming, "What else with that look?" Lu Mingyu, "My family confiscated my phone the day we parted." Duan Xiu Ming was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. What era is this? And such things still happen. Lu Mingyu met his gaze. "May I ask you?" Before she could finish, Duan Xiu Ming snapped back to reality, retrieving his phone, removing the SIM card, and placing his phone before her. The motion was swift and seamless. "Sorry, I didn't connect the dots. Please use mine." He then gestured behind him. Before long, Zhan Xiang entered, bending down. "Duan Xiu Ming, give me your phone." Zhan Xiang. He glanced at the phone on the table, then at Duan Xiu Ming, utterly bewildered. "I'll format it first." Zhan Xiang hurriedly pulled out his phone, formatted it, removed the SIM card, and handed it over. Duan Xiu Ming added, "Go get a new card. Quickly." "Understood, brother." Zhan Xiang nodded and hurried off, but before leaving, he inexplicably shot several strange glances at Lu Mingyu, as if she were a creature of curiosity. Lu Mingyu displayed no expression, observing the scene. Brother? More like a little brother. Duan Xiu Ming turned back to her. Custom phone, anti-tracking, the highest level of information encryption. The car will arrive shortly. Zhan Xiang is capable. Lu Mingyu glanced at the matte black phone. You haven't formatted it yet. Duan Xiu Ming replied nonchalantly. Feel free to look. Lu Mingyu frowned, avoiding his gaze. How strange. How could he be like this? Duan Xiu Ming, however, wore a smile in his eyes. You're 22, not 12. Does your family still resort to confiscating phones? She had intentionally ignored him. He had been angry for no reason these past few days and had even quarreled with her. Lu Mingyu lifted her head and looked at him. Thank you, she said, then took the matte black phone and proceeded to format it. Duan Xiu Ming glanced over. Aren't you curious about what's on my phone? Lu Mingyu, what is there to be curious about in a dual system? These were remnants of her own usage. Duan Xiu Ming nodded, instinctively praising her. Cautious, a good habit. In 10 minutes, Zhan Xiang returned, panting. Here you go, Brother Ming. New card. Duan Xiu Ming held out the card in his palm, offering it to Lu Mingyu. Safe, usable worldwide. Lu Mingyu delicately picked up the card. Duan Xiu Ming felt an inexplicable itch in his palm. She was already inserting the card. Yet, he still extended his hand, not withdrawing it. Zhan Xiang couldn't bear to witness this, frowning as he left to resume his post. After Lu Mingyu had set up the phone, she lifted her gaze. Duan Xiu Ming finally retracted his hand, gazing at her. Then you want to be angry with me anymore? Lu Mingyu understood he referred to her earlier provocation and testing. It's all right, she replied. Duan Xiu Ming was taken aback. You could speak Cantonese? Lu Mingyu's eyes brightened. I can. She grew up in the demon capital and had known it since childhood. It was her mother tongue. Wow. Duan Xiu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, then we can communicate in 3 languages while dating. Lu Mingyu lowered her head, her expression complex. Dating, she repeated. Which 3? Duan Xiu Ming. Mandarin, Cantonese, and English? You can speak English, right? Lu Mingyu smiled. Yes, I can. Duan Xiu Ming. American or British? Lu Mingyu. London accent. Duan Xiu Ming could no longer conceal his amusement. I'll go learn the dialect of Shizi City, and we'll communicate in various languages. Lu Mingyu. Not necessary. Duan Xiu Ming's smile faded. You don't want me to learn? Lu Mingyu. It's quite complex, with many variations. Duan Xiu Ming observed her, nodding. All right. It was a bit odd, but not a problem. Lu Mingyu glanced at the time. I should be going. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. We've only exchanged a few words? Lu Mingyu. You know my family has strict rules. Duan Xiu Ming. Is it that bothersome? Lu Mingyu. Yes, young Master Duan. Please open the door. It's second young Master Duan. Duan Xiu Ming corrected. Call me when you have time, and remember to reply to messages. As he finished speaking, he gestured behind him. The door swung open immediately, granting her passage. Lu Mingyu's gaze softened slightly as she smiled at him. All right, young Master Duan. Duan Xiu Ming fixed his eyes on her. If you keep smiling at me like that, do you believe I'll tie you up and marry you in Shangjiang? After all, there's no language barrier. Lu Mingyu paused, turning to him. Duan Xiu Ming scrutinized her expression. Are you angry again? Lu Mingyu. If you can do it quickly. With that, she walked towards a glass door. Duan Xiu Ming watched her retreating figure, his eyes shifting slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he grabbed the juice bottle on the table and drank it all in one go, feeling a bit lightheaded. Chapter 14. An unprecedented maneuver as Lu Mingyu stepped outside. She cast a fleeting glance at He-song, whispering, which son of the He family is that? He-song, startled, trembled, and dared not respond, lowering his head instead. Once the person had walked past, He-song, in a state of trepidation, exclaimed, Jean, brother Jean. Zhan Xiang chuckled. Yes, I'm here. He-song pointed at Lu Mingyu's retreating figure. Just now, that was? Zhan Xiang replied, a grudge. He-song, sweating profusely, asked, will she kill me? You know, in a dismembering sort of way. Zhan Xiang, exasperated, replied, how could that be? You're overthinking. She clearly lacks any physical strength. At most, she might seek some form of mild revenge. It just depends on her method. He-song countered, but the contrast is simply terrifying. Her voice is so soft that if one doesn't look in her eyes, they might think she is being coy. Yet upon meeting her gaze, it's utterly chilling. Zhang Xiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the contrast is striking. At that moment, Duan Xiu Ming gestured for them to enter, and Zhang Xiang promptly led He Song inside. Brother Ming, finished discussing so soon? Zhang Xiang inquired with a smile. He Song, eager to ingratiate himself, chimed in, Congratulations, Brother Ming. Zhang Xiang looked bewildered. What are you congratulating for? He Song stammered, I just thought I'd offer some empty congratulations. Duan Xiu Ming then glanced at He Song, wishing you prosperity. He Song replied, huh? Zhang Xiang, astonished, turned to Duan Xiu Ming. What is going on, Brother Ming? Why the sudden joy? Duan Xiu Ming raised a finger, pausing momentarily as if pondering. He queried, what is the proposal process in Shizi City? Zhang Xiang was taken aback. What? No, Brother Ming. You've only met a few times. How can you what? I wasn't asking you. I was inquiring of him. Duan Xiu Ming directed his attention to He Song. What customs do you have here? He Song, equally shocked, shook his head. I haven't proposed before, so I wouldn't know. Zhang Xiang, in utter despair, exclaimed, Brother Ming, please calm down. You ought to show some respect for the lady. She clearly comes from a strict upbringing. You can't propose after just 2 meetings. Have you met her parents? Did you get their consent? Don't make things worse. Duan Xiu Ming questioned. Is proposing not respectful? Zhang Xiang retorted. Have you considered the current situation? Your identity? It's easy to be caught in a scandal. Is it appropriate? He Song, anxious, interjected, what identity? What's inappropriate? Duan Xiu Ming paused, nodding, oh, vexing. Zhang Xiang sighed in relief. There's no rush. This period is perfect for nurturing feelings. Don't be so aggressive from the start. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Xiu Ming asked, where's my brother? I'll have him represent me and come propose. His status is quite suitable. Zhang Xiang nearly lost his mind. Without hesitation, Duan Xiu Ming made a phone call. After 3 rings, the call connected. Duan Xiu Ming, lounging arrogantly, asked, where are you? The other party spoke something unclear. Duan Xiu Ming frowned, expressing dissatisfaction. In a meeting? How long will it take? Pause for a moment. I need to speak with you. Sounds of movement were heard before silence fell. Duan Xiu Ming continued. No one there? Come to Shizi City to help me propose, right now. A long silence followed on the line, then the call ended. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at his phone screen. Astonished he hung up on me? Zhang Xiang slapped his forehead. At this rate, who wouldn't he hang up without missing a beat? Duan Xiu Ming dialed another number, stating, where is my brother having a meeting? White-headed Eagle. Which city? Fine. Blow up his conference hall. The phone line erupted in cries of shock. Duan Xiu Ming coldly remarked, why do you ask why? Tell him to return my call. He Song stood by dumbfounded. What an outrageous maneuver. Zhang Xiang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, can't you be a bit more normal, Brother Ming? He Song whispered. Is Brother Ming always this reckless? Zhang Xiang, exasperated, explained he*s reckless in love. He*s inexperienced, a complete novice. He Song cast a strange glance at him. Blowing up a building isn't reckless? He was talking about blowing up a building, not romance. What are you two focusing on? Meanwhile, on the sofa inside, Lu Qian surveyed the room and inquired, haven't you seen my sister, He Song? Su Siyue interjected, oh, right. That damned He Song. Where's my fruit wine? Su Wenjun returned and approached them, asking, where's Mingyu? Su Siyue snapped, why do you care? Every day, it's the same. So irritating. Su Wenjun zipped. He Song said he took her outside for a bit. She hasn't returned yet? Lu Qian remarked, they've been gone for half an hour. He Song neither had the family background to silence the Lu family nor any scandalous dealings. This was not what Duan Xin sought. But Su Wenjun, anxious, exclaimed, what? Quick, call. Lu Qian responded, Lu Mingyu doesn't have her phone right now. Just then, Lu Mingyu appeared, holding a bottle of fruit wine, asking, is this the fruit wine? Su Siyue's eyes lit up as she lunged, yes. You really know me. Su Wenjun frowned and asked, Mingyu, where's He Song? Lu Mingyu lowered her head slightly. The young master of the He family encountered someone, apparently named John, and they were chatting. I got lost on my way back and stumbled upon the wine cabinet to help Ye fetch the wine. Su Siyue tilted her head, expressing skepticism. Huh? Lost? If Lu Mingyu could get lost, She'd chop off her head to use as a ball. Su Wenjun, somewhat irate, exclaimed, "He song left you there unattended." Lu Qian scolded Lu Mingyu. "How could you run off with someone on your first visit? Did I permit that? And you've been lost for half an hour? So foolish." At that moment, He Song's voice echoed from behind. "Ah, I found you all." He was accompanied by Zhan Xiang. Su Wenjun turned around, displeased. "He Song, you've gone too far today." He Song protested. "Me? What have I done?" Lu Qian chimed in angrily. "He Song, why did you take my sister away? And you didn't even inform me." He Song stammered. Su Wenjun, with a poor attitude, retorted, "Lu Mingyu is my childhood friend. I agreed to your taking her out for fresh air, yet you left her there unattended." He Song, this event was orchestrated by you, right? There is no way to treat guests like this. Su Suyue frowned, turning to her brother. Lu Qian added, "He Song, please have some self-awareness and keep your distance from my sister. She cannot roam freely without my permission." It was unnecessary to escalate things, but a scolding was in order. Su Wenjun pressed further. "And who is this Zhan?" Zhan Xiang, taken aback, pointed to himself. "My surname is Zhan. What is the issue?" Su Wenjun continued to express his displeasure, his words lacking any politeness. He Song, realizing the situation, covertly glanced at Lu Mingyu. "Goodness, she has been waiting here." The barrage of scolding left him utterly bewildered. Zhan Xiang also looked at Lu Mingyu, momentarily stunned. Such a temper? Is she playing a game of using others as a weapon? Does Brother Ming have a penchant for the cunning? Zhan Xiang pondered for a moment, and then approached He Song, patting his shoulder. "He Xiao, aren't these all your friends? Care to introduce us?" Interrupting the tirade before it escalated further, lest He Song's face turn the color of envy. Chapter 15. Threats. "Oh, right," He Song promptly exclaimed. "Allow me to introduce. This is Brother Zhan Xiang, the proprietor of the lounge." Su Suyue inquired, "You are the owner?" Zhan Xiang smiled at her. "Indeed, little sister." Su Wenjun was somewhat taken aback. This wetland, situated in the heart of the city, was exceptionally well preserved. To his knowledge, acquiring commercial land here was exceedingly challenging. "What could be the background of this, Zhan?" Lu Qian then asked. "So this lounge is your establishment? That imposing dark green supercar outside is yours too?" Zhan Xiang nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed mine." Su Suyue exclaimed, "I adore Lamborghinis. However, my father wanted amp, oppos, to allow me to have an extravagant car. He only lets me drive a smaller model." Finding the girl rather amusing, Zhan Xiang suggested, "How about we switch cars sometime?" Su Suyue and oppos, eyes sparkled instantly. "Really? You're not jesting, are you?" He Song, feeling a bit anxious, whispered, "Brother Zhan, what about me?" Zhan Xiang chuckled as he handed the car keys to him, saying, "Well, you can take it for now. Just don't drink and drive." "Wow." He Song was ecstatic, then shouted to Su Suyue, "Ha ha, you can wait your turn." Su Suyue dashed forward to snatch the keys. "I'll drive first." The onlookers were unable to conceal their astonishment at this scene. Such an expensive car, lent out so casually. The keys were handed over without a second thought. Only Lu Mingyu stood silently at the back of the crowd, her expression impassive. He Song caught sight of her gaze and immediately ceased his playful antics, visibly intimidated. Zhan Xiang noticed this too and let out a barely perceptible sigh. The well-behaved girl certainly seemed to hold a grudge. At that moment, a person from the adjacent table approached with 2 glasses of wine in hand. Lu Qian swiftly pulled Lu Mingyu forward, saying, "Mingyu, this is young Master How Lushing. Do greet him." Lu Mingyu discerned from her tone that the Hao family overshadowed the Lu family in stature. Hao Lushing stared intently at Lu Mingyu, offering her a glass. "Miss Lu, would you care for a drink?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I'm afraid I can't oppose. Handle alcohol." Su Wenjun interjected, "Young Master Hao, she does not drink." Hao Lushing appeared somewhat displeased. "Surely, that can't be so?" Lu Qian frowned, pressing, "Mingyu, it's just a glass of wine. Young Master Hao is personally toasting you. Don't be discourteous." With that, she seized the glass from Hao Lushing and insistently tried to hand it to Lu Mingyu. "Quickly drink," Lu Qian urged. "You can offer young Master Hao the toast later." However, at that moment, Su Suyue suddenly twisted her ankle and collided with Lu Qian and Oppo's arm. Crash! The drink in Lu Qian and Oppo's hands spilled everywhere. Oh, I'm so sorry. Su Siyue apologized, quickly grabbing another glass from the table and offering it my apologies. The two glasses of wine were identical in appearance, looking indistinguishable. Lu Qian handed the new glass to Lu Mingyu, her voice low and forceful. Drink, quickly. Lu Mingyu accepted it and drank it down. Unbeknownst to her, Su Siyue had offered her juice. Hao Lushing scanned Lu Mingyu and suggested, "Shall we sit over there for a chat?" But Zhang Xiang suddenly stepped forward, warmly draping his arm over Hao Lushing and Amp, Oppo's, as shoulder, Young Master Hao, why didn't you let me know you were here? I could have brought out some fine wine to entertain you. Hao Lushing replied, Boss Zhang, you're here too. Zhang Xiang responded, of course. Shall we go chat over there? Hao Lushing nodded. It's rare to see Boss Zhang today. Let us discuss our racing experiences later. Zhang Xiang agreed, absolutely. The two of them ambled off, arms around each other's shoulders. Lu Qian pulled Lu Mingyu aside into a corner, her eyes filled with urgency. You must accompany the guests for drinks, understand? Make sure young master Hao is pleased. Lu Mingyu turned to her. Uncle will be furious if he finds out. Lu Qian smirked coldly. You have dirt on me. It is you who should be frightened. Lu Mingyu replied calmly. To enlighten me, what dirt? Lu Qian snapped. Stop that attitude. Go pool drink. You must ensure young master Hao is entertained today. The Hao family was too suitable. They eclipsed the Lu family. And Hao Lushing had a reputation for being reckless, perhaps even troubled. Lu Mingyu declared, I want to go. Lu Qian warned, you must. I saw you with Hisong earlier. I took a picture. Are you not afraid? I can easily deal with you now. Lu Mingyu retorted, good luck. Your threats are futile. Lu Qian's expression darkened. If she persisted, what do you think will happen if father sees those photos? You should never have come to a place like this. Lu Mingyu found it amusing. But you brought me here, sister. Lu Qian threatened. Will you go or not? If you refuse, I will show the photos to father. And he will have every right to confine you. I'll tear your face and pour salt on it. Lu Mingyu smirked. My face? Are you certain? Lu Qian and Oppo's pupils constricted in shock, and she hissed lowly, Lu Mingyu, you wretched girl. You're just like your mother. Both of you are despicable. Lu Mingyu smiled faintly. Enjoy your fate, dear sister. With that, she turned away from Lu Qian and walked directly towards Su Siyue. Yeah, could you help me hail a cab? I wish to go home. Of course. Let us go. Su Wenjun produced the car keys. I'll give you a ride. Su Siyue questioned, brother, are you drinking and driving? Su Wenjun reassured her, my car seat's for. I can get a designated driver. Lu Mingyu declined. I want to chat with you for a while. Su Siyue shot Su Wenjun a disapproving look and walked alongside Lu Mingyu as they exited. Once they reached the entrance, Lu Mingyu revealed her matte black phone. No need. I have my phone. Su Siyue was taken aback. Where did you get that? Didn't you just say you didn't have one? By the way, that color is rather cool. Lu Mingyu replied. It belongs to the lounge's owner. Su Siyue was puzzled, oh? Zhang Xiang? Lu Mingyu shook her head. No, another one. Su Siyue was astonished. What? There are two owners. Lu Mingyu clarified. The behind-the-scenes owner. Su Siyue gasped. Behind the scenes. Are they good or bad? Lu Mingyu paused for a second, uncertain. Su Siyue shrugged. All right, I want to pry. You seem to have your own plans. Shall I go back in? Be careful on your way. Lu Mingyu nodded, downloading the ride-hailing app as she walked out. The lounge was deep within the wetland, requiring a bit of a walk to reach the designated spot. At that moment, she passed a solitary parking space and spotted Duan Xiu Ming lounging on the hood of a supercar. He was exceptionally tall, his legs dangling off the edge, casually resting on the car. Zhang Xiang, having appeared from behind, tossed the keys over brother Xiu Ming. Duan Xiu Ming caught the keys effortlessly, stood up, opened the passenger door, and tilted his head slightly towards Lu Mingyu, inviting her in. Lu Mingyu hesitated for only a couple of seconds before approaching and getting into the car. Duan Xiu Ming wore a subtle smile as he ensured she was seated comfortably before closing the door and making his way to the driver's seat. Zhang Xiang hurried over, whispering a reminder, lock the doors. He is upset. As for the recent events, he hadn't had the chance to explain, and without his phone, he could not send a message for the time being. Duan Xiu Ming nodded, indicating he understood. Chapter 16. Killing with a borrowed knife, the dark green supercar roared as it sped down the main road, departing from the wetland forest. Duan Xiu Ming, while driving, inquired, "You dare to ride without asking if I've been drinking?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I've sent you the address." Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Was she confident that he and T been drinking, or was she simply unafraid? The car darted through the city streets, its vibrant glow echoing his own exhilaration. Initially, he couldn't comprehend why Zhang Xiang was so enamored with driving supercars in the city, where they couldn't fly or race. Yet he now began to understand. The presence of a unique passenger in the front seat altered the experience entirely. Duan Xiuming stole a glance at the passenger's seat, where the atmosphere felt charged yet stifling. He loosened 2 buttons on his shirt, allowing the skin beneath to breathe. Lu Mingyu's gaze flicked toward him before settling on his face. He avoided her eyes, rolling down the window, and asked, "Are you still upset about the locked door?" Lu Mingyu turned her head away. Duan Xiuming persisted, "I'll be more careful next time. Please don't be angry." "I'm not angry," she replied. He was taken aback and pondered, "Whoever acts out gets angry, even if I orchestrated it?" Lu Mingyu gazed out the window. "You were locked with me." Duan Xiuming's eyes flickered with realization. Ah, so she had been locked in alone. It would have been a different, unforgivable scenario. He understood now. He rolled up the window, and the subtle tension returned. Their exchanges had never been entirely normal. Whenever they were alone, it was always fraught with unspoken implications. This made him instinctively inquire, "Why didn't you suggest we sleep together today?" Lu Mingyu countered, "What time does the lounge close?" 2 in the morning, he replied. Lu Mingyu continued her questioning. "What is the coverage area of the lounge's surveillance?" The lounge claimed it was Zhang Xiang's domain, yet Zhang Xiang was solely devoted to him. Duan Xiuming explained, "The indoor area is fully covered, but the section where you and I are seated is not." After speaking, he observed her curiously. With an air of mystery, Lu Mingyu softly stated, "Mr. Duan, I didn't speak to anyone outside today, nor was I escorted home. I've never met you. I don't know you." Duan Xiuming tilted his head. "Am I someone unpresentable?" She smiled. "A good girl wouldn't meet anyone secretly. I'm quite obedient." Duan Xiuming nodded silently, wondering if she would be scolded by her family. Such a hassle. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Lu residence. Rather than parking at the front gate, Duan Xiuming instinctively turned the car to the side, avoiding the surveillance cameras. Lu Mingyu glanced at the parking position and unfastened her seatbelt. Suddenly, Duan Xiuming reached out to her, leaning into the passenger's seat, stopping just 10 centimeters away. His shirt was already partly unbuttoned, and from this angle, a broad expanse of his chest was visible. His skin was not pale, but rather a shade darker than hers. His physique was honed to perfection, fit and powerful, devoid of any excess. Both his appearance and demeanor emanated a striking intensity, yet when he subdued his sharpness, a captivating contrast emerged. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Xiuming asked, "Want to sneak out at midnight? We could grab a late-night snack or take a boat to the Lake Center. I can fetch you in a quieter vehicle." "No," Lu Mingyu replied. Duan Xiuming frowned. "Is it that strict?" She glanced at the time. "I need to get out now." He nodded, but did not release her. Instead, he gently caressed her fingertips with his thumb, using his other hand to unbuckle her seatbelt, intending to step out and open the door for her. Lu Mingyu placed her hand on his, stopping him. "Don't go." In the enveloping darkness, the light in her eyes was obscured. Duan Xiuming remained composed, his gaze dropping to her lips, revealing a look one might only wear in special circumstances. The atmosphere grew heated, despite their lack of emotional foundation. Lu Mingyu held his gaze steadily, but suddenly relaxed her grip. She opened the door, stepped out, and walked toward the entrance. Pushing open the heavy door, she swiftly crossed the threshold and closed it behind her. The moment the door shut, her eyes gleamed with determination. "Don't let me down, boss." Inside the car, after a prolonged silence, Duan Xiuming rolled down the window, retrieving a pack of women's cigarettes from the center console. He opened it and lit one. Within the house, Lu Mingyu traversed the long corridor, entering the main building. In the main hall, she spotted her uncle, Lu Qiuyang, sipping tea. As expected, he had returned early. She approached and greeted him, "Uncle." Lu Qiuyang glanced at her and asked, "Where did you get that dress?" "From Sister Lu Qian," she replied. Lu Qiuyang frowned. You're not allowed to wear it again. Where you been? I've been waiting for you. Sister Lu Qian took me to the lounge. Lu Qiuyang paused, his hands stilling as he played with an olive pit. The lounge? Lu Mingyu nodded. Yes, I returned early. She is still drinking. Did you drink? He inquired. She nodded again. Yes, Sister Lu Qian made me toast. The atmosphere in the hall thickened palpably. He raised his gaze, asking, toast to whom? To the son of the Hao family, she replied. At this, she clearly saw the veins on her uncle and Amp, Oppo's, as forehead bulging. Yet Lu Qiuyang's tone remained steady as he queried, Who brought you back? I took a taxi, she answered. He scrutinized her. Was that car loud? The roar of the engine could be heard from so far away. There was a supercar that drove past. Aren't there many luxury cars around here? No sooner had she spoken than the unmistakable roar of a supercar echoed outside. Inside the car, after a puff of smoke, Duan Xiu Ming restarted the vehicle and departed. Lu Qiuyang calmed his emotions, saying, Go upstairs and copy the women's ring twice. Their residence was situated in the luxurious district of Shizi City, and at this hour, the nightlife of wealthy young men and women was just beginning. Lu Mingyu replied, Understood. She hurried upstairs, entered her room, hid her phone, and waited in silence. In the hall on the first floor, Lu Qiuyang knocked lightly on the table. The butler, Wang Qi, appeared, presenting a tablet. Lu Qiuyang took a sip of tea and reviewed the surveillance footage on the tablet. Unknowingly, the car hadn't T-stopped within the camera's range. Only Lu Mingyu was seen approaching to open the door on her own. He set the tablet aside and took out his phone, making a call. In the lounge's private parking area, Zhang Xiang awaited the arrival of his backup vehicle. Just as his phone was about to arrive, he heard the roar of the supercar growing nearer. The dark green sports car executed a perfect drift and came to a halt in the parking space. He stared in disbelief as Duan Xiu Ming emerged from the vehicle, striding toward him while tossing the car keys back. Zhang Xiang caught the keys. That was quick. Did you really just drop her off at home? Didn't you two stop for a bite to eat or take a walk? Duan Xiu Ming continued walking. Show me the surveillance footage. Her seemingly innocuous inquiry raised his suspicions. Zhang Xiang paused, then smiled. Actually, there is something I was just about to tell you. Chapter 17. The left-handed cursive script. Half an hour later, a heated argument erupted in the lobby of the Lu residence. Lu Qian was summoned back by a phone call. Lu Mingyu remained on the third floor, ensconced in her small room, until the furious pounding on the door shattered the stillness. Get out here, Lu Mingyu. Du Wongsan Shuted. Lu Mingyu turned a deaf ear to her. After a while of banging on the door, Du Wenxin fetched a key and unlocked it. Come out. Und du. In a frenzy, lunged to seize her. Lu Mingyu stumbled against the foot of the bed, losing her balance and crashing heavily into the adjacent wall. Du Wenxin continued to pull and drag her with relentless force. Consequently, in a moment of inertia, bang, Lu Mingyu collided violently with the wall. A sharp pain shot through her right shoulder, followed by spasms coursing down her entire right arm. Sweat beads instantly adorned her forehead, the agony rendering her voiceless. During her decade-long life in the Lu household, she had been forbidden from any form of physical activity, and her body had deteriorated to a state of frailty. She was practically defenseless. Anyone could easily overpower her. Du Wenxin's forceful grip only exacerbated her injuries. Unperturbed, Du Wenxin dragged her downstairs, presenting her before Lu Qiuyang. The atmosphere in the lobby was tense. Lu Qian was in tears, her face a mask of anger and grievance. Lu Lin stood nearby, frowning. Lu Qiuyang, seated behind the tea table, sipped his tea with an air of genteel composure. Du Wongsan Bilud. Come, let us confront this. Let us see who is lying. Lu Mingyu rubbed her aching shoulder, gazing at the four individuals before her, all seemingly deranged. Lu Qian shouted, Dad. It was merely a private gathering, booked exclusively. There were no unsavory characters. Everyone was acquainted. Lu Qiuyang glanced at her. Did you make her accompany you for drinks? Lu Qian retorted, What do you mean by accompany? Don't twist my words. Hao Lushing came over to toast. I couldn't possibly refuse. He is the scion of the Hao family, and she did not drink. Later, she specifically checked, and among the array of similarly colored cups, there was no alcohol, only juice. Lu Mingyu interjected, I drank. Lu Qian exploded with fury. You're talking nonsense. What you drank was the juice Su Siyue gave you. Lu Mingyu replied, shall we conduct an alcohol test? Lu Qian, incensed by her reaction, shouted, you must have consumed it privately. It must have been during the half-hour you disappeared with Yisong. Lu Qiuyang suddenly narrowed his eyes, focusing on her. Lu Mingyu calmly stated, I have already explained. Yisong was with the bar owner. I did not drink during the half-hour I was alone. Lu Qian accused, you are lying. You are nothing but a fountain of deceit. Lu Lin scrutinized Lu Mingyu, inquiring, do not lie. Tell the truth. What transpired between you and Yisong? Lu Qian sneered. Half an hour is more than sufficient for anything. As she spoke, she extracted her phone and displayed a photograph. See for yourselves. She was alone with Yisong. The image indeed captured Lu Mingyu following Yisong, one behind the other. Duan Xiu, arms crossed, turned to Lu Qiuyang, darling. After all the effort you put into raising this young lady, she runs off with a stranger for half an hour? How utterly reckless. Lu Qiuyang and Appo's expression darkened, his gaze laden with venom directed at Lu Mingyu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Lu Mingyu remained composed. Lu Qiuyang instructed Lu Lin, go procure the surveillance footage. Lu Lin nodded and departed. Lu Qian cast a malicious glance at Lu Mingyu. Prepare for your doom. Lu Qiuyang, observing both of them, stated calmly, Qian, remain here. Mingyu, return to your room. Duan Xiu protested. Why should Qian wait here while Lu Mingyu retreats? Who is truly your biological daughter? Lu Qiuyang and Appo's voice remained steady, though an inferno simmered in his eyes. Mingyu, return to your room and transcribe the teachings of women twice before Lu Lin returns. A stillness befell the room, akin to the calm before a storm. Duan Xiu fell silent, imiting a disdain foulef. Lu Mingyu ascended to the third floor. She seated herself at the desk, retrieving paper to begin her transcription. However, her hand trembled, and the impact on her right shoulder sent waves of pain through her arm. Thus, she switched to her left hand for writing. 1,600 characters, duplicated, amounted to over 3,000. Yet, the script she penned with her left hand was entirely different from that of her right. Until the age of 12, she had exclusively used her left hand for drawing and writing, identifying as a left-handed individual. Uncertain of Lu Lin's return time, she was acutely aware that her uncle and Appo's directive came with a deadline. She had to finish before the video evidence was acquired. Otherwise, the impending storm would descend upon her without mercy. Her uncle, in a fit of rage, would not concern himself with the truth. His ire was already at a breaking point. He was a madman. She had to write swiftly. Several minutes later, Lu Mingyu set down her pen. Yet Lu Lin had not yet returned. Rising, she cast a glance at the closed door, then retrieved her phone hidden beneath her pillow. Su Siyue had indeed sent her messages, akin to a live broadcast, but due to the multitude of notifications, Lu Mingyu could not read them all in detail and merely skimmed through. The gist conveyed the scene of Lu Lin storming into the bar demanding the surveillance footage. She exited the chat and noticed another unread message from 20 minutes prior. Duan Xiu Ming, don't be afraid. Lu Mingyu regarded this message calmly, returning the phone to its place and grasping the pages she had transcribed as she descended the stairs. In the lobby, the atmosphere was stifling, oppressive. Lu Qiuyang continued sipping his tea, toying with the olive pit in his hand. Duan Xiu wore a frosty expression, seated silently on the adjacent sofa. Lu Qian lowered her head, anxiety etched on her face. For an extended period, her parents had exchanged no words, and the silence hung heavily in the air, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Lu Mingyu's entrance shattered the stillness. I have finished transcribing. Lu Qiuyang did not lift his gaze, speaking gently. Let me see. Lu Mingyu approached and handed him the sheets. After a brief glance, he abruptly flung the papers into Lu Mingyu and Appo's face. The sheets fluttered to the ground, scattering everywhere. Lu Qiuyang did not look at her again, nor utter a word, leaving her abandoned in her humiliation. An excruciating silence enveloped the room, suffocating in its intensity. Lu Qian, initially pleased by the scene, glanced up at her father and Appo's face and recoiled in terror. He appeared as though he could kill. Duan Xin rose and walked over to collect the paper from the floor. Then, she turned to Lu Mingyu, berating her. What on earth have you written? Did I not instruct you to refrain from cursive writing? Lu Mingyu replied with an air of indifference. My shoulder is injured. That does not excuse writing in cursive. That is not a style you should practice. What have you learned at home? Have you forgotten your own surname after 3 months of play? Lu Mingyu countered. And you just dragged me downstairs and I collided. Now, my right hand cannot hold a pen. Finally, Lu Qiuyang directed his gaze toward her before shifting it back to Duan Xin. Duan Xin scoffed. How delicate you are. A mere tug, and you are injured. Truly a sheltered young lady. Clack, clack. Lu Qiuyang tapped on the table. The butler approached to inquire. Lu Qiuyang commanded, take the second young lady to the hospital tomorrow. He did not specify an immediate visit, postponing it until the following day, for tonight and Appo's matters remained unresolved. This indicated that his temper was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 18. L. Qian and Amp. Appo's gaze was fixated on the scattered sheets of paper on the ground, her expression contorting with each passing moment as she beheld the flamboyant cursive characters. 12 years prior, when her grandfather was still alive, a grand birthday celebration was held. At just 10 years of age, El Mingyu was brought to Shizi City by her parents. It was the first time since her uncle had left the El family that he returned, accompanied by his wife and daughter. The celebration was opulent, attended by numerous eminent figures. El Mingyu composed a congratulatory poem for her grandfather, and the elderly gentleman surrounded her, praising her effusively. Cursive script. While cursive, how they extol her then? The strokes are powerful and fluid, bold and majestic, exuding imperial grandeur. To possess such vigor at merely 10 years of age, her starting point is exceedingly high. She shall undoubtedly become a master in the future. A girl adept at cursive script, remarkable. What? You can paint as well. Is it traditional Chinese painting? A prodigy indeed. Little wild one. Talent must be nurtured. Remember to promote traditional culture. Such a young child with such a remarkable talent for traditional studies. This is a cultural renaissance, a confidence in our heritage, as traditional culture steps onto the global stage. Ha ha ha. That birthday celebration marked the waning of El Qian and Appo's radiance as the eldest daughter of the El family. No one paid her heed. All attention was focused on the second daughter. El Mingyu could paint and write, yet she was anything but obedient, not the model young lady, and rather mischievous. Yet, she won the favor of those elderly gentlemen, who claimed she possessed a distinct character. Her grandfather lauded her bold and sharp calligraphy, and her paintings were praised for their grandeur. El Qian, feeling aggrieved, sought her grandmother's comfort, only to find her proudly introducing her little granddaughter who was studying in the capital. El Qian could never forget El Mingyu and Appo's smile that day, nor the confidence with which she introduced herself to the crowd, nor her eyes, which sparkled like stars. Iam le Mingji. I am 10 years old. All of this stirred an overwhelming jealousy within El Qian. Not long after, El Lin returned with surveillance footage. El Qiuyang glanced up. Play it. El Lin presented the video before his father. Duan Xin immediately stepped forward to examine it. El Qian emerged from her reverie and joined them. The footage contained 2 segments. First segment, Hisong brought El Mingyu to a door. She stood outside, lost in thought. Hisong did not follow, instead engaging in conversation with another man. El Mingyu stood in contemplation for a considerable time before turning to enter the room, heading to the wine cabinet to help Su find fruit wine. Then followed the scene where she reunited with the Su siblings, with El Qian nearby. This segment was already sufficiently clear. Hisong and El Mingyu had hardly exchanged a word, let alone spent an extended period together, merely a short walk lasting 2 minutes. Upon witnessing this, El Qian's countenance darkened. El Qiuyang, however, appeared significantly more at ease. Duan Xin and El Lin wore inscrutable expressions, seemingly unfazed as they continued to watch. El Mingyu, on the other hand, froze. She noticed the timestamps had been altered and the content had changed. Why was the segment of Hisong locking the door missing? Moreover, she had not merely stood idly outside for so long. She had conversed with Duan Xiu Ming for nearly half an hour. Yet in the footage, she appeared never to have strayed from that door. At this moment, the second segment of the surveillance video began to play, accompanied by sound. How Lushing approached, offering 2 glasses of wine to El Mingyu, regarding her with a somewhat disdainful gaze. El Mingyu declined, stating she could not handle alcohol. El Qian seized the glass of wine forcefully and thrust it into El Mingyu's hands, her voice ringing out in the footage. "Drink up. Later. Go. And toast young master how with a glass." El Mingyu accepted the glass and drank. As for Su Siue and Damp, Appo's sprained ankle, the spilled juice, and the subsequent exchange, none of that was captured in the video. The color of the wine bore no distinction from that of the juice. El Qian was astounded, exclaiming, "No, this is not how it happened. This video is fabricated." El Lin appeared somewhat disappointed. "El Qian, there is audio. Why do you persist in deceiving us?" El Qian retorted, "I am not lying. This video has been tampered with." El Lin shook his head. "I only spent 10 minutes in the lounge. They couldn't have possibly altered it in advance, could they? What could be changed in 10 minutes? Or would they find someone to edit it at such a late hour?" El Qian insisted. "It has truly been altered. You must believe me." El Lin admonished, "Do not continue to lie. 10 years prior, it had been the same." Duan Xiu, however, remarked indifferently, "So what if she drank? It is merely a glass of wine." No sooner had she spoken than El Chuyang stood up, slamming the olive pit bracelet onto the table with a resounding thud. El Qian and Appo's eyes brimmed with fear as she contemplated apologizing and pleading for mercy. Yet El Chuyang advanced, seizing her hair and dragging her into a small, windowless room nearby. The door slammed shut, and the sounds of terrifying violence and weeping ensued. Duan Xiu rushed to the door, pounding it. "El Chuyang, you madman! Release my daughter! You have lost your senses." El Lin was also in a state of panic, but knew better than to provoke his father further, hastening to intervene. When his father was enraged, even his mother was not spared. Amidst the chaos, El Mingyu approached the tea table, retrieved a clean cup, and poured herself some tea. After drinking it all, she ascended to her room on the 3rd floor. Locking the door, she took out her matte black phone, which displayed unread messages. "Duan Xiu Ming, are you all right?" El Mingyu gazed at the message and typed with her left hand. "El Mingyu, all is well, thank you." She was somewhat surprised by his perceptiveness and brilliance, but refrained from inquiring how he had discerned it. Winning was all that mattered, racing against time. A moment later, he replied instantly, "Duan Xiu Ming, is your sister bullying you?" Upon reading this, El Mingyu could not help but chuckle. When she first arrived at the El family, she was indeed subjected to El Qian and Appo's bullying. But now, the cacophony of violence and shouting echoed from the 1st floor, thunderous. El Mingyu, who is bullying whom? On the other end, there was an eerie silence, only the words, typing, lingering at the top of the screen. After a prolonged pause, a new message appeared. "Duan Xiu Ming, do you eat Cantonese cuisine? I will pick you up for dinner tomorrow." Accompanying his message was a restaurant reservation. El Mingyu, tomorrow is not feasible. I must be cautious for a few days. Her uncle had just erupted in anger. She could not afford to meet someone at such a critical moment. And besides, she needed to visit the hospital to check on her injuries the following day. Duan Xiu Ming, so you really are A and Appo's, good girl and Appo's? You are already 22, TSK. He had added quotation marks, imbued with a hint of jest. In the private room of the lounge, Duan Xiu Ming set his phone down in good spirits. Beside him were 2 technicians preparing to leave. Zhang Xiang escorted them out, returning with a resigned expression. Duan Xiu Ming inquired, "What is with that expression?" Zhang Xiang shrugged. "I'm at a loss for words. Xiongge, what on earth is the situation with the El family?" Over such a trivial matter, her brother came running at midnight demanding the surveillance footage. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. "Troublesome. So constrained, it is difficult to pursue." Zhang Xiang, somewhat disdainful, remarked, "No wonder the El family shows signs of decline. Their perspective is too narrow. Over such a minor incident, they make it seem like a crime." Xiongge is indulgent, fearing the and Appo's, good girl and Appo's, is scolded by her family, proactively arranging for technicians to come over. That speed, Zhang Xiang chuckled again. But how did the second young lady grow up with such a fiery temperament in this stifling environment? Duan Xiu Ming mused. That is something I too cannot comprehend. Chapter 19. Cantonese Cuisine. The following morning, Lu Mingyu sat in the family car, en route to the hospital, guided by the butler, Wang Qi, for registration and treatment of her injuries. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was accompanied by Duan Xiu to a prestigious hospital in Shaoshan, renowned for its exceptional service and expert care. Since a decade ago, the disparity in their living standards had become evident. Duan Xiu hailed from an influential family, and the alliance between the Du and Lu families ensured her daughter would never suffer indignities. Uncle Lu Qiuyang dismissed such trivial matters, embodying a pronounced sense of male superiority, while Lu Lin, too, remained indifferent, believing that as long as his sister was not wronged, all was well. Lu Mingyu found herself in a lengthy queue, and after undergoing an X-ray and collecting her medication, the evening had already set in. Time had dragged on, and midway through, after Wang Qi settled the bills, Du and Xin summoned him away with a phone call, and the Lu family car departed. Alone, Lu Mingyu exited the hospital, clutching her medication, and stepped onto the roadside to hail a taxi. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Lu Mingyu, is that really you? A young woman in professional attire, driving a compact car, pulled up and rolled down her window, her face brimming with surprise. Lu Mingyu quickly recognized her. Xiang Yi, it's been ages. Xiang Yi produced her phone. We haven't seen each other since high school graduation. Shall we exchange WeChat? Lu Mingyu nodded, unlocking her phone with her fingerprint. Xiang Yi continued. You're not in the group chat. Shall I add you? Sure, Lu Mingyu replied. Xiang Yi glanced at her again and asked, Are you here to see a doctor? Yes, I injured my hand, Lu Mingyu replied. Is it serious? Are you all right? Lu Mingyu shook her head. Just a minor injury. Thankfully, it's not my left hand. Xiang Yi smiled, gesturing towards the passenger seat. Get in. Let us have dinner together. Lu Mingyu checked the time, considering Wang Qi and the departed Lu family car, then nodded and climbed into the passenger seat. Xiang Yi was delighted, chatting animatedly. I'll take you to a great restaurant. We should invite Bai Wentao and the others. Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment. Who? Xiang Yi continued. It's a rare chance to see you. We must gather. Follow me. I'll arrange everything. They're all old classmates. At dinner time, Xiang Yi led Lu Mingyu to a quaint courtyard-style restaurant, notable for its semi-open dining concept. The entrance featured a plastic wood floor enclosed by low railings, creating a cozy outdoor seating area. Although the outdoor space was limited, it was exquisite and offered a splendid view. Arriving early, they secured a table outside, where a wide expanse of greenery was clearly visible, adjacent to a parking lot beside the road. Before long, a man approached briskly and sat down opposite them. Sorry for being late, he panted. Lu Mingyu scrutinized him for a while, but couldn't and Amp, Oppos, do you recall who he was? Late? We just arrived, Xiang Yi replied cheerfully. Bai Wentao, surprise. Lu Mingyu sighed. Bai Wentao nodded, but only cast a fleeting glance at Lu Mingyu before lowering his eyes to drink water. Biang Yi chocolate. It's been so many years. Why are you shy? Bai Wentao waved his hands frantically. I'm not. Don't say nonsense. Xiang Yi turned to Lu Mingyu. Do you remember how Bai Wentao used to hover around your desk in high school, visiting twice a day, once in the morning and once at noon? I don't remember, Lu Mingyu replied bluntly. Xiang Yi was momentarily speechless. Bai Wentao, feeling less anxious, stated, well, back then, Lu Mingyu was always engrossed in drawing or reading, oblivious to everything around her. Lu Mingyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, her high school years were the darkest days of her life, a time when she lacked the ability to self-regulate, struggling desperately after falling from grace. She looked again at the young man across from her, who appeared quite refined, his ears reddened from his hurried arrival. Sipping her tea delicately, she still couldn't place him. Xiang Yi gently patted her shoulder, whispering, It's all right, it's just a casual gathering of old classmates. Don't mind it, just enjoy the meal. The Cantonese cuisine here is truly delightful. Indeed, Lu Mingyu replied. Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao evidently maintained a close rapport, engaging in lively conversation about the menu and reminiscing, ensuring there were no awkward pauses. Lu Mingyu contributed occasionally, remaining largely subdued. After they ordered, Bai Wentao glanced at her. Lu Mingyu hasn't changed, still so well-behaved, quiet. And composed. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze. Well-behaved and composed, indeed. Quiet. That's true. She either doesn't speak or Xiang chimed in. But you're still as beautiful as ever. No, even more so. Lu Mingyu was the belle of our high school. She never fell from her pedestal since freshman year. Do you have a boyfriend? Lu Mingyu was taken aback. That was quite direct. No, she replied. I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have a bed partner. Albeit a rather fierce one, who wishes to make it official. Xiang's eyes sparkled, raising an eyebrow at Bai Wentao, who couldn't suppress a grin. At that moment, a woman approached the steps, evidently also dining there, and upon glancing over, expressed her surprise. Xiang, Lulu. Both women looked up simultaneously. Seeing Shang-Chi, who appeared to have just finished work and was still in her professional attire, Lu Mingyu nodded in greeting. Xiang, elated, stood up. Shang-Chi, you're in Shizi City? Didn't you go to Modu? Shang-Chi smiled. Yes, I'm working in my boyfriend's city now. Xiang inquired. Dining with your boyfriend? Not quite. I'm meeting a client here, Shang-Chi replied. Yang Yi laughed. I just ran into my old classmates. Let me chat for a bit. Bai Wentao, Lu Mingyu, you two continue. I'll be back once the food arrives. All right, go ahead, Bai Wentao said. Once Xiang left to join Shang-Chi, who sat at a nearby table, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere between Lu Mingyu and Bai Wentao. Lu Mingyu, focusing on her tea, remained silent. As the dishes began to arrive, Bai Wentao finally found a topic of conversation, reaching for a piece. Wow, this is my favorite. This restaurant is truly exceptional. Lu Mingyu patiently waited for him to serve himself before she selected a few items closest to her. After tasting a bite, he looked at her, then smiled. Observing Lu Mingyu eat was a pleasure. Her demeanor exuded grace, every movement reminiscent of a refined lady. Bien remarked. There aren't too many places in Shizi City that serve authentic Cantonese cuisine. I wonder if you'll find it to your liking? Lu Mingyu replied. I ate it every day before I turned 12. Having not eaten lunch due to the long wait at the hospital, she felt quite famished and had little desire to engage in conversation. At that moment, the sound of a revving engine echoed from behind them. Lu Mingyu didn't turn. Sports cars were commonplace near the Lu residence, and she found the noise somewhat bothersome. Bai Wentao glanced over, intending to comment, but upon seeing Lu Mingyu's tranquil expression, he opted to remain silent. He wanted to urge Lu Mingyu to look. That dark green sports car was striking. Yet, it was clear she was uninterested. Chapter 20. The intriguing exchange of phones after parking the car. Zhang Xiang had not yet opened the door when he spotted an intriguing scene not far away. Hey, Ming Yi, he called out. Sitting in the passenger seat, Duan Xiu Ming did not even glance up. What? Zhang Xiang carefully chose his words. Please don't get angry later. Angry about what? Duan Xiu Ming found the situation perplexing and turned to look at him. Upon doing so, he caught sight through the car window of an outdoor dining table at a nearby restaurant. To his astonishment, a man and a woman were seated face to face. The woman, with her back to the parking lot, was none other than Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiu Ming's expression instantly hardened as he exited the car and strode purposefully towards the outdoor table. Zhang Xiang shrugged and followed suit, but instead of pursuing, he crossed the street to buy some buns, sensing that this situation would not resolve quickly and that dinner would likely be off the table. So he decided to have a snack first. Meanwhile, at the outdoor tables, aside from Lu Mingyu, several patrons fell silent, their curiosity piqued. Duan Xiu Ming exuded an undeniable intensity. His tall stature combined with his cold demeanor made him appear even more formidable. He approached with the commanding presence of a general, exuding an air of danger. He didn't even look at Lu Mingyu, but fixed his gaze on the young man seated across from her. How audacious! Just the day before, he had sent her his location, only to be rejected, and now she was dining with another man? Was this man more handsome or taller than him? Xiang Yi and Shang-Chi simultaneously glanced at the scene before them, their eyes widening in surprise. While Shang-Chi had frequented that lounge, she had never encountered Duan Xiu Ming before and was captivated alongside Xiang Yi as they observed the unfolding drama. Though Duan Xiu Ming was undeniably handsome and possessed superior attributes, his lack of a smile and the palpable aura of intimidation made it difficult for anyone to appreciate his looks. They only sensed his sharpness. Bai Wentao also watched Duan Xiu Ming approach, unable to ignore the intensity directed his way. Just then, Sang Chi's client arrived, hurriedly greeting her before taking a seat, oblivious to the tension unfolding nearby. Xiang Yi stood and returned to her own table. By the time she settled beside Lu Mingyu, Duan Xiu Ming had already positioned himself behind her. Xiang Yi was taken aback. Moments later, an unexpected scene unfolded that left both her and Bai Wentao utterly dumbfounded. The man, who had previously radiated fury, suddenly reigned in his intensity, his fierce demeanor dissipating to reveal pure handsomeness. He stood there, motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Bai Wentao felt a jolt of shock. He had almost believed this man was about to confront him. Xiang Yi continued to glance back at Duan Xiu Ming, captivated not only by his striking looks, reminiscent of a film star, but also by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Lu Mingyu remained focused on her meal, treating everyone around her as if they were invisible, until a loud snap of fingers disrupted her concentration. Momentarily puzzled, she turned to see Duan Xiu Ming leaning against the wooden railing just a meter away, his expression a complex mix of emotions. She set down her chopsticks, bewildered. How'd you end up here? What a coincidence. Duan Xiu Ming raised a hand, seemingly about to speak, but upon noticing Bai Wentao and Xiang Yi, he abruptly changed his mind. Having dinner? He inquired. Lu Mingyu hesitated, glancing at her plate and the 5 dishes already being consumed. What else would I be doing here? She replied, nodding. Duan Xiu Ming briefly lowered his head before reminding her, I sent you the location of this restaurant yesterday. Do you remember? Lu Mingyu recalled it. Yes. It was a Cantonese restaurant. She had turned him down, claiming she needed to behave for a few days, only to find herself dining here with a high school acquaintance. The situation felt rather awkward. Duan Xiu Ming could read her expression and understood the gist of the situation. He cast a glance at Bai Wentao, his mood still sour. What was with the look this guy was giving her? This is just a coincidence, Lu Mingyu attempted to explain. After all, the Lu family's housekeeper had dropped her off at the hospital without a second thought, and she had not anticipated running into an old classmate at the entrance. Plus, she had genuinely been hungry after skipping lunch, and had come here with Xiang Yi. What a strange twist of fate. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. Hand me your phone. He believed in this coincidence for now, but he intended to clarify the details later. Lu Mingyu glanced at the matte black phone on the table, picked it up, and looked back at him. Duan Xiu Ming, with his long fingers, swiftly snatched the phone from her hand. She did not resist. After all, the phone was originally his, as was the SIM card. Yet, in the next moment, he handed her his own phone, placing it in her palm. What does this mean? She wondered. Had he just swapped their phones? The SIM card remained unchanged. Duan Xiu Ming pointed to the railing, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke. The password is good, girl. If you need anything, call your own number. I will be waiting in the car. With that, he turned and walked toward his dark green Lamborghini, leaving her to continue her meal. Swapping phones to keep someone tethered. What a bold move. Lu Mingyu remained unfazed, placing Duan Xiu Ming's phone on the table and resuming her meal. However, her dining companions, Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao, were utterly astonished. What just happened? Did he even share the password? What a clever way to keep someone in check. They were momentarily speechless, taken aback by the audacity of the maneuver. In the distance, Sang Chi, engaged in conversation with a client, also witnessed the unfolding drama and was secretly astonished. Although she did not recognize Duan Xiu Ming, she was well acquainted with the car. Even from afar, she could identify the rare dark green Lamborghini, which she had seen parked outside the lounge several times. Her boyfriend, Su Wenjun, had told her that the car belonged to the lounge owner, Zhan Xiang. But the man she had just seen was not Zhan Xiang. So who was he? Why was he driving Zhan Xiang's car, and how did he know Lu Mingyu? As Duan Xiu Ming returned to the car, Zhan Xiang was also back with a bag of buns. He tilted his head, astonished. Wait, nothing happened? Mingyu looked ready to kill back there. Duan Xiu Ming raised his hand. Give it to me. Zhan Xiang glanced at the food in his hands. You can amp, oppos. TB referring to these buns, can you? Duan Xiu Ming simply nodded. Zhan Xiang, in disbelief, handed over the food and stood beside him. Duan Xiu Ming opened the car door and took his place in the driver and Oppo's seat. The car key, please. Zhan Xiang produced the car key and handed it over, still bewildered. Duan Xiu Ming sat in the car, contemplating. You know, your emotional fluctuations have been rather pronounced lately. You should be cautious. Duan Xiu Ming showed little reaction. You can leave now. Zhang Xiang departed without further ado, while Duan Xiu Ming remained in the car, deep in thought. Was he really experiencing emotional instability? Chapter 21. Male classmate or female classmate? At the dining table, Xiang Yi finally emerged from her shock, glancing at the unhurriedly dining Lu Mingyu and then at the phone on the table. Are you still eating? She stammered. Lu Mingyu raised her eyes and replied, Did I come here for anything other than to eat? Xiang Yi nodded. You are quite composed. If it were me, I would be fidgeting. Bai Wen'ao took a deep breath and asked Lu Mingyu, who was that person just now? The man's impressive attributes made one feel somewhat inadequate. It was evident that he had rushed over under a misunderstanding, his demeanor suggesting a confrontation. Yet upon Xiang Yi's arrival, he quickly recognized the misunderstanding and retracted his aggression. Such control? The act of exchanging phones was rather intimate. Had they reached the level of sharing passwords? This notion unsettled Bai Wen'ao. After pondering for a while, Lu Mingyu simply replied with one word, a person. Bien Tao exclaimed. Xiang Yi chuckled. Hin oppose. As a person? What an amusing response. Bai Wen'ao pressed on. What is he to you? A boyfriend? He glanced distantly. The dark green Lamborghini had its driver and amp. Oppose. Door ajar, the scissored door obstructing the view. Yet from afar, one could only see a long leg casually resting on the ground, exuding an aura of superiority. Still waiting and not eating? Xiang Yi remarked. But Lu Mingyu just said she has no boyfriend. Lu Mingyu replied, well, not yet. The addition of the word yet was subtly significant. Xiang Yi understood and smiled. Then let an amp. Oppose. Eat quickly. We shoot into amp. Oppose. Keep him waiting. The flashy Lamborghini, coupled with that external image, left no competition for others. Xiang Yi found it unsurprising. Lu Mingyu was extraordinarily beautiful and seemingly came from a well-off family, making it entirely reasonable for someone of such caliber to pursue her. She regretted having invited Bai Wen'ao. It had been rather abrupt. Bai Wen'ao, feeling uneasy, inquired, How long have you known each other? Lu Mingyu responded, 3 months. Bai Wen'ao frowned. 3 months is too short. You can oppose. Truly understand a person in that time. You were turned away and didn't oppose. See how he rushed over, looking like he wanted to fight. Does he have violent tendencies? Lu Mingyu answered calmly, I don't oppose. Know if he does, but you oppose. Being a bit too nosy. Her physical condition was quite poor. A mere bump from Duan Xiu would land her in the hospital for x-rays and medication. Duan Xiu Ming was evidently into fitness. He had effortlessly lifted her twice. Yet both times, he had never hurt her. Whether he was violent or not had little to do with her. Bai Wen'ao felt incredibly awkward. Bianc, Yi laughed. Trying to lighten the mood. All right, oppose. It's been 4 years since we last met. Oppose. It's not easy to reunite, so let oppose. Let's not dwell on these topics. The trio had ordered quite a bit, and as they neared the end, half of the food remained uneaten. Bai Wen'ao urged, eat more. Xiang Yi replied, thank you, but I'm full. Bai Wen'ao served Lu Mingyu, here, eat this, it's delicious. Lu Mingyu glanced at her plate, then at the person across from her. She too was unable to eat. Bai Wen'ao insisted, you both are too thin, eat more. Xiang Yi hesitated, but someone is still waiting. Bai Wen'ao, you must be full by now, right? Bai Wen'ao looked at the food on the table. Just a bit more. Wasting food is shameful. Xiang Yi nodded. Next time. Let us order 2 fewer dishes. Lu Mingyu suggested. Shall we pack it up? Bai Wen'ao frowned, unable to refute her suggestion. Xiang Yi moved. Amp, oppose. LL go pay. Bai Wen'ao jumped up. No. I'll do it. How can I let a girl pay? Lu Mingyu lifted her teacup. Thank you for the treat. Bai Wen'ao felt discontented, forced to smile, and remained silent as he went inside to settle the bill. Xiang Yi winked at Lu Mingyu. Your almost boyfriend is still waiting for you. You should go over. I'll wait for Bai Wen'ao. Let's meet up more often. Lu Mingyu nodded. Sure. Almost boyfriend? Quite a useful term. When Bai Wen'ao emerged after paying, only Xiang Yi remained at the entrance. Lu Mingyu approached the dark green Lamborghini. Before she could get close, Duan Xiu Ming exited the driver's seat and swiftly walked around to open the door for her, ensuring she was seated securely. His expression remained grim. As Lu Mingyu got in and fastened her seatbelt, she glanced at him. He had a cold demeanor as he slammed the door shut. Bang! Immediately after, he got into the car and started it. Virum, Xiang Yi and Bai Wintao observed this scene. Their sentiments entirely different. Xiang Yi exclaimed, "What a gentleman!" "Huh," Bai Wintao retorted. "He looks like a violent man. His face is so cold." Xiang Yi countered, not necessarily. Perhaps he just doesn't smile much." Bai Wintao quipped, "Do you girls always let your perspectives be swayed by appearances?" Xiang Yi could only remain silent. Inside the car, Lu Mingyu noticed several buns placed in the center console and took a bite, only to find they were already cold. Duan Xiu Ming, focused on driving, did not glance at her but coldly inquired, "Now explain how this coincidence occurred." Lu Mingyu replied, "Mind your tone." Duan Xiu Ming took a deep breath and, at a red light, turned to look out the window, exasperated. He sighed. After observing him for a moment, Lu Mingyu explained, "It was truly a coincidence. I ran into a high school classmate outside the hospital. I was brought here. I didn't even know this was the restaurant you recommended yesterday." Duan Xiu Ming quickly turned to her. "Why were you at the hospital?" Lu Mingyu shook the medicine in her hand. "I injured my hand." "Injured?" Duan Xiu Ming frowned, glancing at the medicine before scrutinizing her arm for a few seconds. He abruptly turned the car around, changing direction. "Let's south go to my place. I have special medicine for injuries." Lu Mingyu's gaze lingered on his face. Duan Xiu Ming continued to frown. "Did you run into a male classmate or a female classmate?" Lu Mingyu asked, "What difference does it make?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "If it's a female classmate, forget it. If it's a male classmate, I want to punch someone." Lu Mingyu retorted, "Do you have violent tendencies?" Duan Xiu Ming snorted, his volume rising. "Yes." "Very much so." Lu Mingyu regarded him in silence. Duan Xiu Ming turned to glance at her. "So you ran into a male classmate? You went off with a male classmate? Alone? Huh. Speak." Lu Mingyu replied, "You." Duan Xiu Ming frowned again. "What is wrong with me?" Lu Mingyu shot back, "What business is it of yours who I am with?" Duan Xiu Ming nearly choked on his words. "You make a valid point. I find myself at a loss for words." Lu Mingyu pressed, "So it was a male classmate?" Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's gaze turned icy. "First, I'll take you to my place, then I'll go deal with him." Lu Mingyu asked, "Aren't you going to hit me?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Why would I hit you? Are you crazy?" Lu Mingyu looked out the window. It was a female classmate. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's expression relaxed. "Then it's fine." Lu Mingyu asked, "Did you not eat?" Duan Xiu Ming scoffed again. "Eat? I was originally coming to eat with Zhan Xiang, but you made me lose my appetite." Chapter 22. A peculiar individual. As they conversed, the car entered a high-end apartment parking lot with a view of the lake. Duan Xiu Ming parked the vehicle, walked around to open the door for her, and gently placed his hands on her arms. "Right hand?" he inquired. Lu Mingyu nodded. "How did you know?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "I and Appo's. You've been exposed to such things since childhood." He guided her into the elevator and pressed a button for a floor. The elevator was silent, occupied solely by the two of them, ascending smoothly. Suddenly, Duan Xiu Ming seemed to realize something, glancing at her with a hint of surprise. "You dare to come up?" Lu Mingyu shot him a calm glance. "Duan Xiao, if you've forgotten, I can remind you, I was the one who fell asleep first." Duan Xiu Ming responded with a non-committal, "All right." Ding! The elevator reached the designated floor. After unlocking the password, Duan Xiu Ming took one of Lu Mingyu's fingers and pressed it against the lock to input her information. Lu Mingyu remained silent. His gaze swept over her throat. "Will you be coming often?" Lu Mingyu raised her eyes. "Why are you staring at my vulnerable spot?" As someone who studied art, she had a certain understanding of the human body. Duan Xiu Ming, unperturbed, glanced at her again. "I was curious. I didn't in Appo's. To get a chance to taste it last time." With that, he pulled her inside. The apartment was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the lake. Duan Xiu Ming gestured toward the sofa. "Sit, and remove your jacket." After saying that, he turned to fetch some medicine. Lu Mingyu sat still, feeling a strange sensation. When Duan Xiu Ming returned with the medication, he observed her intently. "How curious. You care about this?" Lu Mingyu stared at him, still not moving. Duan Xiu Ming approached, lifting her clothing with one hand while pinning her down with the other. "Aren't and Appo's. To you the one who wanted to sleep?" His tone was almost mocking as he murmured, "I've seen it all. Lu Mingyu remained silent, turning her right shoulder towards him. His palm was warm as he applied the medicine to her injury, facilitating absorption, while his fingertips pressed on her acupoints. Initially, the pain was intense, but soon, the discomfort noticeably subsided. Lu Mingyu suddenly asked, "Do you usually treat girls like this? Undressing and applying medicine?" Duan Xiu Ming and Amp. Oppos. S pupils constricted slightly. You and Amp. Oppos. Quite adept at guessing. Lu Mingyu replied, "You seem too natural about it." Duan Xiu Ming's tone shifted. "It's not natural, but you're injured, and I can't just do nothing." Lu Mingyu tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance behind her. "You have great self-control?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Otherwise, what am I doing?" Lu Mingyu continued, "Then why did you sleep?" Duan Xiu Ming explained, "That was my choice. It has nothing to do with self-control." Lu Mingyu furrowed her brows in contemplation. After applying the medicine, Duan Xiu Ming pinched her bone gently with 2 fingers. "You never exercise?" Lu Mingyu confessed. "Not since I was 12. Duan Xiu Ming's gaze deepened. "Would you like to work out?" "Otherwise." Lu Mingyu interjected, "Otherwise what?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "I want to be satisfied." Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. "You unsatisfied?" Duan Xiu Ming glanced down. "Literally, think about it seriously." Lu Mingyu changed the subject. "Is it done?" "Not yet," Duan Xiu Ming replied, pointing to her calf. "Do you want to do it yourself, or should I?" Surprise flickered across Lu Mingyu and Oppo's eyes as she looked at him. After a brief pause, Duan Xiu Ming took matters into his own hands, rolling her pant leg up to her knee, revealing a large bruise. "Didn't I tell you? I've dealt with these things since childhood. I and Amp, Oppos, am sensitive to the details." He began applying the medicine again. Lu Mingyu, feeling his strength, asked, "Are you good at fighting?" Duan Xiu Ming nodded. "I don an Amp. Oppos, dare apply too much force, afraid of breaking your bones." Lu Mingyu watched him as he tended to her injury. "All done," he said, releasing her and helping her adjust her clothing. Lu Mingyu sat quietly on the sofa. Duan Xiu Ming handed her a phone, a new one, like mine, with top-notch anti-tracking features. The phone was a matte white, clearly a couple's color contrasting with her matte black one. Lu Mingyu regarded him with an odd expression. Duan Xiu Ming noticed her look. "What's with that expression? Or do you prefer to keep using mine?" Lu Mingyu contemplated before asking, "Does the anti-tracking feature protect you as well?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Why would it? Why do you ask? Are you planning to find a man behind my back?" Lu Mingyu fell silent. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. "Speak." Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu finally responded, "I and Amp, Oppos, am not looking. I prefer white." That matte black was too bold, and color had nothing to do with gender. Su Yue had used such a cool color as well, but as the second Miss Lu, she couldn't Amp, Oppos, afford to be seen by her family. After once running away from home, the Lu family's methods had escalated. The need for anti-tracking and encrypted information was essential. Duan Xiu Ming observed her and assisted her in switching the SIM card. After handing her the matte white phone, he formatted the matte black one for his own use. Lu Mingyu watched him intently, silently observing with keen insight. He was peculiar, unlike anyone she had ever met, a type she had never encountered before. His temper was fierce yet controlled, his strength formidable yet restrained, and even his self-control seemed effortless. Just as he had said, everything was a choice. Once Duan Xiu Ming finished with the phone, he glanced up and met her gaze. For a moment, he did not move or look away, maintaining a focused stare. His eyes were penetrating and direct, their changing hues clearly indicating his intentions. Lu Mingyu was the first to avert her gaze. Duan Xiu Ming continued to watch her, speaking, "Rest assured." Suddenly, Lu Mingyu met his eyes, provocatively asking, "What if I disappear using this phone?" Duan Xiu Ming pressed his lips together. "Are you sure?" Lu Mingyu replied gently, "Just asking, out of curiosity." Duan Xiu Ming smirked. "Try it. I can find you twice, then thrice, and so forth. I can pursue you, and you may refuse me, but I need not resort to such methods." His confidence was palpable, brimming with audacity. Lu Mingyu turned away from him, gazing down at the lake's surface outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. "You truly are a strange person." Duan Xiu Ming responded with unwavering focus. "I return your statement. You are the peculiar one, Lu Mingyu." The sunset cast a shimmering glow over the lake. Lu Mingyu seldom witnessed such scenery. looking down from a height to admire the earth and water. She cherished this place, elevated and expansive. Duan Xiu Ming checked the time. Shall I take you home? Lu Mingyu did not respond, continuing to gaze out the window. Duan Xiu Ming remarked, once it gets dark, you want into Oppos. To be able to escape, I will devour you. Finally, Lu Mingyu turned back, glancing over his features. His eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly just joking to frighten her. As dusk fell, the light softened his sharp features. Perhaps due to years of physical training, his physique was impressive, eyes gleaming, so contrary to her own. Chapter 23. A bat hand, a trump card, or a bombshell? Lu Mingyu rose, gathering her medication and phone as she made her way to the door. Behind her, Duan Xiu Ming let out a scoff. Heartless, so distrustful of me. Indeed, she thought, I am a wolf in sheep and amp. Oppos, as clothing. No need to take me all the way to my doorstep. Just drop me off by the roadside, Lu Mingyu instructed. Duan Xiu Ming paused in contemplation and asked, is the sound loud? Lu Mingyu nodded. He turned and retrieved another car key. I and Oppos. LL switch cars to take you. The dark green one has been modified by Zhan Xiang, so it's noisy. Lu Mingyu glanced at the car key in his hand. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class Maybach. Is this still Zhan Xiang and Oppos? S? He seemed unconcerned, as if cars were mere toys to him. By the time they returned to the Lu residence, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Duan Xiu Ming parked the car beside the entrance and asked, is this how it works, obedient girl? We must avoid surveillance, even in silence. Lu Mingyu nodded and unfastened her seatbelt. She realized many things did not require explicit explanation. He understood her directly without the need for familiarity. Before she exited the car, Duan Xiu Ming called out to her once more, remember to invite me out for a meal next time, just the two of us. His gaze was striking even in the dim light. All right, she replied softly. Upon returning to the Lu household, Lu Mingyu took out her phone and sent a message to Su Suyue. A response came swiftly from the other side. Su Suyue, my brother hasn't said anything. He asked right beside me. Hasn't mentioned a word. What is happening? Lu Mingyu. I ran into Sang-Chi. She witnessed some events involving me. Su Suyue, it seems Sang-Chi hasn't told my brother anything. Or hasn't had the chance yet. Should I probe Sang-Chi? Lu Mingyu. That would be too obvious. It's like a blatant admission. Su Suyue. Then I'll keep my brother occupied. He asks such a fool. Don't worry. Lu Mingyu felt anything but reassured. She was uncertain how much Sang-Chi had seen and what she might relay to Su Wenjun. A few casual remarks from Lu Qiuyang could lead Su Wenjun to divulge everything. What would she face? Lu Mingyu tapped her fingers lightly against the frosted white back of her phone, contemplating another matter, Duan Xiu Ming. What sort of person is he? His control over strength is terrifyingly precise, and his intelligence is formidable. His acute sensitivity in certain aspects suggests specialized training. The apartment boasts a panoramic view of the lake. It does not appear to be rented, with a price exceeding $20 million for 200 square meters. Yet, it only holds a 40-year ownership, as those who are not extravagantly wealthy would not purchase such an expensive apartment. It is not merely a matter of money. The crux lies in this phone. What does top-tier anti-tracking entail? Information encryption? And that wetland, with a barn nestled within the forest. How did he obtain the necessary approvals? From Xiangjiang, surnamed Duan. This phone is capable of connecting directly to the external internet. Lu Mingyu accessed the Xiangjiang website, searching for his name, but found nothing. She then searched for the Duan family of Xiangjiang, uncovering a plethora of news articles. The dark vein young master's brutality forces the Duan heir to the palace. 35-year-old heir Duan Liqing's bloodied speech, condemning the dark vein atrocities. Video. The Duan family's struggle between light and dark enters its final phase. A multitude of Duan family branches forced to express their stance or flee with their assets. The Duan family's astounding influence. Numerous luxury properties in both overseas and domestic markets sold out, with buyers all linked to the fleeing branches of the Duan family. The Duan family of Xiangjiang, a world-class aristocracy, focusing on overseas ventures. She was unfamiliar with such matters. The Lu family had shielded her from this world, and her information came solely from Su Suyue, who had previously educated her on the elite circles. The core members of top-tier aristocracies typically travel in convoys of luxury cars, accompanied by throngs of bodyguards skillfully maneuvering through roadblocks. Lu Mingyu clicked on the video of Duan Xiu Ming's speech. It was evident that he was a cultured businessman, impeccably dressed, yet with a gentle, restrained gaze. His elegance starkly contrasted with Lu Qiuyang. Not a facade, but a genuine aura emanating from his demeanor, exuding an effortless nobility. In comparison, Lu Qiuyang's pretense seemed futile. Lu Mingyu paused, realizing the sensationalism of the headlines in Xiangjiang's news. A bloodied speech? She could discern no signs of such distress from this gentleman, his noble poise calm and composed. Yet his words were incisive and sharp, qualifying as a scathing critique. Clearly, this heir had reached his breaking point regarding the dark vein's atrocities. Lu Mingyu continued to explore the information, eventually locating a list of Duan family members. Duan Xiu Ming's name was absent. However, among the lengthy roster, she stumbled upon a name, Duan Xiu, positioned inconspicuously, resembling a peripheral figure. A side branch? What is the relationship between Duan Xiu and Duan Xiu Ming? Brothers? He had mentioned being the second young master of the Duan family. Does that make Duan Xiu his elder brother? The first young master is a marginal figure, while the second young master remains unrecognized. Is Duan Xiu Ming a side branch with no inheritance rights? High-end apartments, refuge? Lu Mingyu continued to lightly tap the edge of her phone, deep in thought. Something feels amiss. A bad hand, a trump card, or a bombshell. She closed the web page and unlocked the secondary system of her phone. A flurry of messages erupted, some from various aristocratic families, others from high school classmates, with unread notifications piling up in groups. She glanced at the overwhelming influx of information, feeling a headache coming on. Xiangyi, I'm so sorry about today. Next time I'll invite you out without by Wen Tao, but he usually isn't like that. Lu Mingyu. Honestly, I didn't even remember who he was. A reply came quickly. Guiyang Yi? Huh, absurd. But your boyfriend is really handsome. His physique is incredible. Oh, wait, I mean your almost boyfriend. What does he do? Lu Mingyu. No idea. Probably a wastrel. She had never seen Duan Xiu Ming engaged in any serious work, and not having seen it equated to him not doing it at all. Xiangyi, are you coming to the class reunion this weekend? Lu Mingyu. I want to be attending. I'm not familiar with anyone. Guiyang I'll eat. In the following 2 days, Lu Mingyu maintained a low profile, avoiding trouble and steering clear of the four neurotics. The special medication Duan Xiu Ming provided worked wonders, her injuries healing swiftly. That evening, she quietly opened her door and descended the stairs. The Lu household should be empty now. It was time to test once more. Lu Mingyu approached the door leading to the backyard, still secured with multiple locks. Through the moonlight, she could see only half of the corridor, beyond which everything was obscured. Her grandmother had been confined to this backyard for years, suffering from dementia and unable to care for herself. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. It was Lu Qian, her tone laced with malice. Lu Mingyu, confess honestly about the surveillance. Lu Mingyu turned, frowning. When had her cousin returned? At that moment, Lu Qian brandished a leather belt, advancing with an air of menace. Lu Mingyu glanced at her hand and asked, You've healed after enduring so much punishment? Lu Qian's face contorted with rage. How dare you ask? I will beat you to death before Dad gets home. With that, she fiercely swung the belt down. Lu Mingyu quickly dodged, but still felt a sharp sting along her thigh. Crack! The pain was excruciating. She looked up, and Lu Qian was raising her hand again. Violent and ruthless, Lu Mingyu dashed towards the hall, desperately evading the lunatic's onslaught. Yet, she suddenly maneuvered around Lu Qiuyang's tea table. Chapter 24. Do you want to get married? I will marry you. Lu Qian was relentless, unhesitatingly striking out. Lu Mingyu and Oppo's palms were clammy with sweat. As the other party raised her hand, he swiftly darted aside. The sound of a crash echoed. The purple clay teapot on the tea table toppled to the ground, shattering into pieces. The assorted olive pits and trinkets that Uncle had been toying with scattered across the floor. Lu Qian froze, astonished. Had she just smashed something worth millions? Lu Mingyu shouted, "Butler Wang, come here." After calling out, she hurried upstairs, locked herself in her room, and retrieved the special ointment given by Duan Xiu Ming to treat her wounds. The four members of her family all exhibited tendencies towards violence. Lu Lin and Lu Qian were particularly fond of slapping her, while Du Wenxin seemed intent on beating her to death. Lu Qiuyang was even more terrifying. She was either injured or on the brink of injury. Before long, the commotion in the living room escalated. It was evident that Uncle had returned, accompanied by Lu Lin. Lu Qian was wailing loudly. Du Wenxin and Lu Qiuyang were engaged in a fierce argument, their words clashing with the weight of their prestigious family lineage. She would not allow her daughter to be beaten for 2 consecutive days. It was a provocation against the Du family. In the end, Lu Qian was spared a beating but received a severe reprimanding. It was merely some trinkets. Even Lu Qiuyang was unlikely to be upset with his own daughter over inanimate objects. Lu Mingyu listened to the uproar, glancing at the injury on her thigh. Being scolded? Not sufficient. The following evening, Lu Mingyu dialed Duan Xiu Ming's phone, opening with, "Shall we have dinner, young Master Duan?" There was a brief pause on the other end. Lu Mingyu continued, "Have you eaten?" The hour was somewhat late. Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Not yet. I'll come pick you up." He had thought he would have to wait a few days, but unexpectedly, she had suddenly emerged. "Park a little farther away. I and Amp, Oppos, LL come out." "In an Amp, Oppos, has somewhat dangerous right at my doorstep," Lu Mingyu requested. Duan Xiu Ming drove his quiet Maybach, stopping along the roadside outside the community. He was in good spirits, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile. Soon, he spotted Lu Mingyu emerging from the side door. His smile vanished instantly, his gaze fixated on her lower limbs. He didn't even bother to open the door for her. He simply watched as she walked over, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat. His eyes remained locked on her, glimmering with intensity. Sensing his scrutiny, Lu Mingyu inquired, "What is wrong?" Click. Duan Xiu Ming locked the car doors, staring at her. Lu Mingyu met his gaze, her eyes questioning. Duan Xiu Ming furrowed his brow tightly, finally speaking after a lengthy silence. "Did your family hit you?" He had wanted to ask that day. How could she have sustained injuries to her legs and arms? And now another leg? He was quick to discern issues. Despite her attempts to conceal her pain, he noticed something amiss. She was in discomfort. Duan Xiu Ming and Oppos' eyes were now filled with suppressed fury, his lips pressed tightly together. Lu Mingyu maintained a calm demeanor. "Corporal punishment. It's quite normal." Duan Xiu Ming and Amp, Oppos' brow deepened. "I do not believe that corporal punishment is normal for someone of 22. Lu Mingyu turned her gaze towards him. "How old are you?" 24, he replied. She pressed on. "Have you ever been hit?" Duan Xiu Ming's voice rumbled low from his chest, suppressing his emotions. "I have never been struck by my family." Lu Mingyu fell silent, turning her head aside. What a fortunate family. It incited envy. Duan Xiu Ming reached out, turning her face towards him, compelling her to look into his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was unusually solemn. He scrutinized her features, marveling at her stunning visage. How could someone like her be subjected to violence? How could anyone lay a hand on her? "How long has this been going on?" he asked. "About 10 years, Lu Mingyu and Oppos' voice was barely above a whisper. Duan Xiu Ming's brow twisted in anger as he gently caressed her cheek, rendered speechless. After a long pause, he called her name, Lu Mingyu. "Yes," she responded. "Do you want to get married?" He said in a deep tone, "I will marry you." Calm and resolute, Lu Mingyu raised her eyes to meet his, her astonishment genuine. It was unexpected. That was not her intention. But Duan Xiu Ming continued, "The Du family does not practice corporal punishment. No one in this world can harm my wife, not even myself." He had initially intended to take things slowly, to foster a relationship based on mutual understanding. But now it seemed urgent. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze. "Then you will propose?" The proposal from a top-tier family was a significant affair. Even the collateral branches could not resist the Du family. Duan Xiu Ming released her, speaking in a composed tone as he took out his phone. "Wait for me. It will be quick, about a month." He typed rapidly. Lu Mingyu exclaimed, "A month? That's too long." But then again, the Du family is embroiled in serious internal strife, and everyone is caught up in it. The atmosphere is tense. Wouldn't proposing now make one target? The difficulty is immense. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. I wish to expedite this as well, but the timing is a bit inconvenient. I had initially planned for my brother to represent me, but he is currently entangled in matters. Lu Mingyu asked, "Do you have a good relationship with your brother?" Duan Xiu Ming nodded. "We are brothers. We trust each other more than anyone else in this world." Lu Mingyu understood. His brother was Duan Xiuji. After sending the message, Duan Xiu Ming looked at her. "Time is tight. We want to have enough time to arrange the wedding. A month from now, I will take you to Xianjiang, and I promise to finalize all wedding arrangements within 6 months." Lu Mingyu smiled slightly. What if it's too rushed and doesn't feel right? Wouldn't that be too impulsive? Duan Xiu Ming's attitude was firm. If it doesn't feel right, we will adjust. Lu Mingyu looked at him quizzically. You decide without prior understanding? What if I have a criminal record? Such trivial matters. Duan Xiu Ming brushed it off. He added, in the Du family, there are no precedents for divorce, only widowhood. Regardless of your past, once we are engaged, it is for life. Huh? Lu Mingyu exclaimed in surprise. Duan Xiu Ming responded, it's a family tradition. Lu Mingyu remarked, what a domineering tradition. Duan Xiu Ming smirked slightly. Oh, by the way, extramarital affairs are also forbidden. Once you marry me, you can forget about finding another man. I would face severe consequences for any indiscretions, and family members involved in such affairs would be disowned. Lu Mingyu tilted her head. But you are already entangled with me. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. This is not entanglement. This is a normal relationship. Lu Mingyu countered. But you slept with me without knowing my name. Duan Xiu Ming retorted, that was a choice. Who knew you would run away afterward? Lu Mingyu replied, oh. Duan Xiu Ming started the vehicle. What do you want to eat? Or shall I choose the place? Lu Mingyu responded, you choose. I'm not picky. Dining was secondary. Causing a ruckus was the priority. She took out her phone to message Su Suyue. Lu Mingyu, where is Lu Qian hanging out tonight? Su Suyue, at another newly opened bar. They've already started pre-drinking. Lu Mingyu, do you have a location? Su Suyue, yes. What's the plan? Are you going to stir up trouble? Did Lu Qian provoke you again? Go for it. Let your little universe explode. Count me in. I'm coming too. Let us deal with her. Lu Mingyu, 10 o'clock tonight, don't miss it. After putting away her phone, she glanced at the person beside her. Duan Xiu Ming remained tense, driving with a furrowed brow, still contemplating her injuries. Noticing her gaze, he reached out to grasp her hand, gently patting the back of it. Chapter 25. The setup. Duan Xiu Ming brought Lu Mingyu to a rice porridge hot pot restaurant, a taste from her childhood that she hadn't savored in many years. To her surprise, this hot pot establishment had opened in Shizi City. Duan Xiu Ming reserved a private room, took her hand, and led her inside to their seats. Lu Mingyu gazed at their intertwined fingers, lowering her head in contemplation. He too observed their hands, his fingertips gently caressing her delicate ones. Your hands are so small. How can you hold a brush? He inquired. Lu Mingyu retorted, it's not like I'm wielding a gun. Besides, her hands are not small, his were simply too large. Duan Xiu Ming continued to inspect her hands, commenting, so fair. Fair, but not tender. Lu Mingyu corrected, the part where I gripped the brush has developed thick calluses. Duan Xiu Ming compared his hands to hers and raised his eyes to ask, is this what you call thick? Lu Mingyu remained silent. Duan Xiu Ming pressed on. Do you find anything unsatisfactory about me? I can change. Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment and shook her head. No. Duan Xiu Ming questioned, you have no expectations of me? How can you be so accommodating? Lu Mingyu fell silent. She was not accommodating. She was, in fact, rather troublesome. At that moment, the hot pot began to bubble, and they commenced cooking the vegetables. Once cooked, Duan Xiu Ming picked up his chopsticks and served her the first piece. Lu Mingyu froze in surprise. Duan Xiu Ming, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze and gazed deeply into his eyes. It had been a decade since anyone had treated her this way, offering her the first piece rather than the remnants of a meal. Only her parents had shown her such attentive love. The happiness she had once been cradled and shattered when she was 12. Duan Xiu Ming continued to serve her various ingredients before starting on his own. Suddenly, Lu Mingyu spoke up. Duan Xiao, I have a question. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. You can ask, but please don and oppose. Call me Duan Xiao. Call me a Ming or husband. After a moment of silence, Lu Mingyu inquired, you seem to know how to care for girls very well. Where did that experience come from? Duan Xiu Ming raised his eyes to meet hers. Are you feeling jealous? Lu Mingyu countered. Do I have anyone to be jealous of? Duan Xiu Ming replied. No, I have no female friend around me. My experience comes from my parents and my older brother and sister-in-law, who always appear as couples in front of me. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. Lu Mingyu looked at him in surprise. You will gradually understand, Duan Xiu Ming said, serving her more food. We are in a relationship now, you know? Lu Mingyu asked, what do you mean? Duan Xiu Ming clarified, as a boyfriend. Shouldn't I be able to make some requests? Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Such as? Duan Xiu Ming's gaze swept over her lips, for instance, hugs and kisses. Staying up late until you recover. Lu Mingyu remarked. I thought you would say something like not allowing me to dine with other men. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's expression shifted. I would love to say that, but your rebellious nature. Lu Mingyu chimed in. So I can then dine alone with someone? Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's face darkened. Can you not have some self-awareness? Aren't and Appo's you afraid of making me angry? I have quite the temper. Very fierce. Lu Mingyu smiled at him. And then you would beat someone up? Duan Xiu Ming resumed, serving her food, his face stern. Let an Appo's be fair. I have no female friends around me, so you cannot have male friends either. In an Appo's, not allowed. Lu Mingyu replied, I don't have male friends. Duan Xiu Ming began to interrogate her. Was the person I saw that day a ghost? And the guy in the bar who kept talking to you? Who was he? Now that we have established our relationship, I need to clarify. Lu Mingyu asserted. I only have 2 female friends, believe it or not. Duan Xiu Ming responded, I believe you. You and Appo's re-eating. You look like you and Appo's re-starving. Lu Mingyu cast him a deep glance. He was domineering, temperamental, and possessive. Yet, his kindness towards her was overwhelming. It was sincere, making it hard for her to resist. Later that night, at 10 o'clock, the car stopped in front of a bar. Duan Xiu Ming, seated in the driver's seat, took her hand without asking her why they were there. Not far behind, a small bull was parked, motionless. Further away, a dark green Lamborghini was visible. Is Zhanxiang here? Lu Mingyu asked. Duan Xiu Ming replied. He's recently become quite familiar with the people in Shizi Circle. Lu Mingyu regarded him and said, Can we make Lu Qian's phone waterlogged? It would be best if it were rendered useless. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's expression turned cold. Did she cause your injury? Lu Mingyu merely inquired. Can be done? Duan Xiu Ming took out his phone and messaged 2 minutes. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze momentarily, then suddenly propped herself up and crawled towards him. Duan Xiu Ming, astonished, cautioned, your injury. Yet his hand moved instinctively, supporting her waist to prevent her from hurting herself. Lu Mingyu climbed onto his lap from the passenger seat, her back against the steering wheel. Duan Xiu Ming adjusted his seat to provide her with more space. He scanned her position, his tone shifting as he asked, What are you trying to do? Kiss me, she commanded. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's eyes deepened as he held her and leaned in to kiss her. Lu Mingyu and Appo's hand reached out to press a button, rolling down the window. The night breeze tousled her hair, lightly brushing against his throat. Outside the car, voices erupted from the bar and Appo's entrance as Lu Qian emerged, cursing loudly. Duan Xiu Ming instinctively leaned back, attempting to break the kiss. However, Lu Mingyu stubbornly pressed closer, whispering into his lips, let her see. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes half closed as he pinned her against the steering wheel, their breaths growing heavier. Move, she instructed. He restrained his expression, obediently following her command. As Lu Mingyu was lifted, she caught a glimpse of the scene outside through the window. Lu Qian and Appo's curses abruptly ceased, replaced by a scream. Lu Mingyu. You. She reached for her phone to capture the evidence, but suddenly realized her phone was unresponsive. In a panic, she dashed back, shouting something as she ran. Real proof. Evidence. Lu Mingyu is done for. Inside the car, the 2 lovers quickly separated. Duan Xiu Ming inhaled deeply and opened the car door. Lu Mingyu exited, calling to him. Let an Appo's go. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at her, and without a word, started the vehicle, speeding away. Not far behind, the small bull approached, stopping beside Lu Mingyu. She climbed into the passenger seat, where Su Siyue was gripping the steering wheel, her gaze intense. Lu Mingyu smiled at her. Su Suyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible. Now was not the time for conversation, as a throng of people poured out of the bar. Zhan Xiang, He Song, Hao Lusheng, Su Wenjun, Sangqi. A large crowd had gathered. Lu Qian led the charge, holding up an unknown phone, shouting, "It's here." Lu Mingyu is in the car with a guy. Her voice trailed off as she stared in shock at the Lamborghini Bull. Su Suyue rolled down the window, glaring fiercely. "What are you doing? Looking for a fight?" Lu Mingyu leaned out of the passenger seat, peering curiously. "What is going on, sis?" Chapter 26. The wolf is here in the dead of night. The Lu family was bustling with activity. Duan Xiu and Lu Lin hurriedly returned, accompanied by the Su siblings, who had a close relationship with the Lu family. Sitting behind the tea table, Lu Qiuyang furrowed his brow as he observed Lu Qian and Amp. Oppo's loud commotion. Lu Mingyu stood quietly to the side. Lu Qian's voice rang out. "I am not lying. I saw it." Lu Mingyu was in the car with a man, and who knows what else they did. Su Suyu retorted sharply, "You're talking nonsense. Either check your brain or your eyesight." As the cherished daughter of the Su family, she cared little for offending others. Su Wenjun, surprisingly refraining from scolding his sister for her foul language, spoke up. "Sister Lu Qian, please refrain from such reckless words. You have already gone too far at the bar entrance, and you are tarnishing Lu Mingyu's reputation." Lu Qian shouted in anger. "None of you believe me. Everything I said is true." Su Suyu rolled her eyes. "Lu Mingyu was with me the entire time in my car. Are you out of your mind, Lu Qian?" Trembling with rage, Lu Qian turned to Lu Qiuyang. "Father, you must check the surveillance footage. Please do it now." At that moment, Lu Lin interjected sternly. "Lu Qian, how long do you intend to frame Lu Mingyu?" Lu Qian looked at Lu Lin in shock. "Brother, even you Don and Oppos. Do you believe me?" Duan Xiu attempted to speak, but Lu Mingyu preempted her. "Uncle, Aunt and Oppos, am a bit tired. Could you please ask my sister to stop causing a scene? How can we carry on living like this?" Lu Qian rushed over. "You dare speak? You wretched person." Su Suyu stepped forward. "You mad woman. Do you intend to strike someone?" Su Wenjun was taken aback. It was the first time he witnessed Lu Qian's madness at home. Did she truly have a mental issue? "Enough." Lu Qiuyang's voice was grave. The hall fell silent. Suppressing the fury simmering beneath his calm exterior, he smiled at the Su siblings. "I apologize for making you witness this. It is getting late." Su Wenjun immediately nodded. "Sorry, Uncle Lu. This is a private matter for the Lu family. We shall not intrude further." Lu Qiuyang turned to Duan Xiu with a smile. "Could you see them out?" Duan Xiu furrowed her brow, but felt compelled to comply. Otherwise, the decorum of both the Lu and Du families would be called into question. With a feigned smile, she warmly led the Su siblings toward the exit. Su Wenjun intended to decline, but Su Suyu suddenly linked her arm with Duan Xiu and Oppos, engaging her in cheerful conversation, as if they were mother and daughter. At the entrance, the three exchanged pleasantries and small gifts. Shu Venyan remarked, "And du, Uncle Lu is truly gentle. If it were my father, he would have lost his temper by now." Duan Xiu suppressed her urgency. "He is simply a kind-hearted person. Haha." Su Suyu's cheeks twitched. Yet she continued to stall for time. "No, I believe Uncle Lu is just well-mannered. Unlike my father, who only knows how to scold." Su Wenjun countered. "Come on. When has Dad ever scolded you? He just talks big." Duan Xiu was nearing her wit's end, yet the siblings continued their endless praise of Lu Qiuyang. Meanwhile, inside the Lu family's hall, only four remained. In the ensuing silence, Lu Qiuyang stood up. Lu Qian, belatedly sensing the gravity of the situation, wished to rush out and call for her mother. But it was too late. Lu Qiuyang, with a grim expression, seized her hair and violently slammed her against the wall. With a resounding bang, Lu Qiuyang dragged her by the hair, not toward a neighboring room, but toward a warehouse in the side courtyard. "Help! Help!" Lu Qian screamed. Lu Lin, panicked, rushed forward to intervene. "Dad, she cannot be confined. She is your biological daughter." Lu Qiuyang turned a deaf ear, forcefully dragging Lu Qian into the warehouse. Soon, the sound of chains clinking echoed. Lu Qiuyang had two sensitive spots: the reputation of the Lu family and a particular matter related to Lu Mingyu. Today, Lu Qian had trampled upon both. Though the accusations were true, Her repeated lies and schemes had severely damaged her credibility, with Su Yu steadfastly corroborating Lu Mingyu's alibi. Lu Qian and Appo's claims fell flat. After so many falsehoods, no one believed her. The hall grew desolate, leaving only Lu Mingyu. In the stillness, she approached the tea table and poured herself a cup of fragrant Qiuhongmei tea. After savoring the tea, she ascended the stairs to her room. This night at the Lu household was destined to be tumultuous. After escorting the Su siblings home, Duan Xiu erupted in anger. However, Lu Qiuyang showed no mercy, nearly striking her. Lu Lin was unable to quell his father and Appo's wrath. Lu Qian and Appo's confinement was a certainty. Enraged, Duan Xiu returned to her maternal home that very night. The father and son ultimately departed from the Lu residence. Lu Qiuyang's emotions were frayed. He instructed the butler not to allow Lu Qian to leave and then left alone. Left with no choice, Lu Lin hurriedly followed, either to plead with his father again or seek assistance from his maternal grandfather at the Du family. However, at this hour, regardless of the outcome, Lu Qian would at least be confined for one night. Once everyone had left, the Lu home returned to tranquility. Inside the impenetrable warehouse, Lu Qian and Appo's sobs echoed relentlessly. She never imagined that one day she would find herself confined. This warehouse was meant to be exclusive to Lu Mingyu. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound echoed. Lu Qian exclaimed in delight. "Brother!" Lu Mingyu's voice responded softly. "It's me." A surge of hatred welled up within Lu Qian as she shouted, "Lu Mingyu! Lu Mingyu! Ah! Ah!" Lu Mingyu spoke gently. Don't shout." With that, she slipped a thin tissue through the crack of the door. Lu Qian dragged her chains forward, furiously cursing. "You wretched person! What are you pretending to be good for? You must be here to enjoy my misfortune. Why don't you just die? You should die with your wretched mother." Laughter floated from outside the door, followed by the sound of Lu Mingyu's footsteps fading away until they vanished. It seemed she came merely to mock and deliver a tissue. Lu Qian sensed something amiss. She moved closer and picked up the tissue. Was there water on it? Through the moonlight spilling through the door's crack, she leaned in to examine it. The next moment, her pupils constricted violently. The fury within her chest was on the verge of eruption. Lu Mingyu had written 3 words on the tissue with water. "The wolf is here." Lu Qian screamed in anguish, resembling a deranged lunatic. Ah, you did this on purpose. You did this on purpose, you wretched person." She began to pound on the door, desperate to call for her parents and brother. "Come quick. Evidence. I have evidence that proves Lu Mingyu did this deliberately." But no one responded. The Lu family was nowhere to be found. A surge of fatal terror engulfed Lu Qian. She realized that the water on the tissue was evaporating, the words becoming increasingly blurred, slowly fading before her eyes. Chapter 27. Supreme Praise. Lu Mingyu returned to her room and locked the door behind her. Even on the 3rd floor, she could still faintly hear Lu Qian's desperate cries, which gradually devolved into incoherent babbling, seemingly driven to madness. "Shout all you want, useless thing." The ink on that tissue would dry quickly, leaving no evidence behind. Lu Mingyu was not acting out of impulse. It was a deliberate act of psychological pressure, pushing someone to the brink of insanity. In the warehouse, Lu Qian and Appo's voice had become hoarse from screaming. Lu Mingyu donned her headphones for sound isolation and opened her phone to check for messages. After all the commotion, Su Yue had finally returned home. "Su Yue, hurry up. Tell me everything. Where should I even start asking?" "Forget it. I'll ask Lu Qian first." She's laughing hysterically. "Lu Mingyu, what is there to laugh about? The suffering she endures is merely a reflection of my own." As she typed this, Lu Mingyu's expression remained composed. She was merely projecting her own experiences onto Lu Qian. Is that too much to bear? Su. After hearing that, I don't feel good at all. Lu Mingyu, yet I feel remarkably well. Su Yue, by the way, who was that handsome guy driving the Maybach? Did you hire an actor? It looks so real. You two were kissing at the steering wheel as if it were genuine. I even saw him move. Oh my gosh. Are you two pretending to be in a relationship? Lu Mingyu. He is indeed real. Not an actor, but what you saw was staged. Su Yue, wait. Slow down. What do you mean? Lu Mingyu, boyfriend, acting. Su Suyue what? Su Suyue's mind was bombarded with 1,000 questions. Yet she didn't know where to begin. Where did Lu Mingyu find a boyfriend? When did they start dating? Where's he from? Huh? But in the end, Su Suyue refrained from asking too many questions. She had grown accustomed to the shocks Lu Mingyu occasionally delivered. Lu Mingyu, always the quiet one, had a knack for surprising others. One cannot have a heart of steel and expect to be friends with Lu Mingyu. After exchanging a few words with Su Suyue, Lu Mingyu opened the chat window with Duan Xiu Ming. He had not sent a single message. However, the top of the screen displayed the words typing, which had persisted for quite some time. After some contemplation, Lu Mingyu initiated a video call. When the call connected, the screen was initially shrouded in darkness, followed by a view of the lake through a floor-to-ceiling window. The image shifted, revealing him just after a shower, his hair slicked back, exposing his chiseled features. He sat on the sofa, his gaze filled with complexity. A moment of silence ensued, an eerie silence. "Are you enjoying the view?" Lu Mingyu inquired. Duan Xiu Ming retorted. "And you? How are you?" Lu Mingyu replied. "I am splendid, absolutely wonderful." Duan Xiu Ming fell silent once more before asking, "What makes it wonderful?" Lu Mingyu responded, "My sister is grounded and has been driven to madness by me." "Isn't that marvelous?" "Indeed, impressive." Duan Xiu Ming praised before inquiring, "And how about my performance?" Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiu Ming's tone shifted. "Didn't you feel in the car? You flirted and then ran away?" Lu Mingyu was taken aback. "That was hours ago." Duan Xiu Ming. "Should I come pick you up?" He stood up, preparing to leave. Lu Mingyu was startled. "No." "Are you mad? The Lu family may be absent, but the butler is still here." Duan Xiu Ming sat back down, his expression cold. "You went mad first. What was that move? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Lu Mingyu. "Apologies, I'll be more careful next time." Duan Xiu Ming raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "You ignite the fire but leave it to me to extinguish? I even go to sleep tonight?" Lu Mingyu. "You should exercise some self-control." Duan Xiu Ming. "I have a girlfriend. Why would I need self-control?" Lu Mingyu. "I'm still injured." Another silence lingered on the other end. "All right." Duan Xiu Ming's voice became muffled as he reminded her. "Remember to apply your medicine." Lu Mingyu. "Should I hang up?" Duan Xiu Ming gritted his teeth. "Why are you so infuriating? Do you believe I'll kidnap you?" Lu Mingyu chuckled softly. Duan Xiu Ming adopted a more serious tone. "No laughing." Lu Mingyu stifled her laughter, then gently spoke. Duan Xiu Ming. Duan Xiu Ming paused. "Why are you suddenly using my full name?" Lu Mingyu looked at him, her gaze calm yet powerful. "Your execution ability is the most impressive I have ever witnessed." Her words were the highest form of praise. She had not consulted him about today's plans. Every action was her own decision. Yet, he executed her commands without a moment in Dapo's hesitation, without a single unnecessary word. Such formidable execution, such extraordinary trust. He inquired only about the outcome, not the reasoning. How decisively efficient. He was like a blade in her hand, sharp and handy. Duan Xiu Ming smiled nonchalantly. Where is this even going? As Lu Mingyu beheld his smile, her heart began to race. In the apartment. After the video call ended, the phone screen remained illuminated, displaying several unread messages from Zhang Xiang, reporting on the aftermath of the evening's events. Zhang Xiang. The Lu family's affairs are quite tumultuous. The second Miss Lu's sister is quite the troublemaker, and we lost interest in playing after her outburst. Zhang Xiang. However, after tonight, Lu Qian and Appo's reputation will be in tatters, spreading rumors about her own sister. No one in the circle intends to associate with her anymore. Zhang Xiang. Su Wenjun seems to have lost his mind, directly following Lu to her home while leaving his girlfriend behind. I had to arrange a ride to send her back. What a scoundrel. Zhang Xiang. Also, the messages were numerous, interspersed with his personal opinions. Duan Xiu Ming did not read a single one, silencing his phone and flipping it over on the coffee table, screen facing down. The apartment was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering city lights streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was quiet, the only sound being their breaths. In this profound silence, a flicker of flame appeared in Duan Xiu Ming's hand. Pop! The lighter's flame flickered briefly, illuminating his sharp features and his eyes, which conveyed little emotion. The light extinguished. He did not smoke. He merely allowed the flame to shine for a moment before tearing off a sticky note from the coffee table, penning down a line. I am sensitive to the details of actions. This was something he had stated during her last visit to the apartment. He quickly wrote 2 more lines. Does your family hit you? Corporal punishment. This referenced their conversation before dinner. He picked up the pen once more, writing 3 simple words. Let her see. This encapsulated the entire day's strategy. From concealing her gait, which he uncovered, to the internal strife within the Liu family. One link led to another. Who was involved, and who was merely a pawn? Gazing at the sticky note, Duan Xiu Ming suddenly smiled. How intriguing. She was adept at resource utilization. However, she likely had no idea he intended to marry her. Pop! The flame ignited once more. Duan Xiu Ming pinched the note between his fingers, bringing it close to the flame until it was consumed entirely. Chapter 28. I like the you inside the following day. Lu Qian was released, but she seemed truly unhinged. For the next 2 days, her mental state was erratic. She would suddenly awaken in the middle of the night, running around the house and shouting. Concerned for her daughter, Du Wenxin returned from her family home to accompany Lu Qian for psychological treatment. Lu Lin, however, seemed to have moved on from the incident, preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving early and returning late each day. Lu Qiuyang remained unchanged, exhibiting no noticeable differences. 2 days later, a rather brusque, unread message appeared on Lu Mingyu's phone. Duan Xiu Ming. Miss Lu, it has been several days since we last met. I sought you out, but you have turned me down multiple times. What is the meaning of this? His tone was quite rude, especially after their relationship had been defined. He occasionally revealed his true nature. Lu Mingyu glanced at the time and replied, Lu Mingyu, so dinner? Duan Xiu Ming. Your indifferent demeanor makes it hard to fathom that we are to wed soon. Lu Mingyu paused at this message, her fingers hovering over the screen, hesitating to respond. Duan Xiu Ming, have you healed? I am preparing to pursue you. Lu Mingyu, are you still eating? Duan Xiu Ming, yes. As Lu Mingyu stepped outside, she noticed that Duan Xiu Ming had arrived in a different vehicle to pick her up, a black Cullinan. After a brief moment of surprise, she took her seat in the passenger side and asked, why the change of car again? Duan Xiu Ming replied nonchalantly, that big Benz was seen by your sister. Wasn't he it? His casual tone belied the fact that each vehicle was worth several million. Lu Mingyu was slightly taken aback, gaining a new understanding of the financial prowess of elite families. In her social sphere, Su Siue was quite favored, but she only drove a small Lamborghini. Upgrading to a larger one required exemplary behavior, which she anticipated would be feasible by the end of the year. Su Wenjun, on the other hand, was still driving the car that Su Siyue had discarded. In comparison, Duan Xiu Ming was leagues ahead of his peers. Noticing her silence, Duan Xiu Ming glanced at her and inquired, still interested in Cantonese cuisine? Lu Mingyu responded, which restaurant? The one where you behaved oddly? Duan Xiu Ming pressed his lips together, slightly displeased. I did not behave oddly. Lu Mingyu met his gaze and suddenly smiled. Duan Xiu Ming scoffed. You are truly peculiar. I act sternly, yet you laugh? Lu Mingyu replied, because it is genuine. Ultimately, they chose to dine at the outdoor courtyard of the Cantonese restaurant. Duan Xiu Ming appeared in good spirits, seemingly unaffected by the previous incident. They settled at a table with a splendid view. During the meal, he began to make playful banter. Duan Xiu Ming, eat well, lest you beg for mercy later. I want tea stop even if you cry. Lu Mingyu set down her utensils and lifted her gaze. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at her neck and asked, shall we go to the apartment after dinner? Lu Mingyu, with a tone as cold as ice, replied, I refuse. Duan Xiu Ming lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall ask again next time. Lu Mingyu regarded him intently. Duan Xiu Ming met her gaze with calmness. Or perhaps you shall decide. Lu Mingyu furrowed her brow, sensing something unusual. Duan Xiu Ming observed her again and added, I quite enjoyed your assertiveness those 2 times. Lu Mingyu queried, Duan Xiao, what is it that you like about me? My beauty? Duan Xiao. Duan Xiu Ming's brow twitched in annoyance. Call me husband. Lu Mingyu replied. Duan Xiu Ming served her some food, stating, you are indeed beautiful, but I must clarify that it is not merely your appearance that draws me. Lu Mingyu, puzzled, asked, then what do you like? Surely not my flaws? Duan Xiu Ming's gaze held an intensity. I appreciate the you within, flaws and all. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Duan Xiu Ming served her more food and remarked, however, there is a paradox. Lu Mingyu observed his actions, awaiting his continuation. Duan Xiu Ming contemplated for a moment, frowning. If you were not beautiful, I would not have noticed you. Without that allure, I would not have engaged. Lu Mingyu responded, what a coincidence. Duan Xiu Ming's gaze swept over her left hand. When will you create another painting? He had yet to truly witness her artistic talent and felt a surge of curiosity. Lu Mingyu lowered her head when the opportunity arises. As they conversed, a group of people emerged from indoors, passing by their outdoor table, their footsteps halting in surprise. Lu Mingyu. Wow, it's really you. Lu Mingyu turned her head to see about a dozen of her high school classmates, including Xiang Yi and Bai Wentao. Realizing it was the weekend and they were gathered for a reunion, she was taken aback by the coincidence of their meeting at the same restaurant. Having not seen each other for 4 years, they exchanged pleasantries. Xiang Yi glanced at their table and inquired, dining with your boyfriend? Lu Mingyu replied, yes, quite the coincidence. Bai Wentao's expression soured slightly. So quickly, he is your boyfriend now? Just days ago he was not. Lu Mingyu nodded, but said nothing. Duan Xiu Ming scanned their faces, momentarily pausing on Bai Wentao. Xiang Yi patted Lu Mingyu on the shoulder. Well, enjoy your meal. We have another gathering later. If you finish and wish to join, you are welcome. Before Lu Mingyu could respond, come on, Lu Mingyu. Bai Wentao extended an invitation. Duan Xiu Ming fixed his gaze on him. Bai Wentao ignored the intensity of that look and continued to Lu Mingyu. I will cover this meal. Do come. With that, he turned to settle the bill, leaving no room for refusal. Xiang Yi awkwardly laughed. Well, I sent the address in the group. Lu Mingyu, feel free to join us. But first enjoy your meal with your boyfriend. After that, she hurriedly ushered the others away, taking Bai Wentao with her. How embarrassing. Once the group departed, Lu Mingyu turned to Duan Xiu Ming, only to see him looking away, muttering a curse under his breath. Lu Mingyu suddenly burst into laughter, gazing at him with amusement. Duan Xiu Ming returned her gaze. What is so funny? Lu Mingyu continued to chuckle. You are amusing. Duan Xiu Ming scoffed. You are the amusing one. What is the matter? Did you have so many flies buzzing around you before you met me? Am I destined to be your fly swatter? Saying this, he scrutinized her face and figure. Heavens! The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lu Mingyu shook her head. Actually, no, there were not. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow at her. Lu Mingyu explained. Before I met you, I rarely went out. Even at the Royal Academy, most of my time was spent between the studio and my residence. The tuition at the Royal Academy is exorbitant, and living expenses in London are outrageously high. I truly had no spare funds for leisure, and I only ventured out to Shangshan AO once and got caught. Duan Xiu Ming pondered for a moment and replied, you should venture out more to witness the world. While painting can be solitary, inspiration must be sought externally. Lu Mingyu was surprised by his words. Duan Xiu Ming then fixed her with a penetrating gaze. But if you dare go out today, just try it. Lu Mingyu smirked. Duan Xiu Ming coldly retorted, we are about to get engaged, so behave. Do not associate with wild men, understood? Lu Mingyu replied, I'm not behaving? Duan Xiu Ming chuckled. Lu Mingyu, you? Behaving? Lu Mingyu nodded sincerely. Duan Xiu Ming leaned closer, their breaths mingling. If you could be obedient, I will write my name backwards. Lu Mingyu teased, but you claim to like the you inside me, do you not? Your choice. Duan Xiu Ming was momentarily speechless, then conceded, you win. Chapter 29. One person, 2 orders at 9 in the evening. Lu Mingyu had just returned to the Lu residence when she encountered her aunt, Du Wenxin, who was about to leave. Aunt, she greeted. Du Wenxin halted in front of her, surveying her with a cold smirk. You are utterly malicious. With just a few words, you and Amp, Oppos, V, thrown the household into chaos. Are you delighted to see Lu Qian locked up? Lu Mingyu replied, I almost wanted to set off firecrackers. Du Wenxin shouted in anger, you vile creature. My daughter did not lie, did she? It is you who caused her confinement. Lu Mingyu retorted, I did not lock her up. That was your husband. Besides, she truly needs to reevaluate her mindset. The entire family ought to reflect on their thoughts. You are indeed a calamity for the Liu family, and your mother, that wretched woman, has caused my husband and me to live separately for over a decade. Du Wenxin's face twisted in fury. Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze. Aunt, my mother has never given your husband a moment's attention. Can you and your husband not possess a shred of self-awareness? With that, she turned her back and ascended the stairs, leaving Du Wenxin seething with indignation, vowing to make her life miserable and even threatening to disturb her mother and Appo's grave. Lu Mingyu paused on the staircase, casting a cryptic glance over her shoulder before continuing up, undeterred by Du Wenxin's incessant vitriol. Once in her room, she locked the door and sat silently at her desk. Despite having been in a good mood earlier, even joking with Duan Xiu Ming, the oppressive atmosphere of the Liu household quickly enveloped her. If Du Wenxin hadn't been in such a rush, she might have resorted to violence. After regaining her composure, Lu Mingyu retrieved her phone and opened the trending social media platform. Duan Xiu Ming had reminded her that she hadn't picked up a paintbrush in quite some time. Her account now boasted a staggering 999 likes, comments, followers, and private messages. Lu Mingyu felt a headache coming on. It had been ages since she last logged in. Her previous post was a piece from the last semester, which had blown up within the art community. She had only managed the account for a little over 3 months, sharing her works sporadically without any deliberate intent. She was baffled by her popularity. Aside from the multitude of praises, there were numerous commissions, each offering increasingly higher prices. Currently, she lacked the means to create in the Liu household and had no desire to take private commissions. She preferred to build her reputation through the platform, occasionally accepting jobs for pocket money, given the platform's exorbitant cut. Lu Mingyu scrolled through her inbox, overwhelmed by the sheer number of messages. Just then, a notification from her phone's secondary system caught her attention. It was from her high school classmates group chat, where Xiang tagged her and shared a location along with several photos. They were gathering for a night event at a hidden bar inside a convenience store, accessible only with a password. Curious, Lu Mingyu glanced at the photos and was taken aback to spot Du Wenxin in one corner. Was her aunt dressed up to visit this clandestine bar? After pondering for a moment, she opened the chat with Xiang Yi. Lu Mingyu, why does the bar require a password? Xiang Yi Shi. It in Appo's. S a special occasion. In Appo's. That's my first time here. In Appo's. That's quite thrilling. Interested? Lu Mingyu not interested. She refrained from further conversation and stared thoughtfully at the photo. Next, she opened the chat with Su Sui, sending her a message. Su Sui, why are you suddenly using this account? I didn't end Appo's to even recognize you. Lu Mingyu, do you know about this bar? Su Sui, no, but it's very close to the club my brother went to today, almost face to face. Lu Mingyu Club? Su Sui, it's a flashy place. The whole street is quite extravagant. My brother even took Sang-Chi along. I can't believe it. Lu Mingyu, oh, in what way is it extravagant? Thinking of Sang-Chi, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Had Sang-Chi not mentioned that incident to Su Wenjun, or was she simply not planning to? Su Sui, just a lot of frivolous fun. Why are you asking? Do you want to go? Lu Mingyu, yes, let's go. Su Sui, Lu Mingyu right now. Su Sui, wait, let me ask. They seem to be all there. Should I come pick you up? Lu Mingyu, okay. Su Sui was always one to rush toward excitement, especially when Lu Mingyu expressed interest. It was sure to be a grand affair. She swiftly arrived at the Liu residence, picked up Lu Mingyu, and they set off. By the way, Su Sui asked excitedly, "Want an amp? Appo's. To your boyfriend be upset if you go to that street?" Lu Mingyu paused, then nodded. He probably will. Su Sui has tita. Wow, you and amp? Appo's. Re so honest. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Lu Mingyu replied, there are more pressing matters than his anger. After a moment of thought, Su Sui asked, are we going to the bar or the club? The bar seems a bit chaotic, while the club is more upscale and crowded. Lu Mingyu pondered briefly. The club. Su Sui pressed the accelerator. Before long, they arrived at the street. Su Sui pointed to a resplendent building nearby. That's the club. Lu Mingyu glanced across the street and indeed spotted a convenience store. The bar was concealed from view. One had to traverse through the store and provide a password to enter through a hidden door. After observing for a moment, she noticed numerous cars parked along the sides of the road, one of which belonged to Du Wenxin, a vehicle she rarely drove parked in a shadowy rear, almost unnoticeable. Unaware, Su Sui inquired, "What is the plan?" Lu Mingyu responded, "Is there a place in the club where one can see the street?" Su Sui note that, yes. They booked a presidential suite. The windows in the dressing room faced this street directly. Wonderful. Lu Mingyu strode toward the club. As Su Sui pushed open the suite door, everyone inside was taken aback. Su Wenjun even stood up, exclaiming, "Mingyu, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you." Sang Chi's expression shifted slightly, but she remained silent. Su Sui immediately retorted at her brother, "Why can't she come? You always have so much to say." Nearby, Hao Lushing chuckled, "Indeed, welcome. Miss Lu, it's about time you came out to play." The others chimed in, commenting on Lu Qian's absence while Lu Mingyu was out enjoying herself. After all, they were all part of the Lu family. "Someone, get a male model for Miss Lu." Su Wenjun was furious. "Stop teasing her. She is not into these things." Su Sui countered playfully, "Bring two. One for me and one for Lu Mingyu." Su Sui. Su Wenjun snapped. "Silence." Su Sui shot back. Hao Lushing applauded. "Miss Su is right. If you're here to have fun, let us be honest about it." Chapter 30 Collision. He Song remained silent, feeling a wave of trepidation as he caught sight of Lu Mingyu. Zhang Xiang, on the other hand, stared in astonishment as Lu Mingyu approached and took a seat nearby. Su Suyu sat right next to Lu Mingyu, and soon after, four newly appointed male models entered, occupying seats beside the two women. Fortunately, the private room was spacious, allowing everyone to sit comfortably without needing to squeeze together. Otherwise, Zhang Xiang felt he might perish today. Lu Mingyu noticed Zhang Xiang's gaze and unabashedly returned it. As if greeting him, Zhang Xiang's lips twitched slightly, and he whispered, "Miss Lu Air, I cannot shield you from this. I cannot possibly keep this matter from Mingge." Lu Mingyu nodded. "Understood." Zhang Xiang gave her a thumbs up, and before her very eyes, picked up his phone to message Mingge, openly signaling his intentions and providing her with an opportunity to retreat. Yet, Lu Mingyu remained composed, not leaving, even lowering her head to gaze at her phone. Zhang Xiang silently admired her bravery. She seemed utterly unfazed, almost audacious in her confidence. At that moment, Lu Mingyu was engrossed in the group chat from high school. Her peers were exuberantly sharing numerous selfies taken in a hidden bar. Among the photos, she spotted Duan Xiu, who appeared to have had a bit too much to drink, accompanied by a young man. Just then, Hao Lushing approached with a toast. Lu Mingyu remained seated, casting a glance at the two male models beside her. They promptly stood up to return the gesture to Hao Lushing. He looked momentarily surprised. Miss Lu Air sure knows how to utilize her resources. Quite different from Lu Qian. Lu Mingyu smiled. "Isn't that the way to do it?" Hao Lushing's interest piqued further. "Miss Lu Air seems quite clever. Are you still abstaining from alcohol today?" Su Suyu interjected, "You're rather annoying. We came here for fun, and the male models have already ordered. Why do you insist on coming over for attention?" Hao Lushing. What a mouth. Zhang Xiang glanced between Lu Mingyu and Su Suyu, letting out a sigh. Both women were formidable, each more impressive than the last. It seemed that remarkable individuals always found themselves in the same circle. At that moment, Zhang Xiang and Appo's phone lit up, revealing a message from Mingge. "Duan Xiu Ming, let her connect the video call." 2 exclamation marks. Zhang Xiang's eyelids twitched as he looked towards Lu Mingyu, only to find her still engrossed in her phone, completely oblivious to Minggu seeking her out. A dual system. Zhang Xiang quickly understood and moved in front of Lu Mingyu, whispering, "Miss Lu Air, Minggu is furious. Quickly switch systems." Lu Mingyu nodded, her gaze lingering on the latest class group photo. In the most recent image, she spotted Duan Xiu once more, rising alongside the young man, heading towards the exit. Zhang Xiang urged, "Sister, can I call you sister? Hurry up. My heavens." Lu Mingyu replied, "Understood." As she switched systems, she stood up and entered the makeup room, locking the door behind her. Zhang Xiang observed her calm demeanor, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead. The makeup room had excellent soundproofing, rendering the external clamor inaudible. Upon switching to the main system, Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's video call bombarded her screen. Lu Mingyu opened the video call, seeing him with a cold expression, seemingly driving while still clad in a bathrobe. Why was he in a bathrobe again? His hair appeared damp, slicked back. Ah, he must have just showered. Duan Xiu Ming placed his phone beside him, smirking as he glanced at her. Not bad, Lu Mingyu. You ordered male models? 2 of them? At that moment, Lu Mingyu glanced out the window, spotting Du Wenxin emerging from a convenience store across the street. The young man wrapping his arm around her as they moved towards a shadowy vehicle. Duan Xiu Ming raised his voice. Lu Mingyu, I'm speaking to you. Lu Mingyu, still fixated on the street below, shushed him with a finger pressed to her lips. Shu. Duan Xiu Ming. He glanced back at the video call screen. What was she shushing? It was rather enticing. Lu Mingyu remained focused on the scene below, observing Du Wenxin and the young man embracing each other, lost in a passionate kiss. As they continued, both climbed into the back seat. The back seat? Just then, Duan Xiu Ming's voice echoed again, laced with coldness. I've arrived. Should I come up to catch you, or will you come down with me? Lu Mingyu asked so soon. As she spoke, she noticed a Cullinan, the black warrior, parked not far behind Du Wenxin's vehicle. Duan Xiu Ming mocked. How can I not be swift in catching you? What is the deal with the obedient girl ordering male models? Lu Mingyu met his gaze through the video. Do you see the car ahead? Duan Xiu Ming glanced. It's swaying. Are you also interested in some car fun? I have no objections. Just see if your waist can handle it. Lu Mingyu inquired. Duan Xiu Ming. Is that Cullinan yours, or Zhanxiang's? Is the black warrior color expensive? Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say it plainly. Show your claws. Lu Mingyu's eyes sharpened, her lips parting slightly. Crash into it. In an instant, Duan Xiu Ming raised his hand, shifting gears. The next moment, without a hint of hesitation, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Bang! He crashed forward with immense force. The powerful impact sent the phone perched beside him flying. Yet he caught it with one hand, seemingly anticipating the occurrence. Du Wenxin's vehicle crumpled at the rear, and a cacophony of panicked screams erupted from within. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the Cullinan, Duan Xiu Ming calmly remarked, Traffic accident. I'll hang up now, dear. He stepped out of the car, disconnecting the video call. Lu Mingyu was momentarily stunned. Did he just call her that? Inside the private room, Zhan Xiang glanced at his phone before rising. My car has been hit. Would you like to come with me to see? Hisong was the first to respond. Which one? It wouldn't be the dark night green, would it? Zhan Xiang replied. No, it's the black warrior Cullinan. How Lushing exclaimed in surprise. You have another Cullinan? We must go see. The others quickly stood, heading outside. As they exited the club, they encountered the scene of the accident. The Cullinan had its front end lodged against a sedan. A man and a woman emerged from the car, disheveled. The sight left everyone in shock. Not only had the two vehicles collided during their intimate moment, but the woman emerging was none other than Lu family and Appo's matron, Du Wenxin. Good heavens! An affair with a young man while married. In a car? All the young scions immediately reached for their phones to capture the moment. The Lu and Du families were about to make headlines. Du Wenxin, now shaken, had just been in the throes of passion when the collision occurred, nearly leaving her soul adrift. As she emerged, still dazed, she looked up to find a throng of familiar younger faces recording, nearly causing her to faint. The Su siblings were among the crowd, their astonishment rivaling that of Du Wenxin. This was explosive. As news of the incident spread, every bar on the street was abuzz with gossip. Even the hidden bar within the convenience store heard the commotion, prompting a crowd to rush out to witness the spectacle. By the time Lu Mingyu reached downstairs, the scene of the accident was already a chaotic spectacle, surrounded by an impenetrable crowd. Not far away, the man in the bathrobe stood, aloofly puffing on a cigarette, entirely indifferent to the surrounding commotion, as if the incident bore no relevance to him. He lifted his gaze and pointed a finger in her direction, a silent warning. Don't even think about escaping. Chapter 31. Let him see the collision of luxury cars and infidelity within marriage created explosive news, causing the crowd at the scene to linger long after the incident. Du Wenxin was nearly driven to madness, struggling to dress properly, only to be photographed in one of the most embarrassing moments of her life. The family group chats erupted with messages reaching a staggering 99 that night, as the scandal of the Lu family exploded overnight. The incriminating evidence against Lu Qiuyang was undeniable. with countless rival families sharing videos and photos, mocking them behind their backs. Lu Lin, who was out of town, rushed back upon hearing the news, utterly shattered. How could his mother do such a thing? And to be caught live, surrounded by countless young heirs taking photos. Lu Qian was also stunned at home, her shock evolving into another form of psychological distress. In short, the Lu family became the undisputed topic of conversation in Shizi City that night. At the accident scene, Zhang Xiang stepped forward to handle the ensuing details, unable to contain his laughter. It was simply too lively. Amidst the commotion, Duan Xiu Ming strode directly towards Lu Mingyu, who quickly slipped into a nearby deserted alley. The alley was dimly lit, and with the outside noise, no one noticed the two figures moving in and out of the shadows. Duan Xiu Ming closed the distance with long strides, gripping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. His bathrobe was slightly ajar, exposing part of his skin. She collided with his chest, her face pressed against him. Duan Xiu Ming, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Lu Mingyu, you gone too far." But Lu Mingyu lifted her face, offering him a radiant smile. Duan Xiu Ming scolded, "You're still smiling? Are you into male models now? Am I not enough for you? Try spending a day and night with them, and see if you can handle it." Yet Lu Mingyu continued to smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Duan Xiu Ming cursed under his breath, growing more aggressive. "Did those male models touch you? What do they look like? I'll chop their hands off." Lu Mingyu, beaming with joy, her eyes shining like torches in the night, caused Duan Xiu Ming's gaze to soften momentarily. Despite his harsh tone, "What on earth are you laughing about?" "Huh, Lu Mingyu." Finally, she spoke. "I really like you." His resolve faltered, and the harsh words he had prepared dissipated as he gazed at her smiling face. In the stillness of the alley, he leaned in and said, "Come here. Give me a kiss." Lu Mingyu stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck and tilting her head to kiss him. At that moment, voices approached as high school classmates, drawn by the commotion, began to disperse. Among them was Bai Wen Tao. While bidding farewell to others, stepped into the alley. Lu Mingyu instinctively released her grip, but suddenly, her waist was encircled. Duan Xiu Ming pulled her back into his embrace, one hand caressing her neck, leaning down to kiss her deeply. "Let him see," he murmured, brushing against her lips. Lu Mingyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Did he just mimic her? At the alley's entrance, Bai Wen Tao froze, his feet feeling as heavy as lead. Duan Xiu Ming seemed oblivious to anyone else's presence, his kiss growing more passionate. His hand, which held her neck, caressed her gently, gliding from her throat to the nape, threading through her hair, then back again. His thumb softly traced along her collarbone, asserting his claim. Bai Wen Tao watched the two embrace, his expression darkening. The sight of a man in a bathrobe engaged in such an inappropriate display was unsettling. He stepped forward, intending to interrupt, but at that moment, the man, lost in passion, drew Lu Mingyu entirely into his chest, his eyes flashing with cold defiance as he glanced towards the alley and Oppo's entrance. In defiance, Duan Xiu Ming, right in front of Bai Wen Tao, captured her lips again, one hand gripping the back of her head while the other held her waist, their body language proclaiming possession. Bai Wen Tao turned and fled, his pace quickening to a near run. Time passed, and Duan Xiu Ming finally released Lu Mingyu, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Lu Mingyu glanced back at the alley's entrance, now devoid of any onlookers. Duan Xiu Ming adjusted her face, insisting, "Who were you looking at? Look at me." Lu Mingyu followed his finger's trail to his wrist, noting how his fingers secured her jawline and collarbone with a delicate yet firm grip. As he turned her face, he did so with a mere twist of his thumb. Duan Xiu Ming's gaze followed hers, questioning, "What are you looking at?" Lu Mingyu's voice held curiosity. "Why is it that when you turn my face, I can't resist? It doesn't in Oppo's. T hurt? Where does that strength go?" Duan Xiu Ming lightly tapped her collarbone with his fingers, responding casually, "It and Oppo's. That's about control." Lu Mingyu looked up, her eyes filled with inquisitiveness. "Do you want to learn?" he asked. She nodded. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Have you ever played billiards?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. "Have you ever played marbles?" he inquired. She nodded. Duan Xiu Ming took her hand, his palm covering hers, guiding her fingers to bend and flick. Feel it, he instructed. I cramped up, she replied. His surprise at her lack of physical fitness was palpable. Take it slow. You truly need to exercise, he advised, beginning to knead her thumb. Lu Mingyu chuckled before asking, what about the accident? Isn't Duan Xiu handling it? He replied. She blinked. What about the Cullinan? Duan Xiu Ming reiterated. Duan Xiu is managing it. Lu Mingyu, astonished, asked, isn't it troublesome to repair? It's not just any car. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan costs nearly 10 million, especially in a custom color, making it even pricier. Repairing such a collision isn't just about money. Even the original paint can be a headache. Duan Xiu Ming dismissed her concerns. In an Oppos, it's not a big deal. At the accident scene, Duan Xiu had initially maintained a cheerful demeanor, treating the car as a trivial matter while enjoying the excitement. However, his smile quickly faded when Song reminded him, Zhang, this woman is named Duan Xin, the matriarch of the Lu family. Duan Xiang's face turned ashen. What? Song's expression was peculiar as he added, she's the mother of Lu Qian and Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiang's gaze shifted in horror to the woman in front of him, his mind racing. Could it be that Duan Xiu Ming had crashed into the car belonging to Lu Xiaojia's mother, while simultaneously catching her in the act? No. How could Lu Xiaojia handle such a blow? As a result, Duan Xiu hastened his efforts to manage the situation, striving to maintain order and disperse the crowd. All right, that's enough commotion. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked tirelessly, finally managing to clear the area. However, the scandal had already spread far and wide. Chapter 32, An Outing with Your Husband Aftermath. A business vehicle approached, and Duan Xiu swiftly opened the rear door and took a seat. Indeed, Minggu was seated in the back, clearly in high spirits. The driver started the vehicle and drove forward. Inside the car, Duan Xiu Ming wore a broad smile, while Duan Xiu hesitated to speak. Ultimately, Duan Xiu broke the silence. Brother, you and Amp, Oppos. Re still smiling? You can end Amp, Oppos. T just lash out recklessly. Do you know who was in the car you collided with? Duan Xiu Ming cast a glance at him. Why should I care? Duan Xiu sighed, his tone earnest. Brother, you just revealed the scandal of Miss Lu and Oppos' mother. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. Is that her mother? Duan Xiu nodded vigorously, yes. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes flickered. Are you certain it's her biological mother and not a stepmother? Duan Xiu replied. It's all in the household registration. She's her mother. Everyone in the circle knows they are full-blooded sisters. Same father, same mother. Lu Qian herself said so. Duan Xiu Ming nodded slightly and remained silent. Duan Xiu continued to sigh. Brother, your relationship with our future in-laws isn't improving at all. Duan Xiu Ming countered. I beg to differ. Meanwhile, the Su siblings and Shang-Chi were engaged in conversation. Su Yu, excitedly clutching her phone, gestured animatedly. Su Vin Yun appeared uncertain, visibly awkward. Shang-Chi wore a confused expression, as she was not from Shizi City and could not grasp the intricacies of the situation. Lu Mingyu emerged from the shadows, walking directly towards Su Yu. The three turned their gazes towards her, momentarily captivated. Lu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Su Yu assessed her and exclaimed, Wow, Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu smiled and asked, What is wrong with me? Su Yu responded, I haven't seen you smile so radiantly in ages. You look stunning. You truly are a star. Lu Mingyu paused. Was I smiling so brilliantly just now? Yes. Not just radiant, but dazzling. Like you at 10 years old. Lu Mingyu was taken aback again. Su Yu stepped forward, linking arms with her. You knew me when I was 12. But I saw you when I was 10, and back then, you shone in the crowd. It and Oppos. It's normal for you not to remember me. Lu Mingyu lowered her head, pondering for a moment. Shall we head back? Su Yu replied, Sure. I'll take you home. Get in the car. The small vehicle sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust. Su and Jun stood rooted to the spot, watching the car turn the corner and disappear, still entranced by Lu Mingyu and Oppos' smile. She was the one he had adored throughout his youth, yet it was the first time he had witnessed such a smile from her. Shang-Chi observed him and softly suggested, Shall we leave as well? Su and Jun snapped out of his reverie and nodded. I and Amp, Oppos, I'll take you back. Sans crier replier, à la height. As Su Yu drove, Her excitement bubbled over, but soon she turned to the passenger seat. "Lu Mingyu!" she exclaimed. Lu Mingyu jumped in surprise and asked, "What are you doing?" Su Suyu yelled, "I just remembered. It was you who called me out today. Does this matter involve you?" Lu Mingyu laughed. "Guess." Su Suyu was astonished. "Oh my, how did you manage that? When did you set this up?" "Your aunt's reputation is in tatters. The Lu family is in chaos." Lu Mingyu reminisced. "It truly was a coincidence. I didn't orchestrate anything. Just encountered a fortunate opportunity." Su Suyu still didn't grasp it. "That's far too coincidental. I haven't understood anything from start to finish." Lu Mingyu admitted, "I can't explain it myself." Su Suyu added, "Have you checked the group messages?" "All right, you weren't there. I'll add you. The Shi group. It's filled with young people. The conversations are buzzing." Lu Mingyu replied, "If I enter as Duan Xiu's daughter, can they truly speak freely?" Su Suyu paused, then shook her head. "I truly don't understand. What is the big deal with your father's situation? Why has your uncle harbored grievances for so many years, causing such turmoil? He even struck your father's name from the family tree. You can Apos. T even live as the daughter of the Lu family's second son." Lu Mingyu and Apos' eyes flickered. Not only is he petty, but he is also psychologically disturbed. Su Suyu asked, "Huh? I don't understand." Lu Mingyu lowered her head, waves of nausea washing over her. Su Suyu quickly regained her excitement, her eyes sparkling. "Given your uncle and Apos' level of pettiness, how will this incident conclude? Will he resort to violence?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I'm not sure. Add me to the group. I want to observe the spectacle." Su Suyu laughed. "All right." Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Mingyu found the hall in disarray, with furniture and decor shattered, resembling the apocalypse. The hired help were cleaning up, while the butler was on the phone. Clearly, Lu Qiuyang had already expressed his anger, but he was not home. No other members of the Lu family were present, only the incessant comings and goings of household staff. Although Lu Qiuyang had no affection for Duan Xiu, they had been married for over 20 years, and their union held significance in their social circles. The elite families valued their reputations. After this night, the Lu family would become the laughingstock of Shizi City, and Lu Qiuyang would be burdened with various unflattering labels. Duan Xiu's reputation would be utterly destroyed. A perfect storm. After returning to her room, Lu Mingyu accessed her phone's secondary system. Su Suyu had quietly added her to a group chat, the young heirs of the elite families, the Shizi Circle. This group was bustling, encompassing 80 of the prominent young men and women of Shizi City, while the remaining 20 either couldn't join or chose not to. At that moment, messages flooded in at a rapid pace, unlike any previous activity, all centered around the same topic. So much so that no one noticed when Lu Mingyu entered. She quietly observed, watching them mock the Lu and Du families without restraint. Lu Mingyu noted that Lu Lin and Lu Qian were also in the group, yet both siblings remained silent. In the following days, Lu Mingyu enjoyed a few peaceful days, but her attempts to access the back courtyard through a certain door were in vain. She could not gain entry. Her grandmother remained in the backyard, forever unable to emerge. With dementia requiring a guardian and inability to care for herself, necessitating oversight. These became Lu Qiuyang's justifiable reasons. One afternoon, while browsing through documents in her room, a notification popped up in her phone's main system. No text, just a ping from someone. Lu Mingyu glanced at the notification and pinged back. Soon, a message arrived. Duan Xiu Ming. Has the dust settled? Come out for a date with your husband. 2 days had passed. During this time, Lu Mingyu had remained confined to her room, seeking refuge from the chaos. The Lu household was indeed in turmoil. Duan Xiu had even lost the courage to return, remaining at her family's home. Lu Lin and Lu Qian were flitting between their two families, busying themselves aimlessly. Lu Qiuyang proposed a divorce, which led to the Du family making various demands. Ultimately, no divorce occurred. It was all about vested interests. Lu Mingyu was about to reply with a simple okay when a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. The voice of butler Wang Qi came through. Second miss. The sir is looking for you. Chapter 33. The backyard. Lu Mingyu swiftly concealed her phone. In the next moment, the door lock clicked open from the outside, and the butler, Wang Qi, stood there with his head slightly bowed in a gesture of respect. Yet, only his posture exuded respect. Lu Mingyu rose and exited her room. The butler led her to the tea room in the grand hall on the first floor, which had been rearranged with more opulent decorations and a larger, finer tea table. Once Lu Mingyu stood before Lu Qiuyang, the butler retreated. In the spacious hall, only the uncle and niece remained. Lu Qiuyang sat behind the tea table, dressed in a white silk tang suit, his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, diligently polishing a purple clay teapot. Lu Mingyu stood before him, refraining from initiating conversation. In the hushed atmosphere, a subtle sense of oppression emanated from above the tea table, enveloping the space. Lu Mingyu remained standing, not permitted to take a seat. Time passed, though Lu Mingyu could not discern how long. After finishing with the teapot, Lu Qiuyang began to boil water and wash the tea leaves. The tea room was so silent that even the wind seemed to hold its breath, interrupted only by the soothing sound of water flowing as he prepared tea. Lu Qiuyang was always like this, a quintessential Jiangnan gentleman, devoted to tea, teapots, and cultural artifacts, relishing in listening to opera and playing cards. He poured the tea with one hand, lifting the lid and placing it aside. The delicate aroma of black tea wafted from the pot, the steam rising gently. Savoring the fragrance, he took a sip and poured the remaining tea into a teacup, repeating the process. Each cup, he only tasted a sip. After an indeterminate period, he set down the teacup and raised his gaze. Lu Mingyu had been standing there, lost in thought for several minutes. Lu Qiuyang spoke. "You've been going out frequently lately?" Lu Mingyu snapped back to reality, retorting, "I rarely go out. The occasions are few." "Is that so?" Lu Qiuyang and Appo's voice lingered, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Lu Mingyu nodded yes. He scrutinized her and remarked, "You've only ventured out a few times, yet each time it has caused chaos for the Lu family. Quite remarkable." Lu Mingyu felt a jolt in her heart, but maintained her composure, replying, "It has nothing to do with me." Lu Qiuyang picked up a nearby tea towel, wiping the water stains from the table, his tone calm. "You haven't copied the Appo's and Appo's for many days, have you?" Lu Mingyu met his gaze. "Uncle, I do not wish to copy it." "Ah, that is acceptable, surprisingly," Lu Qiuyang responded. Lu Mingyu's heart plummeted. "Then you shall be confined," he stated nonchalantly. "Why?" Lu Mingyu questioned. A faint smile crept onto Lu Qiuyang's lips, devoid of genuine warmth. "What do you think?" Lu Mingyu felt her breath quicken slightly. Lu Qiuyang, his expression concealed behind the gold-rimmed glasses, inquired, "Are you afraid?" Lu Mingyu subtly exhaled, calming herself. Lu Qiuyang's gaze remained unchanged, yet a smile graced his lips. "I have no evidence, but you will be confined." Lu Mingyu replied resolutely, "I refuse unjust punishment." Lu Qiuyang nodded gently and stood. "Then let us go see your grandmother." Lu Mingyu and Appo's pupils dilated in disbelief as she looked up at him. Yet, he had already stepped towards the door leading to the backyard. As she followed, her mind raced, and 2 seconds later, she spoke. "Uncle, I think it's best not to disturb Grandma." "No, you must see her," came Lu Qiuyang's calm, yet unyielding voice. Lu Mingyu's heart raced. Thump, thump, thump. The two walked in succession. Lu Qiuyang opened the door to the backyard and strode towards the small house. Lu Mingyu followed closely, her gaze fixed on his back, feeling as though he were an immovable mountain. Knock, knock. Lu Qiuyang rapped on her grandmother's door. Moments later, the door swung open from within. Tao Yalan, her hair gray and her form slightly stooped, appeared. Her eyes were cloudy, and upon opening the door, she seemed momentarily confused before her gaze fell upon Lu Mingyu standing behind Lu Qiuyang. "Xiao Yi," Tao Yalan exclaimed joyfully. Lu Mingyu felt a pang in her heart as she stepped forward to grasp her hand. "Grandma." Tao Yalan held her hand tightly, ushering her inside. "Come in quickly. Grandma has candy for you." "How are your parents in Yaodu?" "They in Appo's." "Well," Lu Mingyu started to reply, but Lu Qiuyang and Appo's voice cut through from behind. "Her parents are dead." Lu Mingyu turned abruptly. She saw Lu Qiuyang lurking in the shadows of the house, a slight smile playing on his lips. His eyes glimmering with danger through the lenses of his glasses. Before Lu Mingyu could react, her grandmother's hand slipped from her grasp. Tao Yalan stood frozen, staring vacantly at the door, her attention drawn to Lu Qiuyang. Lu Qiuyang continued, "Mother, your favorite younger son, along with your daughter-in-law, are both gone. A quel accident. Shut your mouth." Lu Mingyu cried out in terror. But it was too late. Tao Yalan suddenly began to scream. The elderly woman, her hair gray, emitted a sharp cry, pulling at her own hair with both hands, yanking it violently as if unaware of the pain. Lu Mingyu rushed forward to embrace her. "Grandma, it an amp." "Amp? Oppose. That's not true. Mom and Dad are fine. They are in Yaodu. They will come back to see you for the new year." Lu Qiuyang interjected again, his voice laced with amusement. "Mother, have you forgotten? You were the one who caused their demise. Why did you call them? Your phone call led to their instant demise." "Oh!" Tao Yalan shrieked again. She struggled in Lu Mingyu's embrace, her face contorted in anguish, her eyes filled with intense emotion as her sanity teetered on the brink of collapse. Lu Mingyu covered her ears with her hands. "Grandma, Don and Appos, T listen to his nonsense. Don and Appos, T listen. Mom and Dad are doing well in Yaodu." Yet Tao Yalan, fueled by a sudden strength, pushed her away and dashed into the room, seizing a pair of scissors, raising them high, ready to stab herself. Lu Mingyu lunged to snatch the scissors away. Tao Yalan flung her aside. Unable to communicate with someone in such a frenzy, Tao Yalan was consumed by thoughts of self-harm, her strength seemingly boundless. Bang! Bang! Lu Mingyu was forcefully shoved against the cabinet corner, repeatedly colliding against the wall. Her physical condition was far from robust, unable to subdue the frenzied elderly woman. In the struggle, the sharp scissors grazed Tao Yalan and Amp Oppo's sleeve, leaving a vivid crimson mark on her skin. Blood began to ooze in tiny droplets. Lu Mingyu pressed firmly against her grandmother, turning her head to glance outside. There stood Lu Qiuyang, motionless in the shadows, a faint smile upon his lips as he observed the two, one intent on self-harm, the other exerting every effort yet unable to intervene. Everything showcased how effortlessly he could control the life and death of an elderly woman without lifting a finger. Simultaneously, it conveyed to Lu Mingyu the grim truth of her beloved grandmother's ordeal during her absence of 3 months, how she had been hospitalized, lying on a bed surrounded by tubes, and how easily she had slipped into the ICU. Lu Mingyu's voice trembled. "Uncle, it was my fault. Please confine me." Lu Qiuyang chuckled. "Good." Then he glanced aside. 2 hired hands immediately emerged from the room, each grasping one of Tao Yalan's arms and administering an injection. Tao Yalan quickly calmed down, ceasing her self-harm, yet she became dazed and vacant. Lu Mingyu watched this scene unfold, her blood running cold. Chapter 34. Aiming. "Could you lend me some money?" Lu Ming was taken to the warehouse in the side yard, a dark, damp, and airless space devoid of windows. The butler, devoid of any personal emotion, resembled a robot. The clanking of chains echoed as they secured her wrists and ankles. With a creak, the butler opened the door and exited. A loud bang followed as the warehouse door slammed shut, locking her in. Silence enveloped her, a profound solitude. Although it was not yet dark outside, the interior was pitch black, saturated with a musty odor. With a rustle, Lu Ming adjusted her position, the chains dragging behind her. This was not her first confinement here. Each visit brought forth memories of her past experiences. Particularly, she recalled the harrowing incident when she was 12, her most severe ordeal. The present situation was no less perilous than that fateful year, evolving from physical harm to psychological torment. The relentless effort to extinguish her will aimed to smooth her edges. Leaning against the wall, she bowed her head, surrendering her long-held noble pride as if yielding to reality. She thought of her parents, of attending the Royal Academy, and of the joy she found with Duan Xiu Ming. Did she not deserve these things? As time dripped away, the oppressive atmosphere became suffocating. The darkness deepened, and she heard footsteps approaching. Lu Qian's voice rang out at the door. "Lu Ming, how many times have you been confined? I've told you. This is your designated space, your prison. You are meant to remain here for life." Lu Ming raised her head to glimpse through the crack of the door. It was impenetrably dark, revealing nothing. Soon, the sound of a lock being turned echoed. Lu Qian opened the door and tossed a cardboard box inside before hastily shutting and locking it once more. Lu Ming heard something scuttling. Bugs? Snakes? Or perhaps a mouse? She widened her eyes, striving to adapt to the darkness. Something small crawled onto her foot. Lu Ming reached down to grasp it. Ah, a scorpion. Just as she intended to throw it away, she hesitated. Then, with deftness, she placed the scorpion on the ground, pressing its back with one finger, her ring finger anchoring her hand while flicking her middle finger. Snap! The scorpion was sent flying. On her first attempt, it went awry, but more crawlers approached in droves, some resembling marbles. Snap! Snap! A flurry of flicks ensued as she played, pondering various thoughts. Time slipped away unnoticed. Many scorpions lay dazed, while others remained in the corners. Rustling softly, she paused, her hand aching. It was too dark to see anything. She began to close her eyes, succumbing to an enduring stillness. Looming in Appo's confinement lasted longer than Lu Qian and Appo's. After a day and night, the butler, Wang Qi, returned to unlock the door and release her. Facing the dazed or dead scorpions in the warehouse, the butler chose to ignore them and led Lu Ming back to her room on the third floor. With a click, the door shut behind them. Lu Ming reached for the phone hidden beneath the floorboards, swiping the screen. Someone had exploded with messages. Duan Xiu Ming, what are you doing? Meeting a pretty boy? Duan Xiu Ming, Lu Ming, you. Duan Xiu Ming, answer the phone. Your husband is looking for you. Duan Xiu Ming, did they take your phone again? Damn. Duan Xiu Ming, contact me. Reading his fervently emotional texts, she replied with two simple words. Lu Ming, Ming. Then she typed a line. Could you lend me some money? However, she deleted that line before sending, retyping instead. Lu Ming, are you quite wealthy? A swift response followed with just two words. Duan Xiu Ming, card number, direct and assertive. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Ming quickly concealed her phone beneath her pillow. The door swung open, and the butler entered, carrying a tray. His tone was respectful. Second miss. You haven't eaten in a while. Please drink some porridge, or your stomach will suffer. Lu Ming replied, thank you for your concern. The butler bowed his head. You're welcome. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned to him and asked, what is your salary at the Lu family? The butler looked puzzled. Lu Ming continued, if I were to offer you double, 5 times, or even 10 times your current pay, would you work for me? The butler smiled. I'm afraid I work for the master, not for the money. Lu Ming pressed on. What about 100 times? The butler maintained his smile. Even hundreds of millions would be of no use. Lu Ming inquired again. Leverage? Tell me. The butler shook his head. Neither. Second miss, Lu. Our conversation ends here. With that, he exited, closing the door behind him. Lu Ming gazed at the firmly shut door, silent. Her phone vibrated beneath her pillow. Duan Xiu Ming. Car number, I'll transfer you 20 million today. Lu Ming replied with a text. Lu Ming, no need. Money cannot buy life, nor can it alter the fate of a guardian succumbing to dementia. In the study of the lakeside apartment, Zhang Xiang sat at a nearby desk, operating 2 computers while 10 phones lay before him, all connected simultaneously. Line 3 is ready. Explode. Line 9. Abandon it. It's riddled with bullet holes. What purpose does it serve? Where's Yin Tianzu? Crash it. His voice was composed, as if orchestrating some sort of online game. After a while, Zhang Xiang glanced at the sofa beside him and chuckled, Brother Ming, today's session has concluded. Your tactics have left them spinning in circles, terrified. Duan Xiu Ming toyed with a matte black phone, gazing out at the lake view through the floor-to-ceiling windows, not bothering to turn his head. Zhang Xiang sighed, Brother Ming, Tianzu and I have been working nonstop. Could you at least pay some attention? Finally, Duan Xiu Ming glanced over. Is it necessary? We proceed according to plan. Zhang Xiang exclaimed. What if something unexpected occurs? Not everyone possesses your confidence. Duan Xiu Ming continued to look out the window, then let my brother adapt. Zhang Xiang paused. You two are truly brothers. Your elder brother once said the same thing. The trust you share is remarkable. Duan Xiu Ming suddenly uttered an incongruous remark. Is she in need of money? Zhang Xiang looked bewildered. Huh? What? Who needs money? Duan Xiu Ming remained silent. Zhang Xiang quickly grasped the situation, rolling his eyes. If she needs money, just send her a card. It's simple. Duan Xiu Ming shook his head. She is contemplative, hiding her true feelings. She won't accept it. Zhan Xiang suggested, gift her jewelry. Something expensive. Duan Xiu Ming replied, she might appreciate those, but they are certainly not her favorites. Zhan Xiang, exasperated, shouted, then just buy her anything and send it. Duan Xiu Ming raised a hand to halt him. Spare me your banal suggestions. They are too common. Zhan Xiang shrugged. You two are noble. I think it's best to appreciate both elegance and simplicity. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. Those 4 words ring true. Zhang Xiang stammeret, Duan Xiu Ming commanded, have someone bring me that painting from Xianjiang. Zhan Xiang looked confused. Which one? You've collected so many renowned pieces. I can't keep track of them. Duan Xiu Ming lifted his gaze. The one purchased in Yaodu. The one with a striking theme. Zhan Xiang's eyes lit up. I remember. You mean Dawn. That one was priced at 100,000, Brother Ming. You paid 10 times that amount, making that little painter financially secure for half a year. Duan Xiu Ming smiled. I underpaid. Talent shines brighter than wealth. Zhan Xiang nodded. At first glance, that painting is hard to comprehend, but once understood, it truly ignites passion. So, Brother Ming, are you planning to gift that painting to Miss Liu? Duan Xiu Ming. It is not about delivering. Rather, it is about drawing forth her concealed thoughts. Chapter 35. News from Hong Kong after finishing her kanji. Lu Mingyu locked the door behind her, waiting for her employer to finish the cleanup. She first took a moment to stabilize her emotions, then casually flipped through the news to see if anything significant had occurred. It was rather mundane. The universe had not collapsed, nor had the earth exploded. Next, she accessed foreign news about Hong Kong, where the headlines were far more sensational. In just 1 week, numerous major events had transpired. Suspected major crisis event. The conflict between the Duan family's dark and light factions escalates. Duan family reorganization imminent. A new storm approaches Hong Kong. These headlines were from 3 days ago. Following them were more recent developments. Image. The Dark Air's armored vehicle spotted at the Duan residence. 9 bulletproof SUVs break down the gates. Shocking. Air Duan leeching injured. In today's news, explosion. The young lord's target is not just the heir. The dark faction of the Duan family engages in a power grab. Dark Lord injured. The young lord's vehicle spotted on scene. A conspiracy unfolding. Image. The young lord's ambition is unrestrained, seizing power. Both light and dark factions are set to change hands. Will the Duan family and Oppo's power fall into one person in Oppo's hands? Such were the headlines from Hong Kong. Explosive and attention-grabbing. The final confrontation occurred today, with the news breaking just 10 minutes prior. The newly erupted incident? This afternoon, the Dark Heir had sent his superior, the Dark Lord, to the hospital. The evidence was undeniable. A damaged vehicle, blood everywhere, and a shattered gate. Like a scene from a movie, Lu Mingyu selected a few articles to read in detail, piecing together a narrative based on previously observed news. It appeared that the Dark Heir had first dealt with many branches of the Duan family, then targeted the heir, Duan Liqing, and today, he had confronted the Dark Lord. Was the next target the head of the Duan family? Such ambition was indeed remarkable, within a mere fortnight. So much had transpired, keeping him quite busy. How splendid it would be if she possessed such audacity and ambition, eliminating anyone who displeased her. Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting her to open the chat with Duan Xiu Ming once more. Lu Mingyu, are you returning to Hong Kong soon, or will you remain in Shizi City? Duan Xiu Ming, I'll stay here waiting for you to finish your retreat. Meeting you is quite a challenge, my dear girl. Though they resided in the same city, it felt akin to a long-distance relationship. As Lu Mingyu read his message, she pondered. With the Duan family and Oppo's turmoil in Hong Kong, he would be a target upon his return. That Dark Heir was akin to an emperor, striking down anyone in his path. Staying in Shizi City was undoubtedly safer. Life was of utmost importance. Nothing surpassed the value of existence. Her phone vibrated again. Duan Xiu Ming. I'll return to Hong Kong in a while, and then I'll propose, transforming our long-distance relationship into one of intimacy. A subtle smile crept across Lu Mingyu and Oppo's lips as she envisioned his expression while speaking. However, her smile quickly faded. Her gaze shifted to the easel in the corner, falling into silence. In the ensuing days, Lu Mingyu maintained a quiet demeanor, seldom leaving her room. In contrast, Lu Qian appeared more cheerful. Whenever Lu Mingyu felt disheartened, she became exuberant, seemingly cured of her psychological ailment. The gossip surrounding Duan Xiu had subsided, and discussions in the various family groups dwindled, already quelled. As for Lu Qiuyang, he could not shed the shame of his green hat, a lifelong humiliation. Yet he maintained a pleasant demeanor, greeting everyone with a warm smile. Leaving one to wonder if his inner turmoil had intensified, Lu Lin had set aside matters concerning their parents, immersing himself in work, returning home late each night. As if with a secret plan, one day, Lu Mingyu opened her phone's secondary system and submerged herself in the discussions within the Shizi group. They were conversing about a gallery event, where offspring of prestigious families were sharing their works. A painting exhibition. Lu Mingyu rose, concealing her phone, and approached her desk. She cleared it of clutter, laid down a sheet of paper, and began to paint. Halfway through her work, the sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted her. Bypassing any customary knocking, her hand froze, unable to conceal the ink wash painting as the door swung open. Lu Lin stepped inside and beheld her artwork. "What are you painting?" he asked coldly. Lu Mingyu set down her brush. "I wish to participate in the exhibition." Lu Lin approached, glancing at her desk, and scoffed. "An exhibition? Painting a tiger? Or perhaps a leopard?" He could not discern the specific creature, but it was evidently a fierce beast, marked by sharp fangs and a savage expression. "Is that unacceptable?" "Absolutely." Lu Lin and Appo's expression soured. "I know what exhibition you wish to enter. It is designed for the Qin family and Appo's young lady. This concerns the alliance between the Lu and Qin families. Keep a low profile. Lu Qian has divorced. Can we still maintain relations? Utterly foolish. Do you think the interactions between noble families are solely about marriage? With the Lu family's reputation in such disarray, we must find a way to rectify it." Lu Mingyu did not lift her gaze. The Lu family's poor reputation was not caused by her mother. It and Appo's, far worse than what my father faced. Lu Lin and Appo's pupils contracted, and he thundered. "What did you say?" Lu Mingyu smirked. "Compared to my father and Appo's romantic recklessness for love, your mother's infidelity with a young man and her scandalous escapades are of a caliber that could erase both your and Lu Qian's names from the family tree." Lu Lin and Appo's face turned ashen. "Lu Mingyu, how has your tongue not been torn out?" Lu Mingyu continued. "Iasin and Appo's a fact that cannot be denied." Lu Lin retorted. "Inter-family marriages are often discreet, but no one has made it public. Your father left home for a mere actress, breaking off his engagement and causing a rift. Romantic? He shamed the entire noble alliance." Lu Mingyu lifted her eyes and uttered a single phrase. "What a trivial affair." Lu Lin was incensed. He lunged forward, tearing apart her unfinished painting, shredding it to pieces. Lu Mingyu coldly observed as he destroyed her work. "Once you're done tearing, clean up the mess." Lu Lin snapped. "I warn you, do not provoke me, and do not entertain any foolish notions. I also invested in that exhibition. The Qin family and Appo's young lady must successfully run for the vice chair of the Painting Association. You would do well to be sensible." Lu Mingyu lowered her head. "I did not comprehend." Lu Lin sneered. "Of course, you do not understand. All you know is painting these worthless pieces. When have you ever cared about the Lu family and Appo's affairs?" Lu Mingyu replied, "What affairs? What relevance does it have to painting? What does it matter to my work?" Lu Lin retorted, "Paper, brushes. You are truly dim-witted, lacking any business acumen." Lu Mingyu inquired, "I simply wish to paint. Is that not permissible?" Lu Lin replied, "You may participate, but you must paint something else. How about a cotton candy?" "What? A cotton candy? Or perhaps a blue sky with white clouds?" "Yes, paint the sky with pink clouds. That would be splendid. You are forbidden from painting anything else." Lu Mingyu pressed. "Your prohibition refers to what?" "To my artistry." Lu Lin shot back. "You are forbidden from painting animals or flowers. You may not touch what the Qin family and Appo's young lady excels in." "Very well. Then I shall enter the exhibition under my own name. Surely that is acceptable?" Lu Lin frowned. "What identity do you possess?" My identity card number. That is fine. With that, he slammed the door on his way out. Chapter 36. A bit more cursing. I adore it. Lu Mingyu locked the door once more and tidied up the scattered paper on the floor. She then retrieved her phone and sent a message to Su Suyue. Lu Mingyu. Drawing paper, brushes, paints, stone minerals, ink. Additionally, glue boards, picture frames, and everything related to artworks. Su Suyue. Lu Mingyu. Their essay project being promoted behind the art exhibition. The specifics are unclear to me. I'm not well-versed in business. It should involve collaboration with the art association, right? From grand exhibition halls to small training institutions? A monopoly? Su Suyue. Is it about that group? Lu Mingyu. Yes, this information was pried from Lu Lin, who is a young lady from the Qin family, competing for the vice president of the art association to further the family's projects and profit. This is my speculation. Su Suyue. That has quite a lot of information. Lu Mingyu. Is it useful to you? Su Suyue. Of course it is. This insider information is new to me. Perhaps my brother knows, but he is a fool. Lu Mingyu. So, does this count as first-hand information? Su Suyue. Yes. Once I make money, I'll share half with you. No returning it. Every time I send you money, it's a straight return. Can't you just enjoy a better life? Lu Mingyu. I can earn my own money. If I truly need something, I will ask you. But you just returned to the country. Can you compete with Lu Lin? Su Suyue. What is he anyway? Just another fool like my brother. Lu Mingyu. A bit more cursing. I love it. Her phone vibrated wildly, erupting with Su Suyue's fervent rants, unrestrained in her insults. True friends share the same ideals. After exiting the chat, Lu Mingyu put her phone away, spread out the paper anew, and began to paint. Half an hour later, Lu Lin visited again, observing her painting pink clouds, and left with a satisfied smile. Lu Mingyu continued her artistic pursuits, completing the blue sky and pink cloud cotton candy as requested by Lu Lin. As night deepened, she retrieved another sheet of paper and began to mix ink. This time, her eyes sparkled with a fervent creative desire. Each student at the Royal Academy possesses their own studio, and hers boasts tall walls that can accommodate 2-meter-high canvases, allowing her to unleash her talents without restraint. The Lu family in Shizi City possesses nothing. Time spent painting always slips away swiftly. At dawn, Lu Mingyu set down her brush. Carefully, she rolled up her artwork to admire it. Then, she sought the finest angle to stand the painting upright and captured it with her phone. The matte white phone, a custom top-tier model, produced results far superior to her previous device. There was no need for special adjustments. The painting was captured perfectly. She logged onto the most popular social media platform and shared the photo. Subsequently, she layered the back of this painting with the cotton candy one, merging them before framing them. The artwork she toiled over all night could not remain in the Lu household. If discovered, it would be destroyed. She concealed it behind the cotton candy piece, waiting to see who might be fortunate enough to receive it. The following morning, Lu Mingyu emerged from her room carrying the painting and descended the stairs. The eccentric trio of her family was having breakfast. Although Duan Xin had not divorced Lu Qiuyang, she still resided at her family home. Lu Mingyu seated herself at the farthest corner of the long dining table. Lu Lin cast a glance at the painting beside her. Warning, be sensible. Lu Mingyu replied, all right. Lu Qian also glanced at the painting, beginning to mock. A kindergarten artwork. What an astonishing creativity. Miss Lu Air. Don't use the Lu family name to participate. We cannot afford to lose face. Lu Mingyu looked at Lu Lin. She is insulting you. Lu Lin frowned, his expression darkening. Lu Qian raised her voice. Lu Mingyu. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm insulting you, you wretched girl. Lu Mingyu kept her gaze lowered. This cotton candy piece is your brother's idea. He set the theme, and he expressed his satisfaction upon completion. Lu Qian and Appo's face contorted in shock as she turned to Lu Lin. Lu Lin lifted his eyes and inquired, Lu Qian, is this painting really so poor? My taste is lacking. Lu Qian opened her mouth, ready to explain, but Lu Lin slammed down his utensils in frustration, exclaiming, Lu Qian, sometimes you need to think before you speak. Lu Qian protested, brother, I didn't mean it. At this moment, Lu Qiuyang rapped on the table, stating, dining etiquette. The siblings fell silent, lowering their heads to eat. Lu Qiuyang then fixed his gaze on Lu Mingyu. After lunch, come to my study. Lu Mingyu frowned. Lu Qian began to smirk, casting a mocking glance at the farthest end of the table. Lu Lin also shot Lu Mingyu a dispassionate look. After the meal, Lu Mingyu arrived at Lu Qiuyang's study. He resumed his pretentious demeanor behind the desk, fiddling with an olive pit and flipping through a book. Lu Mingyu stood before the desk, silently awaiting his words. After an hour of standing in silence, Lu Qiuyang finally set down his book and spoke. "Are you attempting to bribe Butler Wang?" Lu Mingyu neither denied nor confirmed. Lu Qiuyang revealed a warm smile. "You may not know Wang Qi's background. I saved his life. He remains by my side to repay his debt. Money cannot sway him." Lu Mingyu nodded in understanding. Lu Qiuyang continued. "But where do you find the funds to bribe Wang Qi? Have you hooked up with a rich second generation?" Lu Mingyu suddenly met his gaze directly, unabashedly stating, "Yes. My boyfriend is wealthier than nations. Provocative, ostentatious, unruly." A head-on confrontation. Silence. Lu Qiuyang could no longer maintain his facade of smile. His eyes turned fierce. The olive pit in his hand was rubbed incessantly, producing a sharp, clicking sound. "Very well." His voice was laced with venom as he nodded. "It seems you care nothing for your grandmother's life." Lu Mingyu kept her head lowered, remaining silent. Lu Qiuyang chuckled darkly, his expression inscrutable. "Mingyu, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Is this nature of yours unyielding?" Lu Mingyu continued to remain silent. Lu Qiuyang speculated. "Are you waiting for your grandmother to pass? Planning to play a grand game with me?" Lu Mingyu smiled faintly. "Uncle, I will break up." Lu Qiuyang smiled back. "Good girl." Lu Mingyu's voice rang out again. "In the next life." With a snap, the olive pit was hurled at her face. Lu Mingyu raised her gaze, expressionless, reminding Uncle decorum. Lu Qiuyang's face contorted, his expression menacing. Lu Mingyu scrutinized his countenance, smiling. "Stop pretending. Aren't you exhausted from pretending to be a cultured businessman all day?" Lu Qiuyang's eyes nearly sparked with fury. His voice squeezed out through gritted teeth. "Do you wish to be confined?" Lu Mingyu remained composed. "That is not possible these days. I've already announced in the family group that I will participate in the exhibition. The exhibition lasts a month. I'm going to set up today. Su Suyue is on her way to pick me up. It would be odd if I don't show up." Lu Qiuyang abruptly stood. "Are you scheming against me? Playing tricks?" Lu Mingyu corrected him. "Uncle, this is called an open strategy. You should read more. The book you just had was upside down." Chapter 37. The project is snatched. Lu Qiuyang instinctively glanced at the book beside him, only to be astonished to discover that he had not picked it up at all. It was Lu Mingyu who was deliberately provoking him. Indeed, he was on the verge of losing his temper. Each layer of irritation intertwined, elevating his anger to its peak as his psychological defenses crumbled little by little, teetering on the brink of chaos. The darkness in Lu Qiuyang's eyes could no longer be concealed. What a sharp tongue. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Lu Mingyu smiled and said, "Su Suya has come pick me up. It would be quite rude to keep the Su family and Appo's precious jewel waiting. Farewell, uncle." With that, she turned and left the study. In the hall on the first floor, Su Suya sat with her legs crossed, waiting. Next to her, Lu Lin sat on the sofa beside her, peeling grapes for her. "I don't like grapes," Su Suya declared. Lu Lin replied gently, "You loved them when you were little. I remember it well." Su Suya retorted, "Stop bringing up childhood. I said I don't like grapes. Oldait, no grapes, Lulina kiestev." Lu Mingyu descended the stairs with a painting in hand, observing the scene of the two, one coaxing and the other pouting. The tableau was touching. Suddenly, Su Suya sprang to her feet and rushed towards Lu Mingyu. "Let's go." Lu Mingyu walked alongside her as they left the Lu residence, heading towards the small car. Once inside, Su Suya cast a glance at the painting, her lips twitching in silence as she began to drive. After a while, she broke the silence. "Don and Appo's. Tell me you painted this?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "Yes, I did." Su Suya stammered. You intend to take this to an art exhibition?" Lu Mingyu nodded again. "Exactly." Su Suya erupted. "With such extraordinary artistic talent, why create something like this? It looks like a child's drawing." Lu Mingyu explained. "The person who just peeled grapes for you insisted I paint this, and even tore up my previous works." Su Suya slammed on the brakes. "Turn around." I'm going to confront him. Lu Mingyu chuckled. It's fine. I just needed an excuse to get out. Su Suya resumed driving. You just needed some fresh air. You're not going to be grounded again, are you? Lu Mingyu replied. Yes, I was confined for 24 hours. Su Suya began to curse, venting her frustrations towards the Lu family, while Lu Mingyu simply laughed and listened. In the exhibition hall, figures bustled about. The expansive space was nearing its final stages of setup, with most of the artworks already displayed. Lu Mingyu was assigned a rather inconspicuous corner. Upon hanging her painting, the surrounding staff remarked how fortunate it was to be in such a hidden spot. Amidst the multitude of exquisite works, her piece stood out like an ugly duckling among swans, discordant in color, creativity, and quality with the theme of the exhibition. In the distance, a brother-sister duo approached with lively strides. The young woman was Qian Yuan, the eldest daughter of the Qian family, while walking beside her was Qian Lian, the eldest son. However, in contrast to Qian Yuan's refined demeanor, Qian Lian exuded a frivolous air. Following closely behind was Lu Lin, wearing a fawning expression. Qian Lian remarked, "The arrangement of this exhibition is quite impressive, isn't it, sister?" Qian Yuan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it's well done. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Lin quickly waved his hands. "Not at all. It was our duty." Qian Lian, however, took a different tone. "But it has been exhausting for me. Sister, you must reward me." Qian Yuan shot him a playful glare. "Do not take advantage of the situation." With a grin, Qian Lian began to request, "Sister, I want to buy a LaFerrari." Ignoring him, Qian Yuan replied, "I need to go over there for a discussion. You two should continue to explore and note any details that need attention. It's the last day, do not slack off." They nodded, watching her depart. Lu Lin smiled and inquired, "Young Master Qian, since Miss Qian is in such good spirits, the matter must be settled, right?" Qian Lian appeared puzzled. "What matter?" Lu Lin panicked and quickly clarified, "The project I proposed, the one promoted by the Art Association." "Oh, right." Qian Lian rubbed his nose and continued, "I forgot to tell you. My sister assigned the project to the Su family." Lu Lin was flabbergasted. "What?" Qian Lian chuckled. "I'm truly sorry. It slipped my mind until just now." Lu Lin and Appo's face turned pale, struggling to contain his emotions. "Young Master Qian, we had an agreement. I invested both time and money. You cannot let my efforts go in vain." Qian Lian replied, "I understand, but my sister is the planner. I have no authority." She deemed the proposal from the Su family more reasonable, saying yours lacked depth, though I didn't quite grasp what she meant. Lu Lin pleaded urgently, "I can revise it. Proposals are not set in stone. How could the Su family have suddenly taken over this project? How would they find out?" Qian Lian shook his head. "I have no idea. Perhaps my sister has private connections?" Lu Lin was nearly beside himself with fury, his face darkening. "Young Master Qian, I have prepared for this project for a long time, as you know, and the Lu family's situation is not favorable. Then pursue other ventures." Qian Lian casually offered, "And when has the Lu family's reputation ever been good?" Lu Lin was left speechless. As Qian Lian continued walking, he suddenly halted, gazing towards a corner. Lu Lin followed his gaze and saw Su Suya standing side by side with Lu Mingyu in front of a painting. Qian Lian pointed and asked, "Who is that?" Lu Lin furrowed his brow. "That's Su Suya, the eldest daughter of the Su family." Speaking of which, the project was snatched by the Su family. "And Su Suya is here with Lu Mingyu. Could she be the one behind this?" Impossible. A mere 22-year-old girl fresh out of college? Countless thoughts raced through Lu Lin's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. He did not believe Su Suya possessed such insight and audacity. After all, the Lu and Su families had long-standing ties. It would be akin to severing relations. How could she dare? Perhaps it was Su Wenjun? Lu Lin resolved to inquire further. But Qian Lian shook his head, continuing, "I was asking about the one next to her. Is she the one from the wedding?" Lu Lin frowned. "Oh yes. That's her. This is my sister, Lu Mingyu." Qian Lian raised an eyebrow. "Your sister?" Lu Lin realized and explained, "Young Master Qian might not know, but I have two sisters. Besides Lu Qian, there's another sister who has been kept away from the world." Upon hearing Lu Qian's name, Qian Lian grew impatient. "Don't mention her. Just hearing her name irritates me." Lu Lin could only apologize. She has been spoiled at home. My sincere apologies. Qian Lian turned his gaze forward, his tone shifting slightly. And what about this sister? Is she by blood? Lu Lin's expression changed, as he explained. That's a long story, but she is as good as blood. She is registered and included in our family lineage. In any case, she is the second young lady of the Lu family. Qian Lian smirked. After all, marriage is a significant matter. My mistake regarding the divorce. We can discuss other projects later. I'll ask my sister and get back to you. Lu Lin's eyes brightened. Sounds great, young Master Qian. Chapter 38. Fear of embarrassment. Before the painting, Su Yu remained silent beside her, hesitating to speak. In contrast, Lu Mingyu appeared exuberant and unaffected, admiring the artwork after hanging it. Su Yu sighed and said, Xiao Yi, do you know what I am thinking? Lu Mingyu tilted his head and asked, what? Su Yu, with a complex expression, replied, I think it would be wonderful if one day the person sitting at the center of the Painting Association's podium were you. Lu Mingyu pondered this notion. Su Yu, somewhat indignant, added, Miss Qin certainly possesses talent, but I believe her skill does not surpass yours. Your innate talent is clearly superior. Yet, she is competing for the vice presidency of the association, while you must remain silent and concealed. Lu Mingyu chuckled nonchalantly. Skill is unrelated to status. Su Yu continued, I have seen your painting, the one that sold for $1 million. Your level 6 months ago already exceeded hers. After your further studies at the Royal Academy, you must be even more formidable now. Lu Mingyu responded, let us not discuss my matters. How is your project going? Su Yu's face displayed a hint of pride. I completely outshone Lu Lin's pathetic proposal. Lu Mingyu smiled. So you secured it? Su Yu nodded. Your analysis is spot on. In Oppos, it's all about the materials, and with the association leading, it will be quite profitable. Lu Mingyu remarked. It's a pity I lack funds. Otherwise, we could invest together. Just as Su Yu was about to speak, Lu Mingyu interjected. No need to borrow from me. Su Yu replied. Lu Mingyu turned to her and said, invest in me in the future. Su Yu agreed, all right. In the lakeside apartment, the study remained unchanged, with Duan Xiu still diligently working at his desk, remotely directing operations. On the sofa behind him, Duan Xiu Ming fiddled with his phone, occasionally interrupting to suggest adjustments. The two were as leisurely as playing a game. Yet they stirred chaos throughout Hong Kong. As the afternoon wore on, Duan Xiu ended the call and glanced at his private inbox. Minggu, there is something interesting. Duan Xiu Ming replied, go on. Duan Xiu looked at the message in the inbox and chuckled. An anonymous letter. Zhang, the administrative assistant to the heir of the Duan family, Duan Liqing, dined with the Chun family yesterday. Wow. Duan Xiu Ming did not lift his head. Analyze it. Duan Xiu stated 2 points. First, this assistant is privately contacting the Chun family, betraying us. That and amp. Oppos. As simple. Blacklist him and let Yin Tianzui handle it. Second, this could be quite dangerous. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. Continue. Duan Xiu turned back, frowning. Minggu, if this contact with the Chun family is the heir's intent, then it suggests a desire to exploit the chaos to overturn the clear delineation between the Duan family's light and dark factions. Should we be on guard? Duan Xiu Ming raised his gaze. What about the third point? Duan Xiu stammered, There is a third? Duan Xiu Ming replied. Have you considered the possibility that the sender is sowing discord? Duan Xiu suddenly realized, oh right. I'll investigate immediately. Duan Xiu Ming's expression remained calm. Are you the one trying to sow discord? Duan Xiu exploded. I merely had a fleeting moment of divergent thinking. I never intended to incite discord. Duan Xiu Ming remained indifferent. Minggu, you are truly intimidating. Duan Xiu wiped his brow, then suddenly added, but even if brothers turn against each other, we are not afraid. Both Bai Tu Ying and Xiang Shan Ao are fallback options. Hee. Duan Xiu Ming questioned, fallback for what? Duan Xiu hesitated, Duan Xiu Ming fixed his gaze. If he were to strike at me, why would I yield to him? Duan Xiu blinked. All right. At that moment, Duan Xiu Ming put away his phone and stood. Car keys. Duan Xiu also stood and handed over the keys. Brother, I was merely speculating. The trust and understanding between you two brothers are paramount. This operation is already in its final stages. I just got a bit too excited. Duan Xiu Ming assured. I have no doubts. Zhang Xiang sighed in relief. I would never betray you. Minggu, you have saved me twice. My life belongs to you. Duan Xiu Ming replied, casually. Betray me wouldn't be a problem. I would just crush you. Zhang Xiang exclaimed. Duan Xiu Ming laughed, patting his shoulder as he headed for the door. Zhang Xiang called after him. Where are you going, Minggu? Aren't and Damp? Oppos. You having dinner tonight? Duan Xiu Ming, without looking back, waved the car keys. On a date. Bang. The door slammed shut. Zhang Xiang shrugged helplessly. I give up. Even amid chaos in Hong Kong, he still has time for a date. In the evening, at the side door of the exhibition hall, a glacier blue Bentley arrived. Once the car came to a stop, Duan Xiu Ming got out and walked around to open the door for her. Lu Mingyu stood there, motionless and slightly dazed. Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head and invited, what are you dawdling for? Get in. Lu Mingyu stepped forward and took her seat in the passenger side. Duan Xiu Ming adjusted her position and closed the door before returning to the driver and Oppo's seat and fastening his seatbelt. Lu Mingyu inquired, why the change of car again? Duan Xiu Ming replied, the Lumbo is too loud, the Maybach has been seen by your sister, and the Cullinan got damaged. Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. Duan Xiu Ming started the engine and glanced over. Will you be joining me in bed tonight? Lu Mingyu was once again caught off guard. Duan Xiu Ming smirked, just teasing you. If you prefer to wait until marriage, that's fine too. Lu Mingyu asked, why are you in such a good mood? Duan Xiu Ming responded, we haven't seen each other for many days, of course. I and Amp, Oppos, am in a good mood for our date. Lu Mingyu nodded, it's quite infectious. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at her and asked, are you in a bad mood? Lu Mingyu replied, not exactly. Duan Xiu Ming pressed further, are you feeling better seeing me? Lu Mingyu turned to him, her gaze lingering on his chiseled profile, radiating confidence and strength. Duan Xiu Ming focused on the road ahead. Don and Oppos, stare at me like that. Lu Mingyu remained silent, but the next moment, he reached out to pull her closer. Shall we watch a movie after dinner? He asked. Lu Mingyu agreed. Sure. Duan Xiu Ming was surprised. You don't have to return home early today? Lu Mingyu and Oppos' eyes flickered as she countered. Duan Xiu Ming, are you not afraid of anything? Duan Xiu Ming turned to look at her. What do you want to do? I'll accompany you. Lu Mingyu replied. Oh, he truly feared nothing. Duan Xiu Ming continued driving, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Lu Mingyu remarked, I can go out every day for the time being. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. Shall I start planning? Movie today, concert tomorrow, sleep the day after. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, they approached a red light. Duan Xiu Ming pressed the brakes and suddenly leaned over to kiss her cheek. The speed was so swift that Lu Mingyu barely registered it before he returned to his seat, a smile on his lips as he looked ahead at the red light. Delicious, he mused. Lu Mingyu turned her head to gaze out the window. Duan Xiu Ming began to inquire, what was that exhibition about? Lu Mingyu replied, a traditional painting exhibition. Today is the last day of setup, and it will be displayed for a month starting tomorrow. Duan Xiu Ming and Oppos' interest was piqued. Is there any of your work? Lu Mingyu nodded. One piece. Duan Xiu Ming declared, forget the concert. We're going to the exhibition tomorrow. Lu Mingyu hesitated. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Lu Mingyu cautioned, don't go. Duan Xiu Ming, visibly displeased, retorted, why can't I see it? Why not? Lu Mingyu replied, I fear you may embarrass yourself. Chapter 39. Direct approach at 8 in the evening. Su Wenjun pushed open the door to a private room in a high-end tea house. Surprised as he spoke, Lu Lin. What brings you to invite me for tea? Lu Lin rose to invite him to sit. Su Wenjun glanced around and chuckled. Is it just the two of us? Lu Lin nodded. There are some things I and Amp, Oppos, do you like to inquire about? After taking a seat, Su Wenjun asked, what with a serious tone? Lu Lin inquired, you and Amp, Oppos, re-aware of the Danqing art exhibition, right? Su Wenjun thought for a moment before nodding. Yes, I recall. Miss Qin has many pieces displayed. Has it already commenced? Lu Lin observed his expression, slightly taken aback. You haven't been following it? Su Wenjun appeared puzzled. Why would I pay attention to that? Lu Lin furrowed his brow and cautiously ventured. I ran into Ye at the exhibition today. Su Wenjun replied. She must have tagged along since Mingyu was attending. She loves to wander about, despite not understanding any of it. I don't see the point in her joining the commotion. Lu Lin remained uncertain, but smiled as he said, Wenjun, considering our families have been close for so many years, why haven't we formed a union? Su Wenjun's hand paused midair, astonished as he gazed at Lu Lin. Emotions evident in his eyes. Lu Lin swiftly changed the subject. If this exhibition is backed by an art association, we could collaborate on some projects and profit together. Su Wenjun frowned. Lu Lin, I'm having a hard time following your line of thought. Lu Lin explained. Perhaps you could ask your father if he is invested in any projects promoted by the art association? Su Wenjun chuckled. Are you suggesting that if I inquire, the Lu family would marry Mingyu to me? We were childhood friends, and the Su family has made overtures several times. Yet your family has remained steadfast. Lu Lin lowered his head. The union I mentioned could also be between me and Ye. It would benefit both families. Su Wenjun set down his teacup, anger flashing across his face. Lu Lin, while our families are connected, you must consider how the Lu family compares to the Su family now. Your sincerity is lacking. Lu Lin opened his mouth to explain, but Su Wenjun had already stood up. I must take my leave. The conversation had soured. Watching Su Wenjun leave abruptly, Lu Lin felt an urge to smash his teacup. Just then, his phone vibrated, and he glanced down in surprise. Qin Lian, are you bringing your sister to play with me? Following was a location link to his standalone villa. Without hesitation, Lu Lin called Lu Qian and drove over. An hour later, Lu Lin arrived at the villa with the elegantly dressed Lu Qian. Upon entering, they were greeted by a gathering of over 20 people, some chatting, others drinking. Aside from a few prominent young scions and ladies on par with Qin Lian, the remainder consisted of striking young men and women mingling about. Qin Lian enjoyed socializing, but at a level far more sophisticated than Su Wenjun or Hao Lushing. He never frequented public venues, preferring the hidden villas scattered throughout Shizi City. The companions he gathered were carefully selected. This villa was not for residents, but specifically for hosting various parties, discreet and secure. Lu Qian had always been aware of these gatherings, but it was her first time witnessing how her ex-husband entertained himself. At that moment, Qin Lian lounged on the sofa, flanked by young women, some nestled against him, others serving him drinks. Lu Qian felt her emotions nearing a breaking point, yet maintained a smile as she linked arms with Lu Lin and stepped further inside. Lu Lin calmly greeted Qin Lian. Young Master Qin, I've brought my sister. Qin Lian glanced up, furrowing his brow. Why have you brought my ex-wife? Lu Lin was taken aback. You young Master Qin, you told me to bring her. Qin Lian shot a disdainful look at Lu Qian, addressing Lu Lin. I met your other sister. Lu Qian and Apo's. S emotions finally erupted as she shouted sharply. Husband, it and Apo's. That's one thing for you to play with other women. But are you still thinking about that wretched woman? Qin Lian, now irritated, retorted, Who is your husband? Be quiet. Lu Qian rushed over, shoving the woman beside him aside. You shameless harlot, stay away from my husband. Get lost. The atmosphere turned awkward following the outburst. Other young men and women exchanged glances, their expressions hinting at amusement. Qin Lian shifted slightly, spreading his hands as he looked at Lu Lin. Tell me, Master Lu, what do you think of this situation? Lu Lin hurriedly stepped forward to pull Lu Qian back, repeatedly apologizing. Young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize. She has been under some stress lately and is undergoing therapy. Qin Lian, now amused by the absurdity, responded. Therapy? You promised a union and sent me a lunatic instead? Are the Lu family mocking me? Lu Lin shook his head in a panic. No, that's not it. My sister. Enough. Qin Lian interrupted, his smile vanishing. I warn you. Do not let me see this lunatic again. Lu Qian's chest heaved with rage. We were once a couple. Qin Lian, you. Get out. Qin Lian interrupted again, raising his hand in annoyance. Several bodyguards promptly appeared, escorting Lu Qian out. The surrounding guests moved from the hall to the second floor, leaving only Qin Lian and Lu Lin in the spacious room. Lu Lin stood silently, observing Qin Lian, who sat in the center of the sofa. After taking a sip of his drink, Qin Lian playfully gestured to the sofa. Shall we speak plainly, Lu Lin? Taking a deep breath, Lu Lin took a seat. Late at night, Duan Xiu Ming drove Lu Mingyu to the side entrance of the Lu family home. After unfastening her seatbelt, Lu Mingyu reached for the car door handle, but it was locked. Duan Xiu Ming merely watched her without unlocking the door. Lu Mingyu turned to him, only to be met with his aggressive approach. He held her hands with one of his, rendering her immobile. Without warning, he kissed her, pressing her against the seat. His warmth enveloped her, and in the stillness of the night, the temperature within the car soared. "On the day I first took you home, you fled like a rabbit," he murmured against her lips. Lu Mingyu's expression shifted as she realized a dangerous truth. He appeared carefree, yet he noticed the subtleties, depending on whether they were acknowledged. Observing her momentary daze, he released her. With a click, Duan Xiu Ming pressed the unlock button, a smirk playing on his lips. "Whether you get out or not is entirely up to you." With that, he shifted gears, pressing the brake and restarting the car. The implication was clear. If she didn't T-exit, he would simply turn around and head to his apartment. Lu Mingyu calmly replied, "It and Oppos. It's that time of the month." Those three words extinguished all of Duan Xiu Ming and Amp, Oppos, S emotions. "Impressive," he remarked with a nod. Then, he rolled down the driver and Amp, Oppos, S side window and pulled out a cigarette. Lu Mingyu opened the door, stepped out, and smiled at him. "Good night." She turned gracefully, pushing open the door to the Lu family home as the heavy military gate slowly closed behind her. Duan Xiu Ming watched her silhouette merge into the shadows, unable to suppress a smile. The tip of his cigarette flared to life. Oh, and I forgot to mention, his senses were remarkably acute. The time of the month was when male models were typically booked, yet today was not one of those days. Was she trying to deceive him? Chapter 40. A painting of astounding ugliness. The lights illuminated the Lu family and Oppos, S hall. Upon her return, Lu Mingyu encountered Lu Qiuyang, who was seated in the main position, still awake at such a late hour. Lu Qiuyang and Oppos' gloomy gaze fell upon her, accompanied by a cold smirk. "You truly have audacity. Did I grant you permission to linger outside until this hour?" Lu Mingyu chuckled lightly and inquired, "Uncle, have you heard of the most popular social platform among the youth?" Lu Qiuyang derisively retorted, "Is that how your wealthy boyfriend was found online?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I meant to say that I am involved in social media." Lu Qiuyang frowned. "What do you mean?" Lu Mingyu elaborated, "I possess a vast number of followers. If you were to do anything to my grandmother, I cannot guarantee that I wouldn't unleash a torrent of fervent words online. Worst case, I could abandon that account, leaving you with nothing." Lu Qiuyang abruptly rose, intending to confront her physically, but Lu Mingyu remained composed, not retreating an inch. "I have set commands. Seizing my phone will be futile. In 10 minutes, it will post automatically, no human intervention needed, guarding against your current intentions." Lu Qiuyang halted, fury flashing his eyes. Lu Mingyu continued, "Uncle, we are in the information age. Your outdated methods are ineffectual in today's society." Lu Qiuyang demanded, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Lu Mingyu stated, "Let us coexist without conflict. Simply unlock the back gate, allowing me free access. The family reputation means little to me, but it matters to you." Lu Qiuyang's expression twisted in an uncontrollable fury as he glared at her. "You truly know how to manipulate people's hearts." Lu Mingyu smiled, "Thank you for the compliment. Please hand me the key to the back gate." However, Lu Qiuyang suddenly countered, "Are you bluffing? Do you genuinely have a massive following? Can you wield any social influence?" Lu Mingyu produced her phone, swiped the screen, and activated the notification sound. Instantly, a chorus of notifications erupted. Ding, ding, ding. The sound resonated continuously. She then muted her phone and locked the screen before stating, "Did you hear that? My private messages surge hundreds per second, with likes reaching 100,000 in 24 hours. Lu Qiuyang glared at her with malice. "You have certainly inherited your father's cunning." Lu Mingyu replied, 10 minutes remain. 6 are left." Lu Qiuyang inhaled deeply, opened a nearby safe, and tossed her a set of keys. Lu Mingyu approached, took the keys without uttering another word, and ascended the stairs. Upon returning to her room, she locked the door, took a few deep breaths, and unlocked her phone. The notion of a vast following was a fabrication. The painting she had recently posted had garnered a modest amount of attention, but it was far from the exaggeration she had claimed. After all, that account had only been operational for 3 months, gaining minor recognition within the art community. Far from mainstream. Moreover, there was no command operation. She was ignorant of such advanced techniques. The recording she had played was a deception against Lu Qiuyang. Nevertheless, she had finally acquired the key. The following morning, Lu Mingyu had never felt more invigorated at the prospect of breakfast. Once she finished, she descended from the table, used her key to unlock the back gate, and proceeded to her grandmother's residence. Tao Yalin had already finished her breakfast and was napping in a rocking chair, while a classic Cantonese opera played softly on the television. The melodic strains of the opera melded with the chirping of birds outside, creating a serene ambience. Lu Mingyu approached and took her grandmother and Appo's hand. Tao Yalin opened her cloudy eyes and, after a few seconds, brightened, little wild. Lu Mingyu beamed. "Yes, Grandma." Tao Yalin joyfully sat up in her rocking chair, grasping Lu Mingyu's hand. "What brings you to Shizi City? On holiday?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "I'm on winter break." Tao Yalin gently stroked her hair, smiling as she asked, "Will you stay in Shizi City for the new year? What about your parents?" Lu Mingyu replied, "Mom and Dad have work, so I came by myself to celebrate the new year." Tao Yalin patted her hand eagerly, nodding, "Good, good. Grandma will get you some candy." Lu Mingyu spent the morning with her grandmother, enjoying their conversation until noon, when Tao Yalin grew tired and dozed off in the rocking chair. Lu Mingyu covered her with a blanket and left the backyard. In the afternoon, Lu Mingyu hailed a taxi to the exhibition hall. It was the opening day, and a considerable number of attendees had gathered, including many of the prominent families from Shizi City, all admiring Miss Qin's artwork, showering her with compliments that varied for 10 minutes without repetition. Susi was also present, engaged in a cheerful discussion with Qin Yuan regarding project details. Lu Mingyu chose not to interrupt, wandering through the exhibition hall until she arrived at her own painting. As people passed by, they couldn't help but exclaim remarks such as, "What an ugly piece hanging here. My eyes are assaulted. Isn't this a painting exhibition? Why is this here? Did a kindergarten child paint this for charity? It seems unnecessary, given the differing themes." Lu Mingyu remained unfazed, standing before the painting in a daze, her head unturned. Time passed, and suddenly, a snap echoed behind her. Turning around, she found Duan Xiu Ming just behind her, having moved closer, creating an impression that he was enveloping her from a certain angle. Lu Mingyu felt the air grow slightly warm. Duan Xiu Ming gazed ahead and declared, "This painting is astoundingly hideous." Lu Mingyu replied, "I painted it." Duan Xiu Ming paused and reassessed. "The color sense is commendable. Aside from that, nothing else holds merit." He glanced at her left hand. "You painted it with your right hand, didn't you? It's utterly atrocious." At that moment, her phone vibrated. Duan Xiu Ming answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Yes, I'm at the art exhibition." A voice inquired from the other end. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at Lu Mingyu and said, "Someone, your sister-in-law, is here to greet you." With that, he held the matte black phone to Lu Mingyu's ear. Simultaneously, he tapped the back of the phone twice, producing A and amp, Appo's, tap tap and amp, Appo's, sound akin to a signal. Lu Mingyu looked back at him in surprise. But the voice on the other end had already begun speaking, a warm, mature male voice. "Hello, Miss Lu, I am Ming and Appo's elder brother." Lu Mingyu, taken aback, quickly responded, "Hello, Mr. Duan." Before she could finish, Duan Xiu Ming had reclaimed the phone, his tone casual, even brusque. "What pressing matter necessitated interrupting my date?" The voice on the other end said something. Duan Xiu Ming paused for a second, gesturing to Lu Mingyu, then pointing toward the adjacent terrace. Lu Mingyu nodded, understanding his intent. Duan Xiu Ming walked out to the terrace to converse with his brother. The terrace had glass doors, muffling the sounds, yet Lu Mingyu could catch his gaze if she turned. He spoke with an indifferent expression, and the words she could read from his lips were somewhat chilling. "Eliminate. Exit. Let them be." Yet, as Lu Mingyu looked over, he smiled at her, his eyes warm. Chapter 41. A broken arm. Zhan Xiang and He Song arrived at their destination, where they encountered a painting before Lu Mingyu. He Song burst into laughter. "Huh, how ugly." Zhan Xiang chimed in, a unique kind of ugliness. He Song, driven by curiosity, leaned closer to inspect the piece, Let me see who the artist is, but promptly fell silent. Zhang Xiang pressed on. Who is it? He Song turned back, a peculiar expression on his face. Zhang Xiang urged. You look but won't say? It's such tiny writing. Can't you just read it out? I'm too lazy to walk. Yet, He Song remained mute, his gaze sweeping over Lu Mingyu. Zhang Xiang quipped. What are you staring at Miss Lu for? What's the matter with you? You can't borrow the car anymore. Finally, Lu Mingyu spoke up. I painted it. In an instant, Zhang Xiang was rendered speechless, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. The color sense is excellent, particularly the blend of red and blue. It's the most reasonable and aesthetically pleasing I've ever seen. He Song in Appo's lips twitched as he murmured, that praise sounds too insincere. Yet Lu Mingyu replied, feel free to criticize more. I love hearing it. However, the two quickly shifted the topic and departed, fleeing in disarray. Before long, a figure approached around the corner, striding directly toward them. Hello, Miss Lu, Qin Lian greeted. Sizing her up, Lu Mingyu looked puzzled. She did not recognize him. Qin Lian reached out toward her shoulder. I am your former brother-in-law. On the terrace, Duan Xiu Ming held up his phone. I'm fine. Suddenly, he looked up and spotted a man standing beside Lu Mingyu, his face devoid of expression, his hand reaching out indiscriminately to rest on Lu Mingyu's shoulder. Immediately, Duan Xiu Ming noticed Lu Mingyu shrink away, uttering something. The man refrained from further contact, but his gaze was filled with predatory intent, an exaggerated desire. In his ear, a gentle male voice continued, discussing details of the plan. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's tone turned icy. Then kill him. The person on the other end was bewildered. What? Duan Xiu Ming swiftly concluded the discussion. You set the details. Yin Tianzuo will follow your orders. With that, he abruptly hung up, striding forward to pull open the terrace glass door. At that moment, Qin Lian had finished his conversation and turned away with a smile. There was no need for such tension during their first chat. He had merely come to greet her. This art exhibition was of great significance to his sister, and he would never disrupt it. But the next time might be different. Just as Qin Lian reveled in his satisfaction, he encountered a tall man striding directly toward him, with a slick hairstyle and a collarless suit. His long legs moved with an imposing gait. Before Qin Lian could react, he collided with the man. He intended to curse, but as he opened his mouth, he felt a sudden numbness in his right hand. The man had brushed past him, calmly stating, "Excuse me." It took Qin Lian several seconds to process what had happened, and he suddenly shouted, "Ah, ah." Immediately, people rushed over to encircle him. But by then, Qin Lian was already on the ground, sweating profusely, clutching his arm and gasping, unable to utter a word. His arm was broken. Hearing the commotion, Lu Mingyu turned around, but saw nothing, as Duan Xiu Ming stood directly in her line of sight. She heard many voices in a state of panic, along with Zhang Xiang calmly managing the situation. It was utter chaos. Lu Mingyu looked up, seeking answers from a man before her. Yet Duan Xiu Ming, seemingly unconcerned, asked and Appo's, "It's getting cold. Shall we have hot pot for dinner?" As he spoke, he glanced over her shoulder, his eyes cooling slightly before returning to her face, now adorned with a smile. The clamor grew louder. Someone was calling for an ambulance. Lu Mingyu shifted her feet to peer around, inquiring what happened. Duan Xiu Ming blocked her view. It's not important. The exhibition had indeed turned chaotic. Amidst the din, Lu Mingyu was led away by Duan Xiu Ming, but they did not head straight to the hot pot restaurant. He surprisingly took her to a shopping mall to buy new clothes, replacing the one he had discarded. Clad in a new coat, Lu Mingyu walked alongside him, noticing his displeasure, and she began to understand the situation. Duan Xiu Ming walked with purpose, and when he inadvertently created some distance between them, he instinctively reached out to pull her closer, only to grasp at empty air. Turning around, he saw Lu Mingyu hurrying to catch up, panting and struggling to keep pace. Duan Xiu Ming retraced his steps and took her hand. Lu Mingyu caught her breath, observing the length of his strides compared to her own. Duan Xiu Ming remarked, "I will be more mindful next time," almost forgetting that his long strides and quick pace were not suited for her lesser endurance. He paused, allowing her breath to steady before leading her forward again. Lu Mingyu softly asked, "Are you angry?" Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. "More than that." Lu Mingyu inquired, "You got mad just because I tapped your shoulder?" Duan Xiu Ming's eyes darkened. That wasn't merely a tap. It was an embrace, a hug. With that, he wrapped his arm firmly around Lu Mingyu's shoulders. She wished to curse, to utter profanities, but the urge was nearly overwhelming. Lu Mingyu then asked, "Are you easily jealous?" Duan Xiuming countered, "I am not jealous." Lu Mingyu nodded, "And yet you broke someone's arm." Duan Xiuming fell silent for a moment before responding calmly, "It wasn't a break." Yet he made no further attempt to elaborate, nor did he seem inclined to explain. Lu Mingyu refrained from pressing further, but when she looked up at him, she reassessed her understanding of him. In the hot pot restaurant, Lu Mingyu perused group messages on her phone, where her friends were discussing the day's events. Curiously, the fire hadn't reached Duan Xiuming, nor did she know how Zhang Xiang had managed things. Duan Xiuming presented the menu, asking, "Shall we take a look?" Lu Mingyu replied, "You decide." Duan Xiuming nodded. "Can you handle spicy food?" Lu Mingyu answered, "Yes, I can eat it now, though I couldn't and Oppo's tea before." Duan Xiuming ordered a split pot with mild spice and bone broth. Lu Mingyu quietly enjoyed her meal. Duan Xiuming served her some dishes, casually asking, "You rarely eat spicy food?" Lu Mingyu responded, "You are quite observant." Duan Xiuming averted his gaze. "I apologize. Was that an intrusion?" Lu Mingyu pondered the question, needing to assess whether his observation, which hadn't incited her emotions, could be deemed invasive. Duan Xiuming took a tissue and covered his eyes. "I want look or observe." Lu Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. "How can you eat without seeing?" Duan Xiuming leaned back, the tissue still obscuring much of his face, leaving only his chin and thin lips visible. At that moment, a smile graced his lips. "You feed me." Silence enveloped them. A prolonged stillness prevailed, broken only by the bubbling of the hot pot. Duan Xiuming lifted a corner of the tissue to peek, only to be met by a pair of dazzling, bright eyes. Yet they quickly vanished as she averted her gaze to eat. It was a fleeting glimpse. Duan Xiuming lingered in that moment, and when he looked at her again, the brilliance had faded, replaced by an unfathomable darkness, resembling an endless abyss. He crumpled the tissue in his hand, smiling. Although it was but a moment, it was evident that she no longer radiated the lifelessness she had displayed the previous day. Had she just experienced a moment of infatuation? Chapter 42. Tomorrow. Come to my place to appreciate paintings today. Lu Mingyu returned home later than usual, though not as late as yesterday. The night had fallen completely, and the landscape lights in the community had extinguished. In the darkness, that Bentley once again parked beside the entrance, evading surveillance. Lu Mingyu did not rush to exit the vehicle. The door remained closed. She turned her head to glance beside her. Indeed, he had leaned closer. This time, he did not confine her, but instead bestowed a gentle kiss, parting slightly after a long moment. He was so near that she could hear him say, "Whether you appreciate my essence or my appearance, it suffices to cherish one. Do not dwell on it excessively." Lu Mingyu gazed into his eyes, momentarily speechless. He lowered his head to plant another soft kiss, asking, "Shall we cultivate our feelings gradually?" Lu Mingyu nodded slowly and subtly. Duan Xiuming stared into her eyes, contemplating for long, while before finally unlocking the car door. Upon returning to the Lu household, Lu Mingyu was unexpectedly met with the absence of Lu Qiuyang. Instead, Lu Lin and Lu Qian were present. A red and swollen imprint of 5 fingers marred Lu Lin's face, unmistakably left by Lu Qiuyang. Lu Qian was in tears, weeping incessantly. Simultaneously, Du Wenxin had returned from her maternal home, sitting across from the siblings with an expression that suggested a recent quarrel. Lu Mingyu did not pause her steps, walking past the three without a glance, and directly ascended the stairs to her room. Behind her, 3 cold gazes followed her, impossible to ignore. In the days that followed, Lu Qiuyang seldom made an appearance, leaving early and returning late, seemingly indifferent to Lu Mingyu. Lu Lin exhibited peculiar behavior, especially in his eyes. Lu Qian maintained her sarcastic demeanor, but refrained from physical confrontation. Du Wenxin had returned to her maternal home, absent for many days. The scandal regarding Su Yu and Oppo's, as project theft, was exposed, yet it bore no repercussions. Rather, it garnered her attention from numerous esteemed families, who spoke of her with admiration. To ascend to greatness, one must possess courage. The campaign for the Qin family's eldest daughter proceeded smoothly, propelling Su Yu's project proposal. Lu Lin sought her out several times, only to be disregarded by Su Yu, who exhibited complete indifference. Su Wenjun finally grasped the full context and attempted to reprimand his younger sister, only to be met with a barrage of anger from Su Yu. This young woman, brimming with ambition, was on the brink of significant wealth. As for Qin Lian, he remained at home nursing his injuries. On the day the project contract was signed, Su Yu privately transferred a sum of money to Lu Mingyu, which Lu Mingyu promptly returned untouched. Lu Mingyu's troubles could not be resolved by mere money. Nevertheless, her days unfolded with leisure. After obtaining the key to the backyard gate, Lu Mingyu spent her mornings conversing with her grandmother. Her grandmother and Appo's condition improved daily, her spirits gradually brightening, occasionally humming along with the operas on television. In the afternoons, she would go out on dates with Duan Xiu Ming, sometimes visiting art exhibitions or taking a boat ride across West Lake, enjoying tea on a small island at the lake center. Having lived in Shizi City for 10 years, it was her first time discovering such splendid scenery in the heart of West Lake. Her life was simple yet joyful. One evening, as darkness fell, Duan Xiu Ming did not accompany Lu Mingyu home, but instead took her to the hotel where they first met, seemingly intending to remind her of something. The Wetland Hotel's depths featured independent courtyard rooms, alongside quaint wooden tea houses and personal lounges. At that moment, they found themselves in a wooden cabin. The atmosphere in the self-service lounge was intimate, perfectly suited for the two of them. Under the dim lighting, Duan Xiu Ming offered her a glass of wine. Lu Mingyu accepted it, but did not drink. Watching her intently, Duan Xiu Ming suddenly approached, lifting her to sit on the cocktail island. He positioned himself on either side of her, effortlessly encroaching upon her space. Lu Mingyu leaned slightly back, but was pulled closer, his hand resting on her waist. "Aren't you going to drink?" he inquired. Lu Mingyu shook her head. Duan Xiu Ming leaning closer, his voice husky. "Why not indulge a little?" Lu Mingyu remained silent. His breath brushed against her neck as he murmured, "When we were strangers, you were willing to share a bed. Now, after 20 days of courtship, you withdraw?" She pushed him lightly, replying, "It's that time of the month." Duan Xiu Ming did not call out her deception, but simply asked, "Were you satisfied those 2 times?" Lu Mingyu averted her gaze. "Let us discuss it later." He supported himself, creating some distance, and said, "I have a painting delivered to Shizi City. Shall we go appreciate it tomorrow?" Lu Mingyu scrutinized his expression, softly asking, "Is it truly just to admire the painting?" His gaze was direct, yet the smile at the corners of his lips was innocent. "Speaking so ambiguously, you might lead me to misunderstand." Lu Mingyu reminded him, "It's that time of the month." Duan Xiu Ming nodded, purely to appreciate the art. His eyes revealed no ulterior motives, only sincerity. Then in the afternoon, Lu Mingyu stated, "Will you sleep in tomorrow?" He queried, having observed her irregular sleeping patterns, often marked by visible dark circles, suggesting she bore burdens in her heart. "I must accompany my grandmother in the morning," Lu Mingyu replied. "I'll pick you up at noon. We can have lunch first," Duan Xiu Ming suggested. "All right," she confirmed. He smiled, supporting her with one hand as he leaned in to kiss her. Today, they returned home earlier than usual. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Duan Xiu Ming noticed another car parked at the entrance. "Whose is that?" he inquired, a hint of an unexplainable pressure in his tone. Lu Mingyu softly responded, "It's my friend S. brother's car." "Is that so?" He raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he turned the steering wheel sharply, driving directly to the entrance. Positioning the car in front of the surveillance camera, Lu Mingyu's heart raced. Yet, Duan Xiu Ming spoke assertively. "In a week's time, I will come to propose." Lu Mingyu looked at him. He turned his head, stating, "A prospective son-in-law need not be furtive. If you refuse to grant me a title?" Lu Mingyu took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. "Until matters are settled, discretion is paramount." Duan Xiu Ming frowned, casting another glance at the car before shifting gears. Maneuvering the Bentley to a secluded corner out of the camera's view, Lu Mingyu sighed in relief. Duan Xiu Ming chuckled, observing her. "You are truly peculiar. At times, you exhibit remarkable courage, Yet other times, you're timid and jumpy. Lu Mingyu raised her eyes, meeting his gaze directly. Duan Xiu Ming locked eyes with her, his gaze piercing. Suddenly, Lu Mingyu propped herself up, placing a kiss on the corner of his lips, her voice laced with a barely perceptible plea. Hurry. Duan Xiu Ming's hand clenched into a fist as he spoke in a restrained tone. Are you attempting to seduce me? Lu Mingyu laughed softly, retreating to the passenger seat, pulling on the handle to unlock the door. Duan Xiu Ming, without averting his gaze, casually pressed the unlock button. Lu Mingyu exited the car, and Duan Xiu Ming watched her enter the house, rolling down the window. He retrieved a woman's cigarette from the center console, igniting it. As the flame flickered, he focused on a car parked at the Lu household entrance. A friend's brother, how odd. Why did he suddenly feel an urge to accelerate into it? He exhaled the smoke, extinguishing the cigarette after a few puffs before driving away. Chapter 43, A Phone Call. As Lu Mingyu entered the hall, she observed Su Wenjun and Lu Lin in a tense standoff, their expressions grim and on the verge of conflict. She hesitated for a moment, intrigued by the unfolding drama, but prudently decided to retreat to her room. Just then, Su Wenjun suddenly stepped forward and grasped her wrist. Lu Mingyu frowned and attempted to break free, but to no avail. Su Wenjun's tone was urgent. Mingyu, I need to speak with you. Bang! Lu Lin slammed his hand on the table, furious. Su Wenjun, do not overstep your bounds. Su Wenjun's grip relaxed. Lu Mingyu stepped aside, watching the exchange unfold. Lu Lin, no longer holding back, shouted, Your Su family truly knows how to steal. My sister shamelessly takes my project. And you have the audacity to come to my home to poach people? So, you two have conspired to bully the Lu family relentlessly, haven't you? Su Wenjun took a deep breath. I apologize for the incident with Ye. I will educate her. Lu Lin interrupted. You think you can teach her? Spare me your grandstanding. The two began to argue back and forth. After listening for a while, without gleaning any crucial information, Lu Mingyu swiftly retreated upstairs and locked her door, barricading it with a chair. She took out her phone and messaged Su Suyue. Lu Mingyu, your brother is arguing with Lu Lin, and after all this time, he still hasn't an amp. Oppos. He gotten to the point. What happened? Su Su. What? He broke up with his girlfriend and is planning to propose to you. Lu Mingyu. Su Suyue. Did Lu Lin scold him? Was it a fierce argument? Did they come to blows? Ha ha ha. Lu Mingyu proposed to whom? Su Suyue. To you. Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Lu Mingyu. Given the current state of relations between the Su and Lu families, it's unlikely for a marriage proposal, let alone a potential severance of ties. Is he out of his mind? Su Suyue. That's why I say my brother is a fool. But my project theft inadvertently shields you from romantic pursuits. I'm the unsung hero. I nipped in the bud. Praise me. Lu Mingyu. Truly impressive. After setting her phone aside, Lu Mingyu began to ponder. Something fell off. Just as she contemplated her thoughts, she keenly noticed that someone had entered her room and rummaged through her belongings. Although the intruder had made an effort to restore everything to its original state, she still uncovered the disturbance. Furrowing her brow, she felt relieved that her passport was with Su Suyue and the painting was hidden behind a cotton candy. The next day, Lu Mingyu continued her routine of chatting with her grandmother in the backyard, aiding her recovery. After days of effort, Tao Yalan was no longer trapped in a cycle of daily amnesia. In fact, she could recall Lu Mingyu's previous visit and even engage in conversations from the day before. Lu Mingyu would occasionally broach past topics, sharing only gentle memories, and her grandmother responded with calmness, engaging in normal discourse. Lu Mingyu firmly believed her grandmother could recover. By noon, Duan Xiu Ming's car was parked along the roadside outside the community, waiting for someone. He was quite displeased about having to stop so far away each time he came during the day. While waiting in the car, his expression was fierce enough to frighten passing children. Upon seeing his sour face as Lu Mingyu emerged, Shikuden and Oppos, T helped but laugh and got into the car. Duan Xiu Ming quickly regained his composure. Amused, Lu Mingyu asked, Are you studying Sichuan opera? As he started the vehicle, he reminisced, Actually, I grew up in the United States, which created a cultural gap, but I have learned about Cantonese opera. I'm still catching up on the rest. Upon hearing Cantonese opera, Lu Mingyu paused for a moment before responding, No wonder you, a Hong Kong native, enjoy spicy food. Duan Xiu Ming explained, I was influenced by friends in the U.S. Lu Mingyu suddenly inquired, did you live there alone, or did your entire family accompany you? He replied, just me, but my family often visits, especially my brother. During my rebellious phase, he would frequently come to see me. Lu Mingyu blinked, pondering why only he was raised in the U.S. Was he an illegitimate child? Hence his absence from the family roster? Yet, why did he share such a close bond with his brother? Another curious point, considering this topic was rather personal. Lu Mingyu refrained from pressing further. Soon, they arrived at a tea restaurant. Duan Xiu Ming had already noted Lu Mingyu's fondness for Cantonese cuisine. She could handle spicy food, but preferred not to overindulge, making her palate well-suited for settling in Hong Kong. This was Lu Mingyu and Appo's first visit to this tea restaurant, which was not upscale or private, but offered authentic flavors. They chose a table by the window, and this time, Lu Mingyu took the initiative to order, selecting her favorite dishes. Duan Xiu Ming sat across from her, watching her as she pointed out the dishes, his gaze following her delicate fingers as they turned the menu pages. He noticed her hair cascading down, which she gently tucked behind her ear. She wore no makeup, dressed in simple attire, exuding a serene and tranquil demeanor. Duan Xiu Ming was aware of the facade, yet he couldn't help but admire her beauty. In the corridor, Xiang Yi and Sang Chi passed by and spotted Lu Mingyu at the window. Sang Chi's eyes were still slightly swollen, and her steps instinctively faltered. Xiang Yi intended to greet her, but, noticing the person seated across from Lu Mingyu, discreetly led Sang Chi to a more distant table. At the window table, as a variety of dim sum was served, Lu Mingyu's eyes sparkled with delight. When she glanced up, she met Duan Xiu Ming's gaze. He tilted his head, asking, do you enjoy dim sum this much? Yes, she replied. Duan Xiu Ming smirked. In the future, when we are in Hong Kong, you can indulge in it daily until you tire of it. Lu Mingyu smiled back. I could never tire of it. How could one grow weary of their hometown's cuisine? Just as Duan Xiu Ming was about to continue speaking, his phone on the table vibrated. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but notice the caller ID. Isabel, a melodious English name. She paused, glancing up to see Duan Xiu Ming swiftly answer the call, his expression focused. The next moment, a mature and elegant voice resonated from the receiver. Ming. The volume was somewhat loud, accompanied by strange noises, thumping sounds. Sitting nearby, Lu Mingyu could catch snippets of the conversation. Duan Xiu Ming held the phone and glanced across the table, his eyes revealing something unsaid. Lu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback and moved her chair back slightly, even though she hadn't Appo's. T fully grasped the previous statement. Maintaining some distance felt more appropriate. The call concluded swiftly. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's demeanor shifted just as quickly, sitting up straight as if something significant had occurred. After hanging up, Lu Mingyu put down her utensils simultaneously, looking at him with a calm demeanor, waiting. Duan Xiu Ming remained silent for a couple of seconds before stating seriously, Lu Mingyu, I have to go abroad for a while. Chapter 44. Are you engaged in poverty alleviation? Lu Mingyu nodded without any surprise and inquired, the bald eagle? Duan Xiu Ming replied, indeed. Lu Mingyu picked up her utensils again. Very well. Duan Xiu Ming paused momentarily before saying, the matter is urgent. I cannot stay with you any longer. Lu Mingyu continued to nod, asking, are you leaving today? Duan Xiu Ming responded, I'm sorry, I must leave now. Lu Mingyu's tone was indifferent. It's fine. I can dine alone. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor echoed. Duan Xiu Ming stepped forward and bent down, cradling her face. A fervent kiss landed upon her lips. His movement was so swift that it left Lu Mingyu astounded, her eyes widening slightly. The surrounding crowd, drawn by the sound, turned to witness the scene, which caused a minor stir. Duan Xiu Ming disregarded the gazes and looked at her earnestly. Lu Mingyu, wait for me to return and marry you. With that, he turned and strode away. The glacier blue Bentley sped down the main road, the dashboard numbers increasing rapidly. Had there not been obstacles, Duan Xiu Ming could have driven even faster. He pressed down on the accelerator, steering with one hand while the other inserted a Bluetooth headset into his ear. Commands flowed from his mouth at a rapid pace, yet his tone remained calm. Zhanxiang, Return to Xiangjiang immediately and meet with the Dark Lord. Yin Tianzhua. Ensure my father's safety. Disregard everything else. Virum. The Bentley accelerated again, expelling exhaust fumes as it raced towards Pudong International Airport. In the restaurant, Lu Mingyu dined quietly alone, surrounded by an abundance of dishes meant for two. Unable to finish, she requested a takeaway for the leftovers. Upon exiting the restaurant, she happened upon Xiang Yi and Sang Chi, who had also finished their meal. Sang Chi's eyes were noticeably red and swollen, a clear sign of a sleepless night spent in tears. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Xiang Yi greeted Lu Mingyu. Were you having dinner with your boyfriend? She jested. That kiss was straight out of drama. But why did he leave? Lu Mingyu replied calmly. He had an urgent matter to attend to. Sang Chi at this moment. Sang Chi interjected. Can I speak with you privately? Xiang Yi looked at them in surprise. Lu Mingyu nodded, of course. Sang Chi turned to Xiang Yi. Forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, Xiang Yi, I need to talk with Lu Mingyu. You can head back without me. Liang Yi nodded accordingly. Oh, okay. Lu Mingyu and Sang Chi made their way to a nearby CAF, ordering 2 cups of hot coffee. With her eyes red and puffy, tears streamed down Sang Chi's face. Devoid of malice, only filled with boundless sorrow. She struggled to articulate her thoughts amidst her tears. Lu Mingyu quietly observed her, taking a sip of her coffee. Eventually, Sang Chi broke the silence. Was it your boyfriend just now? I think I saw him from a distance at another restaurant. When the topic of Duan Xiu Ming arose, Lu Mingyu paused, then nodded. Sang Chi forced a bitter smile. No wonder you hardly paid attention to Su Wenjun. Your boyfriend eclipses him in every aspect. Lu Mingyu raised her gaze, countering. That has nothing to do with Su Wenjun. Sang Chi's expression turned bitter. I understand. You've never cared for him. Lu Mingyu lowered her head and sipped her coffee. Sang Chi, seemingly unable to bear the silence, blurted out. Why did your boyfriend leave you abruptly? It reminds me of the day Su Wenjun broke up with me. Lu Mingyu's grip on her coffee cup faltered. What are you trying to say? Sang Chi continued. That day, Su Wenjun left without hesitation, even causing me to lose my job. I wonder if your boyfriend left without eating because of another woman. Lu Mingyu's eyes glinted with sharpness as she replied, You've crossed the line. Sang Chi averted her gaze. I'm sorry. Lu Mingyu scrutinized her, frowning. Sang Chi still avoided eye contact, speaking softly. I'm just so envious of you. You captured Su Wenjun's entire youth. He probably never loved me. Always waiting for you. Lu Mingyu narrowed her eyes, gazing out the window. Wake up and be wise. Sang Chi was taken aback. What? Lu Mingyu set her coffee cup down. I heard from Xiang Yi that you were exceptional in university. You could have joined a publicly listed company as headquarters. Why come to Shizi City and work for Su's? Sang Chi appeared lost, her expression bewildered. Lu Mingyu continued. Su's isn't even among the Fortune 500. Is it worth it? Sang Chi, confused, asked, You're actually asking me this? Su and Amp, Oppos, has offered me a high salary, a relaxed job with no pressure, and he treats me well. He usually listens to me, except about your matter. I never expected he would fire me to clear the way for proposing to you. Lu Mingyu retorted. Do you enjoy belittling yourself? Sang Chi frowned. I don't. What are you talking about? Lu Mingyu pressed on. What makes him superior aside from his family background? Is he truly not lacking? Sang Chi was taken aback, then bitterly smiled again. I'm not a rich second generation. He is a favored son of the heavens. The eldest son of the Su family. Isn't that enough? Lu Mingyu replied softly, eldest son. Sang Chi looked at her in confusion. Lu Mingyu glanced at her. The Su family doesn't only have one heir? What era are we in? Do you think the Su family's little princess has only indulgence and no capability? Sang Chi was astonished. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Lu Mingyu inquired. Haven't you received several awards in university and earned scholarships? Sang Chi nodded. I could have secured a spot for postgraduate studies. But he wanted to return to Shizi City, so I followed him. Lu Mingyu challenged. What makes Su Wenjun better than you aside from his family background? His family's wealth is inherited. What does that have to do with him? Even if it counts as an advantage, it's singular. Why seek someone inferior? Are you engaged in poverty alleviation? A form of intangible poverty alleviation. Self-deprecation, surrendering one's lifeline to others. allowing them to manipulate it at will. Had Shang-Chi initially pursued her career in the magical city, she would not have been so easily dismissed, losing her job in the process. Lu Mingyu herself was unsure where this sudden anger stemmed from. She felt an overwhelming urge to vent. Shang-Chi stared at her, eyes wide in shock. Then, a prolonged silence enveloped them, lasting until the coffee grew cold. Lu Mingyu steadied her emotions and said, "I apologize. My words were harsh." Shang-Chi shook her head repeatedly. "No, it's not. You're right. It's my romantic naivete that led to this outcome." Lu Mingyu stirred her coffee. When it comes to relationships, either don't engage, or if you do, seek someone with multiple merits, someone complementary or mutually beneficial. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shang-Chi seemed to have a realization, organizing her thoughts. "Thank you. You're truly wonderful." Lu Mingyu looked at her. "I also thank you for not revealing what happened that day to Su Wenjun. Otherwise, Lu Qiuyang would have discovered that she had gotten into that luxury car and, following the trail, uncovered Duan Xiang's lounge, leading to the incident captured on surveillance and witnessed by Lu Qian with the Maybach. It could have resulted in me facing 3 disciplinary actions." Chapter 45. Brother, you are quite talkative. A day later, on a street in the LA slums, a sedan sped past, flanked by several escort vehicles that were swiftly intercepted. A series of muffled gunshots pierced the rear window of the car, causing the occupants within to huddle low and cover their heads. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle followed, signaling a sniper's shot. The driver desperately pressed the accelerator, attempting to outrun the bullets, but it was futile. An explosion erupted nearby, shattering glass and scattering debris in all directions. Another loud crash resounded as the sedan collided with a guardrail, the driver bleeding from a head wound, plunging into unconsciousness. The vehicle came to a halt. The sniper had likely been neutralized, but gunfire erupted around them, escalating into chaotic combat. In the back seat, Duan Xiu Ming noticed a black shard that grazed his thigh and brushed it aside, unleashing a torrent of blood. He took several deep breaths, gripping his briefcase tightly, and attempted to push the door open, but it was stubbornly stuck. The chaos outside was overwhelming, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Glancing down at his wound, he realized that if the bleeding continued, he would perish from blood loss within the confines of the car. Without hesitation, he tore off his tie to fashion a makeshift bandage, tightly wrapping it around his injured leg. Yet, blood soon seeped from his abdomen as well. This injury was less severe, but still significant. Beads of sweat dripped from Duan Xiu Ming's forehead as he ripped his shirt and continued to bandage himself. Outside, gunfire persisted amidst the chaos of battle, with flames flickering and vehicles being sent flying. The duration of this turmoil remained uncertain. Just then, a roaring engine echoed in the distance. A motorcycle suddenly emerged from the end of the street, moving at a speed that seemed capable of colliding with a tank. The rider, clad in black and wearing a helmet, wielded an unfamiliar firearm. As he sped past, he crouched low beside the motorcycle, raising his hand to fire with astonishing precision, hitting targets with uncanny accuracy. In the brief stretch of a few hundred meters to the sedan, he unleashed a barrage of shots, seemingly oblivious to the distinction between friend and foe. From Duan Xiu Ming and Amp, Oppo's perspective as the motorcycle and Amp, Oppo's growl drew nearer. The surrounding gunfire gradually faded away until it ceased entirely. Only the distant sounds of battle persisted. The rider, however, showed no concern for the ongoing conflict, fixated solely on the sedan. With a swift maneuver, the motorcycle skidded to a stop beside the car. The figure dismounted, striding purposefully towards the rear seat of the sedan. Behind him, the motorcycle collapsed to the ground. Without a glance backward, the rider removed his helmet and leaned down to confront his captive. Duan Xiu Ming gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Ming, the Duan family is fortunate to have you." Duan Xiu Ming prodded his wound and queried, "How did you get injured?" Duan Xiu Ming inhaled deeply, his pallor evident. "Let go. Be gentle." Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head and released his grip. However, the moment he did, Duan Xiu Ming wobbled and nearly fell. Fortunately, a nearby individual quickly supported him, draping his arm over their shoulder and guiding him toward a safer corner behind a wall. As they moved, the helper patted Duan Liqing in amp, Oppo's abdominal injury, delivering 2 sharp slaps that nearly startled his spirit from his body. Duan Xiu Ming chuckled. You need to practice, you and amp, Oppo's so weak. Duan Liqing gasped heavily, leaning on his brother's shoulder. I'll practice more. I'm just lacking a solid foundation and talent. Duan Xiu Ming observed him resting against the wall and glanced at the briefcase. All this fuss for this item? You split up with your sister-in-law and nearly lost your life? Duan Liqing replied anxiously, it's been in the works for years. What do you mean, just this? There are 3 copies. I obtained one. Your sister-in-law surely has no issues. And I intended to retrieve the last one, but almost died here. Duan Xiu Ming cast a glance at the distant battle raging at the intersection. I'll go then. Since I'm here, I might as well. Duan Liqing looked up at him. This isn't a task for the dark veins. I'm sorry to trouble you again. Ming. Duan Xiu Ming crossed his arms. Remember to repay me for this favor. How many times have I saved your life now? Duan Liqing raised a hand to indicate a number. 8 times. I owe you 8 lives. Duan Xiu Ming laughed. You're still counting? Duan Liqing shook his head. Without you, I would have perished long ago. This life of mine is rather tough. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at the distant flames, noting that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Duan Liqing, suppressing his dizziness, asked, Did you arrange everything on the Hong Kong side? Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head. Don't pry in my matters. Duan Liqing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Oh, right, I want to ask about the dark veins. Duan Xiu Ming smirked. Just teasing you. Everything is settled. Dad has Yin Tianzhua and the Dark Master sent Zhan Xiang. Duan Liqing continued to nod. I'm just worried about fainting. It's better to chat a bit before help arrives. Duan Xiu Ming replied, You want to faint. If you can't hold on, I'll give you a punch to ensure you jump up in pain. Duan Liqing's expression changed. Ming, there's no need to be so harsh with your brother. Duan Xiu Ming asked, All right then, what do you want to talk about? Duan Liqing inquired, What about your girlfriend? How long have you been together? Duan Xiu Ming replied, A little over 20 days. Duan Liqing was taken aback. So short? Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head. What is wrong with that? Duan Liqing pressed. You said you wanted to propose a flash marriage, right? Duan Xiu Ming nodded. Yes, feelings take time to develop. Duan Liqing concurred. First deceive her, get her to commit, then talk. That is how I handled things with your sister-in-law. Duan Xiu Ming looked at his brother incredulously. You tricked Isabel back then? Duan Liqing quickly shook his head. Oh no. It was your sister-in-law who tricked me. Before marriage, we broke up twice and then reconciled. Duan Xiu Ming exclaimed in surprise. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Duan Liqing nodded. You were never interested in relationships before. I never discussed it with you. But since your time together is short, are you in a passionate phase? Duan Xiu Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. She only likes me a little. It's not intense, but I like her quite a bit. Duan Liqing urged, then hurry and get married. Don't wait until she loses interest and wants to break up. Also, I must tell you, with different backgrounds, not everyone can accept your violent and fierce demeanor. You must be gentle and patient. Don't scare her away. Young girls might run. Duan Xiu Ming could no longer contain himself and interjected, Brother, you're really getting old. Duan Liqing panted, It's inevitable. I'm already 35. Don't be too sad. Everyone ages. Duan Xiu Ming retorted, So talkative. Duan Liqing. Chapter 46. My brother, Duan Xiuji in the distance. The sounds of battle ceased, and soon medical personnel rushed in to tend to Duan Liqing's injuries. A group of impeccably dressed men in black arrived, encircling the area. Further away, another team, fully armed, conducted thorough inspections of the surroundings. Duan Liqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting a sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. The recent events had been perilously intense. Had it not been for Duan Xiu Ming, who braved the hail of bullets to provide cover, he would have succumbed long before anyone arrived to rescue him. Duan Xiu Ming, however, showed no signs of distress. He calmly removed his bulletproof vest, waved to a nearby person, and changed into a fresh one. Despite the visible bruising on his chest, which had been impacted through the armor, he bore no expression of pain, his demeanor untroubled, as if he were merely a spectator to the chaos around him. Those present observed this scene with astonishment. Duan Liqing closed his eyes, striving to suppress his emotions. At that moment, a bespectacled young man rushed in, clutching a laptop, his glasses askew from haste. He glanced at the pale-faced Duan Liqing and then at the composed Duan Xiu Ming, momentarily at a loss for how to greet them. Who was this composed figure? He had never seen him before. Duan Xiu Ming was the first to speak. Provide me with the address and the code. The young man stood in bewilderment, casting a confused look at Duan Liqing. Taking a deep breath, Duan Liqing instructed, "My brother, Duan Xiuji, will direct you." No sooner had he spoken than he could no longer withstand the toll on his body. His head tilted, and he fainted. The medical personnel immediately sprang into action once more. Meanwhile, the others were internally astonished but maintained a calm exterior. Duan Xiuji? It was the first time they had heard this name. Duan Liqing had a younger brother. The level of trust displayed indicated a bond of blood. They had all just learned that Duan Liqing had a biological brother. Yet, he was remarkably young and exhibited formidable skills. Moreover, he showed no fear of danger. The age gap between the two brothers was significant. After a brief moment of shock, the bespectacled youth approached Duan Xiu Ming for a briefing. The black-clad individuals stood ready, awaiting orders. Duan Xiu Ming, however, did not bring anyone with him. He hoisted the fallen motorcycle, mounted it, and donned a helmet. With a roar, the engine ignited, and he sped away. In Shizi City, the Liu family study was locked from the inside. Smack! A heavy slap struck Lu Lin's face, causing it to swell instantly. This marked the second slap he had received within a week. A man in his 20s, enduring such humiliating treatment at home. Lu Qiuyang, with a grim expression, demanded, "Where is the dignity of the Liu family? What will people outside think?" A surge of resentment welled up within Lu Lin, and he scoffed. What dignity does the Liu family have left? Lu Qiuyang raised his hand again, delivering another slap. Lu Lin met his father's gaze defiantly. "Even if you kill me." It once he changed the fact that the Liu family and Oppo's reputation is in tatters in Shizi City. If you care about these empty titles, you might as well consider how to elevate the Liu family's standing. If we have no shame, why not pursue profit? Lu Qiuyang, infuriated, retorted, "The disgrace of the Liu family is due to your mother." Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Lin responded, "And what about you, father? You've been humiliating my mother for over a decade by sleeping in separate rooms." Lu Qiuyang's sharp gaze glinted behind his gold-rimmed glasses. "Are you trying to lecture me?" Lu Lin shouted in anger. "How long will you continue to deceive yourself? What matters more to you, the family legacy or that piece of lowly actress? Lu Ming is just an actress. How long will you cling to her memory?" With a swift motion, a cup of scalding tea was hurled at Lu Lin, the hot liquid splashing onto his shoulder. Lu Qiuyang glared at his son. "You truly have no filter. This is not your decision to make." Lu Lin endured the burn on his shoulder, glaring ahead. "This matter is settled, unless you have the power to confront the Qin family, which you cannot. Young Master Qin has already shown great sincerity." With that, he disregarded Lu Qiuyang and Oppo's foul mood and turned to leave the study. 2 days later, a private jet departed from White Eagle, heading towards Xiangjiang. Outside the lounge, a woman leaned against the door, one leg casually draped over the frame. Clad in black, her mixed heritage was evident, characterized by sharp features and a sleek bob that radiated professionalism. She deftly twirled a small knife in her fingers, producing a swish sound. A private doctor approached, inquiring, "Miss Isabel, it's time for Mr. Duan to change his bandages." Isabel scrutinized the doctor as if attempting to see through him. After 2 seconds, she lowered her leg and permitted entry. Inside the lounge, Duan Liqing and Duan Xiu Ming sat facing each other, engaged in conversation. The moment a knock sounded, they instinctively halted their discussion. The doctor first attended to Duan Liqing, then turned to Duan Xiu Ming. "I don't need it," Duan Xiu Ming replied. Duan Liqing gestured toward the collar of his shirt, making his point clear. Duan Xiu Ming tugged his collar. "It's just a minor abrasion." Duan Liqing nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. His brother possessed an almost superhuman resilience, entirely unfazed by such injuries. Once the doctor departed, silence enveloped the room. Duan Xiu Ming inquired, "How did you deal with the administrative assistant?" "They overstepped, and it reached my ears. I need to know." Duan Liqing smiled out of the picture, individually or behind the scenes. All of them, Duan Liqing replied, raising his eyes. Duan Xiu Ming arched an eyebrow. All means no time to investigate the details. It's a clean sweep. All 10 assistants are out. Duan Xiu Ming grinned. I truly admire you, brother. Duan Liqing remarked. In crucial times, such measures are unavoidable. We must tread carefully in the open. Even a single misstep can lead to disaster, even if it means sacrificing 1,000. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. Then I'll trouble you to continue shielding me as I operate from the shadows. Duan Liqing chuckled. Our duet has stirred the entire Xiangjiang into chaos. Your contributions are invaluable. Duan Xiu Ming nonchalantly tilted his head. It's merely executing the plan. Duan Liqing regarded him with admiration. Your decisiveness and ambition are commendable. Our parents truly bestowed upon me a fine partner. Duan Xiu Ming smirked. The spoils are to be shared equally. Otherwise, I shall claim your life. Of course, it's as we agreed. Duan Xiu Ming reclined lazily. I'll make a final trip to Xiangjiang to tie up loose ends. Once that is done, I'll propose. You need to expedite your end. Don't delay my major life event. Duan Liqing perked up. Shall I plan your wedding? Let us make it an event of Asian proportions. Duan Xiu Ming declared, I want a wedding of world-class standards. Duan Liqing laughed. Very well. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of impatient knocking echoed. Come in, Duan Liqing called out. Without hesitation, Isabel kicked the door open, her voice elegant yet fierce. Duan Liqing, are you done rambling? Duan Liqing stood. I've finished, Isabel snapped. Then get out for dinner. With that, she turned and walked away, not caring whether the others followed. All right. Duan Liqing promptly followed, beckoning Duan Xiu Ming to join him. Isabel strode ahead, her steps long and brisk. Duan Liqing quietly asked, Ming, is your girlfriend also this fierce? Duan Xiu Ming pondered for a moment before replying, She can be fierce, but not in this shouting manner. It's more subtle yet ruthless. Duan Liqing nodded in understanding. That sounds rather intriguing. My curiosity grows. Duan Xiu Ming remarked, She is somewhat enigmatic. Chapter 47 Boundless Love. On this day, after finishing breakfast, Lu Mingyu noticed that guests had arrived at the Lu residence, gradually making their way to the reception room. Lu Lin was hosting, his demeanor respectful, even obsequious. It wasn't in Appo's, Long before Lu Qiuyang also appeared, engaging in conversation with the guests with proper etiquette. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyu went to the backyard to visit her grandmother. However, just as she planned to leave at noon, she discovered that the backyard door had been fitted with a new lock, trapping her and her grandmother inside. A frown creased her brow. What was happening in the Lu family? Was there some significant matter being deliberately concealed from her? At that moment, Tao Yalan appeared behind her, gazing toward the main building through the glass door. Several individuals began to emerge from the reception room, with Lu Qiuyang and Lu Lin smiling as they escorted the guests out. Lu Lin bowed and nodded as he saw them to the door, while Lu Qiuyang returned after a few steps, casting a lingering glance at the two in the backyard. Instinctively, Lu Mingyu stepped in front of her grandmother, but a hand from behind grabbed her, pulling her toward a small room. Xiao Yi, I have some treasures hidden in my cabinet. Would you like to see them? Tao Yalan asked. Sure, Lu Mingyu replied with a smile. Inside the small room, Tao Yalan rummaged through various trinkets and snacks stored away, mostly toys from over a decade ago, and some snacks that were already expired. Lu Mingyu discarded the expired items and engaged in light conversation with her grandmother until the sun began to set. Xiao Yi Tao Yalan's voice broke the silence, her wrinkled hand reaching out to caress Lu Mingyu and Appo's cheek. Yes, Grandma, Lu Mingyu responded softly. Suddenly, Tao Yalan and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I still wish to see the tiger and Appo's eyes with you, to ride horses, to ride roller coasters. Lu Mingyu chuckled. I can see the tiger and Appo's eyes, but the rest? At your age, riding roller coasters is quite the thought. Tao Yalan asked, Do you know who those people were that came by this morning? Lu Mingyu frowned. I don't know them, and it's not important. Please don't concern yourself with them, Grandma. Tao Yalan and Appo's gaze darkened. They are from the Qin family. I have seen them before. Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Grandma, do you remember something? Tao Yalan did not answer, but gently touched the corner of her eye. Xiao Yi, Go and reveal your ambitions. Lu Mingyu was momentarily stunned. However, Tao Yalan smiled and suddenly pushed her outside, closing the door behind her. With a click, the door was locked from the inside. Grandma? Lu Mingyu hurried to the window, but what she saw made her heart race. Tao Yalan suddenly picked up a fruit knife. Instinctively, Lu Mingyu's pupils dilated with terror. In the next moment, the knife pierced into her grandmother's abdomen. Blood splattered. Again and again. In that instant, sheer horror surged through Lu Mingyu. Grandma! Her voice was shrill and desperate. She pounded on the window and kicked the door frantically. It wouldn't budge. Tao Yalan's voice echoed from inside. Xiao Yi, don't worry about this old woman. Go. Don't feel guilty. As she spoke, she raised the knife once more, this time aiming for her heart. With a fierce thrust, blood pooled around her. Xiao Yi, leave. Go. She screamed, her visage twisted in agony. Panic erupted. The hired help scrambled for keys to unlock the door and rush in. Lu Mingyu trembled, covering her mouth with trembling hands. Witnessing her grandmother lying in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open, fixed on her. Though her grandmother could no longer speak, Lu Mingyu read her lips. Xiao Yi. Go! Chaos reigned. Frantic shouts filled the air. The small backyard was swarming with people. Lu Mingyu felt as if her throat was constricted, unable to emit a sound. Her breath was fading. Her heart raced. She stole one last glance at her grandmother's eyes, then, without hesitation, she turned and ran. She dashed toward the Lu family's front gate, fumbling for her phone. Her fingers felt devoid of warmth, shaking violently as she struggled to unlock the screen. Yet, before she could escape, an arm suddenly blocked her path, knocking her to the ground. Lu Lin restrained her with one hand and snatched her phone with the other, dragging her forcefully towards the side yard storage room. Lu Mingyu and Appo's fingers trembled as she retrieved a metal hairpin from her pocket. With a swift motion, she plunged it into Lu Lin and Appo's arm. In that moment, Lu Mingyu's eyes burned with rage, yet no tears fell. Gritting her teeth, she slashed again, with force. Pulling down, Lu Lin roared in anger, snatching the weapon from her grasp and tossing it aside. His arm was covered in blood, but he still refused to release Lu Mingyu, dragging her violently into the storage room. A deafening buzz filled her ears, drowning out all sounds. With her last ounce of strength, she glanced outside. The dusk was pitch black. The taut string of tension that had held for a decade finally snapped. Her hands and feet were seized, chains binding her tightly. The door slammed shut. Lu Mingyu found herself engulfed in darkness and suffocating dread. She gasped for air, attempting to steady her racing heart, her eyes wide open, fixed on the gloom ahead. Finally, her hearing returned, but the suffocation still enveloped her, rendering her breaths short and frantic. Through the crack in the door, she heard the frantic commotion of the Lu family. Ambulances, footsteps, screams, and so forth. Hours of chaos passed before silence descended. In the deep of night, the storage door swung open, revealing Lu Qian, her expression icy, holding a belt. Lu Mingyu looked up, her expression devoid of emotion. Lu Qian flicked her wrist, slapping the belt against the ground with a sharp crack. Are you not afraid, even now? You truly have the audacity of a bear. Lu Mingyu only asked one question. Where's my grandmother? Dead. Lu Qian replied coldly, a mocking smile on her lips. Are you happy? Your weakness has finally vanished. She is dead. Completely dead. Lu Mingyu lowered her gaze, remaining motionless. Lu Qian advanced step by step. You're truly heartless. What happened to the bond of grandparent and grandchild? You shed not a single tear at that ghastly scene, and now you show no sign of sorrow on your face. Lu Mingyu sighed softly. Grandma paved a path for me with her life. This path is strewn with thorns, soaked in blood and bones. Lu Qian spat angrily. Are you flaunting your favoritism again? Lu Mingyu calmly uttered 4 words. Boundless love? What? Lu Qian clearly did not comprehend, resorting only to insults. You cold-blooded woman deserve to be locked up here. Lu Mingyu ceased her speech, continuing to lower her head, her gaze dull and lifeless. This decade-long struggle had culminated in her defeat, a complete failure. Suddenly, Lu Qian lashed out with the belt. Speak. Beg for mercy. Hurry up. Plead with me. Lu Mingyu flinched, feeling a sharp sting across her back. It hurt. The pain was visceral. Yet, she felt little beyond that. Chapter 48. The great blue attire Lu Qian was cursing as she pulled and yelled. Lu Mingyu, you wretched creature. Just like your mother, a wretched person. Snatching someone else in Appo's husband. I'm not Lu Mingyu. At last, she spoke, her voice intermittent, yet each word articulated clearly. I am Lu Mingyi. From the demon city, Lu Mingyi. Lu Qian could not tolerate this name. Upon hearing such words, she went mad. She charged forward violently. Slap. A resounding blow struck hard. Lu Qian raged. Shut up. You are Lu Mingyu. You are the daughter of an actress. Your mother is a disgraceful actress. You carry the blood of the lowly. Lu Mingyu's face was turned to the side by the slap. Actress? Her voice was soft, tinged with amusement. Suddenly, she added with a hint of playfulness. My mother is a national first-class actress, an intangible cultural heritage inheritor of Cantonese opera. As she spoke, Lu Mingyu raised her head, her eyes sparkling like stars. Locking onto her adversary and Appo's gaze. Her voice was firm and powerful, her red lips parting with deliberation. Great blue attire. Lu Qian and Appo's pupils began to constrict violently. She could not withstand the intensity of Lu Mingyu and Appo's gaze, that undeniable brilliance amidst the crowd. Bang! Lu Qian started frantically kicking and punching, shouting, Shut your mouth. I will poke your eyes out. An actress is still an actress. A lowly actress. How could she ever compare to the lineage of my prestigious family? Yet, amidst her frenzied assault, Lu Mingyu laughed, then uttered the words Lu Qian could scarcely dream of. The proletarian struggle, the great cause of human liberation. Lu Qian was stunned into silence, staring at her in terror. What are you talking about? Lu Mingyu looked up at her once more. Mao Zedong thought. You don and Appo's. Tino Mao Zedong thought. The glimmer in her eyes was laden with mockery. Lu Qian. Lu Mingyu laughed again, gasping for breath. A daughter of a prestigious family. Yet your mind is empty? In that moment, Lu Qian found herself at a loss for words. The barriers of thought, realm, and spirit. Lu Mingyu continued to gaze at her, her sharp eyes penetrating deeply. Lu Qian met that gaze. It was as if she was being looked down upon from the highest dimension, laced with the utmost derision and arrogance. It mocked the grotesque souls of mankind. This gaze was a fatal blow to Lu Qian. Fury consumed Lu Qian. Her pupils quivered violently as she lunged forward. I will kill you. She raised her belt, swinging it down hard. But in the next moment, Lu Mingyu seemed oblivious to the pain, extending her hand to grasp one end of the belt. With a tug, Lu Qian, unprepared, stumbled forward, falling at Lu Mingyu's feet. The two faces were mere inches apart. This was Lu Qian's first close look at her cousin. Her stunning beauty was maddeningly captivating, and paired with those eyes forged in the flames, it sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Qian was entranced. Suddenly, the sound of chains being pulled echoed. Lu Mingyu wrapped her arms around Lu Qian's neck, the chains entwined with her. Lu Qian gasped in shock, struggling to break free. But the tighter she fought, the more constricted it became. Lu Mingyu bore no expression, her gaze fixed closely upon Lu Qian. Lu Qian, panicking, shouted, Let go of me. Release me. Lu Mingyu exerted force, tightening the chains further. Lu Qian cried out in terror. Are you insane? Do you want to commit murder? You lunatic. Lu Mingyu's breath was faint, yet her words were chilling. Why not? In the next instant, the force intensified. It tightened. Lu Qian's eyes bulged. Her throat constricted as her tongue protruded. The skin on her neck wrinkled painfully, red marks appearing, blood oozing. Lu Mingyu exerted all her strength, even as her own wrists were cut by the handcuffs. Blood dripped, splattering onto Lu Qian's face, her hair, a scarlet bloom. Lu Qian felt herself suffocating, darkness consuming her vision, and in this position, she was forced to meet Lu Mingyu and Appo's gaze. This face was truly beautiful, yet the injuries and confinement rendered it fragile, almost ethereal. She tilted her head back, revealing her delicate neck, beads of sweat trickling down. It was a sight that tempted crime. Yet in this perilous situation, the glint in her eyes bore intent to kill, not madness, but a cold, calculated resolve, tinged with faint mockery, as if observing a toy being shattered. Though she seemed devoid of strength, the grip only grew fiercer, unmindful of the deepening wounds on her wrist. The scent of blood was overwhelming. She truly would kill her. Right here, at this very moment. Lu Qian kicked and thrashed. Yet Lu Mingyu refused to release her grip. Just then, bang, the warehouse door swung open. Lu Lin rushed in, swiftly prying Lu Mingyu's hand away and pulling Lu Qian aside. Lu Qian bore a deep red mark around her neck, a shocking sight. She could hardly stand, collapsing into Lu Lin and Oppo's embrace, coughing violently, her inner fear surging, even daring not to meet Lu Mingyu and Oppo's gaze. Yet Lu Mingyu merely cast a casual glance, dragging the chains to lean against the wall. The warehouse was suffused with the stench of blood, pungent and overwhelming. Lu Lin first escorted Lu Qian out, then returned, glaring at Lu Mingyu. His hand was wrapped in bandages, a long gash that nearly required stitches. All thanks to Lu Mingyu. You lunatic, he scolded. Lu Mingyu ignored him, continuing to sit on the ground, hugging her knees. Lu Lin began to berate her. How many times have I told you to be sensible? What do you want? Murder? Lu Mingyu tilted her head, letting out a dismissive laugh. Lu Lin, enraged like Lu Qian, shouted, What are you laughing at? Lu Mingyu raised her gaze, the sharpness in her eyes no longer concealed, laughing at the impending demise of you all. Lu Lin picked up the belt from the ground. Do you still want to be beaten? I'll whip you for 3 whole days. Suit yourself, Lu Mingyu replied coolly. Devoid of emotion, Lu Lin's chest heaved with anger, but ultimately, he exited, locking the warehouse door several times. As the door shut once more, Lu Mingyu lowered her head, her expression inscrutable. In that moment, she seemed devoid of emotion, her mind racing at high speed. She began to reflect on the events of the day. The guests, the Qin family, her grandmother's words. What was the purpose of the Qin family visiting the Lu family? Why was Lu Lin so obsequious? Had they struck some agreement? And why was she locked in her grandmother's backyard? Hidden from view? Afraid she would find out? What did Lu Qiuliang's distant gaze signify? After a long while, Lu Mingyu slowly lifted her gaze, fixating on the warehouse door. In the depths of darkness, her eyes blazed like fire. The sharpness and pressure emanating from her instilled fear in all. With no Achilles heel, she feared nothing. Chapter 49. Coincidence. Lu Qian was taken to the hospital. She resisted treatment, screaming wildly in the hallways. Ultimately, she was forcibly restrained, with Lu Lin and Duan Xiu working together to secure her to the hospital bed. Yet, Lu Qian continued to wail, her cries heart-wrenching. That is my husband, Mine. Duan Xiu approached, attempting to comfort her, but was met with a fierce bite. Had she not dodged quickly, her hand would have been severely injured. Lu Qian had completely lost her sanity, driven to the brink. In her desperate struggles, her wounds reopened. After another flurry of activity, Duan Xiu looked at her daughter with deep sorrow, finding herself at a loss for words. Lu Lin quietly exited the room. At that moment, he encountered Lu Qiuliang, who wore a smile. Lu Lin was taken aback and called out, Dad. Lu Qiuliang replied with a grin, Well done. Your ex-husband marries your aunt, turning the entire city into a spectacle, and now he has driven his own sister to madness. Lu Lin and Oppo's expression darkened immediately. Lu Qiuliang continued to smile warmly, even patting his son's shoulder. Keep it up. The Lu family will eventually be entrusted to you. Just then, Duan Xiu stepped out, scolding, What does this have to do with my son? It was decreed by the eldest son of the Qin family. The Lu and Qin families already have a marriage agreement. Moreover, can you bear the consequences of offending the Qin family? Lu Lin added, Indeed, it was pushed forward by young Master Qin. We are merely passive recipients. Lu Qiuliang then remarked, With your mother gone, the wedding banquet is certainly off. 3 years of mourning. Lu Lin quickly responded, I have already discussed this with the Qin family. They suggested a betrothal first, but they hope the Lu family will keep the funeral low-key. Duan Xiu scoffed. That old woman has been mad for years. Who remembers her in the backyard? Even if we held a grand funeral, no one would attend. Lu Lin frowned. What a pity that the wedding banquet has turned into an engagement banquet. Lu Qiuyang smiled enigmatically and slowly said, Indeed, it is a pity. Duan Xin crossed her arms and coldly asked, Now that the old woman has passed, who can restrain Lu Mingyu? If she runs again, how will we explain it to the Qin family? Lu Lin frowned. Can she still run with a marriage contract in place? Lu Qiuyang smiled as if basking in spring. Keep her confined and cared for. Duan Xin and Appo's expression soured, glaring fiercely at Lu Qiuyang. Confine her in the Qin family. I will not allow her to be locked up in the Lu family. Lu Qiuyang retorted, The affairs of the Lu family are not for you to decide. As it appeared that a quarrel between the parents was imminent, Lu Lin hastily changed the subject. The Qin family is anxious. Let us discuss her gown first. She is covered in injuries, and that gown cannot be worn. Duan Xin waved her hand irritably. It's winter anyway. Let her wear long sleeves. In a separate villa, Qin Lian wore the most advanced 3D printed fracture brace on his right hand, appearing light and unobtrusive, with no other effects aside from limited movement. At that moment, he sat on the sofa, his left hand holding a phone, engrossed in the screen. Beside him knelt a young woman, breathless, who swallowed hard before leaving. Qin Lian's expression returned to normal, his gaze never straying from the phone. The screen displayed an enlarged painting that captivated him. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted. Qin Lian closed the screen, adjusted his clothing, and called out, Come in. Qin Yuan entered, wrinkling her nose at the scent in the air, scolding, You broke your hand and are still messing around. Qin Lian smiled, Sister, have you finalized the marriage alliance? Qin Yuan replied, The family spoils you too much. Qin Lian continued to smile. Sister, I am the only male heir of the Qin family. Who else should they spoil? Qin Yuan frowned. Good for nothing. Are you going to be a wastrel for life? Qin Lian shrugged. What is wrong with being a wastrel? I have no ambitions. As long as you do, I'm content to indulge in pleasure. Qin Yuan shot him a glance. I hope in 10 years you still feel that way and don't try to claim the family fortune. Qin Lian declared. I only want to marry Lu Mingyu. The sooner, the better. Qin Yuan sneered, and Appo's. It's all set. Mom and Dad are going personally. The engagement banquet is in 2 days. Are you satisfied? Qin Lian expressed dissatisfaction. Guarantee we supposed to go straight to the wedding? How did it turn into an engagement? Qin Yuan explained, a minor hiccup. It's not important. After the engagement, you can take her home. But I warn you not to back out. If you want to play, do it outside. A marriage should not be a game. Qin Lian waved dismissively. I definitely want an amp. Appo's, tea this time. Qin Yuan gave him a scrutinizing look. You better not. After their conversation, she departed. Ding! A message popped up. Qin Lian opened it. Shu Rinkuan, young Master Qin, could you reply? I want to make it to the engagement. But you must invite me to the wedding. Qin Lian, don't worry, you've done well. After replying, he exited the chat and reopened a social media app, scrolling through a certain account. A student from the world's top art academy. Truly remarkable. The account showcased numerous works, particularly a recent ink painting that was absolutely stunning. The level of skill was such that not only did professionals in the comments rave, but even laypeople were utterly captivated, surpassing even his sister in damp, Appo's, talent. Unbeknownst to anyone in Shizi City, it was all too coincidental. Qin Lian, who loved to socialize not only in Shizi City, but also with a plethora of friends from other places, had previously boasted about Lu Mingyu's beauty in a group. Coincidentally, Shu Renkuan, a member of that group, also studied at the Royal Academy, albeit in a different major, and had recognized Lu Mingyu immediately. Upon learning the truth, Qin Lian's initially frivolous mindset shifted, and he promptly had his family propose. Seize it first, discuss later. The next evening, the warehouse door opened, and Lu Mingyu was taken by the hired hands for a bath and treatment. She was covered in injuries. Soon after, she was confined to a small room on the 3rd floor. Before long, Lu Lin appeared with a frosted white phone and commanded, Unlock it. Lu Mingyu coldly ignored him. Lu Lin wasted no breath, grabbing her right hand and pressing it against the fingerprint unlock interface. The screen lit up. Without hesitation, Lu Lin began to browse through her phone. Unfortunately, the chat history had been deleted, yielding nothing. All other folders were empty, Not even a single photo remained. Lu Lin paid no heed, opening Lu Mingyu's moments and posting an engagement announcement in her name, proclaiming it to the entire city. After completing this, he grabbed Lu Mingyu's left hand, eager to continue unlocking it. There must be something inside. She had always used dual systems. But then, crack! Lu Mingyu suddenly seized a glass from the table, smashing it, shards scattering. In the next instant, she pressed her finger onto the jagged edge, cutting her thumb and destroying her left fingerprint. Blood dripped from her fingertips, pooling on the ground. Her expression remained impassive. The left fingerprint was the key to unlocking the main system, her entire future. She would not allow anyone to destroy it. Lu Lin shouted, "Tell me the password. Hurry." Lu Mingyu calmly picked up the glass, shards from the floor, and aimed them at Lu Lin. But her speed and strength were far too insufficient. Lu Lin swiftly pushed her away, causing her to fall onto the bed. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "You are truly stubborn. Would you rather die than yield?" Blood from Lu Mingyu's hand stained the sheets, turning them crimson. Lu Lin stormed out, shouting, "Housekeeper Wang, Band-Aids." The hired help rushed in, panicked, to attend to her wounds. Chapter 50. Morning burial. In the early morning, Lu Mingyu was ushered into the largest dressing room of the Lu family, typically used by Duan Xiu. In the corner hung a long-sleeved formal dress. Several makeup artists and stylists entered, commencing their work. Nonchalantly, Lu Mingyu reached for a sharp hairpin on the table and pressed it against her throat. "Bring those scoundrels in to see me," she spoke coldly. The makeup artists, witnessing this scene for the first time, stood frozen in shock, petrified into silence. One of the hired hands immediately rushed to summon help. With a swift motion, Lu Lin pushed the door open and forcefully snatched the hairpin from her grasp, throwing it aside. Suppressing his urge to strike her, he warned, "Be sensible, Lu Mingyu." Lu Mingyu raised her gaze, speaking with calm resolve. "I want to see Grandma." Lu Lin shouted back, "Your grandmother has passed away." Lu Mingyu retorted, "What about the funeral?" Lu Lin replied, "She was buried this morning in a low-key manner without any announcement. The evening banquet is crucial. Do not cause trouble." Lu Mingyu and Amp, Oppo's tone remained steadfast. "I wish to bid farewell to Grandma." Lu Lin insisted, "You could go afterward." Lu Mingyu, unyielding, stated, "I'm going now." As she spoke, she reached for the makeup table, where numerous sharp objects lay. Her gaze also flickered towards Lu Lin's throat. Lu Lin, keenly aware, took a step back, the pain from his injuries still lingering. He understood that Lu Mingyu was capable of anything at this moment. Furthermore, Lu Qian was still lying in the hospital. During their standoff, Duan Xiu entered, her voice cold. "Let her go. It's her last chance to see her." At the cemetery, Lu Mingyu encountered Lu Qiuyang, who today wore a meticulously tailored black suit instead of traditional attire. Lu Lin approached and called out, "Dad." Lu Qiuyang turned, smiling gently. "You both should pay your respects to grandmother." Lu Lin, aware of the gravity of the moment, knelt in reverence. However, Lu Mingyu fixed her gaze on Lu Qiuyang, asking, "Did you imply that grandma should take her own life?" Lu Lin's head snapped up, his eyes scrutinizing his father, never having anticipated this turn of events. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Lu Qiuyang maintained his smile. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." Lu Mingyu chose not to pursue the conversation further and walked towards the gravestone. The memorial photo of Tao Yalan depicted a smiling, elegant old lady. Lu Mingyu extended her hand, tenderly stroking her grandmother's image, slowly caressing the entire gravestone, reluctant to depart, repeating the gesture multiple times. A wave of sorrow engulfed her. As the sky began to drizzle, raindrops fell upon Lu Mingyu and Amp, Oppo's face, mirroring the redness around her eyes, as though she were weeping. Yet, no tears fell. Her eyes had dried since she was 12. In Hong Kong, within a brightly lit auditorium, Duan Zongxin and his son Duan Liqing were delivering a speech, vehemently denouncing the dark undercurrents of violence. Countless media flashbulbs illuminated the scene. Simultaneously, in a dimly lit corridor of the basement, two figures clad in black walked side by side. Though they differed significantly in age, both exuded a commanding presence and walked with an imposing demeanor. Shadows intertwined beneath the flickering lights as they approached a heavy door. Upon entering, the door closed behind them, revealing a well-lit room furnished with sofas and an office desk. A concealed office. Duan Beifu patted the younger man's arm, offering him a cigar with a smile. Ning, you've worked hard. Duan Xiu Ming declined the cigar, lighting a lady's cigarette instead, casually sitting back on the sofa. It's no trouble. It's all about dividing profits, power, and a territory. Hurry up. Duan Beifu burst into laughter, but then feigned sternness, chiding, you really are quite presumptuous. I will speak to your father about this. Duan Xiu Ming reclined with his legs crossed. My father is my father. This is a transition of power within the dark forces, and I shall not concede even a fraction of my due. Duan Beifu pointed at him. You know how to take advantage of the situation, always looking like you want to seize power and revolt. I haven't even scolded you yet. We agreed to play a part, yet that car nearly flipped. Are you attempting murder? Duan Xiu Ming flicked the ash from his cigarette. Just minor matters. Are you, the Dark Lord, afraid of such trivialities? Duan Beifu retorted. Don and Appos. TB ridiculous. You have no idea of the injuries I carry from saving your grandfather when I was young. Now that I'm older, I cannot act as recklessly as you youngsters. Your brother is just as reckless, following your lead. Duan Xiu Ming laughed, rising to poke his uncle's abdomen. These muscles, and you claim to be injured? Duan Beifu pointed to his chest. It's internal. Duan Xiu Ming urged. Let's get to the point. I have places to be. Duan Beifu inquired. Arin and Appos. You attending the family celebration banquet tonight? Duan Xiu Ming contemplated. I and Appos. LL go tomorrow. Duan Beifu opened the documents and began discussing serious matters. The reshuffle within the Duan family has been quite successful. All necessary cleanups have been executed, and those with issues have been thoroughly exposed. A single sweep. Splendid. Duan Xiu Ming replied. If we were to clean house, let it be on a large scale. A slow approach is not my style. Duan Beifu nodded in appreciation and continued. Moreover, we have dealt a heavy blow to the Chun and Tai families. They truly fell for it. Although you two brothers are reckless, this strategy of luring the snakes out of their holes has struck at the heart of both. The cooperation between the light and dark factions of the Duan family was flawless. Indeed, brothers understand each other best. Duan Xiu Ming jested, stop flattering me. If you keep this up, I'll take over as the Dark Lord, and you can retire. Impudent brat. Duan Beifu glared at him. Do not let your guard down. The last 2 days of cleanup work require discretion regarding our true intentions. As for the media and public opinion, you must endure a little longer. Duan Xiu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. We are in the dark forces. What do we need reputation for? They do not even know who I am. Duan Beifu smiled at him. Allow me to reveal the next phase of our plan. Your father wishes to open up the mainland market. Duan Xiu Ming was taken aback. Not continuing to expand overseas? Duan Beifu chuckled. The mainland is vast. I hear you often enjoy visiting. You should have gained considerable insight before plans unfold. Why not be a pioneer and scout the terrain? Duan Xiu Ming nodded. I appreciate the essence of traditional culture. At the entrance of the basement, a group of men in black stood guard, immobile. Yin Tianzui stood with his arms crossed, quietly waiting. Zhan Xiang strolled aimlessly, occasionally adjusting the collars of the guards. Yin Tianzui, growing weary of his antics, scolded, Will you ever stop? I swear I'll break you. He then feigned reaching for his waistband. Zhan Xiang shrugged, I'm bored. The auditorium speeches and this clandestine meeting. The big shots are busy. I have nothing to do. Yin Tianzui contemplated for a moment before asking, once this cleanup work concludes, I want to take a few days in Shizi City. Want to swap places? Zhan Xiang replied, you have to beg me. Yin Tianzui began to curse at him. But Zhan Xiang smiled as he opened his phone. Speaking of Shizi City, let me check if the beauties have messaged me. Yin Tianzui and Appos. S eyes lit up. Is Shizi City really filled with beauties? Of course. Zhan Xiang replied, clicking open the chat app. A flurry of notifications rang out. Yin Tianzui enviously exclaimed, how many beauties do you have in your contacts? So many are reaching out to you? Yet Zhan Xiang's smile faded as he read a message from Yisong, his expression shifting dramatically. He quickly tucked away his phone and seized the gun from Yin Tianzui's waistband. Bang, bang, bang. He fired a series of shots, blasting the lock off the door. Yin Tianzui gasped. Are you insane? The Dark Lord and young master are in a confidential discussion, but Zhang Xiang paid him no heed, racing toward the basement. Chapter 51. Engagement in the afternoon, the group of men in black stationed at their posts instinctively reached for their lower backs, their eyes directed at Zhang Xiang brimming with murderous intent. As Zhang Xiang sprinted away, he swiftly gestured towards the rear. The looming threat dissipated, and the dark barrels of the guns were lowered. However, Yin Tianzhua was utterly alarmed. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed suit. The gesture Zhang Xiang had made signified an urgent situation, permitting a direct rush, disregarding any significant occasion. What calamity had unfolded? Inside the underground office, discussions persisted. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed through the room. Duan Beifu lifted his gaze, a glimmer of depth flickering in his dark eyes. Is it your people? Are they seeking death? Duan Xiu Ming furrowed his brow and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met with Zhang Xiang's panicked visage, his complexion pale. He quickly whispered something into Duan Xiu Ming's ear and presented the information on his phone for him to review. Instantly, the air pressure in the conference room plummeted. Duan Beifu closed the document, casting a piercing glance forward. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's voice resonated. Where is it being held? Blow up that hotel. Zhang Xiang was drenched in cold sweat. Brother, please, remain calm. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes blazed with emotion. How can we not know the itinerary? Where's your mind? Act swiftly. Zhang Xiang complied without hesitation. Bang! Duan Xiu Ming slammed the door shut and turned back to his desk. This time he did not take a seat, leaning forward with his hands braced on the surface. He raised his gaze. Proceed. Duan Beifu flipped through the documents, hastening his speech. Though he occupied the primary position, he felt diminished by the overwhelming aura emanating from across the table. After concluding his report, Duan Beifu sensed a slight perspiration trickle down his back. He exhaled and looked up at the junior, who dominated most of the desk, closing the documents. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's voice was calm. Is that all? Duan Beifu nodded. Duan Xiu Ming turned and departed. Inside the cabin, Duan Xiu Ming toyed with a bottle of mineral water, remaining silent. Zhang Xiang beside him dared not utter a word. Time passed, and Duan Xiu Ming finally turned to him, inquiring, what did she post on her social media? Zhang Xiang handed over his phone. I'm not friends with her on that account. This is a screenshot. Duan Xiu Ming did not take the phone, but merely glanced down. Taking another sip of water, he asked, is it her alternate account that added me? Zhang Xiang, observing his brother's expression, replied honestly, it should be. This is her main account, used for many years, connecting with high school and college friends, as well as acquaintances from the Shizi circle. Duan Xiu Ming chuckled, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Charming. The atmosphere in the cabin grew tense, making Zhang Xiang's breath shallow. He silenced his phone, notifications from the main system incessantly popping up. Yin Tianzhua. Zhang Xiang. What on earth happened? I dare not ask, Brother Ming. Please tell me. Yin Tianzhua. Hurry up. I've got the brothers ready. What are we doing? Don't leave me out. Yin Tianzhua. I'm about to explode. Are we superior and subordinate? Aren't we equals? What's going on that only you know? Yin Tianzhua. Zhang Xiang respond. Zhang Xiang felt overwhelmed and promptly disabled the auxiliary system, engaging in conversation with Hisong. Hisong, are you coming to the banquet? By the way, where have you been these past few days? I'm shocked that the scheming girl suddenly got engaged. Zhang Xiang. Spare me the chatter. Lives are at stake. Hisong, who's dying? Zhang Xiang. Everyone, possibly. Who knows? The engagement banquet between the Qin and Lu families commenced as scheduled. In the banquet hall, Qin Lian donned a suit, his arm in a streamlined fracture brace, which surprisingly complemented his formal attire with a hint of style. He was currently surrounded by a throng of people, all extending their congratulations. The Lu father and son, along with Du and Xin, were also present, graciously hosting the arriving guests. Lu Qian, however, was absent from the gathering, remaining in the hospital. In the backstage area, Lu Mingyu was accompanied by several bodyguards, not to protect her, but to keep her under watch. Wherever she went, they followed closely behind. She ignored their scrutinizing gazes and made her way to the restroom. The bodyguards, all male, could not accompany her inside. Inside the restroom, Lu Mingyu turned on all the faucets to the maximum. using the sound of rushing water to obscure the eavesdropping of the guards outside. Su Suyue stood beside her, her expression darkening. Amidst the constant flow of water, Su Suyue began to rant. What on earth is happening? Are you all right? What's with this engagement? Why is the gown long-sleeved? And this horrendous perfume scent? It's utterly tacky. Who doused you in it? Did they use an entire bottle? It's nauseating. Lu Mingyu faced the mirror, glancing at the person behind her. Let us set aside those concerns for now and focus on the issue at hand. Su Siyue was nearly beside herself. What on earth? Why are you so calm? Quickly tell me what's going on. Qin Lian is a total scoundrel. Lu Mingyu spoke with composure. Two matters. Su Siyue took a few deep breaths and nodded. Go ahead. Lu Mingyu, passport. Su Siyue promptly handed it over. I brought it. Lu Mingyu concealed it within her attire and continued. Phone. It's with Lu Lin, matte white. Su Siyue glanced outside. And what'll we do once we get it? Those bodyguards. Lu Mingyu interrupted her. Follow through. Su Swing, untold. At the banquet check-in area, Lu Lin was welcoming guests, engaging in light-hearted banter, seemingly ecstatic as if his engagement with the Qin family would immediately elevate him to the pinnacle of high society. Su Siyue composed herself and approached Brother Lin. Lu Lin paused, turning to her with bright eyes. Yeah. Su Siyue maintained her smile. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Lu Lin spoke gently. You haven't called me that in ages. Su Siyue lowered her head. I was immature before. Lu Lin reached out and ruffled her hair. With me, you can always remain immature. Su Siyue lifted her head and suddenly asked, Can you hug me? Lu Lin, surprised yet delighted, stepped forward and embraced her. Su Siyue swiftly reached into his pocket. Lu Lin, yeah, don't be so reckless. Su Siyue and Appo's face turned pale, but her voice remained sweet. I want it. Lu Lin's voice turned hoarse. There are so many people watching. Su Siyue, all right, I want to ask for a hug. The two parted ways. Lu Lin wanted to say something more, but Su Siyue had already hastened away, her pace quickening. Qin Lian observed the scene and approached with a smile. Did you just hug? Keep it going for a bit longer. Lu Lin reflected on the embrace. Stop teasing. She is shy. Lu Mingyu did not linger in the restroom for long, as the four bodyguards at the entrance began to urge her. After a while, Duan Xin entered, her expression cold. The banquet has commenced. Are you attempting to stall? Lu Mingyu calmly stepped forward, making her way to the banquet hall. In the corridor, she passed by Su Siyue, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment, during which the matte white phone slipped into Lu Mingyu's sleeve. Simultaneously, Shu Su gritait du Wong Sang, und du. Congratulations. Chapter 52. The engagement banquet at Shizi City Airport. As Zhang Xiang walked alongside, he spoke up, Minggu. The car has been brought around and is waiting outside. Duanao has improved his speed quite a bit. But, brother, shouldn't you calm down a little? Charging in like that. You wouldn't actually want to harm someone, would you? Duan Xiu Ming tightened his lips, remaining silent, and hastened through the airport exit. A chill radiating from him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He swiped the screen, halting in his tracks. Lu Mingyu, are you planning to elope? An accompanying location address was attached. Beside him, Zhang Xiang stood frozen, perplexed by Ming Ji's abrupt stop. The atmosphere had shifted. Moments ago, it had been filled with a murderous intent. Now it was charged with fury, an inexplicable oddity. Duan Xiu Ming looked up at the distant sky, tilting his head slightly, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Xiang felt a pang of alarm, realizing Minggu was at the peak of his displeasure. He hesitantly probed, Brother? What's wrong? Truly, he was at a loss. Duan Xiu Ming extended his hand sideways, the keys. Zhang Xiang promptly handed over the car keys. He was genuinely baffled by Minggu's thoughts and uncertain of what to do next. He had never dealt with such matters before. He was inexperienced. Duan Xiu Ming took the keys, unlocked the car, and slid into the driver's seat. With a roar of the engine, he sped away. Zhang Xiang was nearly blinded by the exhaust, narrowly suppressing a shout. Driving so fast, was he insane? There was no time for him to compose himself. He hurriedly jumped into another vehicle to pursue him. At the engagement banquet, the atmosphere was initially lively. After warming up the crowd, the bride and groom stood face to face on a raised platform. The MC proceeded to the proposal segment. Qin Lian gazed at the impeccably dressed Lu Mingyu, satisfaction radiating from her. Even a long-sleeved gown, not a hint of skin was visible, yet she was breathtakingly beautiful. The MC handed over the microphone to the couple. Qin Lian produced the engagement ring and spoke earnestly. Lu Mingyu, will you marry me? The audience erupted in applause, the atmosphere swelling with excitement. Under the gaze of over 100 guests, Lu Mingyu raised her hand, bringing the microphone to her lips. Her calm voice resonating throughout the hall. I won't marry a petty dog. Silence fell. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire banquet hall. The guests were collectively stunned. The Qin family shot up in unison, their expressions turning a ghastly shade. Qin Yuan cast a piercing glare at the Lu family. Despite her disdain for her brother, she could not allow such a humiliating incident to unfold within the Qin clan. The Lu family was equally in disarray. Lu Lin stood there, his mind blank. Duan Xiu fought against the urge to shout, her chest heaving with indignation. Lu Qiuyang's countenance darkened, yet he maintained his composure. The Lu family could not stand against the Qin family. They were in for trouble. He gazed incredulously at Lu Mingyu, grappling with myriad questions. Logically, the death of Tao Yalan, especially in her presence, would have left a gruesome, traumatic scene, resulting in nightmares. Such psychological scars must have been profound. A normal person would be consumed by despair and sorrow, lost in a fog. This morning, when she went to pay her respects, her grief was palpable. It was inconceivable that she could feign such calmness, delivering a biting retort to everyone present. On the elevated platform, Qin Lian stared in shock at Lu Mingyu, her stunning visage rendering him speechless. Do you even know what you're saying? He struggled to suppress the urge to strike her, his expression contorted. Lu Mingyu scrutinized him with disdain, as if appraising refuse. You must be a lowly worker in a night establishment, right? More derogatory remarks ensued. The Qin family's furious shouts erupted, directed at the Lu family. Meanwhile, other guests began to converse loudly, the atmosphere suddenly transforming into chaos. No one expected the typically demure and composed Lu Mingyu to unleash such sharp words, disregarding everyone in this setting. Lu Lin surged to his feet, intent on snatching the microphone from Lu Mingyu. She could not be allowed to speak further. At this moment, Lu Mingyu seemed oblivious to the occasion, disregarding her own reputation. It was utterly explosive. Lu Lin dashed forward at great speed, but before he could cover much ground, a foot suddenly extended from his side. He was tripped. With a resounding thud, Lu Lin fell, landing in a most undignified manner. Due to the momentum of his charge, he crashed into a dining table, toppling it entirely. The clatter of dishes and drinks spilled everywhere, drenching him in the process. What a scene of chaos. The banquet descended further into disarray, screams erupting. Su Yu calmly retracted her foot, muttering something profane. Su Wenjun's eyes nearly bulged from his head. Remarkably, he did not chastise his sister. This engagement banquet had become unbearable for him. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Yet, what to do next? Su Wenjun glanced at the stage, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Lu Mingyu's rejection of Qin Lian's proposal should have pleased him. However, he could not comprehend how Lu Mingyu could utter such words. This was utterly unlike her. At that moment, from a table in the center, someone suddenly shouted, "Miss Lu, you're amazing." The others at the table gaped in shock at Hisong. Yet, Hisong quickly lowered his head, feigning innocence as he took a bite of food, as if the proclamation had never escaped his lips. Hao Lu Sheng, seated at the adjacent table, was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Hisong shout, he could not contain himself, and burst into laughter. The other young people in the vicinity gradually joined in, some laughing in delight, others in derision. Every kind of laughter echoed through the hall. Young people, after all, cannot suppress their emotions. The banquet erupted into a lively affair. The MC promptly stepped forward to regain control, speaking in an unprecedented speed to rejuvenate the atmosphere. After years of hosting, he had never encountered such an incident. This was newsworthy. Both families were prominent. Regardless of the bride's attitude, today's ceremony must proceed. Let us congratulate the couple. Before he could finish, a resounding crash echoed. The banquet hall doors were forcefully kicked open. The sheer force of the blow shook the double doors, making them teeter as if they would fall. All eyes instinctively shifted from the platform to the entrance. A tall man in a collarless suit strode in, his slicked-back hair revealing sharp features and piercing eyes. He moved with purpose, striding forward with such speed that it stirred a breeze, lifting the edge of his suit. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, he fixed his gaze straight ahead, making a beeline for the front. Crossing the long aisle in mere strides, he swiftly arrived before Lu Mingyu. Chapter 53. A violent outburst. Duan Xiu Ming first extended his hand, gently flicking the microphone beneath her chin. In an instant, the microphone was sent flying into the air. Simultaneously, he swiftly hoisted Lu Mingyu onto his shoulder, weighing her lightly before turning to leave. At that moment, the microphone tumbled to the ground, echoing with a series of dull thuds. His speed was astonishing, akin to that of a charging cheetah. He uttered not a single word, nor did he spare a glance for anyone else. His gaze was fierce, as though he were prepared to unleash destruction upon the hotel, his aura brimming with a palpable sense of menace. A gasp rippled through the crowd, young voices erupting with excitement. Could this be the fabled act of snatching a bride? What a spectacle! Amidst the chaos, a highball glass was abruptly hurled through the air. It was Lu Qiuyang, consumed by fury, unable to contain himself any longer. As the wine glass neared Lu Mingyu, a hand shot out. Duan Xiu Ming, without looking back, steadied Lu Mingyu on his shoulder with one hand, while swiftly raising the other behind him, catching the glass mid-flight. In the next heartbeat, a sharp crack resounded as he crushed the glass in his palm, reducing it to shards. He stood there, fist clenched in the air, causing a hush to fall over the crowd. An inexplicable fear surged through the onlookers, creeping up from their feet to their heads. Moments later, his eyes flashed with intensity, and he unleashed his strength, flinging the glass shards towards Lu Qiuyang. Countless fragments shot forth, glinting menacingly under the lights, resembling lethal blades. The bodyguards, taken aback by the sudden violence, rushed forward to shield Lu Qiuyang. Though they managed to cover some of the more vulnerable areas, the shards were numerous and scattered, striking Lu Qiuyang nonetheless. The shards sliced across his cheek, neck, and hands, leaving crimson wounds on any exposed skin, blood oozing forth from his forehead and cheeks. His glasses shielded his eyes, but he would have been blinded had they not been there. Some of the tiny shards had embedded themselves into his skin, necessitating a visit to the hospital for removal. The bodyguards stood frozen, realizing the gravity of the situation. Panic erupted in the room, with many seeking refuge beneath tables. Conversely, the youth in the Shizi circle were caught up in a frenzied excitement, inexplicably cheering and hollering. The engagement party had spiraled from humiliation to the audacious act of a stranger seizing the bride, and now it had escalated into a brawl. The scene was reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle, with blood splattering dramatically across Lu Qiuyang's face. Duan Xiu Ming executed his actions with fluidity. The only moment of hesitation was before he hurled the glass shards. Once that was done, he continued forward, steadfastly heading for the exit. Lu Qiuyang shouted, "Stop him!" His composure shattered. Bloodied and frantic, he struggled to maintain his dignity. The bodyguards, roused from their stupor, surged into action, racing towards the entrance. The door loomed ahead, and the bodyguards quickly assembled, blocking the way. With Lu Mingyu still slung over his shoulder, her view limited, she could only see the commotion of bodyguards and the frantic members of the Lu and Qin families. She felt a slight jolt as they moved, followed by a dizzying blur. Glancing down, she noticed several bodyguards sprawled on the ground, grimacing in pain as they clutched their knees. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's movements were swift and ruthless. Lu Mingyu barely comprehended how he had acted so quickly. More bodyguards attempted to pursue, but they were too late. The scene faded into the distance, the entire banquet hall slipping from her sight. Chaos erupted within the hall, with attendees shouting and recording the spectacle. The Qin family confronted the Lu family, hurling accusations, while Su Wenjun floundered, unsure of how to react. He Song was exuberantly messaging away, while Su Sua sat cross-legged, reveling in the unfolding drama. Lu Mingyu remained motionless on Duan Xiu Ming's shoulder, feeling him descend the staircase, taking 2 or 3 steps at a time. Upon exiting the hotel, he seemed to wrestle with his anger. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gave her a light slap on the backside. Though it was gentle, unbeknownst to him, he had struck her injury. A wave of cold sweat broke out on Lu Mingyu as pain shot through her, forcing her to bite her lip. Duan Xiu Ming sensed her tremor and remarked coldly, "Did I use too much strength? Must you be so dramatic? And what is that fragrance? Such tasteless perfume. Who applied it?" The scent overwhelmed his senses, leaving him dizzy with irritation. Lu Mingyu hung her head, remaining silent as her anguish festered within her. He opened the car door, thrusting her into the passenger seat before slamming the door shut. The engine roared to life, and they sped away. The uproar from the banquet hall continued unabated, akin to a volcanic eruption. Qin Lian was beside himself with rage, feeling utterly humiliated, an affront orchestrated by the Lu family. As the two families clashed, the Du family found themselves inadvertently caught in the crossfire, while numerous aristocratic families observed the unfolding drama with amusement. The youth from the Shizi circle congregated at a few tables, laughing and chatting, transforming the chaotic engagement, snatching into a lively celebration. Such excitement was a rarity, a spectacle to be remembered. Before long, Zhan Xiang arrived, and He Song eagerly approached him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhan Xiang was well acquainted with the youth of the Shizi circle, often seen drinking and socializing with them, and he assimilated into the gathering effortlessly. He Song excitedly raised a glass to him, exclaiming, "You're late. You've missed the grand spectacle." How Lushing chimed in, "It was spectacular. But who was that muscular man? I've never seen him before. Isnt from our Shizi city. Is he?" Su Xue merely took a sip of her drink, while others began to gasp in recognition. "I remember. It was the day of Du Wanxin and Appo's scandal. That man in the bathrobe, in Appo's. Him. I caught a glimpse. But the gossip was too shocking to dwell on. Why does every major event seem to be connected to him? Could he be the Lu family's nemesis?" The crowd buzzed with renewed conversation. Zhan Xiang glanced at the escalating conflict between the Qin and Lu families before turning to He Song, quietly inquiring, "Is it that chaotic?" He Song nodded vigorously, lowering his voice. "Indeed. Are you here to help Minggu with the aftermath? You'll likely have a headache for the next few days. This has escalated far too much." Having mixed in these circles long enough, he understood Zhan Xiang's position beside Duan Xiu Ming. Zhan Xiang nodded soberly, asking, "Were there any fatalities?" He Song blinked in surprise, then replied, "No. Why would there be anything to handle if no one died?" He Song was left dumbfounded. Chapter 54. The utmost utilization. Duan Xiu Ming drove towards the apartment, his gaze fixed ahead, offering not a single glance to the person beside him. Lu Mingyu sensed an air of oppression and turned her head slightly to look. "Don and Appo's. Look," he said coldly. She diverted her gaze to the cityscape zipping by outside the window, and amidst the fleeting night lights, she discerned a crucial point. There was something he ought to know, or rather, he had likely been aware all along. After all, his perceptiveness was remarkable. Previously, he had merely indulged her, playing along. Today, however, he was thoroughly incensed. At that moment, he was suppressing a fury on the verge of eruption. Lu Mingyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath, allowing her emotions to ebb like the tide. When she opened her eyes again, clarity filled her gaze. With the remnants of her rationality, she engaged her mind in rapid thought, devising a strategy. Regrettably, this was a conundrum without a solution. Under his keen insight, even the most impeccable lies and tactics would prove futile. Every scheme, every stratagem, would inevitably falter when pitted against sincerity. He was genuine, she was deceitful. The sleek, verdant sports car sped swiftly, soon arriving at the apartment. After the car halted, Duan Xiu Ming circled to the passenger side and opened the door, once more lifting her into his arms, carrying her into the elevator and then into the apartment without setting her down. The apartment had been vacant for many days, shrouded in darkness, with only the glow of city lights filtering through the windows. Amidst the swaying, a thud resonated. The passport dropped to the floor. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at it, then kicked it into the corner. Lu Mingyu felt herself pressed into the sofa, and in the next moment, The weight of a male presence loomed over her. Heavy and aggressive, he had been enduring, but upon seeing the passport, he could no longer contain himself. It was a passport, not a pass. She had no intention of going to Hong Kong. It was all a setup. He threw off his coat, discarding it carelessly, and unfastened the button at her collar. Lu Mingyu pushed against him, but to no avail. I don an amp, oppose, T-want to, she stated. He paused, his voice simmering with anger. You don and amp, oppose, T-want to? Even after I've claimed you? Lu Mingyu turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. I truly don't want to. Duan Xiu Ming stared at her for a long time. Ultimately speaking with an icy tone, Lu Mingyu, tell me the truth. You never intended to develop anything with me, did you? He had always known her feelings were lukewarm, that she did not harbor deep affection for him. What he wanted to ascertain was whether she had any intention of pursuing a relationship. After a moment of silence, she answered yes. All right, he said, propping himself up on the sofa with one hand, while the other fastened her collar. He rose and moved to the window to light a cigarette. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Neither spoke. He stood shrouded in darkness, his face obscured. Save for the flickering red glow of the cigarette, an invisible pressure rolled in from the window, enveloping the entire living room. It grew increasingly intense, poised to erupt at any moment. She watched him finish the cigarette and extinguish it, striding toward her with an overwhelming force. He pinned her hands to the sofa, his knees straddling either side of her body. She found herself immobilized, ensnared. His expression and tone revealed no discernible emotion. Lu Mingyu, are you toying with me? After a brief pause, she nodded. I'm sorry. She understood this was his true state of anger, the first time she felt the chilling fear of his high pressure. But she could only passively accept everything, striving to remain as honest as possible. He knew everything. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes sparked with ferocity. Are you playing with my feelings? Using me? He demanded. Lu Mingyu replied yes. The grip on her wrist tightened dramatically. So, you are honest before me. Shall I be pleased? He murmured. Lu Mingyu sighed, asking, do you want to hit me? In the face of their disparate physical strengths, she had no means of resistance. Hit you? Duan Xiu Ming seemed to chuckle, his gaze turning colder. Tell me what you think. Lu Mingyu remained silent. Very well, share your scheme. He began to apply pressure. Am I your meticulously chosen, most useful pawn? When did this plan commence? When you realized I could influence Isong? Lu Mingyu was left speechless. Duan Xiu Ming leaned closer, his face mere inches from hers. You've executed a beautiful play of using a knife to kill and shedding your shell. Yes, I'm sorry. Lu Mingyu admitted. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes turned frigid. From our third meeting, you were utilizing me, weren't you? Yes, she sighed softly, realizing he was indeed aware. Duan Xiu Ming sneered. Surveillance? Lu Mingyu replied, it was surveillance and the roar of engines. I'm uncertain, but I had to try. She had not only leveraged his control as the behind-the-scenes boss of a lounge, but also exploited a time discrepancy to absolve herself. She could tell he had intended something that day. Naturally, he would. The solitude had been too suggestive. She had given him a meaningful glance, but exited the vehicle immediately after, ensuring he would take a moment to regain his composure before departing. This was the pinnacle of exploitation, from abilities to details. As for the surveillance, that was an unexpected bonus. Duan Xiu Ming gritted his teeth. And then? You continued to use me. Was it also part of your plan to keep me from obtaining anything? For an entire month, you led me on. You were quite skilled. Lu Mingyu conceded delayed gratification to get you hooked. Duan Xiu Ming felt a chill run through him. What a fine strategy of delayed gratification. You know I'm hooked. Such astonishing tactics. You are so candid now because I no longer hold any value? There is no need anymore, Lu Mingyu replied. No need, he echoed, his jaw clenching with barely restrained fury. Pray tell, Miss Lu, how have you wielded this knife? Is it to your liking? Does it serve you well? Lu Mingyu averted her gaze. I'm sorry. Duan Xiu Ming exhaled sharply, his breath laden with danger. To speak sweetly while committing harsh acts. To use genuine feelings as a bridge, truly masterful. Come now, show me a victorious stance. I have no mood for that, Lu Mingyu replied. Duan Xiu Ming erupted into laughter, a slight tremor in his voice. You used me, and I willingly allowed it. It was of no consequence. I let you utilize me. Of course, I would come to claim you. And after claiming, you regret it? Now you are as cold as an iceberg. Do you harbor even a modicum of affection for me? Please do not tell me that even love is a facade. All his tenderness in this life had been bestowed upon her alone. Lu Mingyu turned her head. I'm sorry. A prolonged silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thickening to suffocation. She felt his breath caressing her neck. He pressed her deeper into the sofa, his fervent lips kissing the hollow of her neck. Will loving me for a moment be the end of you? His voice strained with suppressed rage. Lu Mingyu felt utterly powerless, but I truly cannot love. Those words struck with devastating force. He froze. After what felt like an eternity, Duan Xiu Ming propped himself up, one hand cradling her face, forcing her to meet his gaze. Her eyes appeared vacant. Gazing into those lifeless orbs, he felt his breath escape him, the strength in his hands dissipating instantly. He spoke softly, Lu Mingyu, this has become rather meaningless. Lu Mingyu replied, sorry. Chapter 55. The divine revelation of words dawned. Duan Xiu Ming lowered his head, concealing his expression. The final question, why did you sleep with me back then? Was indulgence? She was not that type. Love at first sight was utterly impossible. She left immediately after their encounter. So why did she utter those words before they even knew each other? She repeated them twice. On our first night, I want to choose for myself. Duan Xiu Ming scoffed. Well chosen indeed, you really have an eye for selection, choosing someone with the surname Duan. Lu Mingyu looked at him. What is your status in the Duan family? Duan Xiu Ming fixed his gaze upon her. I am the heir of the dark vein. Lu Mingyu's limbs gradually turned cold. She had misjudged. He was not a peripheral figure. He was the heir of the dark vein who had decisively suppressed the Duan family's successor in the news. Yet, during the recent turmoil, why had he not been in Xiangjiang, but in Shizi City? He was there every day. Though absent, he stirred the winds and clouds. This was the critical point of her misjudgment. Indeed, Lu Mingyu realized. He was unlike her. Someone of his stature could orchestrate schemes without needing to personally engage. The fact that such a person had been utilized by her was astonishing. Time and again, but now it was too late to say anything. Her gaze dimmed as she asked, do you have another name? Duan Xiu Ming paused. He let out a self-mocking laugh. I intended to use this identity to propose. Lu Mingyu fell silent again, unable to articulate her thoughts. It turned out that Duan Xiuji was not merely some distant relative. It was his publicly recognized identity within the Duan family. The news reported that Xiangjiang was in chaos. The heir of the dark vein was one of the most significant core members of the Duan family, overshadowing the importance of the heir. A massive reshuffling was erupting within the Duan family, even spreading to the entire Xiangjiang and multiple affluent families. And this person before her was the key orchestrator of that reshuffle. His audacity was astonishing, his methods ruthless. He was dismantling the heir, the Dark Master, and the family head, expanding with overwhelming force. Many were analyzing and predicting that the Duan family and Appo's heir would be replaced, and perhaps even the head of the family would change. After the reshuffle, he would very likely emerge from the shadows into the light. In the near future, he would hold the reins of both the light and dark factions, and the Duan family of Xiangjiang would be his dominion alone. What a terrifying individual. Yes, he had mentioned. It was a bit inconvenient, he needed some time. It turned out that the inconvenience was due to the multitude of tasks at hand. He also mentioned it would be soon. Apparently, he had the war firmly in hand. She had drawn the king of all cards. Lu Mingyu could not help but ask, how many people have you dealt with? The news had almost painted a picture of total annihilation. Duan Xiu Ming laughed disdainfully. How can one keep count? Lu Mingyu inquired further. What becomes of those who provoke you? Duan Xiu Ming's voice was chilling death. With that, he released his grip, both hands now resting on either side of her body, creating a sense of dominance without physical contact. What is wrong? Are you scared? He asked. Lu Mingyu averted her gaze. He was a being capable of extinguishing her life at any moment, a terrifying giant far more formidable than the Lu and Qin families. She had won in the end, but had lost utterly. Duan Xiu Ming, close enough to see her clearly, sighed softly. Indeed, little Lu, no matter how stubborn you are, You remain a herbivore. As he spoke, he reached out, gently rubbing her wrist through her clothing. In the darkness, it was uncertain if he had left it reddened. She flinched slightly. He did not continue but withdrew to the window, extracting a Lady and Amp, Oppo's, as cigarette from the box. It was unclear when it had come to pass that only Lady and Amp, Oppo's, as cigarettes were found in his home. He did not smoke, but toyed with the cigarette between his fingers. Lu Mingyu asked, "May I inquire about my fate?" To wield such a person as a weapon, she was indeed bold, perhaps even mad. She had broken free from her cage, but stepped into hell. Yet, dying by his hand was preferable to the Lu family. It was not repulsive. Duan Xiu Ming replied. "What fate?" Lu Mingyu stated, "How will you take revenge on me?" Duan Xiu Ming responded, "Why would I seek revenge on you? That makes no sense." Lu Mingyu fell silent. She had indeed taken the most crucial step. He would not harm a woman he had once possessed. He was ruthless toward enemies. Yet he also possessed a magnanimous spirit. Truly, she had chosen the most advantageous pawn. In the darkness, Duan Xiu Ming's expression remained inscrutable as he finally lit the cigarette. After a brief moment, his tone grew slightly solemn, returning to a calm demeanor. "What are your plans?" Lu Mingyu replied, "To go abroad, immediately." He extinguished the cigarette. "Shall I take you to the airport?" Lu Mingyu graciously responded, "Thank you." "Which airport?" he inquired. Pudong, le major replié. Duan Xiu Ming's expression was indifferent. "You insist on Pudong rather than Shizi Airport. Are you crossing the ocean?" "Yes," Lu Mingyu confirmed. Duan Xiu Ming donned his coat, picked up the passport from the floor, and approached her. As he handed it over, he adjusted her disheveled collar and tucked her stray hair behind her ear. "Do you have any money?" he asked. "Yes," she replied, then took out her phone to book a ticket. Duan Xiu Ming watched her attempt to book the cheapest transfer. He swore fluently, "I am truly astonished." Lu Mingyu was momentarily speechless. He commanded, "Send me your car number." With that, he turned on the light and walked to the coffee table to grab his phone. As the light illuminated the room, it revealed a new addition to the wall that had not been there during her last visit. Duan Xiu Ming followed her gaze. It was a painting, an oil painting, a large piece, visually striking. The artwork was titled Dawn. In the painting, a dark sea concealed monstrous creatures beneath the surface, poised to surge forth and attack a small boat that drifted alone on the waves, beset by danger. Amidst the overarching darkness, a single ray of light pierced through the clouds above, cascading down upon the boat, mingling with falling stars. Upon closer inspection, the light revealed fragmented characters. Each character was in Chinese, rendered in cursive script, wild cursive. The emotional intensity was palpable, bold, and unrestrained. The characters varied in size, arranged with deliberate chaos, flying toward the small boat. Together, they formed the phrase, "Please, always, save yourself from the flames and waters." It was as if divinely inspired, sending shivers down one's spine. The signature was concealed upon the boat and Oppo's hull. Two characters and Oppo's, Liu and Oppo's, and Oppo's, Li and Oppo's, and Oppo's, Yu and Oppo's, were inscribed separately at the bow and stern of the boat, rendered in golden ink, harmonizing with the light of dawn. The signature was small, almost invisible unless one searched closely. The script remained cursive, written with flair and grandeur. Particularly striking was the final stroke of the character Yu, resembling a sharp curved blade, a single stroke. The artist's handwriting exuded a distinctive personal style. Not only could he paint, but he could also write. Lu Mingyu was entranced, gazing for an extended period. Duan Xiu Ming casually inquired, "Do you recognize this script?" "Cursive." Lu Mingyu responded, her emotions oddly stirred. "Where did you acquire this painting?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "I bought in Yaodu." He could not decipher cursive. After struggling with a professional teacher for some time, he finally pieced together the phrase. At the time, his feeling could be summed up in two words, awe. Subsequently, he returned to that gallery, but had not seen any of the artist Liu's works again. Recently, he had whimsically arranged for the painting to be sent to Shizi City, inviting her to admire it. Duan Xiu Ming's tone was somewhat flat. "The painting we agreed to appreciate before you leave is this one. What are your thoughts?" Lu Mingyu hesitated before speaking. "This painting resonates deeply, but..." Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow, "But?" Lu Mingyu continued. The mindset is not expansive enough, the strokes lack boldness, and the thought process is somewhat conventional. Duan Xiu Ming inquired. How can you ascertain that? Lu Ming pointed at the characters, asserting, the divine script reveals that the small boat yearns for salvation. This reflects a mindset of weakness, establishing itself from a position of passivity. Duan Xiu Ming responded, your argument is contradictory. Is not the purpose of the script to facilitate self-rescue? Lu Ming resolutely countered. It should be illustrated in reverse, allowing the characters to emerge from the vessel rather than descend from the heavens. Duan Xiu Ming's gaze flickered with intrigue, prompting her to continue. Lu Ming launched into a fervent critique. This painting is replete with elements. The tumultuous waves, the sea monsters, the text, the ominous clouds, and the light. They encircle the small, dilapidated boat, which knows only to flee, embodying a state of passive solitude, teetering on the brink of collapse. Duan Xiu Ming regarded her intently, his gaze piercing. Do not cease, proceed. Lu Ming and Appo's voice grew more fervent. Why not incite the sea monsters to turn upon one another? Harness the waves to ride the tempest? Utilize clouds and light to forge ahead. Duan Xiu Ming began to guide her. Is there more? Be bold. Lu Ming proposed, or perhaps change the perspective. At this juncture, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in her eyes. Why not abandon the notion of being a small boat? Instead, become the sea monster and the roaring waves. Chapter 56. A whirlwind of emotions. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. Do you possess a hunter's mindset? Her words were more shocking than divine revelations. Lu Mingyu, bewildered, inquired, what does that mean? A fleeting glimmer of light danced in Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's eyes, subtle yet momentarily captivating, hidden within the depths of their dark hue. She spoke with such ease, yet seemed unaware of her own words. How could this woman be so contradictory? Had he encountered her sooner to unearth her potential? He dared not imagine the heights she might have reached by now. He leaned closer, intending to touch the corner of her eye, but ultimately withdrew his hand. His gaze traversed her face, lingering on each feature, before finally locking on her eyes. In a hushed tone, he asked, Lu Mingyu, shall we use each other once more? Paving the way, utilizing every opportunity to ascend. After all, he could endure it. Lu Mingyu steadied herself and shook her head. I'm sorry. While he might be irredeemable in an objective sense, his kindness towards her was undeniably impeccable. She resolved not to exploit him again. Duan Xiu Ming studied her for a moment. Unable to contain himself any longer, he erupted. Suddenly, he enveloped her in his embrace, capturing her lips with his. In a fervent display of affection, he indulged in her warmth, his hands lifting the hem of her garment. His breath became heavy, ensnared in the moment. His hands traversed her waist, ascending higher. He exhaled heatedly. I will compel you today. It was a statement, not a question. She responded softly. He pressed closer, his movements bold, breath labored. There will be many occasions. I want to make you pregnant. She replied, still indifferent, devoid of emotion. He reproached her. Are you truly so unresponsive? She offered no reply. After a pause, he took a few deep breaths, lowered his gaze, and scrutinized her as if trying to see through her very essence. After a long silence, he sighed, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, adjusted her collar before stepping back. Duan Xiu Ming's tone reverted to its original state. If you feel tired, forget me. Do not feel guilty. Do not feel guilty. Lu Mingyu's heart suddenly fluttered. Duan Xiu Ming shook his phone. Give me your card number. Lu Mingyu replied. No need, thank you. Duan Xiu Ming fixed his gaze upon her. Lu Mingyu, I desire face. Lu Mingyu replied, I do not quite understand your concept of face. Duan Xiu Ming's demeanor grew stern, whether it's a breakup or a severance. I implore you, Miss Lu, to live with dignity and grace. Lu Mingyu lowered her head, her brows furrowing in irritation. Duan Xiu Ming raised a hand, stating as such, I will purchase that piece from your art exhibition. Is 50 million sufficient? Lu Mingyu looked up, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Duan Xiu Ming shot a glance. Is that too little? 500 million. Lu Mingyu countered, you miscalculated. That piece is quite small and not worth so much. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. 20 million? Lu Mingyu contemplated. 100,000. Duan Xiu Ming pressed his lips together, staring at her. Whom are you insulting? Me? Or yourself? Lu Mingyu blinked, then 200,000. Duan Xiu Ming, exasperated, barked card number. Lu Mingyu replied, let us conduct the transaction through the platform. Duan Xiu Ming's breath hitched, launching into a derisive tirade. You hold such a trivial piece in high regard for a transaction? How utterly audacious. He spared no mercy in his scathing words, storming out. Let the platform handle it. Duan Xiu Ming marched ahead, not glancing back, ignoring whether she could keep up. His fury was palpable. The dark green car sped from the apartment towards the airport. Inside, both remained silent. Lu Mingyu unlocked her phone's secondary system, deleted a post from Lu Lin, and glanced at the chat group, which was buzzing with messages. Duan Xiu Ming focused intently on the road, accelerating with purpose. After a stretch on the highway, he glanced at the rearview mirror. Your friend's brother, right? Lu Mingyu was taken aback, looking back to see a car tailing them closely, accelerating. It was Su Wenjun's vehicle. Is he pursuing you? Duan Xiu Ming asked nonchalantly. Lu Mingyu contemplated for 2 seconds before responding honestly. He pursued me for 3 years in high school. Duan Xiu Ming scoffed. Did you ever date? Lu Mingyu replied truthfully. You're my first love. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at her, refraining from further inquiries. Yet the car behind persisted in its pursuit. The dark green vehicle occupied the center lane, while a massive truck loomed on the right, capable of crushing their car with a mere bump. At that moment, the car behind suddenly accelerated, changing lanes. It positioned itself in the fast lane to the left of the dark green car, flanking it. Lu Mingyu turned to her companion. He remained indifferent, gripping the steering wheel without any discernible emotion. Su Wenjun's car began to maneuver closer, the intent unmistakable, forcing a stop. In a driving scenario, one often reacts instinctively to protect oneself. Either one slams the brakes, colliding with the car behind, or, in a moment of panic, swerves right to avoid the left vehicle, potentially crashing into the towering truck. In a crisis, the latter is a likely outcome. Should such an event occur, Lu Mingyu, seated in the passenger seat, would bear the brunt, risking severe injury or worse. Su Wenjun was wagering that Duan Xiu Ming would hit the brakes. Yes, he was a gambler by nature. However, Lu Mingyu narrowed her eyes. Why should she be the wager? Yet what Su Wenjun did not anticipate was that Duan Xiu Ming maintained his speed. Racing forward at breakneck pace, Lu Mingyu edged closer to the center, bracing for a potential crash. In critical moments, self-preservation took precedence. At that instant, Duan Xiu Ming glanced at the rearview mirror, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Then, he reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers, while his other hand abruptly spun the steering wheel to the left. Bang! The right front side of Su Wenjun and Appo's car scraped against the left side of the sports car, colliding with Duan Xiu Ming's door. A dent formed. It was a test of courage. Whoever feared death would hit the brakes first. Su Wenjun slammed on his brakes, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. After regaining stability, he skidded to a stop, sparks flying from the side of his vehicle. Duan Xiu Ming, however, merely cast a glance at the mirror, a fleeting dark irony in his gaze. He and T flipped off the bridge. What a pity. Throughout this, his car continued to move steadily forward, never once touching the brakes, even keeping his foot firmly on the accelerator. Then, he suddenly pressed down hard, accelerating toward the airport. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. He had uttered not a single word. His demeanor remained calm, his actions swift as lightning. Su Wenjun had come precariously close to disaster. Halfway through, he glanced at their clasped hands. Then smack! He released her hand, both hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. Lu Mingyu watched him, and in his peripheral vision, he emitted an icy aura. Would you be frightened if I killed that man? In that moment, he no longer concealed his ferocity and danger before her. Lu Mingyu replied, I would applaud you. Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head, casting her a cryptic glance. Did she comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired? Chapter 57. I am her boyfriend. It wasn't long before they arrived at the airport. Duan Xiu Ming was driving at an astonishing speed. Lu Mingyu was set to take the last flight to London that day. She carried nothing but her phone and a passport. After retrieving her boarding pass, she turned around to find Duan Xiu Ming standing behind her. The dark green Lamborghini was parked at the entrance, but he seemed indifferent, his expression blank as he gazed off to the side, lost in thought. Lu Mingyu approached him. Duan Xiu Ming pointed at her phone. She took it out, intending to return it to him. That an oppose. That's not what I meant, he interjected, blocking her with his hand. The phone has a butler service, one-touch assistance. Lu Mingyu was taken aback, staring at him. Duan Xiu Ming's tone turned stern. Use it. She nodded, not refusing. Duan Xiu Ming bit his lip and gazed at her intently. After a moment, he softly asked, Lu Mingyu, have we truly broken up? Just as she was about to respond. Mingyu. A loud shout echoed from the entrance. Su Wenjun, inexplicably having chased her here, rushed towards Lu Mingyu, his face etched with urgency. Duan Xiu Ming and Amp. Oppo's anger erupted within him. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Mingyu. Su Wenjun came to an abrupt halt, staring at the two. Duan Xiu Ming stood behind Lu Mingyu, one arm around her waist, the other completely encircling her, his tall frame enveloping her entirely, his chin resting atop her head. Possessiveness surged to its peak. He smiled and asked, is this your fiancé? Lu Mingyu and Oppo's expression was peculiar. Did you not see him at the time? He and Oppo's not. Oh, my apologies. His calm demeanor belied an arrogance that was infuriating. Su Wenjun stifled his impulse to retaliate and introduced himself. I'm her childhood friend, her brother from a prominent family. We grew up together. Childhood friends. Duan Xiu Ming pondered the term. Suddenly, he tightened his grip, pressing Lu Mingyu and Amp. Oppo's back against his chest, pulling her closer, their bodies entirely aligned. He then leaned down and kissed her neck. Childhood friends, huh? He murmured softly. Lu Mingyu stiffened, almost losing her balance. He was well aware of her sensitive spots. Duan Xiu Ming held her firmly, ensuring her weight leaned back against him, enveloping her entirely, leaving no space between them. Then, she heard his laughter. I am her boyfriend. Duan Xiu Ming looked at Su Wenjun with a provocative grin, his voice deliberate and powerful. Heavenly arrival. The childhood friend pales in comparison. Su Wenjun's face fell instantly. Duan Xiu Ming then lifted Lu Mingyu and Amp. Oppo's chin. Kiss me? Without hesitation, Lu Mingyu stood on her toes and pressed her lips to his. After the kiss, Duan Xiu Ming turned to Su Wenjun, his smile taunting. Su Wenjun's pupils constricted violently. He scanned their intimate posture. This level of closeness surpassed mere flirtation. They had crossed into something deeper. He, as someone who had experienced such matters, understood precisely what this signified. Mingyu. Su Wenjun's world crumbled in an instant, his voice hoarse with disbelief. How could you have changed like this? Lu Mingyu, still in Duan Xiu Ming's embrace, replied. Changed into what? Su Wenjun retorted. I've known you since you were 14. We are childhood friends. Family friends. His voice trembled, his eyes reddened with unshed tears. Lu Mingyu replied. So? Su Wenjun continued. Are you blaming me for not pursuing you further? But I'm a normal man. You were always so cold, and when a gentle girl appeared, how could I resist? No one can maintain composure at 20. Lu Mingyu merely looked back at Duan Xiu Ming. Someone had indeed maintained their composure just moments ago. Duan Xiu Ming casually remarked, I'm not the same species as him. He's worthless. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. Agreed. Su Wenjun gritted his teeth, utterly devastated. Mingyu, you've always been a refined young lady. You were so obedient. If you didn't accept me, that's one thing. But how can you secretly be with someone else? He couldn't and Amp, Oppo's. He finished the last sentence, unable to accept it. Lu Mingyu regarded him coldly, her eyes igniting with fury. When had she ever been obedient? When had she ever conformed to expectations? Why should she? Duan Xiu Ming tightened his embrace, lowering his chin, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered, Is this what you call childhood friends? He was nearly laughing. Lu Mingyu bowed her head in silence. Recognizing the absurdity of the situation, the Lu family had always been a mistake. Su Wenjun, in a fit of despair, shouted, What are you laughing at? What are you two laughing about? At your foolishness, Duan Xiu Ming quipped before leaning down to kiss Lu Mingyu's cheek. She was no mere docile girl to be toyed with. She was the queen of the wilds, having navigated through the chaos of several powerful families. She had expertly played with emotions, leaving him spinning. Was it amusement? He trailed kisses from her cheek to the corner of her mouth, warm and gentle. Afterward, he sighed softly, loosening his grip around Lu Mingyu. That's enough. It's time for you to go. Yet, before he could fully release her, another luxury car sped up to the entrance. It was a red Ferrari LaFerrari. Oh, only 599 of these exist globally, more impressive than Duan Xiu's Lamborghini. Duan Xiu Ming paused, rewrapping his arms around her, watching as a man exited the passenger seat and strode into the airport. The newcomer was Qin Lian, his arm in a fracture brace. The driver, judging by his stature, was no ordinary chauffeur, but a bodyguard. Duan Xiu Ming glanced down at Lu Mingyu, then back at the man, asking fiancé. Lu Mingyu sighed. But before she could finish her sigh, a large hand lifted her chin, gently turning her face to the side. At the same time, he leaned down. Their lips met, intertwining. This kiss was neither the fervent heat of their intimate moments nor a fleeting brush. It was warm and possessive, neither heavy nor light. Lingering softly as he pulled away. Do not admit it, Duan Xiu Ming commanded, his tone authoritative. At that moment, Qin Lian was close enough to witness everything, and he erupted in furious curses. Yet, neither Lu Mingyu nor Duan Xiu Ming paid him any heed, not even a glance exchanged between them. They shared a silent understanding, as if their private quarrel could shake the heavens, yet united against the world. Call me if you miss me, Duan Xiu Ming said as he released her, gently pulling her back a step. Go on, don't let him hurt you. Okay. Lu Mingyu looked at him, responding, though unsure to which statement she was agreeing. Their dialogue blurred the lines between performance and sincerity, yet both Qin Lian and Su Wenjun heard it clearly. Qin Lian shouted, trying to stop her. Lu Mingyu, stop right there. Duan Xiu Ming, with his tall frame blocking her path, proclaimed arrogantly, today she leaves, and even the king himself cannot stop her. With that, he tossed his coat aside, fixing his gaze. I mean it. Zhang Xiang appeared from nowhere, catching the coat as it fell. Chapter 58. Bring it on. Qin Lian charged in, exclaiming, You're seeking death. Duan Xiu Ming raised his hand and struck, shattering the opponent's support brace. Then, with a firm grip of his fingers, a series of cracking sounds echoed. Qin Lian collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Duan Xiu Ming kicked him again, saying, Go lie in a hospital. Crack. A bone in Qin Lian's leg snapped. At that moment, the driver and bodyguard parked the car and rushed over, launching an immediate attack without a word. Su Wenjun also raised his hand. His hesitance before stemmed from a lack of confidence. But with the Qin family's bodyguard blocking the way, the situation shifted. Duan Xiu Ming confronted the two men, and then, without hesitation, began to throw punches. Bang, was it not just a fight? Childhood friends, even fiancés. He intended to take them down. In the chaos, the airport hall erupted with the sounds of fists colliding. Lu Mingyu did not head towards the security check, but stood aside, waiting. Zhang Xiang approached with a coat, saying, Miss Lu, you can either head directly to security or stay here to watch. Rest assured, no one can stop you from leaving today. That's what Brother Ming said. Lu Mingyu asked, Aren't you going to help him? Zhang Xiang didn't even glance in that direction, laughing, Oh, I'm not one for fighting. He could hold his own, but he was nowhere near as formidable as Yin Tianzhua. They each had their strengths and distinct missions while following Brother Ming. Lu Mingyu glanced again at the fray. She had spoken out of turn. At this moment, Su Wenjun and the bodyguard were piled on the ground, unable to rise. Qin Lian endured a few more blows amidst the melee. Duan Xiu Ming wore a look of dissatisfaction, clearly not satiated from the fight. The surrounding crowd gathered, some in disarray. A brawl? In the airport hall? Goodness, this was getting brutal. Someone should intervene, lest they kill each other. But who would dare to step in against such ferocity? Lu Mingyu inquired again, what about now? The chaos had escalated, yet she was unconcerned about the consequences. Someone of his status would hardly care. However, this was not his territory, and the upheaval within the Xiangjiang Duan family was at a critical juncture. A certain identity made intervention unwise. Lu Mingyu was curious about how things would unfold. Zhang Xiang merely smiled, it's fine. At that moment, a few men approached from a distance, all clad in suits. each carrying large bags. In their left hands, cigarettes. In their right, cash-filled briefcases. They moved towards the crowd, distributing cigarettes to the men and cash to the women. No worries, just filming a web series. Everyone gets a share. Come on, play along as extras. Here, little ones, no snacks? Here as some pocket money. After a round of distribution, some in the crowd genuinely began to act. Lu Mingyu watched in silence. Soon, before the airport staff could intervene, Duan Xiu Ming concluded the skirmish. Withdrawing his hands, Qin Lian, Su Wenjun, and the bodyguard were taken away by the group of men in black, who praised them as they departed. Well acted. We'll have more scenes for you. Duan Xiu Ming noticed Lu Mingyu still present and approached her. Aside from his slightly wrinkled clothing, he appeared unscathed. Brother Ming here. Let me handle this. Zhan Xiang returned the coat and moved toward the approaching staff. Duan Xiu Ming accepted the coat and stood before Lu Mingyu. The distance between them, now an almost 2-meter gap, marked by a palpable sense of detachment. He lowered his gaze upon her, remaining silent, his expression inscrutable. After a long moment, Lu Mingyu stepped forward, resting her head against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist in an embrace. "Thank you," she whispered softly. A flicker of light sparkled in Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's eyes as he remained still, allowing her to hold him. With a brusque tone, he warned Lu Mingyu, "Don't toy with me. I have a fierce temper." Then he heard her laughter against his chest. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. "Why do you always laugh when I'm being fierce? What is so amusing?" Lu Mingyu released her hold, looking up to say, "It's nothing personal. I simply envy your audacity." She truly wished to be like him, living without a care in the world. To exist boldly, without trepidation or second-guessing. Strong enough to reveal oneself, unafraid and open. Duan Xiu Ming remained motionless, offering a sardonic retort. "Are you not reckless? Playing with my feelings? I commend your courage." Lu Mingyu replied, "Courage and audacity are not the same." Duan Xiu Ming gazed deeply in her eyes, silent. Why would she utter such words? Well then, farewell. She turned to leave. He made no attempt to retain her, yet did not depart, standing there as she walked towards the security check, not once looking back. She left with resolute determination. Duan Xiu Ming watched her figure grow fainter until she vanished into the crowd. Time slipped by before he raised his hand. Snap! A light sound echoed as he turned and walked away. In the throng, Lu Mingyu paused at the duty-free shop, gazing at the mirrored walls. Through the reflections, she caught sight of the man lingering behind, observing him as he raised and lowered his hand. She only resumed her steps once he had departed. Lu Mingyu arrived at the boarding gate, quietly sitting and awaiting departure. She gazed through the glass at the night sky. The weather was splendid, perfect for flying, with no delays in sight. Everything was well. She had emerged victorious. She would ascend to the pinnacle of the world, returning to eliminate all those who stood in her way. At the airport entrance, Duan Xiu Ming leaned against the dark green car hood, gazing at the vast starry sky. The damned weather was indeed splendid. He lit a cigarette, the smoke curling from his lips, clouding his vision. Before long, several cars pulled up, halting at the roadside. Lu Qiuyang and Lu Lin strode forward, flanked by a dozen bodyguards, surrounding Duan Xiu Ming completely. Lu Qiuyang's wounds had been treated, yet he could no longer maintain his composure. His gaze venomous as he stared at Duan Xiu Ming. Lu Lin spoke up, "You ruined my sister and Damp. Appo's engagement banquet. Have you considered the consequences?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, his tone even. "What consequences?" Lu Lin retorted. "The families of Shizi City will not let you off. They will unite against you, the disruptor. The family alliance cannot accept this." Duan Xiu Ming flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression unreadable. "I look forward to it." Lu Qiuyang threatened. "Do you believe I want to make you pay for this? To die here?" Duan Xiu Ming exhaled a wisp of smoke, grinning defiantly. "Bring it on." Lu Qiuyang's face twisted in rage. Attack. Dozens of burly men surged forward. Unhurriedly, Duan Xiu Ming extinguished his cigarette, rising to meet them. He flung off the coat, draped over his arm. Half an hour later, Duan Xiu Ming sat atop the dark green vehicle's hood, engrossed in his phone. In the distance lay a sea of fallen bodies. The bodyguards were unable to rise, while Lu Qiuyang and Lu Lin lay on the ground, spitting blood. Further away, a crowd had gathered, accompanied by numerous staff members. A chaotic mix of activities ensued, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, Duan Xiu, having resolved the matter, approached and said, "Brother Ming, it's all taken care of." Duan Xiu Ming nodded, his reaction subdued. Duan Xiu continued, "Did Miss Lu leave?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Yes." Duan Xiu asked, "Off on a trip? For leisure?" Duan Xiu Ming shrugged. Who knows? He was unsure whether they had even parted ways. Duan Xiu observed, "But Brother Ming, you just beat up her father and brother without a care?" Duan Xiu Ming frowned. "Did I not care?" Duan Xiu hesitated. "You didn't kill them, right?" Duan Xiu Ming, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, stood up and patted the side of the Lamborghini. "Let that useless person compensate for it." Duan Xiu, taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation, could only respond with a bewildered sound. Duan Xiu Ming wore a frosty expression. The damage caused by the high-speed stop is entirely his responsibility. He must compensate. Childhood sweethearts, indeed. Duan Xiu nodded. That feels satisfying. Though the money is inconsequential, the pleasure is undeniable. Chapter 59. How I Longed to Silence You. A day later in London, at the Royal Academy's Pure Art Studio, each floor was divided into several art studios. In one of these compartments, Lu Mingyu was unrolling a large sheet of paper on the expansive wall, preparing to paint. As she mixed her colors, a malicious voice echoed from the doorway. "Oh, I heard from a professional next door that you caused quite a stir back home during your holiday. Engagement, regret, elopement, playing both sides, humiliating the man, offending the aristocracy. You become a local joke." The speaker was Chun La, a fellow student in the same major, a competitor and sworn enemy. Last semester, the two had battled fiercely over a scholarship. Chun La fought for glory, while Lu Mingyu struggled due to financial constraints. Noticing Lu Mingyu's lack of response, Chun La strode into the studio. "That Shuren Kun even knows about your situation back home and is spreading it everywhere. The entire Chinese community at the academy is gossiping about you behind your back." Lu Mingyu replied calmly. "Slander is merely a form of admiration. Are you perhaps looking up to me?" Chun La erupted. "Who would look up to you? What are you so proud of?" "I'm just relishing your misfortune." Lu Mingyu retorted. "Chun La, when did you stoop to the level of those unrefined individuals? I have always considered you my strongest rival. And now you've allied with my defeated adversaries. Are you lowering your own status?" Chun La's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of contemplation, she stormed out in her high heels. Moments later, raucous arguing erupted from the other studios, escalating from the first floor to the second and third, eventually spilling outside and into the neighboring department. As night fell, a battle-weary Chun La returned to the compartment, her lips twitching as she watched Lu Mingyu begin her second painting. "You're using me as a pawn?" she realized, her fury igniting. Lu Mingyu ignored her, continuing her work in silence. Chun La shouted angrily, "I'm talking to you, Lu Mingyu. Are you deaf?" Lu Mingyu finally spoke softly. "Could you please allow me some quiet?" "Absolutely not." Chun La's temper flared. She stomped her foot, slamming a wooden plank on the floor. Lu Mingyu finally turned to face her, saying coolly, "If you enjoy it, feel free to stomp away." Chun La continued to berate her. "What is wrong with you? You look like someone just died in your family." Lu Mingyu paused. "My last relative has passed away." Chun La's face paled, and the compartment fell silent, the stillness palpable. After 2 seconds, she suddenly stepped forward and hugged Lu Mingyu tightly, patting her back. "I'm so sorry," she said, her brows knitted in guilt. "I didn't know. I'm really sorry." Lu Mingyu pushed her away, gasping for air. "Let go, I can't breathe." Chun La released her, looking flustered. Lu Mingyu set down her brush. "Please don't disturb me for the next few days. I have a headache." Chun La replied, "Oh." Lu Mingyu began to tidy up her materials, remaining silent. Chun La, concerned, asked, "Why aren't you crying?" Lu Mingyu replied, "I can't." Chun La suggested, "You have to let it out somehow. I'll keep you company." Lu Mingyu inquired, "What do you suggest?" Chun La proposed, "Let us go drink. It's on me. And we won't stop until we're drunk." Lu Mingyu nodded, "All right." Chun La grabbed her hand and pulled her outside, adding, "Shall we go beat someone up?" Lu Mingyu nodded again, "Sure." Chun La continued, "How about we go kill someone?" After a brief pause, Lu Mingyu nodded, "All right." That night, the two went to a bar, sitting across from each other, ordering drinks, fries, and chicken wings. Chun-La devoured her food and drank heartily, while Lu Mingyu remained silent, unable to eat, occasionally taking sips of her drink. After finishing her meal, Chun-La raised her glass with a clink against Lu Mingyu's drink. Once you're drunk, you'll be able to cry. Venting is crucial. You're just pushing yourself too hard. Balance is key, you know? Indeed, Lu Mingyu nodded and downed the drink. Chun-La refilled her own glass and said, "Don't be too sad, or rather, feel free to wallow in your sorrow." Lu Mingyu unexpectedly remarked, "I detest the name Lu Mingyu." Chun-La looked puzzled. "Haven T, I always called you Lu Mingyu? Oh, do you mean others? Just tell them. It's not a big deal." Lu Mingyu lowered her head. "Yes, not a big deal, just being melodramatic." Chun-La, slightly flustered, explained, "It's not melodrama. You're too heartbroken to cry, and losing a loved one is indeed a profound sorrow. When my grandmother passed, I was in despair for an entire year. You're already doing much better." Lu Mingyu shook her head. "I'm not well at all. I'm utterly exhausted. Why not find a man for a night? It's also a form of release." Lu Mingyu looked at her, stating, "I've already done that." Chun-La nearly dropped the bottle in shock. "What?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "I found someone and slept with him." Chun-La stared at her, wide-eyed, blinking in disbelief. "So how is it? Is he handsome?" A fleeting smile crossed Lu Mingyu's face. "Very handsome." Chun-La suggested, "Then why not sleep with more? Find someone even better?" Lu Mingyu cast her eyes down. There won't be anyone better than him. Chun-La gasped, "What a high praise. What makes him so exceptional?" Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment and replied, "The best in the world." She then took out her phone to glance at the news from Xinjiang, only to be astonished at the sudden shift in narrative. Shocking. The murky waters of Xinjiang are orchestrated by the Duan family's dual factions. Terrifying arrangements. A reshuffle in the Duan family. The Duan clan expands its territory. The Chun and Tai families suffer heavy losses. The young master of the dark faction executes astounding maneuvers, rejecting fame, seizing wealth and power. The formidable Duan family boasts unparalleled unity. The dual factions have never diverged. Lu Mingyu stared in disbelief, then realized that such insider information about elite families could never be found online. Anything that made it to the news was always a smokescreen. "What a deceitful trick," she exclaimed, shaking her head and putting down her phone. Chun-La, astonished, sipped her drink and asked, "Just how great and handsome is that man? You, with your sharp tongue, suddenly saying such things. He must be directly invited to accompany you." After a moment of silence, Lu Mingyu responded, "The man influences my speed in drawing my sword." "Well said." Chun-La clinked her glass with Lu Mingyu's, adding, "Unless that man himself is a treasure sword." Lu Mingyu's hand paused mid-air, her gaze lifting with an ambiguous meaning. "Chun-La, noticing, scolded, drink. What are you waiting for?" Lu Mingyu downed her drink and asked, "Between separation and death, which is more painful?" Chun-La, appearing tipsy, raised her hands high, of course experiencing both simultaneously. Buff stacking up. "Explosion." Lu Mingyu sighed and called out, "Chun-La, what do you want with my name?" Chun-La replied, "I truly long to silence you. You're insane." Chapter 60. The Sea Sovereign, Xiongqi in Shizi City. At the lakeside apartment, Duan Xiu Ming returned upstairs, drenched in sweat after a session in the boxing room. As he emerged from the shower, he spotted Zhang Xiang in the living room. Zhang Xiang held a painting and inquired, "Brother Ming, I brought this back. Shall we hang it?" Duan Xiu Ming frowned as he glanced at the artwork, irritation evident in his gesture as he waved his hand dismissively. "It's hideous. Dismantle the frame and put it away. It's an eyesore." Without hesitation, Zhang Xiang complied. Duan Xiu Ming turned to gaze out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, the air refreshingly crisp. He wondered if she thought of him. Probably not. He never messaged her, and she never reached out to him first. Ah, so they had truly parted ways? How infuriating. Zhang Xiang, busy dismantling the frame, spoke up, "Brother Ming, the aristocrats of Shizi City have issued a threat against you. They've uncovered that lounge." Duan Xiu Ming replied, "The lounge? Oh, the wetland lounge. I almost forgot I owned that." With a chuckle, Zhang Xiang remarked, "The lounge doesn't matter. They can only trace it back here." However, should we consider relocating to another city? After all, the cleanup in Xiangjiang has concluded. Yin Tianzu has been arguing with me daily. Perhaps we should take him along and travel across the beautiful landscapes of our homeland? Duan Xiu Ming remained silent, deep in thought. Zhan Xiang assessed his expression, suggesting, Miss Luer ISN and AMP, Oppos, T in Shizi City either. It will be dull for us here. We can wait until she returns from her respite to seek her out. Duan Xiu Ming replied, let's go back to Xiangjiang first. I didn't even attend the family celebration banquet. Zhan Xiang finished dismantling the frame and asked, all right, should we fold this and take it back to Xiangjiang? Yes, Duan Xiu Ming responded absently, still staring out the window. Suddenly, Zhan Xiang exclaimed in surprise. Duan Xiu Ming turned to see a piece of paper fluttering out from the back of the painting, swaying slowly as it descended. Zhan Xiang initially reached out to catch it, but froze mid-motion upon seeing the content. Another slender hand extended and grasped it. Duan Xiu Ming lifted a corner of the painting, furrowing his brow as he examined it. Zhan Xiang stood beside him, eyes wide in awe. The painting was a work of ink wash. On the modest-sized paper, a creature resembling both a tiger and a leopard emerged from a black sea, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth and a terrifying jaw. As it roared, the dark sea churned violently. Behind the ferocious beast were a pair of wings, ablaze with ink-black flames, stretching upward as if to pierce the heavens or to break free from the confines of the painting itself. The entire artwork was dominated by shades of ink, both deep and light, save for the eyes, the only splash of red in the ink wash. The creature stood sideways, its eyes fiery red, radiating an intense heat. A single stroke formed a vertical pupil, the Pisces Arsistance. It seemed to pierce through dimensions, coming to life as it gazed at the viewer with an air of ferocity and dominance, evoking an instinctive urge to avert one's gaze from those fiery eyes. The beast spread its wings, roaring above the tumultuous sea, trembling with power. Was it awakening? No. It was claiming dominion over the sea. This was not merely a painting. It embodied a certain will, poised to erupt from the canvas. The fluidity of the artwork was breathtaking, each stroke a masterful flourish. Even in negative spaces, perfectly balanced. Zhan Xiang could not contain his admiration, exclaiming, wow, Brother Ming, this painting, it's incredible. Duan Xiu Ming remained silent, captivated by the artwork, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Zhan Xiang continued, what creature is this? Though it seems a mix, it's so striking, absolutely magnificent. Duan Xiu Ming's voice was low as he replied, Shanghai's exotic beast, Qiongqi. Zhan Xiang exclaimed, Qiongqi, fierce yet stylish. I can't even describe how impressive it is. Roaring over the sea, claiming its reign, Duan Xiu Ming's brow furrowed, ink-wash national style. Zhan Xiang exclaimed, my goodness, Brother Ming, our decision to develop back home was indeed wise. Such artistry is absent from the bald eagle. Duan Xiu Ming continued to gaze at the painting, lost in thought. After a long pause, Zhan Xiang suddenly realized, shouting, brother, this is Miss Lu Er's painting. She created this? How remarkable. After this outburst, he returned to examining the cotton candy artwork, bewildered. Could both paintings truly be by the same artist? The disparity was astounding. Duan Xiu Ming began to search for her signature. And then he focused on the wings of Qiongqi, where he found it. The flames of the wings formed the characters, a signature in cursive. The character was Yi, penned in an audacious and sharp brushstroke, occupying 1/5 of the painting, seamlessly merging with the artwork. Duan Xiu Ming and Oppos' gaze froze, fixated on the character, unable to tear his eyes away. Moments later, he abruptly turned, staring at the painting on the wall. Dawn. The stylistic coherence and visual impact of both paintings clearly indicated they were the work of the same artist, not to mention the distinctive cursive signature. Duan Xiu Ming realized that Li Yu was a single character, merely split in the painting Dawn. The artist and Oppos' pseudonym was a single character, Yi. Was it the wildness of Lu Ming in the wild? There was no artist, Li Yu, only the artist Yi. It was her. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes sparkled uncontrollably. It was indeed her. Half a year ago, she demonstrated her resolve with Dawn, and now she had painted Qiongqi to manifest her ambition. Compared to Dawn, Qiongqi represented an elevated realm, No wonder she dismissed Dawn as worthless. This Qiongqi was not merely brimming with audacity. Duan Xiu Ming suddenly grasped her inner turmoil. What had she encountered? What drove her to such desperation to rescue, or even transform herself, to utilize every means to ascend? Yet, after enduring countless trials, the small boat did not simply ride the winds, nor did it embrace divine salvation. Instead, she chose to transform into a ferocious beast, succumbing to madness, revealing her claws, soaring with wings, stirring up tempests. Yes, she had once said she would become a sea monster amidst the raging waves, to personally stir up storms and fight. How could such a woman exist in this world? She utterly repudiated her past, even vehemently critiquing her former self. A stark metamorphosis, surging forward with a brand new visage. It was incredibly ruthless, a staggering courage and determination. Duan Xiu Ming closed his eyes, his voice muffled within his chest, a low murmur escaping. I think I'm going mad. Silence enveloped the room for an extended period, so long that Zhan Xiang hesitated to speak. The stillness was broken by a vibrating sound. Zhan Xiang glanced at his phone and quietly stepped outside. A few minutes later, Zhan Xiang returned, phone in hand, asking, Brother Ming, Miss Su is looking for you. Do you wish to meet? Duan Xiu Ming opened his eyes, regaining his composure. Who? Zhan Xiang whispered, covering the phone and Oppos. S microphone, Su Xia. Miss Lu Air and Amp. Oppos. S only friend in Shizi City. Shall we meet? Duan Xiu Ming donned his jacket. Yes. Chapter 61. It was her choice. The lounge in the wetland forest remained closed during the day. Zhan Xiang prepared 3 cups of tea and placed them on the table. Su Yu was engrossed in her phone and remarked wistfully, I knew that post in the moments was not from Lu Mingyu herself. Though she seldom uses her secondary account, she wouldn't post something like that. Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head. Secondary account? Su Yu replied yes. She had previously posted about her engagement on that account. It must have been orchestrated by the Lu family. Zhan Xiang turned to Duan Xiu Ming, Brother Ming. We guessed wrong. Duan Xiu Ming fell silent. At that moment, Su Yu placed a large package on the table. This is for Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. She is not here with me. Su Yu explained, I know. She returned to school. It's been several days since classes started. She postponed her enrollment. And since you're her boyfriend, shouldn't you go see her? Zhan Xiang was astonished. What? School? Su Yu was even more shocked. My goodness. You didn't know? She's pursuing her master's degree. Duan Xiu Ming closed his eyes in despair before reopening them. First, that was her secondary account. Secondly, she took her passport because she was eager to report to school. Why had he quarreled with her? It seemed he had made a grave error. Su Yu glanced over. Didn't he know about this? What kind of boyfriend are you? Duan Xiu Ming's expression turned icy, but he had no retort. Su Yu continued. However, you crashing the engagement banquet to abduct her was quite audacious. Otherwise, she wouldn't amp, oppose, to have known how to return to school. Zhan Xiang, curious about the school, quickly inquired, which country is Miss Lu studying in? What school? What was her major? Su Yu replied, the Royal College of Art in London. Zhan Xiang looked bewildered. What is that? Duan Xiu Ming clarified, the Royal College of Art in England. Yet he wondered why she would pursue fine arts with financial constraints. What was she thinking? Zhan Xiang quickly checked his phone for information, exclaiming, it's the top art institution globally. Miss Lu is truly remarkable. Unexpectedly, Su Yu seemed displaced. Stop calling her Miss Lu. Zhan Xiang asked, why not? Su Yu wrote down an address and burial plot number. This is where her biological parents are buried. Wait. Zhan Xiang was stunned. Her biological parents? Lu Mingyu isn't the second daughter of the Lu family? She's an adopted daughter? Su Yu shook her head. No. She is indeed the second daughter of the Lu family, but not the daughter of Lu Qiuliang and Du Wen Xian. She is the daughter of the Lu patriarch and Amp. Oppos, has second son. Her father renounced his inheritance to marry her mother and left the family to develop in the Demon City. Zhan Xiang exclaimed, what? Su Yu explained, Lu Mingyu grew up in the Demon City. She lost her parents at 12 and was brought to Shizi City. Zhan Xiang slapped his forehead, looking at Duan Xiu Ming, Brother Ming. The crux of the matter lies here. We have been mistaken all along. Duan Xiu Ming glanced out the window. Growing up in the Demon City, no wonder she spoke Cantonese and enjoyed Cantonese cuisine. He suddenly asked, "Did the Liu family treat her poorly?" Su Suyu replied, "It was exceedingly dreadful. You can't even imagine how terrible it was. It was basically abuse." Zhang Xiang asked in astonishment, "What kind of abuse? Taking away her phone?" Su Suyu scoffed, "Taking away her phone? That an amp, Oppos, S nothing. It was confinement, forcing her to transcribe the rules for women. Physical punishment, arranged marriages. They wouldn't even let her draw or study. It was too much." Duan Xiu Ming furrowed his brow. It seemed the severity of the situation surpassed his imagination. The glass blades at the engagement banquet had indeed been restrained, and the incident at the airport had been too lenient. Zhang Xiang exclaimed, "How perverse! They wouldn't even let her attend such a prestigious school? If they aren't her biological parents, what do we have to worry about?" Brother Ming, the actions at the engagement and the airport were far too lenient. Duan Xiu Ming asked, "Is there more?" Su Suyu shook her head. "That's all." Yet, Duan Xiu Ming firmly stated, "There must be something else." Su Suyu believe. "There is nothing else. We are best friends. She tells me everything. And isn't this matter serious enough?" "Not enough." Duan Xiu Ming's expression remained cold. Who said friends must share everything without reservation? He had discerned from those two paintings that there were deeper issues at play. Along with her words before leaving and those hollow eyes, it was evident she had suppressed all her emotions. She was hiding something significant. Susudue, disatise stativ. "I grew up with her. I know her better than you do." Duan Xiu Ming retorted coldly, "I can guarantee that no one in this world truly understands her." Susuyu contemplated for a moment before conceding, "You may be right. I and Oppos. LL wait until she settles down to ask her. But regardless, she is truly deserving of pity." What she desired was not pity. Duan Xiu Ming interrupted forcefully, his voice indifferent. "That is her choice." Susuyu glared at him in anger. "What kind of person are you?" Duan Xiu Ming turned away, raising his hand. "Please leave. Book a flight." Susuyu abruptly stood up, shouting, "There is no need to see me off. I truly regret coming to find you." Zhang Xiang calmly took out his phone. "Returning to Hong Kong?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "To the Demon City." Su Suyu, who had just reached the door, turned back in astonishment. "All right, brother." Zhang Xiang quickly booked a flight while walking towards Su Suyu. "Sister Su, shall I escort you to the door?" "I want an amp. Oppos. See you back. I'm a bit busy. Please understand." Duan Xiu Ming gazed out the window, deep in thought. She faced challenges, yet she rejected the pity and sympathy of others, refusing to position herself as a victim. The ability to create a piece like Xiongqi to negate Dawn clearly indicated her immense ambition. Did she need a mentor? She sought external appreciation, respect, the value of her existence. He resolved to visit the Demon City to uncover her past. What kind of person was she? Outside the lounge, Zhang Xiang escorted Su Suyu to the entrance. Suddenly, she turned and asked, "Will you go to London?" Zhang Xiang nodded, given Brother Ming and Oppos' demeanor. "It's inevitable. But speaking of it, Miss Liu has so many secrets. I'm quite astonished." Su Suyu handed over a large package. "Then please help me deliver these to Liu Mingyu." Zhang Xiang asked, "What is it? Does it need to be checked in?" Su Suyu opened the package. "These are serums. This is sunscreen, and here are scar creams. Please take them to her." Zhang Xiang, shocked and puzzled, inquired, "Why 10 boxes of scar cream? Are you buying in bulk? And can't she buy these there?" Su Suyu replied, "You don't understand her. She definitely wouldn't buy them herself." Zhang Xiang looked at her speechlessly. Brother Ming can buy them for her. Su Suyu frowned. "They're not essentials. She might not even accept them." Zhang Xiang rolled his eyes. "Sister Su, Brother Ming is a man. If he buys them and leaves them there, can she return them? Who else would she use them for? Can't you comprehend that logic?" Su Suyu is an idiot. "Wow, you're right. You're so clever." Zhang Xiang looked at her strangely. "Is that what you call clever? How foolish are the people you usually interact with?" Su Suyu sighed. "Don and Oppos, mention it. I even doubt if that foolish brother of mine is really my biological sibling." Chapter 62. The Enchanted Capital of Luminji. On that day, the two arrived at a cemetery in the enchanted capital. Zhang Xiang was searching for the grave number, muttering to himself, "Why isn't it a joint burial?" Duan Xiu Ming remained quiet, holding fresh flowers and incense as he searched. Soon, they found the tombstone of Liu Ming and Amp, Oppos, as parents. Although not side by side, they were in close proximity. As they stood before the gravestone, the atmosphere shifted. Zhang Xiang gazed at the names inscribed, momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Duan Xiu Ming commanded, "Investigate." Zhang Xiang promptly took out his phone to comply. They were well acquainted with the Guangfu region, possessing connections in an extensive network. Before long, Zhang Xiang spoke. Luminji was her former name before the age of 12. After joining the Liu family, she changed it to Luminjiu. I suspect she was compelled to do so. Duan Xiuming's emotions became complex as he stared at the three characters on the tombstone. It turned out that her nickname Yi and her artist pseudonym both derived from Luminji's Yi. Luminjiu and Luminji. Though merely a single character apart, they represented worlds away. Zhang Xiang continued to examine his phone, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. Mingge, what a tumultuous life Miss Liu has led. So many secrets." "My goodness." Duan Xiuming inquired, "What else?" Zhang Xiang, filled with awe, replied, "Do you know who her mother is? A custodian of Cantonese opera, the leading actress. Incredible. Initially, I thought Miss Liu had hit the genetic lottery, but it turns out it's a stable inheritance. Her mother is stunning." Duan Xiuming urged, "Continue." Zhang Xiang spoke with reverence. "Her father is equally remarkable, a man of great integrity. He relinquished his inheritance for love, starting anew in the enchanted capital, becoming a leader in his field. Both her parents were exceptional, tragically perishing in a car accident a decade ago. Such a pity." Duan Xiuming reflected. "Heaven is envious of the talented." Sighing, Zhang Xiang lamented. Her father's company was swallowed up, leaving nothing behind. Her mother had nothing left either. At 12, she was left with nothing but scraps. Duan Xiuming frowned. Silent. The tuition and living expenses for studying abroad were earned by her through selling her art. If not for his appreciation of talent, magnifying her worth tenfold. How many paintings would she need to sell? And that day, when she cautiously asked him if he was wealthy, she must have had something in mind that required funding. However, that endeavor never materialized, and she never requested his financial support. That was the only time she called him a Ming. A rare glimpse of vulnerability from such a strong individual could not possibly be trivial. She had endured countless experiences he remained unaware of. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang gasped. Miss Liu was a prodigy in classical studies as a child. Mastering traditional Chinese painting and calligraphy, she won numerous awards. Duan Xiuming remarked, "It's evident. She is extraordinarily gifted." The Liu family could not have afforded tutors for her. After 12, she must have been self-taught. To achieve such a high level of expertise through self-study, what else could it be but genius? Those eyes are so bright. Zhang Xiang pointed to an award-winning photograph, adding, "I and Oppose." He never seen that expression in the eyes of the second Miss Liu from Shizi City. Duan Xiuming also observed those eyes, ablaze like fire, sparkling like stars. He abruptly averted his gaze, his brow furrowing. He could not bear to look. Such dazzling eyes. How could they have been dulled to such a lackluster state? On the day they parted in the apartment, he had witnessed the emptiness in her eyes. She felt nothing. His kisses, his anger, even his coercion left her unmoved. Only when analyzing the painting, dawn had the spark within her eyes flickered to life. But it was merely a glimmer, far from the brilliance captured in the photograph. The radiance and fervor she should have possessed had been thoroughly frozen, leaving only traces of sharpness and defiance. Zhang Xiang continued to scroll through his phone, expressing his astonishment. What on earth did the Liu family do to her? Her personality has changed so drastically. But Miss Liu is incredibly strong. She managed to gain admission to the Royal Academy of Arts. Impressive. Duan Xiuming slowly replied, "Indeed impressive. To create Xiongqi under such pressure displays a resolve few can possess." The Liu family, the Qin family, the Shizi City elite alliance. One person standing against an entire city. "Let us pay our respects," Duan Xiuming stated. Zhang Xiang swiftly lit the incense and offered it. After the tribute, Zhang Xiang inquired in confusion, with no wealth to her name. Why does she insist on attending such an expensive school? Is it merely for the prestige of being top one? It seems reckless, disregarding food and accommodation to pursue this. Duan Xiuming explained, the exchange of inspiration among peers from similar circles, the cultural collisions from different countries. This is vital for artists. What could one achieve in isolation? Zhan Xiang remained puzzled, but that tuition is exorbitant for her. Pure art offers poor employment prospects. What is she thinking? She is clearly intelligent. Yet this decision seems lacking in foresight. Was she truly up to? Duan Xiu Ming gazed into the distant sky, narrowing his eyes. She desires fame, not for profit, but for renown. When one considers everything, this ambition becomes glaringly obvious. Offer her billions, and she would refuse. She insists on trading her art through platforms, where galleries and exhibitions take hefty commissions. Can public transactions elevate her fame? Though not part of the art circle, Duan Xiu Ming could surmise her intentions. Pure art may not guarantee employment, yet the ceiling for artistic achievement is extraordinarily high. This is an unwavering confidence. She aspires to be a master, a globally recognized artist. She seeks societal status, the pinnacle of the art world. What a vibrant ambition. She is not merely the second Miss Liu of Shizi City. She is Luminji of the enchanted capital. Unable to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, Duan Xiu Ming strode forward. Zhan Xiang hurried to keep pace. Mingge, let me arrange the itinerary. Shall we visit the Royal Academy to find your sister-in-law? Duan Xiu Ming retorted, do not call her sister-in-law. She has no time to entertain romance. Her mind is solely focused on winning. Zhan Xiang exclaimed, what? Duan Xiu Ming and Amp, Oppos. As eyes glimmered, I will fly to London. You go to Xiangshan Island. Zhan Xiang gasped, why? Duan Xiu Ming replied, transfer some funds to Shizi City under the name of Duan Xiuji, investing in an art exhibition, large scale, in a bustling location, to be built on site. Zhan Xiang remarked, that sounds great, but why not first allocate some funds to Miss Liu? She must desperately need financial support. Duan Xiu Ming did not respond to his question, adding, also, which brands constitute the top 10 galleries in the world? Engage with them. Select one for acquisition. Zhan Xiang replied, understood. Duan Xiu Ming's plans unfolded one after another. Did our elite alliance not make bold statements? You go to Shizi City to establish a network. Zhan Xiang was taken aback. Wait, establish a network? Duan Xiu Ming quickened his pace. Unleash your full potential. Go all out. Zhan Xiang was bewildered. Such a grand undertaking? Duan Xiu Ming declared, open the domestic market. Take them on. Zhan Xiang felt a surge of excitement. All right, Mingge, it's finally my time to shine. I will ensure their downfall within 2 years. Duan Xiu Ming suddenly paused. Leave some room to breathe. Do not go bankrupt. Zhan Xiang queried, why is that? Duan Xiu Ming replied, let her deliver the final blow herself. Revenge is sweetest when served personally. Let her relish it. Chapter 63. Wait. Who was on the high seas cruise? Xiong Shengao. Zhan Xiang met with Yin Tianzhua to resolve matters and shared a meal together. Yin Tianzhua, visibly agitated, exclaimed, what transpired that day? Am I unworthy of knowing the truth? I am diligently working in Xiangjiang, and while Mingge neglects to involve me, Yubadan and Oppos, T even replied to my messages. Do you believe I wanted Oppos? T punch you? Zhan Xiang waved his hand dismissively. I was genuinely busy. You cannot fathom the chaos of that scene. Mingge was on the verge of violence. Yin Tianzhua's anger intensified. What classified event could possibly justify my exclusion? What purpose does my prowess serve? Zhan Xiang replied, it was of no use to you, and it was a personal matter for Mingge. Yin Tianzhua tilted his head. What? Zhan Xiang nodded. It pertains to emotional affairs. Yin Tianzhua was taken aback. Emotions? A woman? Surely not. Zhan Xiang chuckled. Indeed, it was indeed for a woman. Yin Tianzhua was astounded. Which woman could compel Mingge to initiate a highest-level emergency protocol and breach a confidential negotiation? Had your signal been delayed by even a second, you would have been riddled with bullets, do you understand? Zhan Xiang pondered for a moment, anxiety creeping in at that time. Who had the luxury to ponder? It was urgent. Mingge even divulged his phone password to her. Yin Tianzhua's eyes widened. Which woman? Why is it so exceptional? Zhan Xiang waved his hand. Let's not discuss it. Mingge exhibited a myriad of uncontrollable emotions around her, the kind that would startle anyone. Suddenly, Yin Tianzhua had a revelation and laughed. Aha! It must be the one on the high seas cruise. Mingge signaled for the highest negotiation level, which astonished me. Zhan Xiang was momentarily stunned. Then a look of terror crossed his face. Wait. Who was on that high seas cruise? Yin Tianzhua, confused for a moment, then shared in the terror. They exchanged glances, a profound silence enveloping them, and an odd atmosphere began to spread. Zhang Xiang broke the silence. I will go first. What transpired between Ming Gu and that individual on the cruise? Yin Tianzhua replied, they spent an entire night together in the penthouse suite. Zhang Xiang erupted in disbelief. What? Was he merely acting in Shizi City? There are so many plans at stake. Yin Tianzhua pressed on. Now it's my turn. How far have Ming Gu and Shizi progressed? Zhang Xiang responded, they're discussing marriage. He went there to elope, and he is dead serious about it. Yin Tianzhua and Oppose. As emotions flared, good heavens. So Ming Gu has two partners? Is he openly challenging the family traditions of the Duan clan? Does he no longer wish to be the heir? Zhang Xiang rubbed his temples. Let me think. I need to analyze this. However, Yin Tianzhua could not contain himself. If it and Oppose, as merely dating, that would be one thing. But if he is contemplating marriage, he risks being disowned by the Duan family. The Duan clan enforces strict rules to prevent internal strife and division. Zhang Xiang held his head in his hands. I know. Please stop shouting. Yin Tianzhua continued. Could it be that Ming Gu is attempting to rebel? A grand scheme? Is the recent upheaval in Xiangjiang merely a rehearsal for his intentions? Zhang Xiang abruptly raised his head. Mind your words. Yin Tianzhua realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly serious, Zhang Xiang. If Ming Ji's intent is rebellion, it will inevitably lead to conflict on a scale that could overturn all of Xiangjiang. Zhang Xiang retorted, and? Yin Tianzhua placed his hand on his waist. The secret is too significant. I must clarify something. Zhang Xiang glanced at his movement with a cold smile. What? Do you intend to silence me? Yin Tianzhua's eyes flashed with intent. I apologize, but if it is indeed a secret, silence is necessary. Zhang Xiang raised his phone high. Do you believe that before you pull the trigger, I won't detonate this place with a single command and perish alongside you? Yin Tianzhua's arm tensed. I have but one question. The Duan family or Ming Gu? Whom do you choose? Zhang Xiang and Oppose. S. palms began to sweat. Shall we say it together? 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yin Tianzhua declared, Ming Gu. Zhang Xiang echoed, Ming Gu. Both exhaled in relief simultaneously. One shook his hand that rested on his waist. The other tossed his phone onto the table. Yin Tianzhua gasped. The matter may not even be true, yet we nearly brought each other to ruin. Zhang Xiang wiped the sweat from his brow. You were too agitated. I am not part of the Duan clan. I have been with Ming Gu in the White Eagle from the beginning. What is there to doubt about loyalty? Yin Tianzhua insisted. I must question. I am not you. How can I know your thoughts? Zhang Xiang slammed the table. Let us cease this topic. It is not our place to speculate. Can you not think more rationally? Is there something wrong with you? The two fell silent, focusing intently on their meal. A day later, noon, at the Pure Art Studio of Huang Yi. Chen La was propping his chin while observing Lu Mingyu mixing colors. Why didn't you join me for that fried chicken? Lu Mingyu frowned, oily. Chen La insisted. No, we must go. Lu Mingyu replied. It and Oppose. It's unpalatable. I can't and Oppose. Tea swallow it. Chen La asked, shall we go for drinks tonight? Lu Mingyu shook his head. Not going. I must finish my assignments today. Chen La responded, fine. I'll drink a bit on my own. I'll come find you at 11 tonight. And we shall drink together. We won't return until we are intoxicated. Lu Mingyu sighed. Chen La, where are your ears? Chen La cheerfully replied, they're just fine. Lu Mingyu retorted, you're profoundly hard of hearing. Chen La slung his bag over his shoulder. I'm off now. Lu Mingyu urged, hurry along then. The studio returned to tranquility with only the soft rustling of paper echoing. Afternoon. An elderly professor escorted Duan Xiu Ming into the Pure Art Studio building. Here we are. Thank you for your sponsorship. The professor smiled warmly. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. I will explore on my own. No need to guide me. The professor readily agreed, and after exchanging a few more words, departed. Duan Xiu Ming wandered leisurely through the first floor and soon spotted a familiar figure in one of the studio compartments. He softened his footsteps, pausing in the corridor. She remained oblivious to his presence. He found a shadowy corner, leaning against the wall, quietly observing. In her left hand, she wielded a palette knife, diligently working on an abstract painting. It was a mirage, a cascade of vibrant colors. Duan Xiu Ming nodded, appreciating the piece. The brushwork and composition were exquisite. The color scheme, outstanding. Her sense of color was truly remarkable. It must be an innate talent. Indeed, she was left-handed. Painting with her left hand was her true form. She remained unaware of anyone in the corridor, retrieving paper to continue her work. Duan Xiu Ming nodded again, recalling his initial discovery in that marriage proposal box. When she painted or admired art, her concentration was profound, as if she entered a miniature world. If left undisturbed, she would automatically filter out everything around her. Her focus solely on her work. Was the second painting an ink splash? He watched as she splashed ink, allowing it to dry partially before dipping into blue paint. She wrote 3 characters, a name, Duan Xiu Ming. Chapter 64. Shattering the southern wall in elegant cursive, her name appeared. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow, the curve of his lips widening. Fortunately, he had learned to discern characters in cursive. Otherwise, he would not have realized she was writing about him. What? Does she have feelings for him? She then began inscribing Duan Xiuji, followed by 3 shadows become 1. Duan Xiu Ming was perplexed. Forgive him for not grasping the whimsical thought process of an artist. Yet, his spirits remained high. Whether it was Duan Xiu Ming or Duan Xiuji, both were manifestations of him. Did she miss him? But soon, the smile faded from Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's face. Something was amiss. She dipped her brush in vermilion paint and inscribed 3 more words, become him. She then began to repeat, become him, become him, become him, become him, become him. The words piled on top of each other, overwhelming the previous inscriptions of Duan Xiu Ming, Duan Xiuji, and 3 shadows become 1. He watched in astonishment. Next, she mixed colors, creating a hue reminiscent of a nebula and turquoise. After dipping her brush, she began to write something else. Her strokes suddenly became wild and defiant. If only I had the heavenly sword to cross the sea and slay the great whale. Commanded by heaven, may I live long and prosper. Heaven defies me? Let him perish. I have traversed 3,000 miles in battle. When my flowers bloom, 100 flowers will perish. Kill, 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 kill. Each frantic stroke sent shivers down the spine. She continued, to die fighting? Then let us fight. Crash into the southern wall. Break through the southern wall. Shatter the southern wall. It was a grotesque absurdity, a hysterical outpouring. Layer upon layer of words obscured the previous inscriptions. The chaotic yet indistinguishable cursive, combined with vibrant colors, created an overwhelming visual impact, manifesting an indescribable, eerie beauty. It was utterly explosive. Suddenly, she hurled her brush and lifted a basin of ink. With a splash, she doused the canvas anew. A spontaneous gesture, the words only partially obscured, remained faintly visible due to the overlapping. During the waiting time for the ink to dry, she did not pause, switching brushes and mixing colors again. This time, it was another shade of vermilion, and she began to write. I wish. She hesitated, her breath caught in her throat, the atmosphere thick with tension. Her brush froze mid-air, droplets of paint falling, staining her with no concern. After about a minute, she inscribed 4 large characters. I wish to ascend. The layering began. Ascend, 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 ascend. Then came the 2-character overlay. Ambition. She launched into a frenzy of writing. The strongest, the strongest, the strongest, the strongest, the strongest, the strongest. Frantic ambition. Her very soul seemed on the verge of erupting. Duan Xiu Ming leaned against the wall, his chiseled features softened by the dim light, becoming almost ethereal. Good heavens! He could scarcely articulate the emotions stirring within him. Was this truly her state when she painted? He realized where her concealed emotions had been channeled, into her art. She wielded her creativity like a weapon. No wonder she could create works such as Dawn and Xiangqi. How could her seemingly fragile body harness such formidable spirit? He longed to lend her his strength. The ink splattered as the backdrop, the cursive as the theme. Myriad words in varying hues layered upon one another until they became indistinct, forming a unique texture. Ultimately, it manifested as a vibrant splash painting. In the depths of ink, the clash of green and red was resplendent, transforming color into a spectacle. Both the ink splashing and the brushwork were executed with a traditional brush, just as her calligraphy was. She harmonized the two forms, epitomizing the pinnacle of Eastern aesthetics. Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's eyes shimmered with boundless admiration. What a genius! She commenced the final touches, embellishing and refining. After a considerable time, she completed her work. Duan Xiu Ming remained still, yet to inscribe his name. To his surprise, she did not sign, simply placing the brush down. Duan Xiu Ming was perplexed. It had layered, revealing the character wild from beneath, a subtle signature seamlessly integrated into the artwork. Remarkable. However, she had employed ordinary paint. The paper was also unremarkable. The exquisite details fell short of matching the grandeur and astonishing spirit of the piece. Esteemed artists utilize only the rarest and most precious natural mineral pigments for their splash paintings, often going to great lengths to procure them, even engaging in fierce competition for the finest stones. They invest time and energy grinding these materials, crafting art with exorbitantly priced minerals. She had none of this. Duan Xiu Ming felt a pang of regret for her. As Lu Mingyu finished and began to tidy the chaos around her, she prepared the painting for display. Duan Xiu Ming did not offer assistance, silently observing her diligent work. 7 parts painting, 3 parts presentation. These were not inexpensive in the West. She had no parents, no team, no funds. She managed everything herself. Enrolled at the Royal Academy, the tuition and living expenses alone amounted to hundreds of thousands each year, leaving no room for finicky choices regarding materials. The burdens from Shizi City almost crushed her spirit. The Liu family had nearly derailed her life. Yet here she stood, painting as if she were bestowed with divine grace. She was the miracle. Her pitiful yet audacious demeanor, a contradiction, quickened Duan Xiu Ming's heartbeat. What a marvel! Is every artist a bit mad? How does one pursue such madness? Finally, she began to name her creation. Duan Xiu Ming clearly saw her inscribed 2 small characters at the side. Jealousy. The title of this artwork was indeed Jealousy. Duan Xiu Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Was she envious of him, jealous of his abilities? He found it somewhat amusing that he was envied by the woman he admired. Absurd yet rational. She yearned for what he possessed, but she lacked. They were entirely different beings in life and in their respective fields, not merely different, but often diametrically opposed. As he observed her wrapping up, Duan Xiu Ming lightened his steps, intending to step outside and wait. But then, a loud crash echoed from the studio. Duan Xiu Ming turned back, witnessing her collide with a shelf, eyes closed, her body teetering toward the ground. He swiftly rushed forward, catching her. It was already 11 in the evening. Her frail constitution had succumbed to the strain of intense painting, causing her to faint. Her lips trembled, her face pale. He cradled her in his arms, hastening outside. Upon exiting the building, he encountered a woman clad in red, wearing a fiery dress beneath a black trench coat on this wintry night. Duan Xiu Ming furrowed his brow, pulling Lu Mingyu closer, enveloping her within his embrace as they passed by. Unexpectedly, the woman blocked his path. Wait. Chen Leijiu had regained her composure, fixing her gaze on him. Who are you, and where are you taking her? Duan Xiu Ming, growing impatient, replied, the hospital. Chen Leijiu narrowed her eyes. What is the name of the person in your arms? Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's patients wore thin. Lu Mingyu. Incorrect. Let her go. Chen Leijiu lunged forward to seize her. But Duan Xiu Ming sidestepped, drawing Lu Mingyu even closer. Lu Mingji, from Yaodu. Is that sufficient? Chen Leijiu hesitated. What is your relationship with her? Duan Xiu Ming responded. I'm uncertain what I am to her. With that, he strode away. Chapter 65. 10 boxes of scar ointment in the hospital, within a solitary patient room. Lu Mingyu remained in a deep coma. During the examination, the doctor lifted her arm, causing Duan Xiu Ming, standing nearby, to gasp in horror. Even the doctor was taken aback, staring incredulously at her wrist. The gory wound had scabbed over, yet it appeared exceedingly abnormal. Captivity. Chains. Leave, Duan Xiu Ming commanded in a low voice. After the doctor exited the ward, he stepped forward and gently lifted her clothing to inspect her wrists and ankles. Her limbs bore injuries. He unfastened her collar to check for wounds, finding none at the front, and proceeded to examine her back. His gaze froze. After a lengthy pause, he continued to scrutinize her lower limbs. The injuries were concentrated on her back, wrists, and ankles, clear signs of shackles and whip marks. Duan Xiu Ming gazed at the person lying on the hospital bed, emotions swirling violently in his eyes. What had the Liu family done to her? Memories flooded back. On the day of the forced marriage, he had slapped her lightly, causing her to tremble. At that moment, he had scolded her. Who could have imagined she bore such wounds? Later, in the apartment, he had worried about bruising her wrist while massaging her, noticing her flinch. It turned out she was not evading his touch. She was in pain. The pungent scent of perfume had dulled his senses, rendering him oblivious to her countless scars. Subsequently, he had stormed off in anger, neglecting her condition. Could she keep up? She was in agony. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Zhan Xiang, Brother Ming. This is the list of items requested by Sue's sister. I've organized it. Duan Xiu Ming quickly pulled it up, noticing the last line, 10 boxes of scar ointment. He abruptly shut his eyes, furrowing his brow. Clearly, this was not the first occurrence. It had become a norm. This was not mere corporal punishment. No wonder her words had seemed so peculiar at times. Do you have violent tendencies? Aren't and Oppos. Are you going to hit me? Do you want to strike me? At the time, he had found her questions baffling and had even felt anger due to her distrust, never considering she was subconsciously on guard. She was terrified. Duan Xiu Ming studied her face. Even in sleep, her brow was furrowed, her eyelashes quivering rapidly. Was she dreaming? A nightmare? He adjusted her blanket and stepped out of the ward. The door opened and closed softly as doctors and nurses busily moved in and out. In a shadowy corner of the corridor, Duan Xiu Ming took out his phone and dialed Zhan Xiang. Investigate the Liu family. Use any means necessary. After hanging up, a profound silence enveloped him. Leaning against the corridor wall, he raised his gaze toward the distant ward door, remaining utterly still. Liu Mingyu dreamt of her grandmother's backyard. Just a door away, Liu Chuliang cast a ghostly glance. Her grandmother raised a fruit knife. Liu Mingyu jolted awake, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly became alert, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and the drip beside her. What was happening? What were they injecting her with? She attempted to sit up, but a pair of hands came forth, steadying her shoulders. A familiar voice chimed in, glucose. Liu Mingyu looked over in surprise. Duan Xiu Ming stood at her bedside, gently closing his eyes. Sleep, it's fine. Liu Mingyu continued to stare at him, stunned. Duan Xiu Ming grasped her hand. And amp, Oppos. S real, you need a rest. She gradually lay back down, shutting her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Duan Xiu Ming did not release her hand, holding it firmly. Later that night, she no longer suffered nightmares, sleeping soundly. When Liu Mingyu next opened her eyes, it was already noon the following day. She felt she had recovered well. Her hands and forearms bore puncture marks. Had she received 4 fluids and had blood drawn? The ward was empty, with a plate of food still warm beside her. She sat up, eating as memories flooded back. Had she been hallucinating? Had she truly seen Duan Xiu Ming? She had fainted in the studio yesterday. Who had brought her to this hospital? Why such an expensive private hospital? Who had paid for it? So many questions swirled in her mind. After finishing her meal, Liu Mingyu glanced at her phone for the time, got out of bed, tidied herself up, and then headed to school. The afternoon classes were demanding. Liu Mingyu was earnest in her studies, and after the first class, she hurried out of the building, running alongside several classmates toward the bus stop. The Royal Art Institute had 3 campuses, and her afternoon classes were split between 2 locations. After finishing here, she needed to continue at another campus. However, just as she had taken a few steps, snap! A sharp sound broke the air. Liu Mingyu halted and turned, stunned. Duan Xiu Ming looked at her. Why are you running so fast? Where are you going? Liu Mingyu. Duan Xiu Ming snapped his fingers again. Why are you dazed? Aren't you in class? Where to? Liu Mingyu blinked. To another campus for class. Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head in confusion. Why was studying at this school so complicated, requiring attendance at multiple campuses? Liu Mingyu was still astonished. Duan Xiu Ming had appeared before her. It had only been 3 days. Was he no longer angry? Hadn't an amp, Oppos, he been known for his bad temper? Duan Xiu Ming waved his hand, and immediately a car pulled up beside him. The driver exited and handed him the car keys. It was a pristine white Lamborghini supercar. This time, the nearby classmates were left in awe. The supercar before them was a limited edition Lightning, one of only 63 globally, in a custom white ghost color. Duan Xiu Ming opened the passenger door for her. Lu Mingyu stood frozen, her mind still lingering on the hospital room from the previous night. Oh, it wasn't a hallucination. Duan Xiu Ming looked at her. What are you waiting for? Get in. Lu Mingyu stepped forward and took her seat. Duan Xiu Ming closed the door for her, then walked around to the driver's side and started the vehicle. Which campus? Lead the way, he asked. Lu Mingyu played the role of an emotionless navigator throughout the ride. Duan Xiu Ming drove in silence, and upon arrival, he exited to open her door. He was as attentive as ever, with every detail in place. Lu Mingyu took a few steps out, then turned back, hesitating to speak. Duan Xiu Ming nodded toward her. Go to class first. We can talk after. Lu Mingyu nodded, turning to enter the teaching building. During class, her phone exploded with messages. An influx of inquiries pouring in. Some were curious, while others were tinged with sarcasm. In the past 2 days, Xu Rinkuan from a neighboring major had spread rumors about her around the campus, influenced by unknown sources. Lu Mingyu had always been a topic of conversation, constantly in the limelight. Chunla had also caught wind of the gossip, bombarding her with texts detailing everything he had witnessed that night, mixed with a mishmash of unfounded speculations. Lu Mingyu ignored all the messages, silencing her phone, and unleashed her inner scholar, focusing intently on the lecture. After class, as she organized her belongings, she contemplated while exiting the building. She scrolled through her phone to find an overwhelming number of messages, giving her a headache. After selecting a few to respond to, she called Chunla, who had sent her over 50 messages, filled with emotional expressions and punctuation. She simply did not want to read them all one by one. Chapter 66. This bed cannot accommodate 2 Chunla, after a swift connection, inquired, Hey, is the person Xu Rinkuan mentioned as the groom, the owner of the white Phantom Lightning car? Do you know the cost of that vehicle? It and Oppos. That's not something that can simply be purchased with money. Lu Mingyu replied, I know a little. Chunla, in a state of fervent excitement, exclaimed, Is he the person you told me about? He took you away yesterday. Lu Mingyu confirmed, Yes, it was him. Chunla pressed further, Are you truly playing both sides? Lu Mingyu retorted, Get lost. Chunla teased, You're on a giant ship, aren't you? Lu Mingyu remained silent. Chunla persisted, Were you coerced into the engagement? Speak up, quickly. You're driving me mad. Lu Mingyu explained, My grandmother was buried this morning, and my uncle's family insisted I get engaged this afternoon. You could draw your own conclusions. Chunla understood, I see. Would you like to challenge, Xu Rinkuan? I can prepare a banner for you. Lu Mingyu dismissed her. That's pointless. After hanging up, she stepped outside and spotted Duan Xiu Ming standing in an open area. The white Phantom was parked nearby, and he was strolling leisurely, admiring the artistic ambience of the Royal Art Academy. Approaching him, Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. Duan Xiu Ming handed her the car keys and asked, Do you have a driver's license? Lu Mingyu responded, No. He inquired further, Can you drive? Lu Mingyu shook her head, I cannot. His tone brooked no refusal, but this car is meant for you. Lu Mingyu was taken aback, gazing at the matte white phone and the elegant, distinguished white Phantom supercar. Duan Xiu Ming looked at her. Shall we give it a try? Lu Mingyu hesitated, I and Oppos. He never driven before. He opened the car door, placed the keys in her hand. I and Oppos. I'll teach you now. Her mind raced with 100 limitations, but Duan Xiu Ming urged, Drive, let in Oppos. Hit the road. I and Oppos. I'll take care of everything else. Stealing a glance at him, she settled into the driver's seat. It was her first time driving, yet it felt remarkably smooth. She had observed Su Siua driving and studied the steps and principles, though she had never executed them herself. With Duan Xiu Ming beside her, guiding her hand by hand, she quickly grasped the technique. She had longed to drive. Duan Xiu Ming directed her to a restaurant. Finding quality food in England was challenging. The culinary landscape was indeed a desert. Yet, not all was lost. The handling of ingredients was paramount. To her surprise, this restaurant proved to be quite satisfactory. Inside the restaurant, they sat facing each other, dining in silence. However, midway through the meal, Duan Xiu Ming suddenly called out, "Lu Mingji." Lu Mingyu paused, her hand clutching the utensils, and met his gaze. Duan Xiu Ming nonchalantly remarked, "I dislike your current name. I prefer your former name, Lu Mingji." Lu Mingyu fell into silence, nodding as she observed him. He appeared calm and focused on his meal, even casually serving her some dishes without a hint of emotion. After their meal, darkness enveloped the sky. As Duan Xiu Ming once again offered her the car keys, Lu Mingyu declined. His gaze lingered on her eyes, urging her to sit in the passenger seat. "Where to?" he asked. Lu Mingyu opened her phone and Oppo's navigation, revealing her residence, far from the student dormitories with less favorable conditions. Her dwelling was somewhat isolated. Upon arrival, Duan Xiu Ming exited the car, opened the front trunk, and retrieved a handbag. "Which floor do you live on?" he inquired. "Third floor," Lu Mingyu replied. Duan Xiu Ming stepped inside, exploring the space with a familiar demeanor, as if it were his own residence. The apartment was a small one-bedroom with a bathroom, devoid of a living room or kitchen. A modest table held a few books and an induction stove, the sparse belongings almost exaggeratedly minimalistic, indicating a life of little material desire. Lu Mingyu stood to the side, tilting her head as she watched him. Finally, Duan Xiu Ming pointed at the single bed, frowning. "This bed cannot accommodate two." Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. "Where do I sleep?" he queried. Lu Mingyu blinked. "Perhaps you should stay in a hotel?" Duan Xiu Ming suggested. "Then come with me." Lu Mingyu hesitated. No. "I'll take the floor," he insisted. Lu Mingyu remained silent. Duan Xiu Ming handed her the handbag. "Your friend, Su, asked me to bring this to you." Lu Mingyu was momentarily stunned. "For me?" "Indeed," he replied. Surprised, Lu Mingyu exclaimed, "I thought this was your luggage." "I just came alone." Duan Xiu Ming, unfazed, shed his outer coat and headed toward the bathroom, stating, "I'm taking a shower, using your towel." Before she could react, he had entered the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Lu Mingyu stood there dumbfounded, yet the sound of running water soon filled the air. What could she do? Rush in? With a sigh, she opened the handbag, revealing various daily skincare products and an abundance of scar ointment. About 50 boxes? Was he buying in bulk? Suddenly, a notification buzzed on her phone. "Su Suyue, has your boyfriend come find you? Did he buy the things I asked him to? Do you have any wounds?" "Su Suyue, my list with Zhang Xianglia included 10 boxes of scar ointment. Did he buy enough? It's so annoying. I wonder if he took it seriously." "Never mind. Oppos. LL sent it to you. Give me your address." Lu Mingyu stared at the messages, momentarily silent. Glancing up, she noticed shadows shifting behind the frosted glass of the bathroom door. Lu Mingyu replied to the messages, organized her items, and stepped onto the adjacent balcony. With a snap, she lit a cigarette. 20 minutes later, Duan Xiu Ming emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed, and upon spotting her on the balcony, he approached. There was a single chair where she sat cross-legged, gazing at the distant cityscape. The night breeze tousled her hair, creating a delicate dance. The sleeves of her coat concealed most of her hands, revealing only her fair, slender fingers. She absent-mindedly toyed with a lighter, occasionally spinning it as if deep in thought. As her fingers paused, the wind picked up and fell, producing a whispering sound. He watched her in silence, captivated for a full 5 minutes. She likely remained unaware of the magnetic allure she exuded in that moment. Different from her state while painting or in Shizi City, she appeared so carefree and unrestrained here, an entirely different charm. Duan Xiu Ming opened the balcony door and approached her. Lu Mingyu glanced at him. He first met her gaze before surveying the lighter in her hand, asking, "Is your liver and lung function satisfactory?" Lu Mingyu looked bewildered. Duan Xiu Ming continued, "With insufficient internal organ function, you still smoke and drink?" Lu Mingyu's lips parted in surprise at his words. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Duan Xiu Ming stated, "I have a high metabolism. I can indulge, but you cannot." After some contemplation, Lu Mingyu nodded and set the lighter down. Duan Xiu Ming added, "You need to undergo a physical examination tomorrow. Targeted care is essential. Once you're well, you can smoke and drink to your heart's content." Lu Mingyu replied, "I have classes tomorrow. On the weekend," he countered. Lu Mingyu averted her eyes, frowning slightly. Duan Xiu Ming's tone turned firm. If you refuse to go, I will drag you along. In truth, he had already conducted an examination the previous night at the hospital. However, something still felt amiss. Lu Mingyu met his gaze. I didn't say I wouldn't go. I'll go on the weekend. Then why the frown? He pressed. Lu Mingyu studied him in silence. Duan Xiu Ming, not pursuing further, pushed open the balcony door. It's cold outside. Let's go inside. Chapter 67. You should go to the Yanti department. Duan Xiu Ming indeed made a makeshift bed on the floor, showing no concern as he simply lay down, casually pulling a blanket over himself to sleep. In the darkness, Lu Mingyu lay beside him, her eyes wide open, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within her. She was still trying to process his sudden arrival. Why was he here? Why was he staying at her house? And the heir of the Duan family was sleeping on the floor? It was utterly unbelievable. On the floor, his typical gruff voice broke the silence. What are you staring at? Go to sleep. Lu Mingyu turned over and closed her eyes. In the dead of night, Duan Xiu Ming was jolted awake by the sound of rapid breathing. He sat up and noticed Lu Mingyu drenched in sweat, her eyes tightly shut as she gasped for air, seemingly on the verge of crying out. Another nightmare, he realized. He moved to the edge of the bed and gathered her into his arms, allowing her to rest against him. He carefully avoided her wounds, gently stroking her emaciated back, his fingers tracing soothing patterns. Before long, her breathing steadied, and she fell into a deep sleep. After ensuring she was secure, Duan Xiu Ming quietly rose and stepped out onto the balcony. He took out his phone to contact Zhan Xiang. Duan Xiu Ming, have you found anything? Hurry up. It was daytime in the country, and Zhan Xiang quickly replied. Zhan Xiang, I've found some information, but not everything. I'll sort it out and ensure it's clear by tomorrow night. A while later, Zhan Xiang sent another message. Shan Xiang, Ming Yi, can you please treat Miss Lu well? Don't be unfaithful. Consider it a personal request. Duan Xiu Ming, are you out of your mind? After sending the message, he paused. What information could Zhan Xiang have uncovered that led him to express such personal sentiments? When Lu Mingyu awoke the next morning, the room was empty, but a warm breakfast awaited her on the table. After washing up, she sat down to eat. Shortly after, Duan Xiu Ming returned, entering the room. The weather was quite cold, and he wore only a cardigan, the collar slightly open, revealing a hint of skin and the outline of his toned chest, radiating warmth. Lu Mingyu stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Duan Xiu Ming, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What's wrong?" "I went for a morning run." Still gazing at him, Lu Mingyu stood up and approached him. Duan Xiu Ming. She reached out, her cool fingertips brushing aside his collar, exploring. Duan Xiu Ming. Lu Mingyu pointed to a bruise on his chest and inquired, "What's this?" Duan Xiu Ming followed her finger with his gaze, his breathing changing rhythm. Gunshot wound. Gunshot wound. Lu Mingyu echoed, astonished. Duan Xiu Ming explained. A bulletproof vest can prevent bullets from penetrating the body, but it can end oppos. Stop the impact. It's a bit swollen, but it will heal soon. Lu Mingyu looked at him, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What had he been doing to get shot? Such an exhilarating life. She then glanced back at the bruise and gently pressed on it. At her touch, Duan Xiu Ming's gaze darkened instantly. Lu Mingyu tilted her head slightly, her inquisitive eyes locking onto his. They were so close that they could feel each other's warmth. She asked, "Was it at the White Eagle?" "Yes," he replied, his eyes lingering on her lips. Then he watched as her beautiful red lips moved, and she asked, "What does getting shot feel like?" Duan Xiu Ming averted his gaze, responding, "When it in damp, oppos, as through a bulletproof vest, it feels like a strong impact." "Does it hurt?" Duan Xiu Ming pressed his lips together, refraining from answering. It hurt, but not as much as it hurt her. Lu Mingyu lowered her eyes, continuing to observe the bruise, and softly asked, "Is this your normal state?" "Yes," he replied in a low voice, still merely affirming. Lu Mingyu pressed further, "Arin and amp. Amp? Oppos. You afraid of dying?" Duan Xiu Ming looked back at her, slowly saying, "I'm a bit afraid now." "Oh." A rare glimmer of light danced in her usually cool eyes, blossoming softly in the morning glow. She released her grip, adjusted his collar, and turned to gather her things, preparing to head to class. Duan Xiu Ming stood still, glancing down and then frowning. He questioned whether something was wrong with him. Why was he reacting this way? She had merely asked a couple of questions. Lu Mingyu walked past him with her bag. I'm off to class. Duan Xiu Ming donned his coat. I'll give you a ride. He didn't mention anything about her driving. On the way, Lu Mingyu felt a strange sensation. Before she turned 12, her parents would escort her to school every day. Now she was 22. Duan Xiu Ming felt similarly bewildered. What was he doing giving her a ride to school? Attending classes. It felt rather novel. They remained silent until they arrived on campus. Duan Xiu Ming exited the car and opened the door for her, lightly flicking her slightly wrinkled collar. What time does your class end? I'll come pick you up. Lu Mingyu replied, I need to go to the art studio today. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. Are you going to be there until 11 again? Lu Mingyu shrugged. Not sure. It could be 10 or 11. Duan Xiu Ming expressed his dissatisfaction. Your body can't handle it. Don't stay out so late. Lu Mingyu countered. Others do the same. And some don't leave until the early hours. Duan Xiu Ming responded, Is it that competitive? He and T really paid attention to the situation in other studios. But it was evident that studying at such a prestigious institution was no walk in the park. Lu Mingyu insisted, Regardless, it's quite late. You don't need to worry about me. Duan Xiu Ming replied, I'm not studying. I'll come by in the evening to bring you food. Lu Mingyu. Not far away, Chun La was walking briskly when she suddenly halted, leaning curiously to one side as she glanced over. Moments later, that white, ghostly figure drove away. Chun La dashed over, bumping into Lu Mingyu with her shoulder, her voice brimming with excitement. Hey, are you living together now? A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Mingyu and Appo's eyes as she replied, Curiosity, ISNT needed. Chun La insisted, No way. I have the same class as you. You must tell me everything during class. Lu Mingyu. Chun La followed her all the way to class, squeezing beside her and incessantly asking questions. What is his name? Duan Xiu. What does he do? A scion. Huh. So he is quite idle, right? Is he here to accompany you in your studies? Not sure. He clearly has a tough guy vibe. How could he drive that white ghostly car? It's a bit dreamy, yet somehow noble. For me. He gave it to you? Hurry. Let me take it for a spin. Right now. Get lost. Awesome. I want to show off by racing through the city 3 times. You should go to the ENT department. After a day of classes, Lu Mingyu was painting in the studio. The other rooms in the building were lit up. At this hour, students in the fine arts program were diligently working. Even the playful Chun La was busy in another room. At dinner time, Duan Xiu Ming appeared, bringing warm meals. Lu Mingyu had just finished a portion of her painting and paused to rest, turning around in surprise to see him. Duan Xiu Ming asked, What kind of look is that? Didn't I say I'd bring you food? Lu Mingyu responded, The entrance is quite strict. How did you get in? This was not the first time she had expressed such surprise. Duan Xiu Ming handed her the dinner. I can get in regardless. Lu Mingyu opened the container and took a few bites, momentarily stunned. Chinese food? Duan Xiu Ming replied. What is wrong with Chinese food? There are plenty of Chinese restaurants around. Lu Mingyu shook her head. This doesn't taste like the nearby restaurants. Duan Xiu Ming remained silent, simply watching her eat. Could it even be from a restaurant? He had hired a nutritionist to customize her meals based on her health condition and had flown in a chef from Hong Kong to prepare them on site. She needed to nourish her ailing body. After finishing her meal, Lu Mingyu intended to continue painting, as she had delayed her school registration for several days and had a mountain of assignments to catch up on. Duan Xiu Ming did not interrupt her and quietly stepped out. Meanwhile, a message arrived on the phone. Zhan Xiang, Brother Ming, prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 68, Do you need my assistance with washing? The winter air was frigid. Duan Xiu Ming stood outside the Chi studio building, braving the cold wind for 3 hours. Zhan Xiang had sent surveillance videos and photographs, which he replayed repeatedly until his phone was nearly drained of power. He witnessed the entire sequence of events from that day. Amidst the crimson chaos, she had witnessed her grandmother's tragic demise. It was evident that she had crumbled. Yet, she turned and fled without hesitation, exhibiting remarkable composure and formidable emotional control. She was on the verge of escaping, but was seized by her cousin at the door. Despite her struggles, she remained calm and even left a mark. She pierced her cousin's arm, creating a gaping wound. Quite an impressive feat. In that moment, the ferocity gleaming in her eyes resembled that of a fierce wolf. However, she could not evade the fate of being confined in the warehouse. The narrow, dimly lit space lacked surveillance, leaving the events within shrouded in mystery. Only the sporadic opening and closing of the door captured a few fleeting images. Her cousin had entered, brandishing a belt, and was later assisted out, clutching her neck, blood seeping from her wounds. Duan Xiu employed certain tactics to obtain internal photographs of the Liu family's warehouse. Many days had passed since the incident. Although the images were clear, they could not reconstruct the complete scene as it had been. The Liu family had been overwhelmed, with 3 of the 4 members, excluding Duan Xiu, lying in the hospital, preoccupied with external gossip and extending apologies to the Qin family. They had little time to address the warehouse. The photos depicted chains and blood, now dried and dark. Duan Xiu Ming saw her injuries in the hospital and could roughly surmise what had transpired. However, the backstory was too brutal. Following that, more photographs emerged. Duan Xiu had spared no effort, thoroughly searching the Liu household. He unearthed a vast quantity of discarded papers from another warehouse. Goodness, how many times had she been forced to transcribe the new Jia? What sort of absurdity was this? Why did the Liu family compel her to copy such a text? The handwriting was inconsistent, not in her preferred cursive style. The script showed a marked evolution, transitioning from awkward scribbles to a more fluid form. With her right hand, she had written so much that she had even developed a new script. Lastly, there were her medical records from the past decade, densely packed with injuries, too numerous to count. This was not the result of ordinary ailments. They were all external traumas. How many times had she been beaten? Moreover, at the age of 12, she had spent several days in the hospital, and the injuries documented were truly shocking. What had transpired that year? The loss of her parents, left alone and vulnerable, subjected to abuse by relatives in an unfamiliar city. Such a life had persisted for a decade, ravaging her body and mind to the brink of collapse. How had she managed to arrive at the Royal Art Academy? How had she painstakingly pieced together her shattered self and risen again, even revealing her claws and striking with formidable force? With only one battery remaining, in the evening gloom, Duan Xiu Ming's expression remained inscrutable as his cold fingers dialed yin tianzhua and amp, oppos, S number. He extended an invitation to the 4 members of the Liu family to the open sea, intending to entertain them and leave them gasping for air. After hanging up, his phone succumbed to darkness, the screen black. He lingered for a moment before turning and entering the building. Liu Mingyu had finished early today and was tidying up. She turned around to see Duan Xiu Ming walk in. Just as she was about to speak, he enveloped her in an embrace. This embrace felt distinctly different. He enveloped her entirely, shielding her from the chill. She could sense that he had come in with the cold wind, yet he did not feel cold. His arms were strong, his chest broad. He buried his head deeply into her shoulder, eyes closed, breathing heavily. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Liu Mingyu, passively held, gazed up at him, her eyes wide open. She felt an overwhelming, indescribable emotion enveloping them. After a considerable time, Duan Xiu Ming released her, inquiring, "Have you finished your painting?" Liu Mingyu looked at him in confusion and nodded. He reached out, adjusting her crumpled collar. "Let us head back." The journey home was steeped in silence. Neither spoke. However, suddenly he extended his hand, crossing the center console to grasp hers. Liu Mingyu looked down at their intertwined hands, momentarily stunned. Duan Xiu Ming and amp, oppos. S voice broke through, casual yet firm. "If you don't want to hold my hand, just let go." With that, he held on tightly. Liu Mingyu. Upon returning to her residence, Liu Mingyu discovered several articles of men's clothing among her belongings. It appeared as though someone intended to stay long-term, moving about as if it were their own home, charging their phone, and then lounging comfortably on her bed. Liu Mingyu regarded the individual before her with hesitance. Duan Xiu Ming remained unfazed. "What are you staring at? Am I not handsome?" Liu Mingyu replied, "I want to take a shower." Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. "What do you mean? Do you want me to help?" Liu Mingyu. He stood up, smiling. "I would be delighted." Liu Mingyu blinked and took a step back. "No, thank you. What I meant is that the bathroom door is glass." Duan Xiu Ming tilted his head. "Frosted glass? I can't see through it." Lu Mingyu responded, "It's strange. I'm not used to it." Duan Xiu Ming rose. "I'll go to the balcony. You wash up, and I'll wash after you." Lu Mingyu called after him, "Did you buy towels?" Duan Xiu Ming didn't and Oppos. T looked back, "I and Oppos. LL use yours." Lu Mingyu. What was his deal? Storming in and taking over her home. On the balcony, listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom, Duan Xiu Ming's playful demeanor vanished in an instant. He turned his back, facing the cityscape outside. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Duan Liqing and Oppos' number. "Brother," Duan Xiu Ming called out, "I've encountered some difficulties and wish to discuss them with you." Duan Liqing, surprised by the caller ID, confirmed it was indeed his younger brother before waving everyone out of the office, clearing the room. He found it hard to believe. "Since you turned 16, you and Oppos, been quite independent. This is the first time in 8 years you and Oppos, sought my help." Duan Xiu Ming replied, "The paths I've traversed are far fewer than the rice you've eaten." "How old were you when I was born?" Duan Liqing chuckled. "Your visit today reminds me of your childhood. Our parents were busy, and you were mischievous and domineering. No one could rein you in. I took you under my wing, much like raising a son." Memories of his childhood flooded back, moments that should have been heartwarming but left him in profound silence. What he possessed, she lacked. Duan Liqing reflected, "In the blink of an eye, you and Oppos, grown up, becoming strong and self-reliant. You entered the underworld at 16, became the heir at 18, and subsequently transformed into my protector, safeguarding our family." Duan Xiu Ming raised his gaze, his dark pupils fixed on the heart of the city. "I will continue to protect you. I ask that you two maintain your position on high ground to shield us from open threats." "Certainly," Duan Liqing affirmed, beginning to delve into the matter at hand. "What troubles you? Rest assured, brother will always stand by your side." Duan Xiu Ming stated, "I wish to inquire about matters of the heart." Chapter 69. She gave me a beating. Duan Liqing was taken aback and inquired, "Are you experiencing difficulties in your relationship? What about the wedding?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Let us postpone it. Her relative has passed away, and she needs to observe a period of mourning." With a gentle tone, Duan Liqing remarked, "Life is of utmost importance. The loss of a loved one is undoubtedly heartbreaking. You must be more understanding." Duan Xiu Ming paused for 2 seconds before confessing, "But I had an argument with her and nearly broke up. We might have already separated." Duan Liqing was momentarily stunned into silence. After a long pause, he suggested, "Don't ask. Just assume you haven't broken up." Duan Xiu Ming responded, "That's what I thought as well, but she is too busy to contemplate romance." Duan Liqing queried, "How could the argument escalate to such a degree? Is there some misunderstanding? Has she withheld something from you?" Duan Xiu Ming frowned slightly. "I was too fierce at that moment. She didn't have the chance to speak." Duan Liqing fell into an unusual silence. Duan Xiu Ming continued, "She probably didn't intend to tell me either." Duan Liqing sighed, "It's normal. There exists a type of woman who harbors significant matters within her heart, but does not express them outwardly." Duan Xiu Ming countered, "How do you know this so well?" Duan Liqing, slightly irritated, replied, "Your sister-in-law. She never shares anything with me." Duan Xiu Ming asked, "Isn't Isabel quite open?" Duan Liqing sighed again. "She has a lone wolf disposition. The things she shares are trivial, while the significant matters are never volunteered. The more critical the issue, the less she reveals. It's infuriating." Duan Xiu Ming inquired, "For instance?" Duan Liqing recalled, "During our courtship, she ventured alone into the Amazon's forbidden human zone without a word, disappearing for 3 months. I genuinely thought I had been subjected to silent treatment and had broken up. I was upset for a long time." Duan Xiu Ming became intrigued. "What happened next?" Duan Liqing replied, "Then she suddenly reappeared, acting as if nothing had happened, residing in my place, using my belongings, spending my money, and even climbing into my bed at midnight. I was furious and brought up breaking up." Duan Xiu Ming asked, "Did you two break up?" Duan Liqing stated, "No. She beat me up." Duan Xiu Ming was speechless. Duan Liqing added, "You are well aware of the dangers in the forbidden human zone. It's life-threatening. I only learned about it 6 months later. Just imagine how much she can bear within her heart. A woman capable of great deeds often remains unruffled." Duan Xiu Ming asked, "Is this silence due to distrust, Or does she feel she cannot help? Duan Liqing replied, "Both, but you must take the initiative to ask." Duan Xiu Ming acknowledged, understood. After hanging up, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased. Duan Xiu Ming listened to the movements without turning around. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended what she had said at the airport that day. Courage and confidence are not the same. Her talents were exceptional, yet she lacked a solid foundation. She had no support, no strong elders to guide her. She resembled a barrel constructed of uneven wooden planks, where all the other planks were tall, except for one that was notably short. The water within the barrel could only rise to the height of the shortest plank and no higher. That short plank represented her confidence. She was astute, attending a prestigious global university to enrich herself, expand her network, and gain recognition in various galleries. She utilized her fame as a foundation to bolster her confidence. She envied him, aspired to be like him, and initially sought to use him as a stepping stone. However, he had thrown a tantrum at the apartment, leaving her feeling guilty. At that moment, the bathroom door opened and footsteps were heard. Duan Xiu Ming turned around and fixed his gaze upon her. He followed her with his eyes as she moved towards the corner of the room to dry her hair. The sound of the hairdryer filled the air before it was turned off. After she finished drying her hair, she glanced towards the balcony with a questioning look. Duan Xiu Ming pushed open the balcony door, entered, removed his clothes, and stepped into the bathroom. Let her achieve fame. Zizisheng. One afternoon, Su Suya had changed to a new car, appearing at the wetland lounge in a moon-silver Lamborghini. Zhan Xiang opened the door to let her in. "Good afternoon." Su Suya scanned the room. The DCOR of the lounge remained unchanged, clearly indicating it would be open for business later that evening. She asked, "How can you be so bold, still staying here? Are you waiting for the aristocratic alliance to demolish your establishment?" Zhan Xiang raised an eyebrow. "My great-uncle is here. I have relatives, so why should I be afraid?" Su Suya rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Fine. If you're not afraid of losing money, then stay." Zhan Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. Su Suya continued, "A strange incident occurred recently. The Liu family was robbed, their house turned upside down, yet nothing was taken. And the surveillance didn't capture anything. It's bizarre, almost like a haunting." Zhan Xiang smiled. "Is that so? Did they report it to the police?" Su Suya shook her head. "No, the Liu family has 3 members in the hospital, and one is hiding at her parents' house. Now they suspect it was one of the hired help, but for some reason, the surveillance malfunctioned." Zhan Xiang continued to smile. "Then it must be a haunting." Su Suya added, "By the way, Lu Ming you mentioned her boyfriend is named Duan Xiu. He caused such a commotion at the airport, assaulted someone, and had an accident on the highway. How did he escape without any consequences?" Zhan Xiang did not pursue that topic further, but glanced at the moon-silver supercar outside. "My Lamborghini has met with an accident, and you've switched to a Lamborghini. Impressive, Su family sister." Su Suya frowned. "Can you refrain from calling me Su family sister? Who wants to be anyone's sister?" Zhan Xiang laughed. "How about Su Zong?" Su Suya was momentarily taken aback. Sizing him up, "Boss Zhan is quite perceptive." "Now I understand." Zhan Xiang nodded. Changing the subject, Su Zong has been thriving lately. The Qin and Liu families are in turmoil, and you have boldly split the difference. Who knew there was such a business opportunity behind the art exhibition? So well hidden. What are your plans moving forward? Count me in. Su Suya shook her head. The Art Association's project was planned long ago. It has nothing to do with their disputes. It was based on the information and ideas provided by Lu Mingyu. As for what comes next, are you looking to invest? Zhan Xiang replied, "Of course, Minggu is investing." Su Suya waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. My plans are long-term, and you R&T from Zizisheng. He has already left, and you can leave any time. What if I need to handle things later?" Zhan Xiang asserted. "I'll only return to Hong Kong during the holidays. I'll be in Zizisheng for the next 2 years, perhaps even longer." Su Suya was astonished. "Are you really investing?" Zhan Xiang chuckled. "You already know his name is Duan Xiu. Haven't you looked into the Duan family in Hong Kong?" Su Suya was initially taken aback, but after a while, she exclaimed in surprise, "The top-tier aristocratic Duan family in Hong Kong?" Zhan Xiang confirmed, "Exactly." Su Suya felt momentarily dazed. "Wow, that's impressive. No wonder he dared to disrupt the wedding. No wonder you two were so bold." Zhan Xiang suggested, "So, shall we collaborate?" Su Suya was intrigued. "How do we collaborate?" Tell me your plans. Zhan Xiang raised two fingers. We have two plans. First, to penetrate the mainland market. Second, to eradicate the aristocratic alliance. Su Xia's eyes sparkled. What a coincidence. I also have two plans. First, to ascend to the top of the business community. Second, to eliminate the aristocratic alliance. Zhan Xiang spread his hands. See, our plans overlap. Let us join forces. Su Xia proposed. Shall we draft a contract? Zhan Xiang affirmed. Of course, we must draft a contract and sign a confidentiality agreement. Su Xia questioned. Why so serious? Are you planning to invest a 9-digit sum? Zhan Xiang replied. Think bigger. Su Xia was left speechless. Chapter 70. Deceived by you from childhood to adulthood in the days that followed. Duan Xiu Ming slept on the floor of Lu Mingyu and Amp, Oppo's modest abode. She had suggested several times that they stay in a hotel, but he simply ignored her. Her daily routine consisted of attending classes, painting, returning home, and consuming the meals he brought her. Refusal was not an option. However, he exhibited a peculiar behavior, often regarding her with an unwavering and inquisitive gaze. One evening, in the cramped quarters, Lu Mingyu was perusing her private messages when she caught him staring at her again. Setting her phone aside, she called out, Duan Xiu Ming. He tilted his head, still fixated on her, and replied, I and Amp. Amp, Oppos. Am here. With a sigh, she questioned, Why do you keep looking at me? Duan Xiu Ming responded nonchalantly, You're quite beautiful. Stop staring, she retorted. Why not? On what grounds? He challenged. Lu Mingyu turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and murmured, It and Oppos, as quite unsettling. The limited space of her home made his intense scrutiny feel suffocating. Suddenly, Duan Xiu Ming inquired, Have you ever had plastic surgery? Lu Mingyu looked at him in astonishment, confusion evident in her expression. He continued, Oh, right, you're too broke to afford it. I want to hit him, she thought. Yet, he chuckled and asked, How did you become so beautiful? Is it hereditary? Lu Mingyu lowered her eyes. Reflecting for a moment before answering, My mother was exceptionally beautiful. Duan Xiu Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he said, Actually, I saw your mother perform when I was a child. More than once. Lu Mingyu gazed at him in surprise, her emotions shifting, a faint light flickering in her eyes. I mentioned before that I have an understanding of Cantonese opera. Your mother's troupe performed in Hong Kong, and I sat in the front row, he added. Lu Mingyu was momentarily speechless, her heart stirred by his words. After a long pause, she suddenly asked, But didn't you grow up in the White Eagle? Duan Xiu Ming pursed his lips, looking rather exasperated. I did grow up in the White Eagle, but I don't always go home for the new year. I'm a core member of my family. I return for holidays and family meetings, frequently flying back. Lu Mingyu blinked and nodded oh. Duan Xiu Ming shot her a sidelong glance. Your brain seems to be working quickly now. She offered a sheepish smile. He continued, 20 years ago, there was a stage accident during one of your mother's performances. Duan Xiu Ming and Oppos. Lips curled into a smirk, his gaze teasing. Wasn't it Oppos? At you who dashed onto the stage and suddenly urinated? Lu Mingyu was taken aback, shaking her head vehemently. That was not me. He raised a hand, don't deny it. I still have a video of my home in Hong Kong. When you come to visit during the holidays, we can watch it together. You were only 2 years old, so it and Oppos. It's understandable if you don't remember. Lu Mingyu stammered. Did you really remember? How old were you back then? I don't recall, he replied, but when your mother passed, I felt a great sense of loss and revisited her performance videos. The way the incident was handled on stage left a deep impression on me. All right, also, Duan Xiu Ming continued. There was that incident 14 years ago when you sneaked out to play before the show, causing your mother to panic. After the performance, you returned on your own and were scolded at the entrance. Was that you? That was indeed me. Duan Xiu Ming smirked. You had a bowl of shark fin soup in one hand and a serving of cart noodles in the other. Quite the appetite. Wearing an amp? Oppos. You? Lu Mingyu stared at him with wide eyes. How do you know such details? He scoffed. I was watching from the car. Then he added, before you left, you encountered a young master from a wealthy family by the restroom, who called you and Oppos, good sister and Oppos, and deceived you into saying you hadn't eaten all day. How pitiful. Lu Mingyu blinked in disbelief. Duan Xiu Ming declared, I was the fool who gave you the money. She fell silent, concealing her tumultuous emotions. Duan Xiu Ming pressed on. How much did I give you back then? $500, he snorted again. Were you pleased? That was around the new year. Effectively your lucky money. Lu Mingyu felt a bit embarrassed to respond. At that age, $500 had felt like a fortune to her, and she had spent it with unrestrained joy, relishing her temporary status as a little wealthy girl, commanding attention and admiration. Duan Xiu Ming laughed incredulously. You were quite the little rascal. Lu Mingyu lifted her gaze to observe him, utterly surprised to discover such a connection from their childhood. Duan Xiu Ming regarded her with a softened tone. Now that the new year is approaching again, do you wish for lucky money? Shall we play this game once more? Lu Mingyu suddenly lowered her head, frowning. A sensation akin to a collision of souls surged within her, quickening her heartbeat. Deception. Reveal your true self, Duan Xiu Ming remarked, lamenting that he had always been the gullible one, tricked by her since childhood, first for money and now for affection. Truly remarkable. Lu Mingyu remained silent. Duan Xiu Ming abruptly asked, if your mother hadn't had that accident and continued performing in Hong Kong, would you have followed her? Lu Mingyu pondered for a moment. I would have often accompanied the troupe to Hong Kong for fun. After a thoughtful pause, he replied, eventually we would have met, whether at that wedding in Shizi City or during your mother's performance in Hong Kong. No matter how we encountered each other, I would have noticed you and inevitably fallen for you. Perhaps the childhood companion I was meant to have was, it was always you. I would have willingly given you money, even knowing you were deceiving me. At that time, he had already been honing his skills in the White Eagle. Facing storms and tempests, why had he allowed himself to be tricked by her? Why had he given her so much? He normally wouldn't spare a glance at a homeless person. Perhaps it was the brilliance of those eyes from 14 years ago. Captivating to the point of being unforgettable, Lu Mingyu inhaled deeply, suppressing her racing heart. He truly astonished her. Duan Xiu Ming rose and approached her, squatting down to meet her gaze from slightly below. She furrowed her brows, emotions flickering across her face. He asked, does anyone in your family enjoy Cantonese opera? Lu Mingyu and Appo's heart tightened. My grandmother loved it. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. How is she? Lu Mingyu clenched the hem of her clothes. She has passed away. He continued to observe her. Do you want to cry? Lu Mingyu nodded and shook her head. I can't seem to cry. At that moment, her emotions threatened to overflow. He reached out, taking her hands in his. You can tell me anything. I can help you bear the burden. Lu Mingyu opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent, slowly exhaling. Duan Xiu Ming watched her emotions dissipate before him, her eyes becoming clear and bright. A four-character term sprang to mind. This woman is rather formidable. He stood and calmly gestured toward the bed. Let's get some rest. We have a physical examination tomorrow. Chapter 71. What is wrong with her eyes? Early the next morning, he took her to the private hospital where she had received intravenous treatment previously for a series of meticulous examinations. During the waiting period, Lu Mingyu was escorted to the lounge, which was furnished with an array of food and red tea. Having arrived on an empty stomach, she was finally able to enjoy a meal. Duan Xiu Ming, on the other hand, entered the Dr. Appo's office and closed the door behind him. What is wrong with her eyes? He inquired directly. The doctor replied slowly, she has night blindness and optic nerve damage. Optic nerve? She has a cranial injury. Duan Xiu Ming was taken aback, sitting up straight in shock. A flurry of names of ophthalmology hospitals and renowned specialists raced through his mind. Decompression surgery would require a craniotomy. At that moment, his complexion darkened considerably. The doctor quickly waved his hand. Oh no, it's not that serious. It is mild and not caused by external factors. After collecting his thoughts, Duan Xiu Ming asked, is surgery necessary? The doctor, startled by his intensity, shook his head. It has an end amp. Appo's reached that point. Duan Xiu Ming remained tense, pressing further. What is the impact? She still wants to paint. Should she take a break from school? But she would certainly refuse. The doctor reassured him. She can live a normal life. It may cause some dry eyes, dizziness, and nausea. He reiterated, it is genuinely mild. Duan Xiu Ming nodded, attempting to quell his earlier panic. Suddenly, his gaze flickered. Could her occasional inability to eat be related to this? She was as thin as if she were eating cat food. He inquired again, if it's not caused by external factors, what are the potential reasons? The doctor responded, there are many: significant mental stress, neurasthenia, and excessive eye strain could all be contributing factors. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. She was experiencing all of these, and it was far more severe than it appeared. The immense mental pressure, he had no idea how she had endured it. She was also excessively using her eyes, staying up late to paint. Could it be due to crying? He suddenly asked. She has nightmares every night and sometimes cries out. Her expression is one of deep distress. She has been crying almost daily since she was 12, until she completely ran out of tears. The doctor nodded. That is certainly a possibility. Crying can cause damage. Duan Xiu Ming suppressed his emotions and inquired, how can it be treated? It can be cured, right? If it couldn't be cured, the last shred of motivation that drove her to strive would vanish. She had reached this point purely by her indomitable spirit. If her eyes were injured and she could no longer paint, it would be akin to condemning her to death. She hadn't yet avenged herself. She could not endure any more turmoil. It would be a complete breakdown. Fortunately, the doctor provided a reassuring answer. Medication, regular checkups, rest assured it can be cured. Duan Xiu Ming responded, I can't be at ease. As he was leaving the doctor's office with the medication, Lu Mingyu had just finished her meal and set her teacup down. He walked over to her, and when she looked up, her gaze was filled with inquiry. Suddenly, he leaned down and placed a kiss on her eyes. Lu Mingyu closed her eyes and then opened them again, slightly bewildered. She suddenly remembered that he had kissed her eyes the first time they met. But the circumstances then were entirely different from now. Shall we go? He asked. Lu Mingyu stood up and questioned, why did you suddenly kiss me? Duan Xiu Ming, seemingly indifferent, replied, oh, you're quite beautiful. I couldn't amp, oppose, tell myself. Lu Mingyu. Upon leaving the hospital, Duan Xiu Ming quickly forwarded the examination results to the nutritionist to readjust the meal plan. Lu Mingyu looked at the white vehicle before her and said, Duan Xiu Ming, I want to drive. Duan Xiu Ming paused briefly before opening the passenger door for her. You can drive later. Lu Mingyu thought for a second before asking the crucial question, what is wrong with my eyes? Duan Xiu Ming turned to her. You have night blindness and dry syndrome. If you want to continue painting without any issues, take your medication on time, rest well, and avoid staying up late. Do you understand? Lu Mingyu gazed silently at him, her expression unreadable, and said nothing. Duan Xiu Ming lowered his head and pondered for 2 seconds. Optic nerve damage mild. Lu Mingyu tilted her head, struggling to comprehend. Duan Xiu Ming patted her lower back. It sounds alarming, but it can be treated and will improve quickly. You must protect your eyes. Lu Mingyu nodded and took her seat in the passenger side. On the way back, Lu Mingyu proposed, shall we stop by the supermarket? Can you buy a bath towel? Duan Xiu Ming shot her a glance. Are you discontent with me using your towel? Lu Mingyu replied, be a bit discerning. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. No complaints allowed. Lu Mingyu retorted, you, a scion of a wealthy family, insist on using my towel? Duan Xiu Ming scoffed. You still remember I'm from a wealthy family? From now on, you must obey my every command, understood? Lu Mingyu fell silent for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist, saying 3 words. Shut up. The corners of Duan Xiu Ming and Oppo's mouth curved upward. He then reached over, across the center console, and grasped her arm. Their fingers intertwined. Eventually, they went to the supermarket. Duan Xiu Ming bought a bath towel and some ingredients. Upon returning to their residence, night had already fallen. Duan Xiu Ming placed the ingredients on the table and then looked at Lu Mingyu as if it were a matter of course. Lu Mingyu asked, you want me to cook for you? Duan Xiu Ming replied, can you cook? Lu Mingyu countered, what about you? Duan Xiu Ming answered, I can only boil chicken breast. He continued to gaze at her without hesitation. Lu Mingyu approached, intending to prepare a meal, but in the next moment, he pushed her aside. Your hands are better suited for holding a paintbrush, he said, and with practiced ease, he began to handle the ingredients and heat the induction cooker. His fluid movements were indicative of someone who frequently cooked. Lu Mingyu watched for a moment and exclaimed, you big liar. Duan Xiu Ming shot back, how dare you say that? Huh? Lu Mingyu, who is the real big liar? In the confined space, he prepared dinner for both of them. Suddenly, Lu Mingyu asked, the meals I eat every day, they aren't made by you, right? Duan Xiu Ming replied, you're overthinking it. Oh, she sighed in relief. As he added seasonings, Duan Xiu Ming looked up at her. You don't eat spicy food, do you? Lu Mingyu answered, I can eat it, but I don't want to. Duan Xiu Ming inquired, Have you never eaten it since childhood? Lu Mingyu turned her head, and after a moment, she spoke. My mom would scold me. Duan Xiu Ming subtly smirked, echoing her tone. Your mom would scold you. Lu Mingyu. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at her again. You are a typical Cantonese. Lu Mingyu sighed. It causes heatiness. Duan Xiu Ming teased. Your mom would scold you. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but raise her voice. Stop imitating. Duan Xiu Ming inexplicably began to smile at her. Lu Mingyu took a few deep breaths. As she turned her head, she noticed a half-open pack of cigarettes in the corner. She walked over, picked it up, and counted. There was not a single one missing. Duan Xiu Ming's voice rang out, laced with warning, no smoking for 6 months. Lu Mingyu turned to look at him. Have you not smoked in many days? Duan Xiu Ming continued to prepare the ingredients without looking up. Yeah, what's it to you? Lu Mingyu tilted her head and asked, Is your abstinence due to secondhand smoke? But I saw you smoking quite a bit in Zizisheng. Don't you have an addiction? Duan Xiu Ming lifted his gaze slightly. If I can't even resist this, what am I doing? Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Then, she tossed the half-pack of cigarettes into the trash. How powerful! She wanted to be that strong, too. Chapter 72. He is afraid of insects before long. 2 plates of food were prepared and arranged neatly on the table. Lu Mingyu took a bite and remarked, You should refrain from cooking in the future. Duan Xiu Ming nodded in agreement, but his expression remained impassive as he finished his meal, as if eating were merely a means of sustaining his existence. In the evening, she opened a book to study, but he approached and abruptly closed it. Lu Mingyu looked at him in surprise. Duan Xiu Ming pointed to the overhead light, saying, This lighting is unsuitable for reading. Do you wish to ruin your eyesight? Lu Mingyu proposed. Shall we buy a lamp tomorrow? Very well, he replied casually, turning to fetch water before returning. Suddenly, he grasped her jaw with one hand and forced a pill in her mouth, extending the cup of water toward her as if he might pour it down her throat. Lu Mingyu exclaimed, You administer medicine like you're forcing poison. Duan Xiu Ming insisted firmly, Swallow it and then we can talk. Reluctantly, Lu Mingyu swallowed the pill, momentarily stunned by his intensity. It seemed he was ready to engage in a confrontation if she refused, his demeanor exuding an air of vigilance. I'm going to shower and then sleep early, he announced, taking a towel and entering the bathroom. Lu Mingyu did not object. The poor lighting made studying ineffective, and it was a rare weekend. She tidied her books on the table and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling while listening to the sound of running water. Her mood was peculiar. Even though she had grown accustomed to this daily routine, it still felt unsettling. How long did he intend to stay here? Would he continue to sleep on the floor indefinitely? Suddenly, the water ceased. Lu Mingyu, come in for a moment, his deep voice called from within. Startled, she glanced toward the steamy bathroom, where she could see his silhouette through the frosted glass. He had clearly not finished bathing, yet still beckoned her inside. Hurry up, he urged again. Reluctantly, Lu Mingyu got up and opened the door. Inside the bathroom, Duan Xiu Ming stood in the corner of the shower, wrapped in a towel. Leaning against the wall, droplets of water cascading down his chest. His physique was astonishing, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, each muscle finely defined, exuding an aura of power with even the slightest motion. His hair, damp and tousled, hung loosely over his forehead, contrasting sharply with his usual appearance. When he turned to look at her, his dark eyes were cold, and his lips pressed tightly together. Lu Mingyu averted her gaze and asked, What is the matter? There's an insect, he replied nonchalantly. Lu Mingyu felt bewildered. Catch it or kill it. Duan Xiu Ming shot her a glance. I'm afraid. Excuse me? She replied, incredulous. I'm afraid, he reiterated, pointing to a corner of the bathroom. Following his finger, Lu Mingyu spotted a tiny, harmless spider. She was taken aback. You're afraid of insects? He appeared utterly unfazed, his composure unshaken. How could someone so strong fear such a small creature? Just before dinner, she had admired his strength. With arms crossed, he maintained his indifferent demeanor. The phone is on the table. The password is Cunning Girl. Call my brother and ask him if I've been afraid of insects since childhood. Lu Mingyu responded with silence. Duan Xiu Ming's gaze returned to the spider. It moved. With a sense of determination, Lu Mingyu stepped forward, took a tissue, and swiftly disposed of the spider. After completing the task, she turned to exit, closing the bathroom door behind her. Her emotions were quite strange. The sound of water resumed. Not long after, Duan Xiu Ming emerged from the shower and surveyed his makeshift bed on the floor. "Will there be insects in this room?" he inquired. Lu Mingyu replied, "I'm not sure." Duan Xiu Ming's tone grew resolute. "Lu Mingyi, we're moving." "I'm afraid of insects," Lu Mingyu suggested. "You could stay at a hotel instead of sleeping on the floor." Duan Xiu Ming's demeanor shifted to sternness. "You're not moving?" "Say that again." Lu Mingyu relented. "Fine. I'll move." With a swift motion, he turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning, as Lu Mingyu opened her eyes, she noticed that much of her belongings had vanished. Shortly after, Duan Xiu Ming entered, carrying a cardboard box, and proceeded to gather more of her things. Soon, the majority of her possessions were gone, all moved by him. In his final entry, he took her away. Truthfully, Lu Mingyu was still processing the suddenness of it all, as it was quite early, and he typically went for a morning run at this hour. Had he replaced his run with moving? Their new residence was a luxurious apartment near the Royal Art School, featuring a spacious layout and magnificent views. One large room had been converted into a studio, far more expansive than the one provided by the school. Duan Xiu Ming pointed out, the studio has a private bathroom, making it convenient for your wet mounting. Unlike the cramped space at school. Lu Mingyu nodded in agreement. He continued, the lighting has been adjusted. It's neither too dim nor too harsh. If inspiration strikes, and you can't make it to school, feel free to paint at home. Just ensure it doesn't strain your eyes. Lu Mingyu nodded again. The apartment has been purchased, so there is no need to worry about dirtying the walls or floors. Feel free to express yourself. She continued to nod, clearly aware that he had meticulously prepared everything beforehand, simply awaiting her consent to move in. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at the time. "Shall we go for breakfast now?" Lu Mingyu checked the clock and, maintaining her stoic expression, replied, "All right." By 8 in the morning, despite not having eaten breakfast, he had already completed the move. What frightening speed. In the morning, they organized their belongings in the apartment. Around noon, a knock sounded at the door. Lu Mingyu was surprised. It was their first day after moving in. So who could be knocking? Duan Xiu Ming, however, did not turn around and called out, "Come in." Lu Mingyu questioned, "How can anyone enter without opening the door?" To her astonishment, the password lock clicked open, revealing a person pushing a cart filled with a variety of dishes, setting them on the dining table. Once the food was arranged, the person bowed to Duan Xiu Ming and left. Lu Mingyu was speechless. Duan Xiu Ming wrapped an arm around her shoulders, guiding her to the table. Nutritional meal, eat. Only then did Lu Mingyu realize that the dishes on the table were similar to the meals he typically brought her. Did he send her nutritional meals every day? Who was that person? She inquired. Duan Xiu Ming replied, "A chef skilled in Cantonese cuisine, hired from Hong Kong." At that moment, Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. Duan Xiu Ming served her some food. The chef and a nutritionist live next door, responsible for your meal preparations. Lu Mingyu remarked, "That is quite extravagant." Duan Xiu Ming fell silent for a moment before looking at her and stating, "Lu Mingyi, talent is more dazzling than wealth. Please remember this always." Chapter 73. Who taught you the emotionless reaction in the afternoon after lunch? Duan Xiu Ming sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Lu Mingyu rose to tidy up, but a strong arm reached out and pulled her back onto the sofa. The owner of the arm continued to stare at his device, casually stating, "It and Oppos. S inappropriate." Before long, a knock echoed through the room, and another person entered, pushing a cart to clear the table and take out the trash. Lu Mingyu fell into silence, pondering for a while before inquiring, "Housekeeping?" "Of course," Duan Xiu Ming replied matter-of-factly. "I dislike cleaning, and you have no time for it." Lu Mingyu nodded, acknowledging the logic. Suddenly, he reached out again, drawing her into his embrace. His knees parted like two walls, and he encircled her with his arms, holding her securely behind. Lu Mingyu nearly toppled onto his lap, instinctively bracing herself against his shoulder. They were in close proximity. If he were to gaze straight ahead, his eyes would align with her chest. Yet, he lifted his gaze to meet her face. At that moment, her expression was quite intriguing, a blend of astonishment and a hint of panic. Duan Xiu Ming disregarded her unease, fixating on her with an intensity that radiated both aggression and a sharp, domineering aura. His eyes bore a penetrating gaze, as if attempting to see through her very soul. Then, he noticed that the woman, who just moments before appeared flustered, closed her eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, her demeanor was one of clarity and composure. "What are you doing?" she asked with a smile. Her previous disarray vanished. Duan Xiu Ming nodded slightly and inquired, "Do you have any questions for me?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mingyu replied, "I've always wanted to ask, who is your brother?" Duan Xiu Ming answered, "His name is Duan Liqing." Lu Mingyu fell silent, turning her head to gaze out the window, deep in thought. So, her brother is Duan Liqing. One is the heir of the Duan family, glamorous and revered, every move scrutinized by the public, stirring the tides of public opinion. The other is the master of the dark vein, living incognito, biding his time while orchestrating chaos from the shadows. The two brothers are playing a duet. At that moment, Duan Xiu Ming's knee shifted, nudging her leg to bring her back to reality. "Continue, is there more?" he prompted. Lu Mingyu turned her head to face him, pondering for a moment before asking, "Is it forbidden to disclose your identity as the master of the dark vein?" In the next instant, she clearly saw him raise an eyebrow, a barely perceptible flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Who have you told?" he asked with a smile. Lu Mingyu shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I haven't told anyone." "If you did, would someone die?" Duan Xiu Ming replied. "Actually, I can't tell you either. I had planned to reveal it after we got married." Lu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, looking into his eyes. He remained calm. "Why did you tell me that day at the apartment?" she asked. Duan Xiu Ming contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I don an appos. Tino, I just felt like saying it." Lu Mingyu pressed, "Is it not a problem for me to know? Will it have repercussions for the Duan family?" Duan Xiu Ming stated, "If I say it in appos, it's not a problem, then in appos, it's not." Suddenly, he moved his knee again, this time with greater force, causing her to lean forward. Unable to steady herself, Lu Mingyu fell against his chest. He supported her lower back with one hand while the other grasped her wrist, two fingers resting on her pulse. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her expression. Observing her heartbeat quickening slightly, she closed her eyes again, and as she steadied herself, her pulse calmed, her complexion regained its tranquility, and her gaze met his without any discernible emotion. Duan Xiu Ming nodded again, and then asked, "Who taught you the emotionless reaction?" Lu Mingyu was taken aback. "What?" Duan Xiu Ming pondered for a few seconds, releasing her and patting the space beside him. "Sit down and chat. Don and Appos, be afraid. I was only testing you." Lu Mingyu settled beside him, gazing at him in confusion. The aggression that had previously radiated from him dissipated in an instant. He now appeared bright-eyed and clear-minded, even smiling and shaking his head. Lu Mingyu and Appos' bewilderment deepened, her face a canvas of questions. Duan Xiu Ming and Appos' expression turned exasperated as he sighed. "I can't and Appos, believe it. You don't know about hunter mentality or emotionless reactions, yet you employ them quite adeptly." Lu Mingyu tilted her head, perplexed. Duan Xiu Ming elaborated. "The emotionless reaction refers to bypassing emotional responses to stimulating events, elevating one's thought process. It can be considered a form of self-hypnosis to calmly handle difficult situations." He had intentionally made her anxious, and she had instinctively utilized this technique. The last time she mentioned her sorrows, she reacted similarly. It seemed she could swiftly employ this tactic for any negative emotion, substituting it for emotional release. Thus, she had never lost control, always responding rationally to everything. Lu Mingyu blinked. "Oh, no one taught me." Duan Xiu Ming frowned. "You figured it all out by yourself? Aren't you afraid of developing mental health issues?" Lu Mingyu appeared momentarily dazed. Did he imply it could be dangerous? That it could drive one to madness? Duan Xiu Ming looked at her. "Do you want to learn? Systematic training can guide you to master it more proficiently." Lu Mingyu raised her eyes. "Will you help me find a teacher?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "I will teach you." Lu Mingyu tilted her head. "You, my subordinate, will teach me?" She had always remained emotionally stable, while he seemed more volatile, prone to outbursts. Duan Xiu Ming abruptly closed his eyes, speechless. When he opened them again, he gazed out the window. After a moment, he spoke incredulously. "You apply these methods in romantic relationships?" Lu Mingyu retorted, Romance naturally evokes emotional fluctuations. Am I wrong to use it? Duan Xiu Ming could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "How can you have a relationship without feeling the emotional changes? Are you a robot?" Lu Mingyu scrutinized him, "But you seem so easily stirred emotionally." Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with being open-hearted in a relationship? Life should be about naturally experiencing emotions, understanding balance. Do you comprehend?" Lu Mingyu turned her head away. "I'm not like you." Duan Xiu Ming fell silent, his gaze fixed on her without wavering. Indeed, for him, love was a joyous indulgence stemming from spiritual abundance, while for her, it was a luxury she could not afford. She had endured numerous life's lows, leaving her mentally unable to withstand further turmoil. She could not afford to lose. He lowered his gaze and said, "Let's not discuss this topic for now. It's a rare weekend. Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" Duan Xiu Ming, she suddenly called out, catching his attention. He paused, noticing the sparkle in her eyes. She asked, "Could you share with me about that hunter mentality?" At that moment, the glimmer in her eyes transformed into a thirst for knowledge, beneath which he clearly discerned her ambition, vibrant and alive. In the bright apartment, the floor-to-ceiling windows framed a stunning view of the city's towering structures. Gazing out, one could see the 3 campuses of the top art institution. Chapter 74. "Let me be your support." Duan Xiu Ming gazed at her for a while, and then smiled. "In truth, the hunter mentality has been employed by you more than once in Shizi City." Lu Mingyu asked, "What do you mean?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "You may not have realized it, but the Lu family, the Qin family, and even I are merely your pawns, or perhaps your prey. The hunting ground encompasses the entirety of Shizi City. You have seamlessly transitioned between roles, creating chaos while emerging unscathed, executing precise hunts to achieve your objectives. As you once stated, must the protagonist always be the small boat? Break the rules to become the sea monster." Lu Mingyu suddenly comprehended his meaning. At that moment, however, Duan Xiu Ming and Appo's expression shifted. "I have a little story to share. Would you like to hear it?" Lu Mingyu nodded eagerly, yes. Duan Xiu Ming smirked slightly. "When I was around 7 or 8 years old, at the White-Headed Eagle Base, my brother took me to a facility where Isabel, who was not yet my sister-in-law, was one of my instructors." Lu Mingyu paused, slowly responding, "Oh. So Isabel was his sister-in-law and childhood instructor. Quite an impressive individual." Duan Xiu Ming continued. "The base was quite remote, far from the city. Before meeting the instructors, a sheep walked past me." Lu Mingyu rested her chin on her hand, listening intently. Duan Xiu Ming chuckled as he recounted, "I asked my brother if I could hunt that sheep." Lu Mingyu inquired, "Was it normal for a 7 or 8-year-old to want to hunt upon seeing a sheep?" Duan Xiu Ming explained, "My brother asked why I want to hunt it, and I replied that I was hungry and wanted to eat roasted lamb." Lu Mingyu remarked, "That seems reasonable yet somewhat peculiar. I and Appos, am not sure how to respond." Duan Xiu Ming continued, "My brother informed me that the sheep had an owner and appeared to be a pet, not food. So I abandoned the idea of hunting it. But my brother then suggested I buy the sheep instead." Lu Mingyu Kuden and Appos, he helped but ask what happened next. Duan Xiu Ming replied, "I went to purchase it and brought it before my brother, feeling quite displeased as I didn't Appos. Do you want to keep a sheep as a pet?" He then looked at her and asked, "What do you think happened next?" Lu Mingyu shook her head. Duan Xiu Ming stated, "My brother said, 'Now this sheep belongs to you. If you wish to keep it as a pet, it is a pet. If you wish to have it for dinner, it could be roasted lamb tonight.'" And Appos, Lu Mingyu, surprised, asked, "Did you eat it in the end? Was it a pet or food? What about the sheep and Appos' owner?" Duan Xiu Ming smiled, "Does it matter?" Lu Mingyu and Appos' pupils constricted, and her scalp tingled slightly. Duan Xiu Ming looked at her, a little enlightenment, perhaps. "Think about it." About 5 minutes later, Lu Mingyu raised her head. "Break the rules. Establish rules, become the rules." Duan Xiu Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration, beautifully articulated. Lu Mingyu frowned. "The ones standing behind you are paramount. Your brother is the rule. He strikes at the target in a very domineering manner, somewhat inhumane, yet remarkably efficient." Duan Xiu Ming's smile faded as he nodded. "The Duan family is my support. My actions are seldom constrained, and I do not need to consider others and Appos' opinions. This is not only a resourceful utilization, but also a source of confidence. He then scanned her features, stating, "You require a support system." Lu Mingyu bowed her head, furrowing her brow in contemplation. In the silence, sunlight streamed through the nearby, floor-to-ceiling window, casting a bright sheen on the immaculate floor. She felt him rise and approach, drawing nearer until his breath brushed against her neck. She anticipated an embrace or a kiss, but he did not. Instead, he took her hand, placing it in his palm. Lu Mingyu looked up to find a pair of gentle eyes gazing back, revealing a unique and rare softness beneath his rugged exterior. He seldom displayed such a demeanor, devoid of any aggression. "Duan Minji," he called softly, "let me be your support." The afternoon sun at 3:00 and Oppo's clock illuminated him, elongating his shadow against the wall. The light danced across his face, bestowing a golden hue that softened his sharp features. A ray of sunlight sparkled within his deep-set eyes, transforming them into something bright, even warm. Lu Mingyu felt a wave of astonishment surge within her, her heart racing. Not merely a utilitarian connection, but genuine support? She needed to ponder this deeply. Yet, he offered her no time or opportunity for reflection. Collaboration? He posed suddenly, releasing her hand and returning to his seat in the shadowed area. His demeanor once again sharp and unyielding, akin to a blade ready to be unsheathed. Collaboration? Lu Mingyu echoed, struggling to grasp the swift shift in conversation. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. "I understand your aspirations and am confident you will succeed. However, this path must be traversed by you. 10 years, or perhaps 20. Too long. You require a team and capital to propel you forward, both of which I can provide." Lu Mingyu steadied herself and inquired, "If this is a collaboration, what must I provide in return?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Art, specifically a national style. This is the foundation of our collaboration. Otherwise, we cannot proceed." Lu Mingyu pressed, "Could you be more specific?" Duan Xiu Ming's gaze sharpened. "The classic of mountains and seas, for example, that piece titled Xiongqi." Lu Mingyu was taken aback. Had he discerned her intentions so swiftly? Duan Xiu Ming's authoritative presence radiated. "The Duan family will fund this. You, Lu Mingyu, will be the lead artist, guiding the team to create a complete series of ink wash national trend artworks inspired by the classic of mountains and seas. I will provide the exhibition space." Lu Mingyu questioned, "This seems to benefit only me. What is the purpose of this collaboration?" Duan Xiu Ming shook his head. "Your work will not merely be for display. I seek commercial rights. I cannot disclose specific business opportunities, only that it is a win-win situation. We must consider the greater good." Lu Mingyu gazed at him with keen intensity. Duan Xiu Ming added, "If you agree, I will have someone draft the contract, and we can discuss the details further." Lu Mingyu affirmed, "All right." Duan Xiu Ming smiled. "May our collaboration be fruitful." Lu Mingyu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Duan Xiu Ming suddenly chuckled. "After all, you are my wife." Lu Mingyu was left speechless. Later, Duan Xiu Ming made a phone call, while Lu Mingyu organized her materials in a large art studio. The series of ink wash national trend artworks inspired by the classic of mountains and seas had been a long-held dream of hers. A complete series, a team, commercial applications. She needed to approach this with careful deliberation, organizing her thoughts before putting pen to paper. As night fell, she unfurled a vertical canvas against the wall and stood before it, motionless. At that moment, Duan Xiu Ming and Oppo's voice rang out from the doorway, laced with surprise. "Do you always leave the door open?" Lu Mingyu turned, responding, "There's no one at home. Besides, the studio at school doesn't have a door. It's not a big deal." Duan Xiu Ming pointed to himself. "Am I not a person?" Lu Mingyu remained silent. Duan Xiu Ming suddenly caught on, raising his hand to stop her from speaking. "Don't answer that. Not considering him an outsider? How delightful." Lu Mingyu fixed her gaze on him, speechless. Duan Xiu Ming inquired, "What is the matter?" Lu Mingyu finally spoke. "I feel the urge to create a painting." Chapter 75. The Marionette, Rebirth. Duan Xiu Ming. "Am I avoiding you?" With that, he lifted his foot, intending to leave. However, a slender, pale hand reached out, grasping his wrist. Her fingers were slightly cool, exerting a gentle pressure that sent a tingling sensation through him. Lu Mingyu spoke softly, "Stay chat with me." Duan Xiu Ming's gaze drifted down to his wrist as he followed her into the studio. Is this not going to disturb you? Lu Mingyu shook her head. I want to paint while we talk. She had begun mixing colors. He leaned against the wall, observing her busy hands, and asked, what shall we talk about? Lu Mingyu replied, you start. Duan Xiu Ming pondered for a moment and said, I recall you telling me you have 2 female friends, one of whom is Su Suya from Zizisheng. Lu Mingyu glanced at him. Why have you forgotten her name twice? Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. I didn't think much of it. If it bothers you, I will remember next time. The other friend is the one who wore a red dress in the dead of winter, right? Lu Mingyu nodded. Yes, her name is Chunla. Duan Xiu Ming fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, can I get angry? Lu Mingyu looked up, surprised. What are you angry about? Duan Xiu Ming. I just wanted to check if it's permissible. A significant outburst, scolding you. Lu Mingyu laughed lightly. Go ahead. How do you intend to scold me? Duan Xiu Ming appeared disgruntled, his voice rising. If I'm not mistaken, that person is your classmate from the same major, and you've only been at Huangyi for 2 semesters, right? Lu Mingyu. Yes, it's my 2nd semester. What of it? Duan Xiu Ming and Amp, Oppos, S displeasure deepened. Then you and Amp, Oppos, only known her for a few months. Why does she know you as Lu Mingyu while I do not? I mean, she even tricked me using a name the other day. What is she showing off about? Huh, Lu Mingyu, Duan Xiu Ming suddenly restrained his emotions and asked, was that too harsh? Lu Mingyu shook her head. Continue, don't hold back. Duan Xiu Ming erupted. Why didn't you tell me? You say nothing. What is your mouth for? Just for kissing and soft sighs, is it? Lu Mingyu. Having completed her color mixing, Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T help but laugh. Duan Xiu Ming sighed in exasperation. Every time I scold you, you laugh. It truly baffles me. Lu Mingyu dipped her brush in paint and began to work on the background, speaking as she painted. First of all, I haven't known Chanla for just a few months. It's been since 2016. Duan Xiu Ming was momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Mingyu continued. She knew me as Lu Mingyu from the start, as we met when I was 6 in national competition. Duan Xiu Ming, at a loss for words. Couldn't believe such a thing existed. Lu Mingyu explained. Before I turned 12, she couldn't catch up to me. At 22, we met again at Huangyi. She has been studying painting, while I had a 10-year hiatus without any teacher. Last semester, I couldn't compete with her. She was outstanding. Duan Xiu Ming snorted. Are you friends or rivals? Lu Mingyu replied, both. We are friends who share hardships and rivals who challenge each other. Suddenly, Duan Xiu Ming felt a surge of competitive spirit. We met 20 years ago. I've been supporting you financially for 14 years. I've known you the longest, longer than anyone else. Did you hear me? Lu Mingyu quipped. Just a fleeting connection, huh? Duan Xiu Ming asserted. My word stands. Lu Mingyu smiled, ignoring him. By now, she had completed the background, which depicted a sea of flames. Duan Xiu Ming furrowed his brow at the sight. Just then, Lu Mingyu switched brushes and dipped in paint. Suddenly, she made a long stroke across the paper. Duan Xiu Ming fell silent, quietly watching her work. The initial strokes were lines, delicate and fine. Before long, she began to depict a small figure, wounded and bandaged, sitting amidst the inferno, with strings attached to it, controlling its every move. A marionette, the puppet, ensnared in flames, was rendered immobile. Stifling. Duan Xiu Ming frowned. Is that you in the painting? Must it be so tragic? Am I tragic? She countered. Meanwhile, she started to paint the upper half. Aside from a few strings, there was a vast expanse of blank space. Lu Mingyu stated, that reflects your subjective awareness. As she painted, her tone remained calm, and the conversation began to shift to her control. Duan Xiu Ming paused, changing his posture to continue observing her. She resumed painting. This time, a glimmer sparkled in her eyes, growing from faint to bright. Lu Mingyu's voice continued. I have always been a prodigy, a genius in traditional studies, adorned with countless awards. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. Indeed. She then painted a shadowy figure, devoid of features, resembling a void. Lu Mingyu elaborated. Upon growing up, I was admitted to Huangyi, a world-renowned institution, pursuing knowledge entirely on my own. Duan Xiu Ming praised. Impressive. Lu Mingyu and Amp, Oppo's, S brush continued to outline. I chose the strongest man to sleep with. My aspirations are vast. Duan Xiu Ming smirked. Go on. Lu Mingyu. I don't have many friends, but those I do are unique. Their assistance is always sharp. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. And then? Lu Mingyu. My vision is exceptional. I have meticulously planned my life. Upon finishing, she added a stroke, a shadow's back, a bloodied bandage drifting down. It was as if she unveiled something. This shadow was the puppet, or perhaps the soul of the puppet. Lu Mingyu declared. Am I tragic? Not at all. I am strong. With that, she suddenly pivoted her brush, rolling the paint, and struck the paper with force. The sound echoed, a long line, a knife. Because it was struck with the brush handle, it left a blurred path, resembling the trajectory of a blade, a lingering trace, or perhaps a phantom knife. It was ambiguous, existing only in essence. One end of the long knife rested in the shadow's grasp, while the other intertwined with the strings holding the puppet. Severed. Duan Xiu Ming gazed at the painting, his eyes brightening. Yet, she suddenly seized his hand, plunging it into the nearby paint. Duan Xiu Ming. He dared not resist, merely watching in astonishment as she smeared his paint-laden hand across the artwork. With a swift motion, she swept from top to bottom over the flames, enveloping much of the puppet's body. It was as if a torrential downpour extinguished the fire. Then she released his hand, disregarding the bewildered Duan Xiu Ming, and began to refine the details of the painting. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at his paint-stained hand, then at her, droplets of paint still dripping down. What was he supposed to do now? He didn't dare wash his hands. Would she need them again? He didn't dare ask. At that moment, Lu Mingyu switched brushes and began to inscribe her name in her distinctive, flamboyant style. Rebirth, Yi Chapter 76. What did she reveal? Upon finishing her artwork, she set down her brush. Beside her, Duan Xiu Ming still held his hand aloft, glancing at the painting and then at her. It was simply magnificent, both in content and execution. Lu Mingyu was also captivated by the artwork. She had painted the essence of her own life. Suddenly, Duan Xiu Ming regained his composure and inquired, Can your hand also serve as a tool for painting? Lu Mingyu replied with calmness, Break the rules. You mentioned today that anything in this world can be used for painting. Why impose limitations? Beyond just my hands, my mind is brimming with creative ideas. Wow, you! Duan Xiu Ming exclaimed, his gaze towards her filled with awe. You can utilize that so swiftly in your art. Lu Mingyu took his hand and led him to the sink to wash. Duan Xiu Ming's eyes lingered on their intertwined hands. She had naturally pulled him close twice today. Was she really washing his hands? He felt fortunate that he had not rejected her invitation to sleep together when she first proposed it. With her beauty, artistic talent, and that singular spirit, he could hardly fathom the number of rivals he might face. Her creations were alluring, yet she herself was even more captivating. Duan Xiu Ming suddenly declared, I like you. Shall we date? Do you like me? Lu Mingyu was momentarily speechless. Duan Xiu Ming raised an eyebrow. Do you disagree? Lu Mingyu blinked. Duan Xiu Ming nodded. Then I shall bring it up again next time. He found her response quite normal. She had endured the harsh realities of society and seen the malevolence of human nature. She would not easily trust in emotions or welcome a close relationship built on mutual trust. She had lived a taxing life, unable to withstand the turmoil of such matters. She was unlike him. Rather than pursuing romance, her fervent desire was for success. Yet he added, But you mustn't sleep with anyone else, otherwise. For every person you sleep with, I shall take one down. Lu Mingyu stared in astonishment before succumbing to laughter. Duan Xiu Ming asked, What is so funny? Lu Mingyu retorted, What if I do sleep with someone else? Duan Xiu Ming frowned, then replied, I would take them from you. Lu Mingyu continued, What if I marry? Duan Xiu Ming responded, I would ensure you become a widow before reclaiming you. Lu Mingyu pressed further, What if I become pregnant? Duan Xiu Ming tightened his grip and exclaimed, Be quiet. Are you trying to drive me mad? Lu Mingyu winced. Duan Xiu Ming quickly released her, gently rubbing her fingers. My apologies. Lu Mingyu watched him silently, her gaze flickering with something peculiar. Were they not, at this moment, engaged in a courtship? She had not mentioned a breakup. This was the first day in their new home. Lu Mingyu had already endured several waves of cognitive dissonance. As she lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought before sleep, the door suddenly swung open. Duan Xiu Ming entered and, without hesitation, laid out his bedding beside her. She was taken aback and asked, "Why are you sleeping on the floor? Isn't there another bedroom?" This was a spacious three-bedroom apartment, each bedroom quite ample. Duan Xiu Ming replied nonchalantly, "I converted it into an office. There's no bed." Lu Mingyu protested, "But you can't sleep on the floor. I moved here to prevent that." Duan Xiu Ming, however, paid her no mind and lay down. Lu Mingyu attempted to rise. "I'll take the sofa. You can have the bed. What's wrong with you?" Duan Xiu Ming, he interrupted her. She replied hesitantly. From the floor, Duan Xiu Ming's voice resonated. "I've slept in worse places than a floor. I've endured barns, pigsties, and snake pits." Lu Mingyu gazed at him in surprise, but she could not discern his expression. He lay still, eyes closed, continuing, "I've faced life or death battles, taken lives and nearly lost my own, traversed the human forbidden zones of the Amazon, raced through gunfire and outrun avalanches. You need not worry about me. I can withstand adversity." Lu Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. He added, "Try to trust me. Aside from not being able to enter the sacred bond of marriage with you under the name Duan Xiu Ming, I can do anything for you." With that, he reached out and turned off the light. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Outside, the moon shone brightly, casting silvery light. Lu Mingyu's heart raced, pounding fiercely. She could not articulate the sensation. It was an emotional upheaval she had never experienced before. This time, she did not respond with indifference. She allowed her emotions to roam, breaking down the chains of rationality layer by layer. Time passed, and then she remarked, "But you're afraid of bugs." In that instant, she sensed his breath quicken, a sudden shortness as if he were exasperated. She could feel a piercing gaze directed at her, even in the dark, a palpable intensity that made her wish to leap into bed. She quickly turned away, facing him, pretending to sleep. Duan Xiu Ming averted his gaze, his emotions a complex tapestry. After a moment of hesitation, he exhaled softly, bemused. He had intended to encourage her to open her heart. What had she revealed? In the deep of night, he lay awake, glancing at the bed beside him. The figure on the bed breathed evenly, undisturbed by nightmares. The following morning, as Lu Mingyu slept soundly, she suddenly felt her body being flipped over. Then, smack! Someone gently slapped her bottom. It was a light 2 taps, yet it roused her. Lu Mingyu opened her eyes in shock, staring at him. Duan Xiu Ming, with an impassive expression, stated, "Rise and shine. I've customized a physical training plan for you." Lu Mingyu, still dazed, murmured, "Huh?" Duan Xiu Ming slapped her again, muttering, "Is it only your chest and bottom that have any flesh?" Lu Mingyu exclaimed, "What?" And just like that, she was forcibly dragged out of bed and down the stairs. By the time she gathered her senses, she found herself standing on the street. The cold wind outside made her shiver, awakening her somewhat. What time was it, anyway? Beside her, Duan Xiu Ming, resembling a stern instructor, issued commands, "Get moving. Walk 2 laps." Lu Mingyu questioned, "Aren't we running 2 laps?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Why do you think humans walk on 2 legs instead of 4 like animals?" Lu Mingyu admitted, "I don't know." Duan Xiu Ming explained, 2 legs are meant for walking, not running. Walk." With that, he began to walk at a steady pace, leading the way. Lu Mingyu matched his rhythm and breathing, circling around them. To her astonishment, she managed to keep up. Upon completing the 2 laps, she felt slightly breathless. Once the rhythm was established, it was not so tiring. Just as she anticipated continuing or speeding up, Duan Xiu Ming led her back. Lu Mingyu, surprised, asked, "I'm not too tired. Aren't we continuing?" Duan Xiu Ming replied, "Gradual progression. Do you understand?" Lu Mingyu nodded. "Oh." Duan Xiu Ming continued, "Did you remember the earlier pace?" Lu Mingyu affirmed, "I did." Duan Xiu Ming instructed, "We'll follow this routine for the next week, same time in the morning. You'll walk alone." Lu Mingyu agreed, "All right." After their exercise, her appetite surged, and she consumed a more substantial, healthy breakfast than usual. When it was time for class, he escorted her to school. However, just as she alighted from the car, Duan Xiu Ming suddenly seized her arm. "I'm heading back to Xianjiang today." Lu Mingyu was initially taken aback, then softly replied, "Okay." It was almost the new year, and he was returning home to celebrate. Chapter 77. Oh. Your future daughter-in-law, Duan Xiu Ming reminded, "Remember to take your medicine. Do not forget." Lu Mingyu suddenly smiled. "I won't forget." His exaggerated style of administering medicine left a deep impression on her. Duan Xiu Ming continued, I will have nutritious meals delivered to the school. Make sure to eat well. Refrain from smoking and drinking, go to bed early, rise early, and protect your eyesight. Do you understand? Lu Mingyu replied, I know. Duan Xiu Ming said, I will drive you to the airport, and once your eyes are better, you can take your driving test. Lu Mingyu nodded. Duan Xiu Ming looked at her and asked, Is there anything you want to say to me? Lu Mingyu shook her head. No, safe travels. He nodded, then stepped forward and embraced her. Lu Mingyu remained silent, held in his arms without a sound. He gently patted her back and released her. I'm leaving. Lu Mingyu responded, Okay, goodbye. He took one last glance at the time before driving away, exhaust fumes billowing into the cold winter air. Arriving alone, he departed with empty hands. Lu Mingyu watched the white phantom disappear at the end of the road before turning to enter the building for class. On the way, her phone buzzed. Chunla, what are your plans for New Year in Damp? Oppos, Eve? Are you spending it with your boyfriend? Lu Mingyu. He has returned to Hong Kong. Chunla, what? What a scoundrel. Lu Mingyu. Chunla. After class, come with me? There's a Chinese gathering to celebrate the New Year. It's your first time celebrating abroad, right? Lu Mingyu. Okay. Hong Kong. Duan family residence, conference room. The family head, the dark master, the heir, and the young master each sat on their single sofas. Duan Beifu passed a cigar to Duan Xiu Ming, who raised a hand to decline. No need. When Duan Beifu offered another cigarette, Duan Xiu Ming refused again. Duan Zhongxin glanced over and asked, Have you quit? Duan Xiu Ming replied, No. But I haven't smoked for half a year. Duan Liqing looked at him curiously. Isn't that quitting? Well, it's good for your health, uncle. You should also smoke less. Duan Beifu retorted, Don't lecture me. I'm your elder. Duan Liqing nodded. Yes, smoke if you want. Don't mind your health. My brother must be looking forward to your demise, so he can take over. Duan Beifu turned to Duan Zhongxin. Can you manage your two sons? Can they behave like decent people? Duan Zhongxin shrugged. They've grown up. I can't control them. Assistants filed in, distributing documents to the fore. At that moment, Duan Xiu Ming suddenly raised his hand, signaling. All the assistants, regardless of their affiliations, immediately turned and left the conference room. Meanwhile, someone approached from afar, setting up something covered with a cloth. Duan Beifu raised an eyebrow and looked at Duan Zhongxin. I say, brother, has he been spoiled by you? He dares to dismiss my people? Duan Zhongxin looked up. My people weren't dismissed, were they? If anyone has been spoiled, it's because of Qing. I wasn't around much when he was young. I was busy. Duan Liqing countered, It's not about spoiling. It's that you two are getting old and can't accept things. Duan Beifu lit his cigar, scolding, Damn it, one is more arrogant than the other. I can't argue with the elder, and the younger acts like the family leader, treating me with disdain? At this point, the person had finished setting up and exited, closing the conference room door behind them. Duan Xiu Ming glanced at the three, declaring, From now on, I'm the leader. You three will listen to me. Duan Zhongxin remained silent. Duan Beifu huffed angrily, You little brat. Duan Xiu Ming approached the setup and lifted the cloth. The three stared at the object, their expressions varying. Duan Beifu asked, What is it? A painting? The artwork was striking. Duan Zhongxin furrowed his brow, examining it, then smiled. A painting can possess such power? Quite rare. Duan Liqing remarked, It resembles a tiger or a leopard with wings. What a peculiar creature. Duan Xiu Ming pointed at the painting. The specific animal is not important. Let me provide a general scope. Ink wash painting, exotic beasts from mountains and seas. What are your thoughts? Duan Beifu waved his hand. No thoughts. I only know how to fight, kill, shoot, and blow up buildings. Duan Zhongxin pondered for a moment and asked, The skill level is very high. Whose work is this? Duan Liqing added, It has a visual impact, but why is this painting so small? Duan Xiu Ming clarified, to be more precise. It's an ink wash with a national trend. Duan Beifu squinted. Ming, don't tell me this is your exploratory project? Duan Xiu Ming affirmed, Indeed. Duan Beifu fell silent, gesturing his lack of understanding. Duan Liqing began to contemplate. Ink wash painting as a means to promote traditional culture? It aligns with the Duan family and Oppos' entry into the mainland market and Oppos' as positive image. Duan Zhongxin, with keen eyes, asked, What about the business opportunity? Ming, have you considered it? Duan Xiu Ming extended a finger, tapping the painting, producing a series of tap-tap sounds. Do you know how popular this painting is online? He asked with a smile. Duan Liqing frowned. Appreciating the painting? Its value? Duan Xiu Ming shook his head. No. Its relation to painting skill is minimal, and it has nothing to do with fame. It is purely about the national trend. Duan Zhongxin encouraged him to continue. Duan Xiu Ming elaborated, exceptional painting skills account for only a small part. How many can truly appreciate it? Its popularity stems from its aesthetic appeal, ink wash with a national flair, and exotic beasts. Duan Liqing was astonished. What else? Duan Xiu Ming replied. Aesthetics involve detailed aspects such as product packaging, daily fashion design, and entertainment, including movies and animations. Even food and daily necessities can be incorporated. It's a cultural phenomenon with vast potential. Duan Zhongxin understood. You aim to create a brand? A comprehensive one? Duan Xiu Ming confirmed. It's about intellectual property. National trend. The aesthetic deeply ingrained in the Chinese psyche. Duan Liqing pondered for several seconds before nodding. I understand. Using aesthetics to replace brainwashing advertisements, whether for products or entertainment, opens up a new domain, a visual feast. Duan Xiu Ming returned to his seat. You all discuss the specifics. I'm merely initiating this. Duan Beifu remarqued oddly. You're building an art exhibition hall in Shizi City. Are you already planning this? Duan Xiu Ming cast a glance. That's funded by my personal savings as a pilot project. If you're not interested, I'll handle it myself. All profits will be mine. Duan Beifu rolled his eyes. No one wants to compete with you. Duan Liqing suggested. Ming, let us trial this. Aesthetics is an eternal topic. If we think outside the box, the national trend could be fitting and may bring us surprises. Duan Zhongxin decisively stated, this project is crucial. Duan Beifu added, but the Duan family doesn't engage in small business. If we're going to do it, it should be grandiose, series productions, exhibitions, online advertising, and then expand into commerce. Penetrating the mainland market comprehensively. Duan Zhongxin suddenly interjected, if we truly pursue a large IP like the mountains and seas national trend, it shouldn't be limited to the mainland. Upon this declaration, the other three were momentarily taken aback. Duan Zhongxin continued, it's not impossible for national aesthetics to reach a global audience. Duan Beifu clasped his hands. As expected of my elder brother, I truly admire your business vision. Duan Zhongxin smiled and inquired, who is the author of this painting? Have you contacted them to see if they're willing to collaborate? Duan Xiu Ming replied, oh, your future daughter-in-law. Cough. Duan Beifu choked on a cigar. Chapter 78, Invitation. The conversation among the four continued throughout the afternoon, with the National Trend Project being just one of several topics. The Duan family has made significant strides in opening up the domestic market. After the confidential discussion concluded, Duan Liqing and Duan Xiu Ming were the first to exit the conference room, leaving Duan Zhongxin and Duan Beifu to continue their discussions on other matters. On the outdoor terrace, Duan Liqing smiled and inquired, you never asked about the family's overt businesses before. Did you bring up this project today for your girlfriend? Duan Xiu Ming replied, a little nudge. Her talent is quite remarkable. Duan Liqing pondered for a moment and remarked, opening up the domestic market is of utmost importance. Although there are business opportunities, one must proceed with caution. You pushed hard just now, and I felt quite anxious for you. One can only say that the youth fear nothing. Duan Xiu Ming cast a glance at him. It's not as if we can't afford to lose. Duan Liqing nodded, chuckling, what kind of person is she? You certainly hold her in high regard. Duan Xiu Ming commented, a person who has been mischievous since childhood. Duan Liqing was taken aback. You know her from before? Duan Xiu Ming replied, the daughter of that Cantonese opera actress, the beautiful aunt. Duan Liqing was astonished. The daughter of that Qingyi? Duan Xiu Ming smirked. Yes, she inherited her beauty. She's indeed stunning. Duan Liqing mused. What a twist of fate. But is it appropriate to label her as mischievous? Duan Xiu Ming scoffed. She is indeed mischievous. Being in a relationship with her requires considerable mental effort. One cannot afford to let their guard down. Duan Liqing and Amp. Oppo's S expression turned peculiar. Who engages in a relationship without a bit of mental gymnastics? We are not children. It and Amp. Oppo's. It's not merely a matter of liking each other. Duan Xiu Ming was surprised. Did you also have to think hard during your time with Isabel? Duan Liqing and Appo's lips twitched with your sister-in-law. It was a battle of wits. Duan Xiu Ming asked, "How did you fight? Share some wisdom with me." Duan Liqing waved his hand dismissively. It was a life-and-death struggle. She had a dagger to my throat while I had a gun aimed at her temple. Duan Xiu Ming looked at his brother sympathetically. "It's remarkable that you survived." Duan Liqing could only respond with silence. Lu Mingyu rose early each morning for her exercise routine, taking solitary walks, completing 2 laps, sometimes 3. On this particular weekend, she adhered to her regimen. After finishing, she broke a slight sweat and returned to her apartment for breakfast. While resting after a meal, she looked up and noticed the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, with morning light casting a broad beam onto a nearby white wall. Lu Mingyu focused on the light for a moment, then retreated to her studio, retrieving a transparent acrylic sheet and a small knife, beginning to carve. Time slipped away as she worked. Once finished, she stood and affixed the transparent sheet to the window. Suddenly, she paused. Why had she undertaken this task? Without that irritable presence beside her, it felt strangely out of place. Was it possible that this person had such a strong presence in her life? It had only been a few days since their departure, and she was already feeling a sense of discomfort. At Xiangshan Bay, a cruise ship sailed into international waters. The Liu family of 4 was invited aboard and was currently waiting in the Grand Hall. However, the mood among the 4 was far from pleasant, as 2 of them were seated in wheelchairs. Lu Lin and Lu Qiuyang had both suffered leg injuries and were in recovery. Du Wenxin pushed Lu Qiuyang, while Lu Qian attended to Lu Lin. The family felt a deep sense of trepidation, for the invitation had come from the Duan family of Hong Kong. The Duan family was a colossal entity, one that overshadowed even the Liu and Du families, reducing the Qin family to mere dust in comparison. They were a world-class aristocracy, having expanded overseas for generations. The Liu family could not refuse the invitation. Regardless of its nature, they were obliged to attend. Should they manage to align themselves with the Duan family, they would no longer be trapped in Shizi City, perpetually bowing to the Qin family. Yet, they were left wondering which member of the Duan family had invited them. Welcoming them was Yin Tianzua, still clad in a floral shirt and donning sunglasses even in the winter. He was accompanied by 30 black-clad men, far from ordinary bodyguards, with bulges at their waists. Upon their first meeting, the 30 men formed a circle, enclosing the 4 of them. The Liu family, having never encountered such a scene, were taken aback. The nervously unstable Lu Qian turned pale. However, Yin Tianzua smiled, lowering his sunglasses with a finger, his eyes peering down at the 4. He first glanced at the Liu father and son, both strapped into wheelchairs, their condition dismal. Then he turned to the mother and daughter, sensing something amiss with them, as if they were not quite mentally stable, muttering incoherently. Was this really the guest Brother Ming had instructed him to treat well? Given their plight, would he be expected to entertain them or toss them overboard to feed the sharks? Welcome to international waters, Yin Tianzua greeted with a smile. Lu Qiuyang, maintaining his composure in the wheelchair, replied, "Greetings, I apologize for my inconvenience. I cannot rise to shake hands." Lu Lin inquired, "May I ask if you're Mr. Duan?" With so many members of the Duan family, it was uncertain which Mr. Duan it was. Yin Tianzua raised an eyebrow with a hint of mischief. "No, my surname is Yin." Lu Lin was momentarily speechless. Was this grand display not for the man himself? Just as the father and son were about to continue their conversation, a commotion erupted from afar as a throng of media reporters converged on someone. With flashes of light, a large entourage of bodyguards trailed behind. Lu Qian peered in surprise. "A celebrity?" Du Wenxin interjected. "No, they are not entertainment reporters. They are all for financial media." Lu Lin quickly pieced it together, asking, "Is it Mr. Duan?" Yin Tianzua chuckled. "Indeed, he is a young master of the Duan family." Lu Qiuyang frowned, shaking his head. "He is not the Mr. Duan who invited us." He observed more keenly and noted that the black-clad men were of a higher caliber than the bodyguards. The latter were mere common protectors, while the former were something else entirely. Yin Tianzua offered no response, merely smiling faintly. Suddenly, Lu Qiuyang felt a surge of excitement. Could the person who invited them be a significant figure in the Duan family? Lu Lin shared this realization, glancing excitedly at his mother and sister. At that moment, the bodyguards and media had closed the distance, and the man at the center of the crowd became increasingly visible. Soon, the Lu family beheld a face they would never forget. Their hearts nearly exploded in that instant. Chapter 79, The Ultimate Prodigal. Duan Xiu in a state of utter astonishment. The four individuals witnessed the tall man's stride falter. In that moment, the throng that supported him also came to a halt. The bodyguards formed a barrier, preventing the financial journalists from approaching too closely, yet they seized the opportunity to hurl a barrage of questions. Young Master Duan, you have been in the United States for years. What prompts your sudden return to the homeland? Are you intent on competing with the heir upon your grand reentry? Do you plan to engage with the Ming or the Anmai factions? Was your boarding of the cruise ship at the invitation of the Anmai young master? Have you chosen the Anmai path? As the second son of the Duan family, have you ever contemplated usurping your elder brother and Amp, Appo's position? At nearly 25 years of age, do you have a fiancé? Duan Xiu did not respond to the barrage of inquiries, but he turned his gaze towards the reporter who had broached the topic of romance. The reporter froze, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Had he overstepped? Was it forbidden to pry into private matters? To everyone's surprise, Duan Xiu replied, I have a girlfriend. The reporter's spirits soared, and he hastily pressed on with further questions. May I ask where your girlfriend is from? What is her surname? Did you meet her in the United States? The intersection of high society and financial matters was a topic of great interest, despite its irrelevance. Duan Xiu answered once more. Her surname is Lu, and she hails from Yaodu. With that, he strode away, disregarding the other journalists. The bodyguards cleared a path, escorting him swiftly. As the crowd dispersed, the four members of the Lu family found themselves drenched in cold sweat. Only Lu Qiuyang retained a semblance of composure, suppressing his emotions to inquire, Mr. Yin, may I ask who this young Master Duan is? Oh, him. Yin Tianzu cast a glance. He is the late-born son of Duan Zhongxin, the head of the Duan family, and the younger brother of the heir, Duan Liqing. He is the ultimate prodigal, Duan Xiu. A thunderclap of realization struck the four. Their minds went blank as fear enveloped them. Duan Xiu, late-born son, younger brother, ultimate prodigal. The weight of these labels underscored his favored status within the Duan family. Although he had not directed a single glance their way, his words to the reporter seemed intended for their ears. Girlfriend, surname Lu, from Yaodu. Lu Qian was on the verge of a breakdown, yearning to scream in despair. However, a man in black beside her cautioned, on the high seas cruise, loud noises are prohibited. Duan Xin, in a state of panic, asked, who invited us? We want to disembark. Let us off. Lu Lin and Amp, Appo's mind was a whirlwind. Who owns this ship? Is it his brother and Amp, Appo's or his father and Amp, Appo's Lu Qiuyang, equally distressed, pressed Mr. Yin. May I inquire which young Master Duan extended the invitation? What is his purpose? Initially believing they had secured a powerful ally, they now sensed something amiss. Yin Tianzu did not respond, his smile enigmatic. Let us proceed, esteemed guests. With that, he strode ahead, flanked by 30 men in black who ushered the four along. Yin Tianzu chuckled as he walked, relishing the unexpected visit from Minggu, which had thoroughly unnerved the four. How amusing! The spring festival approached quickly. Lu Mingyu concluded a day of classes, the last of which was shared with Chunla. As they exited the building side by side, Chunla appeared particularly radiant. Her hair styled in waves, and her makeup meticulously applied, adorned with shimmering rhinestones on her lashes, exuding a vibrant and exuberant aura. Upon stepping outside, she exclaimed with excitement, Tomorrow is the weekend. We shall celebrate the new year and Appo's Eve until we are inebriated. Lu Mingyu replied, I shall abstain. I prioritize my health. Are you out of your mind? Thank you for the compliment, Lu Mingyu responded calmly. Chunla scrutinized her and suddenly asked, Are you in need of money? Lu Mingyu shook her head at all. Previously, she had been quite frugal, meticulously planning every expenditure, fearing she might struggle to pay tuition in the future. However, following the transaction from Qiongqi, her financial situation had improved significantly. Duan Xiu had restructured her expenses, and her living arrangements had also changed. While she was not wealthy, the burden of financial stress had lifted. Chun-La began to criticize. Then why not buy a new outfit? Don't you wear new clothes for the new year? Lu Mingyu shrugged. It doesn't matter to me. Chun-La could scarcely contain herself. Why not wear something nice? Aren't you tired of your old clothes? Lu Mingyu replied with serene composure. Clothes are merely for wearing. I see no distinction between new and old. Chun-La was exasperated. Can amp? Oppos. Do you have some material aspirations? Are you an alien? Lu Mingyu tilted her head, contemplating the question. Indeed, Chun-La had prompted her to reflect. Why was her material desire so minimal? Her clothing expenses were exceedingly modest, and her meals were unpretentious, resulting in a life devoid of refinement. Chun-La continued her tirade. What about your boyfriend? He gives you limited edition cars. Why not a few new outfits? Lu Mingyu chuckled. You might not believe this, but he himself owns very few clothes. Duan Xiu possessed only 2 or 3 changes of clothing. Together, their garments barely filled a small wardrobe in the apartment. Chun-La was astonished. Now that an amp, Oppos, as a classic case of a typical straight man. Lu Mingyu wholeheartedly agreed with this description. Chun-La tugged on her arm. Enough of this. Let Oppos, let's go to the Chinese restaurant. Our New Year's Eve dinner is a grand reunion with over 20 people. As the two arrived at the restaurant, night had just fallen. The 2 largest round tables were fully occupied by Chinese students, most of whom Lu Mingyu recognized, alongside 5 or 6 unfamiliar faces. As Lu Mingyu and Chun-La approached, the attendees greeted them with enthusiasm. Wow, the artistic duo has arrived. You two together are truly a sight for sore eyes. Chun-La had succeeded in bringing Lu Mingyu along. Indeed, it and Oppos, as quite rare for Lu Mingyu to join a gathering. Happy New Year, everyone! As the 2 tables rose to toast one another, Lu Mingyu lifted her teacup. The stranger across the table spoke again. Lu Mingyu, why aren't you drinking? Everyone else is enjoying alcohol. And you alone with tea? How uncooperative. Lu Mingyu raised her gaze to meet his. And you are? Silence fell across the tables, as if her question were utterly bewildering. Chun-La and Amp, Oppos. S mouth twitched. That is Shu Rinkuan. Lu Mingyu inquired. Oh, so this is Shu Rinkuan. Chun-La leaned closer to Lu Mingyu, whispering, I was unaware he would be here. This gathering ISN and Oppos. Tea organized by my group. If you and Oppos uncomfortable, shall I graciously accompany you to another venue? Lu Mingyu replied, no, why should I? Chun-La asserted, no problem. Confront him.